Brother Shuo. A completely black mina with a tuft of golden yellow feathers on its head swooped into a mud brick house in the mountain village, fluttering its wings before landing on the shoulder of a young man inside. The young man appeared to be in his mid-20s, dressed in a worn-out Zhongshan suit, with glasses perched on his nose and a cigarette clamped between his ears. Before him, on the desk, lay a lesson plan for a second-grade Chinese class. His name was Lin Shuo. 6 years ago, he arrived in this remote mountain village located in the southwestern corner of the country, taking up the role of a substitute teacher at the only elementary school within a 100-mile radius. Pausing his writing with a fountain pen, Lin Shuo glanced at the mina on his shoulder and, with a smile, removed the cigarette from his ear, struck a match, lit it, and offered it to the bird. To his surprise, the mina perched on one leg, expertly took the cigarette with its other foot, opened its beak, and began puffing away. As it smoked, the mina spoke, "Brother Shuo, I almost didn't make it back." "Don't be ridiculous." Lin Shuo shot an exasperated glance. "Who could possibly harm you here? Brother Shuo, we've been brothers for over a decade through thick and thin. Have I ever lied to you?" The mina replied with an air of elderly wisdom, cocking its head to puff smoke into Lin Shuo's face. Lin Shuo's expression grew serious. "Explain yourself in detail." 3 modified off-road vehicles are heading towards our village. There's no such model in the country, and they have temporary license plates. I kept an eye on them for a while and spotted a military crossbow poking out of one of the windows. Fortunately, I ran fast enough. The mina spoke animatedly, gesturing as if it were possessed by some spirit. Lin Shuo fell silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. "They must be after you," the mina said with solemnity. "Brother Shuo, it's been 6 years since that incident. Isn't it time for you to venture out a bit?" Lin Shuo remained noncommittal, merely smiled. "The meal's still warm, you should go." The mina nodded, flapped its wings, and took flight. As Lin Shuo's smile gradually faded, he gazed out the window, his expression darkening. 6 years had passed, yet someone had still found him? Would he have to relive the hell on earth that had transpired 6 years ago? A tormenting pain began to afflict Lin Shuo's mind. His complexion paled. Fingers trembled slightly as he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket and lit one. As smoke curled around him, he felt as if he were once again experiencing that tempestuous night when the rain fell like blood. After that day, he resolved to retreat from the world, to no longer meddle in the strange affairs of life. He settled down with little Mina in this nameless mountain village, believing that the world would no longer seek him out. Alas, fate had other plans. Yet even if they found me, what could they do? I have already retreated from the world. With a cold snigger, Lin Shuo extinguished the cigarette but in his hand. 3 modified off-road vehicles traversed the rugged mountain roads and finally arrived at the village. In this desolate backwater, those 3 pitch-black, modified off-road giants made a striking visual impact. The villagers quickly gathered around, yet dared not approach too closely, instead watching from several meters away. Children picked up stones, ready to throw, but were swiftly silenced by a sharp slap from their parents. The off-road vehicles came to a stop in front of a mud brick house. The lead vehicle's back door swung open, revealing a high-heeled shoe stepping onto the muddy village path. The villagers looked up from the black stiletto, black stockings, long, straight legs. The black pencil skirt hugged a lush, rounded backside. A meticulously tailored women's suit accentuated her slender waist and ample bosom. On her snow-white neck, a strikingly beautiful face bloomed, with large eyes, a small mouth, and a slightly upturned nose, resembling a movie star. The villagers had never seen such a stunning woman in person. Glub! A villager swallowed hard, only to be pinched fiercely by his wife at the waist. On the other side, a towering figure, over 6 feet tall, emerged from the vehicle. Clad in a green short-sleeve military t-shirt and an assault vest that revealed muscular arms, he followed the beautiful woman to the wooden door of the mud brick house. Knock, knock, knock. The woman lightly rapped on the door. There was no response. She knocked again, still no answer. Furrowing her brow, she took a step back and turned to the villagers, smiling as she asked, "Good folks, is he at home?" He is. A villager, rubbing his sore waist, called out eagerly, "Teacher Lin, open the door. Someone's looking for you." Yet still, no one responded. Impatience flickered across the handsome man's face as he sneered, "Miss, and the person you're asking for certainly has a big ego." As he spoke, he raised his foot, poised to kick the door open. The beautiful woman paled in shock, unable to cry out in warning, and quickly lifted her leg, the tip of her high heel striking the man's knee with precision. He felt a sudden numbness in his leg, stumbling back in surprise. "Miss Anew." "Wei Hang Shan," the woman interrupted frostily. "Let me remind you to show some respect toward Mr. Lin." We are the ones seeking his assistance this time, and it would be our honor to convince him to come out of retirement. Miss, and the burly Wei Hangzhan's displeasure flashed across his face. You and I work for the same employer, and I command the most elite mercenary team in all of Asia. Is there truly anything we can't handle? The coldness on Anna's face softened slightly as she responded calmly. Captain Wei, in matters involving humans, I certainly trust you and your comrades. However, when it comes to what we are facing, that is a different story altogether. As they spoke, the wooden door creaked open with a quiet screech. The one who opened the door was none other than Lin Shuo. Dressed in the garb of a village teacher, a fountain pen tucked into his chest pocket, his gaunt face revealed no discernible expression. Upon seeing his face, and felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet simultaneously, she perceived a chilling aura emanating from him. His gaze, sharp as a knife, even through the glasses, sent shivers down one's spine. Those were the eyes of someone who had emerged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Remembering all the legends surrounding him, Anna's complexion turned pale. Mr. Lin, hello. I am Anne, and suppressed the fear swelling within her, striving to appear composed. Lin Shuo's expression clearly conveyed rejection, but when he noticed the dense crowd gathering outside, his demeanor softened slightly. Come in and speak, Lin Shuo said coolly, turning to enter the house. The two followed him into the mud-brick dwelling and shut the door behind them. Inside, the sparsely furnished house was devoid of even a second chair. Lin Shuo sat at his desk while, and in Wei Hangshan stood. Lin Shuo ignored them, creating an awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, the myna flapped its wings and flew in, landing on the desk, its head cocked as it observed the two strangers. Seeing the bird, Wei Hangshan nodded. This myna seems quite spirited. Its tuft of feathers looks like a crown. Bastard, the myna squawked. Wei Hangshan grinned. He was not one to argue with a bird. Instead, he sought to amuse it. He stepped closer, bending slightly at the desk to meet the myna's gaze, feigning anger. Why are you cursing? Bastard, the myna repeated. Is that all you can say? Can you say anything else? Bastard, the myna reiterated, and rummaged through her handbag, producing a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. She unsealed it, took one out, and placed it between her lips, igniting it with a lighter. Afterward, she removed the cigarette from her mouth, holding it delicately, the lit end towards herself, and the other end facing the myna. She stepped forward earnestly and said, Esteemed Sir Myna, please take a smoke. I hear you enjoy fine tobacco. I'm afraid the rush of my visit only allowed me to procure this decent brand. My apologies for the lack of liquor. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuo blinked in surprise and narrowed his eyes at Anne. Wei Hangshan stared wide-eyed, alternating his gaze between the myna and Anne, as if questioning the woman's sanity. You actually know who I am? The myna asked, fixating on the beautiful woman before it, and hurriedly replied, in the hunter's circle, who does not know the illustrious name of Sir Myna? You have left behind too many legends. In the hunter's circle, I've yet to meet a woman like you, the myna retorted coldly. A colleague of mine once had the privilege of meeting you, Sir Myna. Learning that I would come to meet Mr. Lin and you today, he specifically instructed me to cater to your needs, and said, her head slightly bowed, maintaining her respectful pose with the cigarette. Go ahead and smoke, Lin Shuo interjected. It would be a waste not to enjoy such fine tobacco now that it's lit. Upon hearing this, the myna no longer hesitated, taking the cigarette with its claw and bringing it to its beak, exhaling in delight. Madam, you certainly know how to please. Thank you for the compliment, Sir Myna, and replied with a slight smile. At that moment, Wei Hangshan snapped back to reality, murmuring, is this really just a bird? No one paid him any mind. As and observed the myna beginning to smoke, it seemed she had accomplished something significant, her tense posture gradually relaxing. Her gaze intensified as it fixed upon Lin Shuo, her lips poised to speak but hesitating. It seems you've already discerned my underpinnings rather thoroughly, Lin Shuo remarked lightly, tapping the desk, his tone cool. So tell me, for what purpose did you go to such lengths to investigate me? Chapter 2. Bargaining. Upon hearing Lin Shuo speak, and smiled gently and introduced herself. My name is Anne, and I am the head of the Asia-Pacific Division of the International Biological Research Association. Our organization is a global nonprofit dedicated solely to the research and application of extraordinary life forms worldwide. She gestured to her companion. This is Wei Xingshan, the captain of our action team in the Asia-Pacific region. At this moment, Wei Xingshan, finally regaining his composure from his astonishment at the myna bird, stood upright and saluted Lin Shuo with a crisp military gesture. Lin Shuo cast a faint glance at the burly figure before him. choosing to remain silent. The reason for our unannounced visit is this, and said, reaching into her handbag to retrieve a white cloth bundle, which she slowly unfurled to reveal its contents to Lin Shuo. Initially unmoved, Lin Shuo's expression subtly shifted upon seeing the scale, and he inhaled deeply, allowing a plethora of olfactory information to flood his senses. The familiar scent caused his eyes, hidden behind his glasses, to narrow slightly. He extended his hand to accept the scale from and, upon closer inspection, the scale was the size of 2 palms, glistening with a polished, obsidian hue in the sunlight that streamed into the room. Radiating an eerie luminescence, a slight tilt revealed a dark red stripe, 3 fingers wide, running through its center. Lin Shuo felt a jolt in his heart, his complexion paling as he thought, is it possible? The myna bird on his desk flapped its wings and flew onto Lin Shuo's shoulder, scrutinizing the scale with keen interest. Shuagu, this cannot be true, can it? It queried. It was once impossible, but now it appears plausible. Lin Shuo brought the scale closer to his nose for another whiff. It was indeed the same, and the scent was still fresh, indicating that it had not been separated from its owner for more than a month. It is still alive? The myna flapped its wings in excitement. But that is not. Enough of that, Lin Shuo interrupted, raising his gaze to and. Where did you find this? In the Russian Far East, on the northern bank of Heilongjiang. And promptly replied. 2 weeks ago, in a village more than 20 kilometers north of Heilongjiang, 182 people went missing, 73 of whom were Chinese nationals. During the investigation, Russian police discovered traces of a giant creature's crawl and found this scale at the scene. Subsequently, their search yielded no results. The trail vanished at Heilongjiang. Being the border between China and Russia, the investigation is complicated, and due to the involvement of extraordinary life forms, the Russian government reported it to our International Biological Research Association, hoping we could take on the investigation. This matter sparked immense interest within our association because, stop there. Lin Shuo raised his hand, interrupting An's narrative, furrowing his brow as he asked, you mean this scale was found near Heilongjiang? Indeed, and confirmed. How can that be? The myna bird seemed incredulous at this revelation. Not only the bird, but even Lin Shuo himself found the claim hard to believe. He recognized the scale. More accurately, he recognized its owner. It was a snake scale. Given that a single scale measured the size of 2 palms, one could only imagine the size of the creature it belonged to. 6 years ago, accompanying his father to Kunlun Mountain, he had witnessed the owner of the scale firsthand. It was the most colossal, extraordinary life form he had ever seen, bathing in heavenly lightning, akin to a trial of transcendence, to his knowledge. That immense being had perished during that tumultuous stormy night 6 years ago. Yet this scale seemed to overturn everything. It appeared to be time to venture out. Lin Shuo pondered over the scale. The room fell silent. Last, he broke the silence, asking, so, Miss and, what is it you wish for me to do? Naturally, to capture this extraordinary life form, and replied, as if anticipating Lin Shuo's question, her eagerness palpable. In the hunting circles, who does not know that Mr. Lin is an expert in this area? Capture? Lin Shuo narrowed his eyes again. If you were merely amateurs, it would be understandable to utter the word capture. However, as the International Biological Research Association, you should be more knowledgeable. In the face of such a creature, merely preserving one's life would be quite an achievement. This, and seemed momentarily at a loss for words before quickly adding, we absolutely trust in Mr. Lin's capabilities. Very well, Lin Shuo nodded. Since you have faith in me, I shall be straightforward. I can make an exception to come out of retirement for this, but I require 10 million. Regardless of the outcome. 10 million? Before and could respond, Wei Xingshan interjected, incredulous, young man, you are asking for an exorbitant sum. You must realize that my elite mercenary team, comprising 15 members across 3 squads, signed life and death contracts. And we only received 10 million for this mission. That 10 million renminbi is essentially the price for our lives. You dare to ask for the same amount for just yourself? Lin Shuo glanced at Wei Xingshan. His expression unperturbed and calmly replied, I meant 10 million dollars. You? Wei Xingshan looked as though he had been struck, his face flushing crimson as the veins on his neck bulged. Just as he was about to protest further, he felt a sharp pain in his knee, and had discreetly kicked him, signaling him to be silent. Such a substantial amount exceeds my authority. Please hold on, Mr. Lin. I must consult my superiors. and stated calmly. After apologizing, she pulled out her phone from her handbag and stepped outside. Wei Xingshan's eyes widened as he watched the beautiful figure retreat. Did this imply that $10 million could be negotiable? He felt his world turning upside down. He had only recently joined the International Biological Research Association, wherein held both the title of his superior and the role of his protective target for this mission. From the fragmented information he had gathered, it seemed that she was not merely a Harvard PhD in biology. Now, looking at the mina on the table and the gaunt figure of Lin Shuo, dressed like a disheveled village teacher yet demanding $10 million, he began to question everything in the midst of Wei Xingshan's bewilderment, and returned after concluding her phone call, a smile gracing her features. Mr. Lin, I have consulted with my superiors. They believe that offering this amount for your assistance is a rather inadequate gesture. However, our association operates as a non-profit organization with limited funding. How about this? $1 million for a live capture. $800,000 for a corpse, with a 30% deposit paid in advance. Is that true? Wei Xingshan exclaimed in disbelief. They really agreed? Ignoring Wei Xingshan, and slightly bowed to Lin Shuo on behalf of the International Biological Research Association. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your willingness to assist. There is no need for such formalities. Let us proceed as discussed. Lin Shuo nodded, rising from his seat. I must prepare in no hurry. We shall wait for you. As Lin Shuo walked toward the back door of the house under their watchful gazes, he pushed it open to reveal a small courtyard. Beside the door was a slab of blue stone, where he typically processed ingredients. Across the courtyard stood a red wooden door leading to the main room, which Lin Shuo rarely occupied. The courtyard was filled with vegetables, and 5 or 6 chickens were scratching the ground for food. Lin Shuo bent down and seized a large rooster by its neck. The rooster flapped its wings violently, emitting a mournful cry. Gripping the kitchen knife from the stone slab, Lin Shuo struck decisively, and the rooster's head flew into the adjacent vegetable patch. A yellow dog dashed out, snatched the head, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Holding the still bleeding rooster, Lin Shuo strode into the main room. His movements swift and efficient, the entire sequence took no more than 2 or 3 seconds. Wei Xingshan watched Lin Shuo's actions with a chill creeping up his spine, perplexed by the scene unfolding before him. What is he doing? He murmured. Rooster blood is pure and young, and softly explained it is a prime offering for the sacrificial weapon. A sacrificial weapon? Wei Xingshan echoed, bewildered. The Lin family of the Hunter's Gate has been offering an ancient weapon for 86 generations. And stated. Lin Shuo is the 87th descendant of the Lin family. Chapter 3. Farewells. Lin Shuo held the bleeding rooster as he pushed open the red wooden door to the main room. Over the 6 years since moving here, he had performed this ritual every 15th and 1st day of the lunar month, decapitating a rooster to spill its pure and young blood as an offering on the incense altar within the house. However, today was neither the 1st nor the 15th. It was the 20th day of the 6th month in the year of Jiashan, or August 5, 2004, by the Gregorian calendar. Blood splattered across the altar as Lin Shuo raised the rooster high. Letting its blood drip into a white porcelain cup on the altar, he discarded the carcass and retrieved 3 incense sticks from beside the altar, striking a match to ignite them. After a brief moment, he held the cup high above his brow and poured the still liquid blood before the altar. Once he completed these rites, Lin Shuo lit a cigarette, taking several puffs as smoke curled around him. Patriarch, I rely on your protection. 6 years ago, I survived in Kunlun Mountain thanks to you. Today, I have received news that the beast from Kunlun did not perish but has made its way to Longjiang. I implore you, please accompany me on this journey. That beast should not be alive. The words were spoken in a hushed tone, almost as if in a whisper. After finishing, Lin Shuo knelt down and performed 3 bows before rising. He then began to fumble behind the incense table, eventually retrieving a black cloth strap approximately the width of a palm. Attached to this strap was a box made of ebony. This box, situated behind the incense table, was an astonishing sight, measuring about 3 meters long and over a meter high, resembling a coffin. Lin Shuo slightly bent forward, slinging the black cloth strap over his head and onto his shoulder, carrying the coffin at an angle before turning to exit the room. Outside, and beheld the ebony box on Lin Shuo's back with a look of reverence, clasping her hands together in a gesture of respect, and hastily pulled Wei Xingshan aside to clear the doorway for Lin Shuo and the ebony box to pass through. What a spectacle! Wei Hangshan muttered under his breath, his face etched with disdain. A magpie alighted upon the ebony box, pecking at it with its beak, producing a series of dull thuds. "Hello, grandfather chasing." It greeted the contents within the box. After acknowledging its companion, the magpie turned to Lin Shuo, saying, "Brother Shuo, I'm off to the woods for a while. I don't know when I'll return. Some of my female birds are rather temperamental. I fear they might perish on the cliffs waiting for me. I've advised them to remarry. Go ahead." Lin Shuo waved his hand, a trace of helplessness on his face, and chuckled softly, then composed herself, giving the magpie a thumbs up. "Elder magpie, what a magnanimous spirit." Alas, the women are a hassle. With that, the magpie flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Once it had flown a distance away, Lin Shuo inquired, "Which vehicle will I be taking?" "The same as mine," and replied. Lin Shuo nodded and said, "Then I must trouble you to remove the entire back seat of that vehicle." "Huh?" Wei Hangshan exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Why dismantle the back seat? Just secure the box on the roof rack." Wei Hangshan frowned. "The vehicles we have been approved to enter with are limited, and they are already fully occupied. If you remove the seats, where will my men sit?" Lin Shuo kept his gaze downward. Shaking his head slightly, "I need to keep an eye on this." "I disagree," Wei Hangshan insisted. "Captain Wei." Miss and interjected, "We will follow Mr. Lin's arrangements. The higher-ups have stated that as long as we can enlist Mr. Lin, he will lead our team, and we will heed his every command." Wei Hangshan fell silent for a moment before finally coldly addressing, "And you are the superior, so your word is law." After saying this, Wei Hangshan gestured, and the doors of several other off-road vehicles swung open simultaneously, revealing over a dozen agile soldiers. These soldiers quickly formed a neat line before Wei Hangshan, as orderly as if cut by a knife. Lin Shuo found this somewhat surprising. He had previously encountered mercenaries, most of whom were seasoned veterans with lax discipline. However, this group of mercenaries seemed to be of a different caliber altogether. "Everyone lend a hand to dismantle the back seat of this vehicle," Wei Hangshan commanded, instructing the brothers originally in this vehicle to squeeze into the others. In front of this team of mercenaries, Wei Hangshan seemed to wield absolute authority, and no one raised any objections. They quickly retrieved toolboxes and began taking apart the back seat. Surprisingly, the one giving commands and offering professional guidance among the mercenaries was the sole female soldier. This woman stood at about 1.7 meters tall, with short hair that framed her face attractively. Noticing Lin Shuo observing her, Miss and promptly introduced, "Her name is Lu Qing, our team's deputy captain in the Asia-Pacific operations. She is our technology and equipment specialist." By this time, the sky had gradually darkened. Not far from Lin Shuo's home stood a large locust tree, flourishing in the center of the village. Around 6 in the evening marked the time when villagers began to relax after dinner. Adults sat on bamboo chairs, fanning themselves with palm leaf fans, while children ran around the locust tree. Upon seeing Lin Shuo emerge, the adults paused their conversations, greeting him in the local dialect. "Hello, Teacher Lin. Who are these people? Are you going far, Teacher Lin? How long will you be gone? Will it affect my child's classes?" Lin Shuo was momentarily taken aback and slightly turned around, removing the ebony box from his back and setting it beside the off-road vehicle. With a smile on his face, he approached the locust tree, lifted his pant legs, and sat on a stool offered by a villager, engaging in casual conversation with the locals. He spoke in the local dialect, thick with accent, leaving and in Wei Hangshan unable to comprehend a word. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and night had completely fallen. The mercenaries had already finished dismantling the back seat, awaiting Lin Shuo's departure, and stood patiently beside the off-road vehicle, but Wei Hangshan was beginning to lose his patience. When will this endless chit-chat come to an end? We still have over 7 hours to travel. And ignored him, and Deputy Captain Lu Qing spoke up, "Captain Wei, it's only natural. Be patient." After a moment of silence, Wei Hangshan pointed at 2 nearby mercenaries and then at the ebony box beside the vehicle. "You two? Quickly lift this box onto the vehicle. It's pitch black, and standing next to a coffin is unsettling." The 2 mercenaries grinned and immediately sprang into action. Both stood about 1.8 meters tall and were robust. Not treating the box as a burden at all, as they attempted to lift it directly onto the vehicle, one of the mercenaries pushed against it and exclaimed in surprise. The ebony box did not budge an inch. Pushing again yielded the same result, causing the mercenary to step back in disbelief. "Haven't you eaten?" The other mercenary teased his comrade, wrapping his arms around the box and pulling it towards himself. However, as he exerted himself, his expression changed, and he turned to Wei Hangshan, hesitating to speak. "Get out of my way." Wei Hangshan had long since lost his patience. "What a disgrace, let me handle it with that." Wei Hangshan stepped forward, grabbed the black cloth strap hanging to the side, and hoisted it onto his shoulder. To his astonishment, the ebony box did not even budge. The other 10 or so mercenaries gathered around. One of them asking, "Captain Wei, do you need assistance?" "No," Wei Hangshan replied, his expression becoming serious. He firmly planted his feet, gripping the black cloth strap tightly, his toes digging into the ground, gradually summoning strength from his waist. With a series of cracking sounds, the joints of this giant, standing over 1.9 meters tall, echoed ominously, his neck veins bulging. "Lift," Wei Hangshan bellowed, and the box finally began to tremble, lifting slightly off the ground, half an inch. An inch and a half, 2 inches. As it rose 2 inches, Wei Hangshan began to sway, his face turning purple. Just when he was on the verge of exhaustion, he felt the weight on his shoulder lessen significantly. The box had been lifted. Turning his head, he discovered Lin Shuo had returned from the old locust tree, bending down to support the bottom of the box. Lin Shuo smirked. "I appreciate the intent, but allow me to take over." As he spoke, Lin Shuo extended his other hand to grasp the black cloth strap, effortlessly flipping and adjusting it until the ebony box was securely slung across his back. The mercenaries surrounding them gazed at Lin Shuo with expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. They were all too familiar with the level of strength that Wei Hangshan possessed. 3 years prior, he had been the champion of the military district's lifting competition, renowned for his formidable physical prowess. Wei Hangshan regarded Lin Shuo with a complex expression, murmuring, "You look so lean. How can you possess such strength? Moreover, what is contained within that box?" "You will find out in due time," Lin Shuo replied, as he slung the box and opened the hatch of the off-road vehicle. As if placing a backpack down, Lin Shuo leaned the box against the rear of the vehicle. Then with a steady push, the entire ebony box was secured inside. With this motion, the off-road vehicle shook violently, the tires visibly sinking into the ground. Those around them watched in silence as the scene unfolded. The engine of the off-road vehicle roared to life, gradually pulling away from the village in the southwestern border. Just as they were about to turn off the village path, Lin Shuo rolled down the window, and the magpie flew in, landing on Lin Shuo's shoulder. The bird seemed somewhat listless, remaining silent and still. "What's wrong?" Lin Shuo turned to glance at it. "Brother Shuo," the magpie said in a low voice, "in the end I lied to them, saying I would return." Lin Shuo looked at the myriad lights twinkling in the rearview mirror, momentarily lost in thought. "Will we return?" the magpie inquired. Point 1 Can only hope. Chapter 4. New members. The convoy traversed the rugged mountain roads in southwestern China for over 7 grueling hours. Around 1 in the morning, they finally reached the outskirts of a prefecture-level city. The group did not linger, but rather merged onto the highway, racing ahead. After an additional 3 hours, the imposing architectural skyline of the provincial capital came into view through the vehicle windows. By now, dawn was breaking, and personally took the wheel of Lin Shuo's vehicle. Logically, it seemed reckless for a young woman to drive for 12 consecutive hours, yet she maintained a lively conversation with the magpie while driving, appearing invigorated. Conversely, Lin Shuo found the incessant chatter of both the woman and the bird somewhat bothersome. Arriving at a 5-star hotel named Four Seasons in the provincial capital of Chunning, the convoy finally reached its destination, parking to eat. Chunning was renowned for its year-round spring climate, and the city boasted impressive greenery. Lin Shuo instructed the magpie to forage in the nearby woods, then settled the ebony box in his hotel room before joining and in Wei Hangshan in the hotel's buffet restaurant. In a lavish restaurant, spanning over 200 square meters. The hour was still early, and the sparse clientele rendered the space rather vacant. A group of more than 10 individuals, particularly the cohort of burly soldiers behind Wei Hangshan, filed into the establishment in an orderly fashion. Their synchronized movements, walking, searching for seats, and settling down, drew the attention of the few diners present. Lin Shuo chose a secluded table, while in beckoned Lu Qing, and the 2 women joined Lin Shuo at his table. Lu Qing invited Wei Hangshan to sit with them, but he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shuo and declined with a shake of his head. After selecting their meals, the trio began to eat and drink. when two more individuals entered the self-service restaurant. Both donned spectacles. One, an elderly gentleman appearing to be in his 60s, was clad in a silk tang suit, his silver hair flowing but his gait remarkably spry. Following closely behind him was a man in his 30s, dressed in a white shirt, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. The two approached Lin Shuo's table with their trays laden with food. Upon noticing their approach, and Lu Qing stood in unison. "Allow me to introduce," and began, "this is Professor He Zihong, the chief scientist of the International Biological Research Association. Beside him is his student, Dr. Yang Tuo, a promising young biologist from our nation. Professor He, Dr. Yang, this is Mr. Lin Shuo, our team leader for this expedition. I have long admired your reputation, Mr. Lin," exclaimed the elderly He Zihong, extending his hand warmly. "I did not expect you to be so youthful. Truly, the younger generations are formidable." Lin Shuo was momentarily taken aback, but managed to rise and shake He Zihong's hand. After exchanging pleasantries, the hosts settled down, and Lin Shuo cast a questioning glance at Anne. She quickly smiled and clarified, "As a mere graduate student, I am vastly outclassed by these two experts. Therefore, for our expedition to Heilongjiang, they are the ones leading the scientific project. They have been waiting for you at the Four Seasons Hotel. Professor He and Dr. Yang will be joining us in Heilongjiang?" Lin Shuo furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the two scholars. "Of course," He Zihong replied, his face aglow with enthusiasm. "Based on the sample of the scale we acquired, we have recently completed a preliminary study of the organism from Heilongjiang. It is nothing short of a miracle in biology. Xiao Yang, why don't you share our findings?" With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Yang Tuo adjusted his glasses and spoke in hushed tones. "Based on the size of the scale, we surmise that the organism's dimensions are exceedingly rare. Its weight is likely comparable to that of the largest creature on Earth, the blue whale, approximately 100 tons. While blue whales thrive in the ocean, buoyed by its waters, our target is evidently a terrestrial creature. This defies biological norms, as such immense weight under gravitational force necessitates extraordinary physiological structures and strength. That is our first point of intrigue. Secondly, the scale's hardness measures an astonishing 9.5 on the Mohs scale, nearing diamond quality, an unprecedented hardness for a biological specimen. This may partially elucidate its considerable weight. Lastly, genetic decoding reveals that this organism's genetic blueprint bears in 97 similarity to that of the ancient titanoboa. However, even the titanoboa never attained such size. Moreover, we have discovered that this creature has a lifespan exceeding 1,000 years. Having delivered this information, Yang Tuo exhaled deeply and addressed Lin Shuo. "Mr. Lin, in the face of such a biological marvel, how could Professor He and I, having devoted our lives to this field, possibly miss the opportunity to witness it in person? We are acutely aware of the dangers involved," He Zihong interjected, "and even if Mr. Lin were to attempt capturing a live specimen, the challenges would be immense. Thus, we must participate in this endeavor to ensure we see the creature. Just a glimpse, even if it costs us our lives in Heilongjiang, would render my life worthwhile. I brought Xiao Yang along for his youth and expertise. Should danger arise, I would rather sacrifice my old bones to protect him." Though He Zihong's tone was quiet, it conveyed unwavering determination, leaving no room for debate. Yang Tuo shared this sentiment, gazing intently at Lin Shuo, seemingly seeking his endorsement. "I cannot agree." Before Lin Shuo could voice his stance, Wei Xingshan rose from the adjacent table and boldly took a seat at Lin Shuo's table. "He does not belong to the International Biological Research Association, and I have no obligation to concern myself with him." He pointed at Lin Shuo, addressing Professor He. "However, as the leader of the action team for the Asia-Pacific region, I possess the authority to decide who from the association may participate in this mission. You two scholars should remain at the research base instead of causing disruption in the wilderness." "Captain Wei," He Zihong's expression darkened, "you appear to be mistaken. I am the chief expert of the association and a member of the Elder Council. I have the authority to appoint the leader of the action team. Then remove me from the equation first." Wei Xingshan slammed his hand on the table, his irritation palpable. "You may speak freely about participating, but will you guarantee our safe return? You think the lives of my 15 comrades can be dismissed so easily? Yes, you have spent $1 million on this expedition, but are human lives that worthless?" As Wei Xingshan's voice grew louder, other diners hastily vacated their seats. Fleeing the restaurant, the waitress approached, seemingly to intervene. but was paralyzed by the menacing demeanor of Wei Xingshan, too intimidated to approach. He Zihong's face flushed crimson with anger. His hands trembling, observing this, and quickly patted the elderly man's back, casting a warning glance at Wei Xingshan. Yang Tuo, adjusting his glasses, spoke resolutely, "Captain Wei, all lives are equal and cannot be measured in monetary terms. In this endeavor, you have your responsibilities, and we have ours. If you consider us a burden, then we shall proceed independently, without your protection. Indeed, our objectives align," and interjected, "and we share a common resolve. Why can we not collaborate sincerely? With Mr. Lin here, I believe we can navigate any peril. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Lin?" As she spoke, Anne's captivating gaze turned toward Lin Shuo. He, having remained silent, assessed the tense atmosphere at the table and replied with poise, "I am merely a hired hand. Beyond that, I am indifferent to the rest. I have finished my meal and shall step out for a smoke." With that, he rose and departed. Chapter 5. Old Rivals. The Four Seasons Hotel stands as one of the tallest buildings in Chunning. In August, it is typically the warmest time of year here. However, with dawn barely breaking, the temperature remained quite pleasant. Lin Shuo ascended to the top floor via the elevator, leaning against the railing while surveying much of Chunning below. The array of modern architecture evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. Times have changed, and his profession is dwindling in numbers. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket, extracted one, and lit it, releasing the first puff into the AI art. As he did so, a myna bird circled above before landing on the railing before him. "Brother Shuo, the trees here have been sprayed with pesticides, and I nearly fell victim to poisoning. If only you could be poisoned, I might finally have some peace," Lin Shuo quipped, casting a sidelong glance at the bird. "So, how do the female birds in this city compare? They're not bad looking, but the city birds lack caution, a little flirtation, and they're all over you, which makes them less interesting than the ones in the mountains," the myna retorted. Lin Shuo chuckled and shook his head. "We've already accepted the job. After tonight, refrain from wandering about." "Understood," the myna replied. By the way, Brother Shuo, I overheard the commotion in the restaurant earlier. I think that big oaf, Wei Xingshan, truly lacks awareness." "Oh?" Lin Shuo's interest was piqued. "What do you mean? Those two scholars are clearly a burden, no doubt about it," the myna declared boldly. "But what about Wei Xingshan and his band of soldiers? Aren't they burdens as well? That's why you couldn't be bothered to engage with them. Whether it's one sheep or two, it's all the same in my opinion. We don't need anyone else. Just the two of us can handle this splendidly. A team most we could bring along, and she's quite adept at handling matters and keeps me amused." "You?" Lin Shuo playfully flicked the myna on the head with his fingertip, bemused by its audacity. "Brother Shuo is so formidable, as your little brother. I must carry myself with a bit of swagger to show proper respect," the myna replied. "It's harmless to jest, but just remember to be cautious when facing that creature, of course. We are brothers for life." "When have you ever seen me falter?" the myna scoffed at that moment, and approached gracefully, cradling a porcelain plate laden with pastries, presumably pilfered from the self-service restaurant. How she managed to bring them out remained a mystery. Placed the plate in front of the myna and remarked, "Has the esteemed Ba Yi not had a proper meal outside? This hotel lacks high standards, and the food is rather coarse. Please do not take offense." "Shuo, do you see? This woman knows how to handle matters," the myna said, lowering its head to peck at the pastries. At that moment, and turned to Lin Shuo and said, "Mr. Lin, I have persuaded Captain Wei, and he ultimately agreed to allow Professor He and Dr. Yang to accompany us. However, I am uncertain about your side, and I'm fine." Lin Shuo waved his hand dismissively. These two intellectuals have become almost fanatical about their specialties. It is understandable. Without such dedication, they would not have achieved what they have today. If we do not bring them along, they would undoubtedly form their own group and venture forth, which would truly be a path to ruin. "Mr. Lin, you are indeed cool on the outside but warm within," and said with a sweet smile. "With your assurance, I feel at ease. Do not be too complacent." Lin Shuo shook his head. "Our adversary this time is formidable." "Oh?" Anne's eyes glimmered with curiosity. "It seems you are quite familiar with this creature." "I encountered it 6 years ago." Lin Shuo decided to divulge a bit of information, as he sensed that Anne's confidence in him was somewhat exaggerated. While this was not necessarily detrimental for Lin Shuo, such a mindset from Anne, as one of the actual leaders of the team, was not conducive to the group's well-being. Have you heard of the Kunlun Mountain incident from 6 years ago? Lin Shuo inquired. I have heard a little. It was a great tragedy within the hunting community. Over 30 elite hunters ascended, and only you, Mr. Lin, returned alive, and replied, in fact, this very intelligence led our research association to conclude that you are the only suitable leader for this expedition. Upon finishing this statement, and appeared to recall something. Mr. Lin, did you imply that the creature which nearly annihilated the hunting team on Kunlun Mountain is the same as the one in Heilongjiang? According to current clues, it should be. Lin Shuo nodded. He then glanced at Anne and asked, do you know who taught me all these skills? That would, of course, be the 86th head of the Lin family. Your father, Mr. Lin Shuo, and replied respectfully, he is indeed the leader of the current hunting community. 6 years ago, my father perished on Kunlun Mountain. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Lin Shuo's eyes, though his tone remained calm. Anne's expression shifted to one of shock, and she bowed her head, saying, I am sorry. We were unaware that it is quite normal not to know, Lin Shuo replied. The battle on Kunlun Mountain was a secret within our hunting circle, not disclosed to outsiders. For you to have discovered such information is remarkable. Then, if Mr. Lin Shuo has unfortunately passed, does that mean you, Mr. Lin, are now the leader of the hunting community? Anne's expression brightened. Lin Shuo hesitated. Glancing at Anne, there has never been a concept of leadership within the hunting community. It is merely that the members accord respect to the Lin family and are willing to heed our arrangements when acting together. And nodded, appearing to absorb the lesson, and then asked, I have also heard that the Lin family has historically possessed a hunting emblem known as the Lungu Banji, in addition to the ebony box you previously carried. This Lungu Banji signifies the Lin family's absolute authority within the hunting community. Upon hearing the words Lungu Banji, Lin Shuo's demeanor instantly grew cold, and he ceased to speak further. Madam, you are inquiring too much? The Mina interjected after swallowing a morsel of pastry. I apologize, and hastily bowed in apology to Lin Shuo. Enough. Lin Shuo waved his hand. I share this information to inform you that the creature is very powerful, and I will do my utmost. I understand you may have intentions to establish my authority, hence your words of high praise. However, do not presume that by having a guardian angel, all is well. I am merely being compensated for my services and do not bear responsibility for your lives, but you are different. Miss N, you are not an ordinary person. You should comprehend the meaning behind my words. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Lin, and replied solemnly, nodding in agreement. The group rested for a day at the Four Seasons Hotel. Lin Shuo returned to his room and slept soundly, indifferent to the events occurring outside. The next morning, and awakened Lin Shuo using the hotel phone, asking him to gather in the lobby. Upon arrival, all members of the Heilongjiang expedition were already present. Anne, the Asia Regional Director of the International Biological Research Association. Captain Wei Xing-shan of the Asia Regional Action Team. Vice Captain Lu Qing, 13 elite mercenaries. Chief Scientist He Zihong, and his student Yang Tuo. This group of 18, led by Lin Shuo, boarded the travel bus arranged by and setting off for Chunchang International Airport, the flight's destination, northeast China. After disembarking the plane, the group endured another round of travel fatigue. 3 days later, Lin Shuo and his companions finally arrived at the small city of Jielinda in the Russian Far East. This border town, situated on the northern bank of the Heilong River, is merely a river's distance from China's Mo. The residents primarily survive through logging and fishing, characterized by black hair and yellow skin. Naturally, the lodging conditions here fell short of those in Chunning. The rented small inn was dimly lit, and the beds were as hard as iron. Nevertheless, Lin Shuo slept soundly. Of the 19 individuals and one bird on this journey, only Lin Shuo enjoyed the privilege of a single room. Throughout the journey, whether seated, lying down, or even standing, Lin Shuo had largely been asleep, accompanied by a massive ebony box beside him and a loquacious bird perched upon his shoulder. This scene had long ceased to astonish anyone. On the second morning after their arrival in Jielinda, Lin Shuo unexpectedly rose early. Stepping out of the somewhat dilapidated inn, he stood outside, squinting slightly against the sunlight. Although he was now 3,000 kilometers away from the Tropic of Cancer, the summer in the Far East could still approach 30 degrees Celsius. It was the end of summer, transitioning into autumn, with significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. Choosing this time to enter the mountains certainly meant avoiding the harshest season in the Far East, yet thoughts of their target made it difficult for Lin Shuo to feel at ease. Once his eyes adjusted to the light outside, the The first sight that caught his attention was the beautiful Lin. Unlike her urban professional attire back home, she was now clad in form-fitting outdoor gear, which not only appeared tidy but also accentuated her alluring figure. She stood at the edge of the forest outside the inn, balancing on one leg while stretching against a white birch tree. Upon noticing Lin Shuo's emergence, she lowered her leg and approached him. "Mr. Lin, please prepare yourself. We will be departing in an hour." "How long have you been training?" Lin Shuo inquired. "I have practiced judo and taekwondo," and replied with a slight smile. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will not be a burden. What you practice is of no use." Lin Shuo shook his head and walked into the birch forest. The next time and saw Lin Shuo was 10 minutes later. "Shuo, I will never dare again," the mina squawked, struggling vigorously as Lin Shuo held it in his grasp. Lin Shuo's other hand flicked its small head, his expression stern. "At a time like this? You cannot even control that bird of yours. It has been a whole night of chaos. Just look at your current state. I swear, if you continue like this, I will have you castrated. Please, Shuo. We are brothers for life." "You cannot treat me this way," the mina protested desperately. "I can," Lin Shuo retorted. Shuo. There are outsiders present. Show me some respect." The mina's voice cracked with emotion. "Oh, that lady, quickly plead for leniency for Ba Yi," and appeared somewhat conflicted but stepped forward hesitantly, saying, "Mr. Lin, this is unnecessary. Ba Yi was merely momentarily playful. It is not just any bird." Lin Shuo shot a glance at and "Of course, it is not an ordinary bird," and replied, puzzled. "The reason it is not ordinary is not due to its intelligence or human-like qualities, but because it bears a responsibility. It is my most crucial partner in battle, and if it falters, my life could very well be at stake. Not only my life, but yours as well." To this point, Lin Shuo paused and asked, "Are you trying to plead for it?" and quickly waved her hands and shook her head. Even taking a few steps back, seeing that there was no rescue in sight, the mina resorted to threats. "Shuo, just watch me this time. If I falter, do not just castrate me. I will throw myself off a cliff." Lin Shuo remained unmoved, revealing a gleaming dagger from his waist. With a swift motion, he flipped the mina over, exposing its belly. Shuo, if you castrate me now, my wounds will take time to heal. Even if I wanted to perform well, it would be impossible." The mina's voice became hoarse with fear, and it released a drop of excrement. "Next time, will you dare?" Lin Shuo halted his actions, fixing his gaze on the mina. "I absolutely will not." The mina bobbed its head vigorously. "I will give you an hour. Go back to the forest and replenish your energy and recover what you lost last night." As he spoke, Lin Shuo tossed the mina into the air. Quack, quack! The mina spread its wings and soared away. This marks the first occasion for and to hear the avian calls emanating from it. At tea times, she forgets it is a bird. Xiaoba flew a short distance when a heavy truck, its cargo bed draped in tarpaulin, rumbled unsteadily into the inn's courtyard. The primary industry here is logging, and such trucks shuttle back and forth between the railway, 100 kilometers away, and the local area, appearing almost everywhere. However, this particular truck is evidently unusual, for as it enters the courtyard, Wei Xingshan emerges from the inn, flanked by a dozen mercenaries. The mercenaries throw back the tarp covering the truck's bed, open the doors, and begin unloading green-painted wooden crates of various sizes. Upon placing these crates in the courtyard, Wei Xingshan gestures, and the now empty truck wobbles away. "Open the crates." With this command from Wei Xingshan, the mercenaries employ crowbars to break the metal edges of the crates, clearing away the cushioning materials within, revealing an array of weaponry. The restrictions within China are stringent. These armaments are to be delivered here to rendezvous with us. At this moment, and whispers to Lin Shuo. Back in China, these mercenaries appear to be rather unassuming, akin to puppets obediently following Wei Xingshan's directives. Lin Shuo observed that they were compliant but did not discern their true professionalism. Now, however, their expertise becomes evident. The intricately designed, varied-sized weapon components come alive in their hands. Unloading, arranging, assembling, lubricating, cleaning, and calibrating. Each step is executed swiftly yet methodically. These dozen or so individuals function like a well-oiled machine, accompanied by the clicking sounds of components falling into place, transforming the weapons into their menacing forms in less than 10 minutes before Lin Shuo's eyes. Wei Xingshan seems quite pleased with the performance of his comrades. He approaches Lin Shuo, clears his throat, and states, "Mr. Lin, I am aware of your capabilities, but I assume you have had little exposure to modern weaponry, have you?" Before Lin Shuo can respond, Wei Xingshan continues, "Behold, here are 10 sets of German military crossbows. Do not underestimate these cold weapons. Their power surpasses that of a handgun, and they are more expensive than a rifle. Our original choice for the main battle rifle was the American M4A1 assault rifle. But considering what we are up against, the firepower of the 5.56mm rounds may not suffice. Hence we opted for this batch, the OC-14, also known as Groza, a Russian product nicknamed Thunder, with a caliber of 7.62 mm, equipped with a 40mm grenade launcher. Its firepower is undoubtedly formidable. And take a look at that behemoth. It is an anti-material sniper rifle, the Barrett M95, designed to combat military helicopters on the battlefield. As for those smaller devices, I shall not enumerate them. They are all quite handy. Moreover, regarding the ammunition crates, the amount we have prepared could suffice to take down a small country were it in Europe or the Middle East." As Wei Xingshan elaborates on the newly arrived weaponry, he exudes the demeanor of a general inspecting his troops. Since Lin Shuo nonchalantly loaded the ebony box onto the vehicle in a mountain village in southwestern China, demonstrating his extraordinary strength, Wei Xingshan has been deliberately avoiding any interaction with him. They have dined at separate tables, traveled in different vehicles, and even stayed on different floors. Yet at this moment, with the arrival of these weapons, Wei Xingshan seems to regain his confidence to compete with Lin Shuo. A smile finally breaks through his cold facade. "What do you think, Mr. Lin? Are you satisfied with this equipment?" Lin Shuo casts a glance at the vast mountains bordering the small town, his face betraying no emotion, and with a slight twitch of his lips, he replies nonchalantly, "Adequate." Chapter 7. Summoning Ancestor Zhaoye. An hour later, the main force prepares to set off. The mercenaries are armed to the teeth. And even scholars He Zihong and Yang Tuo, under Lu Qing's guidance, have grasped the basics of handling firearms, each donning a handgun at their waists. More than a dozen individuals stand in the courtyard, awaiting Lin Shuo's descent. Moments earlier, Lin Shuo had inquired of and regarding the names of all personnel involved before retreating to his room. Wei Xingshan, fixated on the inn's entrance, grows increasingly impatient. Just as he is about to erupt, Lin Shuo emerges from the inn, the ebony box slung over his shoulder. "Wait a moment," Lin Shuo instructs the beautiful Anne, then turns to steady the massive ebony box behind him. He gently rests his forehead against it, closing his eyes for a moment. Then, he reaches into his jacket pocket and retrieves a crumpled pack of cigarettes, extracting the last 3 and lighting them, the tips pointing skyward, which he plants into the muddy ground before the ebony box. Having completed this, Lin Shuo steps back slightly and murmurs, "Today, as we venture into the mountains, I must seek the aid of Ancestor Zhaoye." Disciple Lin Shuo offers incense and prayers. As he speaks, Lin Shuo pulls out a neatly folded sheet of paper from his Zhongshan suit pocket, slowly unfolding it to reveal handwritten characters. And, observant, notes that the names inscribed match those she had just shared with Lin Shuo. "Ancestor Zhaoye, this is the roster for our mountain expedition. May you bless us. 19 enter the mountain, and 19 emerge, not one more, not one less. Once all is settled, the disciple shall offer generous thanks." Lin Shuo continues to chant, striking a match to ignite the paper, tracing a few circles in front of his chest before discarding it as it nears incineration. Biologist Yang Tuo watches Lin Shuo's actions with a hint of disdain. Seemingly on the verge of speaking, He Zihong hastily tugs at his student's sleeve, prompting Yang Tuo to awkwardly fall silent, turning his face slightly away. Playing with superstitions, Wei Xingshan remarks softly. The commotion around him does not escape Lin Shuo's notice. However, he disregards it, stepping forward to gently lay down the ebony box. "Ancestor Zhaoye, forgive me." Lin Shuo addresses the horizontally positioned ebony box, and with a gentle tap, the lid silently slides aside, revealing its contents. "What is this?" The onlookers stretch their necks, gazing curiously at the object within, a wave of uncertainty washing over them. It is a crescent-shaped apparatus, pitch black, over 2 meters in length, its material indiscernible. The main body, starting from the center, curves elegantly outward on both sides, each end featuring a notch with a translucent sinew as thick as a finger. It resembles a recurved bow, does it not? One mercenary speculates hesitantly. "Are you foolish? Have you ever seen a recurved bow this large?" Another mercenary interjects, over 2 meters long, and just look at the bow's thickness. It's as wide as your thigh. Is this meant for a human to draw? But what if the archer were him? That question silences everyone for several seconds. Lin Shuo's strength is something they have all witnessed. Surely not. This has nothing to do with strength. Just look at how thick the bow is. It would take both hands to embrace it, let alone draw it. Yet he brought this out for a reason. Surely. Who knows? Amidst the murmurs, Lin Shuo kneels, cradling the massive recurved bow with both hands. Its body tilted backward against him. He retrieves a quiver as large as a backpack from the box, containing 3 arrows as thick as an arm. Observing Lin Shuo finally unveiling ancestor Zhaoye. The beautiful and surveys the murmuring crowd and declares, indeed, it is a recurved bow, a family heirloom of the Lin clan in the hunting trade. It is respectfully referred to as ancestor Zhaoye. However, be warned, ancestor Zhaoye has a rather irritable temperament. I advise you to refrain from discussing it too freely. Once and finishes her statement, a hush falls over the crowd, yet Lin Shuo narrows his eyes, directing a gaze at her that lacks warmth, and quickly covers her mouth with her hand, casting an apologetic glance at Lin Shuo, signaling her regret for speaking out of turn. Lin Shuo pays her no further mind. Placing his finger to his lips and emitting a sharp whistle, summoning the magpie back from the woods to land upon his shoulder. The bird's belly is round from feeding but appears somewhat lethargic. Its head drooping. Let us depart, Lin Shuo states calmly, leading the way into the mountains. The Xing'an Mountains constitute the largest primeval forest in East Asia, comprising the Lesser and Greater Xing'an Mountains, along with the Outer Xing'an Mountains. The Lesser and Greater Xing'an Mountains reside within Chinese territory, while the Outer Xing'an Mountains, known as the Stanovoy Range in Russia, lies north of the Heilong River. This area is sparsely populated, regarded as one of humanity's life prohibitions. Lin Shuo's group's destination is a small mountain village deep within the Outer Xing'an Mountains, located over 20 kilometers from their starting point. This village is where 182 individuals have mysteriously vanished. The specifics of the situation will only be unveiled on site. The Russian police presence in the Far East is severely limited. The only local officer is a 50-something alcoholic who claims he cannot provide any assistance. This, however, proves advantageous for Lin Shuo and his team, allowing them greater freedom to operate. The hunting party begins their trek through the dense, ancient forest. Initially, as they venture into the mountains, the atmosphere is somber. Yet not long after, the stunning natural scenery and the fine weaponry in their hands gradually ease the tension. The summer landscape of the Outer Xing'an Mountains is quite delightful, especially in the morning when the temperature has yet to rise. Lin Shuo leads the way, a fact that Wei Xingshan does not oppose. In fact, Wei Xingshan is keen to observe Lin Shuo's potential blunders. Armed with a map provided by the Russians and a compass, Wei Xingshan finds their path clear and straightforward, free from the worry of getting lost. However, Lin Shuo found himself lacking these items. The deep mountainous forests were not unfamiliar to Wei Xingshan. Initially, the scenery was picturesque and appeared quite novel. Yet, within less than an hour, one would realize that everything looked remarkably similar, with no distinguishing landmarks to aid navigation. Above, the thick canopy of trees loomed, while beneath lay a dense layer of decaying leaves. All around stood tree trunks that seemed almost indistinguishable, rendering one numb to their surroundings. The only constant was the relentless ascent and descent, inexorably draining their physical strength. Without living here for a decade or two, it was impossible to navigate these woods. After 2 hours had passed, Wei Xingshan glanced at Lin Shuo's retreating figure, now filled with an additional layer of confusion. The path Lin Shuo had chosen was, astonishingly, one that he had discerned himself using a compass and map, with pinpoint accuracy. This young man had merely cast a fleeting glance at the map during the morning meeting. Hadn't he previously resided in Guangxi? That was nearly half a world away. How could he possibly navigate this entirely unfamiliar forest without losing his way? Just then, as Wei Xingshan wrestled with his perplexity, Yang Tuo halted the group. "My teacher is tired," he stated calmly, meeting the gaze of the others. Only then did they turn their attention to He Zihong, and indeed, the old man's face had taken on a pale hue. Struggling to catch his breath, I had trained for some time before coming, yet I still cannot compare to your youth," He Zihong said, leaning on his hiking pole and resting against a tree. Offering a wry smile, "That I apologize. I need to rest for a moment. I should be the one apologizing for my negligence, and interjected, addressing Lin Shuo. Mr. Lin, may we take a break? Not here, Lin Shuo replied, halting in his tracks without looking back. Why not? Young Tuo adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Lin Shuo turned to shoot him a glance, gesturing toward a pine tree 5 meters away. You're an expert, take a look for yourself. Yang Tuo focused intently in the direction Lin Shuo pointed, his expression instantly turning grave as he approached the pine tree. Wei Hangshan quickly raised his hand, and 2 mercenaries positioned themselves protectively around Yang Tuo. After a moment of observation, Yang Tuo returned and addressed He Zihong. Teacher, this is the habitat of the Siberian tiger. I found tracks beneath the tree. More than 2. It's just a tiger, Wei Hangshan scoffed. With us here, even if a tiger shows up, it will merely serve as our meal. However, He Zihong had a change of heart. Let us proceed a bit further. I can still manage. Seeing He Zihong's determination, the group continued up the incline as they crossed a ravine. Lin Shuo suddenly raised his hand, halting everyone's advance. He snapped off a branch and used it to fish something out of the ravine, tossing it before the group as they recognized the object. Everyone instinctively recoiled in horror. It was half a massive tiger's head, with a jagged wound that suggested it had been gnawed upon, and it was still dripping with blood. In this secluded forest, what creature could kill a tiger and reduce it to just half a head? Several mercenaries' faces began to pale. If a monster were to confront this band of mercenaries, they would undoubtedly grab their weapons without hesitation. Yet, the fear of the unknown loomed larger. The more one pondered, the more terrifying it became. Oddly enough, Yang Tuo, a scholar seemingly incapable of harm, remained composed instead of retreating. He stepped forward, donned a pair of latex gloves from his travel bag, and began to examine the half-tiger head closely. Subadult individual, Yang Tuo remarked, then, seemingly concerned that others might not understand, added, though this tiger is quite large. Judging by its teeth, it is still not fully grown. However, even as an immature tiger, the size of its head indicated formidable strength, making it invincible in this realm, one mercenary commented. Could this be the work of that creature? Impossible, Yang Tuo shook his head. According to our research. Enough, Xiao Yang, He Zihong interjected. There's no need for further discussion. The tiger holds no malicious intent toward humans, yet humans harbor the instinct to hunt tigers. One has already perished. We should hasten our departure from this perilous place. Understood, teacher, Yang Tuo nodded, carefully placing the half-tiger head into a plastic bag before stowing it in his backpack and rising to his feet. Just as they were about to move forward, Lin Shuo raised his hand once more. Everyone, hold on. He sniffed the air and gazed toward the northwest. There's a big creature nearby. Chapter 8. Misfire during the fishing ban period from June to July in the Heilongjiang River Basin. Few boats could be seen on the water as noon approached. Thus, the 3 speedboats cutting through the waves appeared particularly conspicuous to the residents of the small town of Jielinda. The boats docked at the fishing port, and about 20 heavily armed men disembarked. Leading them was a stocky man, approximately 6 feet tall, with an Asian visage marred by a scar that extended from his left eyebrow to his lip. Rendering his face formidable and fearsome, he bore a massive crossbow on his back, resembling a pair of outstretched wings. The men following him, despite their varied complexions, shared a similar ferocious demeanor. This small town, a blend of fishing and forestry, was notorious for rampant smuggling and fierce local customs due to its border location. Hence, when these intimidating figures disembarked, the fishermen mending their nets merely cast a glance before returning to their tasks. Accustomed to such encounters and unwilling to invite trouble, the men lingered at the dock only briefly before heading into the town. Before leaving the dock, the scar-faced man glanced toward the distant mountains in the northwest. A sinister smile crossing his face. Wei Hangshan, this shall be your grave. Achu. Deep within the greater Xin'an range, Wei Hangshan sneezed, rubbing his nose and looking at Lin Shuo, a big creature. Where? As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted from the northwest. The sound was deep and powerful, sending chills down their spines and causing their hearts to race with trepidation. It was the roar of a tiger. Yang Tuo adjusted his glasses, unusually calm, as he began to scan for the source of the sound. Yet, at that moment, they were caught in a thicket halfway up the mountain, surrounded by trees and rocks. Unable to see anything, we need to ascend the mountain for a better view, He Zihong urged, raising his hiking pole and pointing toward the summit. "Teacher, your health." Yang Tuo expressed concern that "I'm fine. I've recovered." He Zihong declared, leading the way. The old man appeared to have overcome his physical limits, his demeanor revitalized. "It's truly rare for an elder to possess such vitality," and remarked, hastily following suit. Lin Shuo cast a glance at Anne. Noting that despite her 2-hour trek, she appeared unfazed, not even breaking a sweat. Wei Hangshan, the mercenary leader, although looking equally composed, had begun to perspire. Her stamina seemed to surpass even that of the mercenaries, a feat clearly beyond mere judo or taekwondo training. Furthermore, with the tiger's roar echoing nearby, the reactions of the others, either experts in biological fields or mercenaries accustomed to danger, were understandable. Yet, here was Anne, a beautiful woman, remaining entirely composed and even concerned for others. This woman was beginning to pique Lin Shuo's interest. However, he was not in a hurry, for in this venture into the greater Xing'an range, regardless of how deeply she concealed her true self, she would ultimately have to reveal her hand. Otherwise, she would not survive to see the light of day again. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Shuo joined the others in reaching the mountain summit. The view before them opened up dramatically. "Look over there." Yang Tuo pointed toward the northwest. "What on earth is that?" "Look at the trees beside it. That thing must be nearly 4 meters tall. Goodness, such a massive creature. Even from across the mountain, it feels unsettling." On the opposite cliff from where they stood loomed a colossal creature with deep brown fur. Its robust body facing away from them, was an exceptionally large male brown bear. Once a male brown bear reaches this size, it has no natural enemies in the wild, Yang Tuo explained. Rummaging through his bag for a portable camera, just as he finished speaking, the massive brown bear suddenly stumbled backward, struck by something, causing it to turn sideways. At that moment, they caught sight of the animal obscured by its broad back. It was a Siberian tiger, slightly smaller than the bear but still a gigantic creature measuring over 3 meters in length, its white forehead and piercing eyes rendering it fearsome. The tiger's roar erupted once more, powerful and abrupt, far more imposing than before. The mercenaries' faces drained of color as they instinctively raised their rifles, a primal fear of the king of beasts embedded in their very genes. "Do not fire." "Do not fire," He Zihong cautioned softly. "This is their territory. We are merely guests. Do not shoot. You useless bunch, lower your weapons." Wei Hangshan barked, his face stern. The mercenaries snapped back to reality, reluctantly lowering their rifles. Meanwhile, on the opposite cliff, a fierce battle between the apex predators had commenced. Clearly, the ferocious Siberian tiger had initiated the confrontation. Whether it was avenging the subadult tiger or seeking to prey upon the bear remained a mystery. Suddenly, it leaped high into the air and landed squarely on the shoulders of the great brown bear. Its enormous paws, akin to large fans, striking fiercely at the bear's head. The dull thuds echoed in the distance, arriving in everyone's ears with a half-second delay. The great brown bear, though somewhat clumsier than the tiger, possessed greater strength, and in pain, it swung its powerful paw, sending the 3-meter-long majestic tiger sprawling over 10 meters away. Upon landing, the tiger rolled over and stood up, emitting another fierce roar, ready to confront the brown bear once more. Truly, this journey was worthwhile. Yang Tuo, while filming, quietly marveled at the rare encounter between the colossal brown bear and the Siberian tiger, a spectacle that biologists had only previously speculated upon through traces of their battles. To his astonishment, not only could he witness it firsthand, but he could also capture it on film. Just then, the two titans on the opposite cliff suddenly ceased their standoff. Almost simultaneously, they turned to gaze northwest. The tiger then pivoted and leaped, vanishing into the dense forest. The brown bear no longer stood upright, but instead lowered itself and dashed along the cliff on all fours, quickly disappearing from sight. "Have they noticed us?" Wei Xingshan inquired softly. "Perhaps," Yang Tuo replied, a hint of regret in his expression as he set down his camera. "Humans are far more terrifying than any animal." He Zihong shook his head. "Let us proceed. Let's take a different route," Lin Shuo suggested, pointing eastward. "We'll circumvent this area." "Are you referring to that gigantic creature?" Wei Xingshan frowned. "Hasn't it already fled? We can simply move forward. We need to traverse 20 kilometers of mountain trails. At our current pace, we should reach our destination before nightfall." If we detour, we might have to spend the night in the wild, which is rather unsafe. Lin Shuo lifted his gaze to glance at Wei Xingshan. That bear, is it truly considered a giant? Huh. Wei Xingshan appeared puzzled. What do you mean? A bear standing 4 meters tall isn't large? Lin Shuo, uninterested in further explanation, merely looked towards the northwest. There are far larger beings over there. Yang Tuo adjusted his glasses and remarked, that is impossible. In the outer greater Xing'an range, the largest terrestrial creature is indeed the colossal brown bear. At this juncture, the scholar seemed to recall something and added, of course, the target of our expedition is not within the scope of this discussion. Upon finishing this statement, Yang Tuo paused, his expression tense as he glanced northwest. Muttering to himself, surely, it cannot be that fortuitous? It is not it. Lin Shuo shook his head. If it were, it would have simplified matters. Lu Qing, Wei Xingshan turned to the vice-captain of the expedition team. Control the drone and scout the northwest. Understood. Lu Qing set down his large backpack and retrieved a square box from within. The latest model of a Russian military-grade drone quickly ascended into the air. Leisurely flying towards the northwest, the images transmitted from the drone's camera appeared on the portable display Lu Qing held. This equipment represented one of the highest technological advancements of the current Russian military. Wei Xingshan organized the guards while the rest of the team rested in place, gathering around Lu Qing, peering at the display. The screen revealed the dense vegetation of the outer greater Xing'an range, a lush green canopy forming a vast sea of deep emerald. The gentle breeze stirred the green waves, and the built-in speaker emitted the sound of rustling foliage. After about 10 minutes, the footage resembled a scenic film. Yet the giant creature Lin Shuo had mentioned remained elusive. As the drone flew over a broad river, Wei Xingshan could no longer contain himself. He turned to Lin Shuo, his gaze filled with dissatisfaction. Mr. Lin, care to explain? Not only Wei Xingshan, but also the other mercenaries fixed their eyes on Lin Shuo. However, Lin Shuo appeared unfazed, lifting his leg to walk away. Believe it or not, it matters not to me. I shall head east. You may follow or not as you wish. Lin Shuo. Stop right there. Wei Xingshan dashed forward, blocking Lin Shuo's path. The giant loomed closer, pressing in on Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo, I've tolerated you for long enough. I am the captain of this mission. I dictate the route. You must adhere to the team's arrangements and abandon any notions of personal heroics. Lin Shuo replied coolly. Are you out of your mind? What do you mean? Wei Xingshan retorted angrily. Just moments ago, when faced with a tiger 400 meters away, your subordinates could hardly manage their weapons. Lin Shuo surveyed the mercenaries around them. If they encounter something they've never seen before, will their firepower remain controlled? Once the firepower spirals out of control, this place is nothing but tree trunks and scattered rocks. Do you think ricochets will avoid hitting our own? They are simply unprepared. If we truly encounter that kind of creature, how many would survive? I have no obligation to care for their lives, nor do you. Lin Shuo's words rendered Wei Xingshan speechless. Disregarding him, Lin Shuo sidestepped the giant and continued on his way. Who the hell are you talking about? Before Wei Xingshan could respond, one of his mercenaries jumped out, blocking Lin Shuo's path. This mercenary drew a military crossbow from his back, aiming it at Lin Shuo's head, and menacingly declared, I really can't control my hands. You believe it or not? Wang Yang, seeing the situation unfold, Wei Xingshan's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted, Can you point your weapon at your own? Have you gone mad? Wei Xingshan, don't intervene this time. This kid is out of control, and since you are the officer, you should consider the greater picture. I have no intention of indulging him. The mercenary named Wang Yang said to Wei Xingshan, then turned a defiant gaze towards Lin Shuo. Kid, I admit you have some skills. In our country, we don't carry weapons, and I won't say anything if you act tough. But now, we are armed. You'd better speak to us respectfully. Can't control your hands? I'll tell you, if I can't control mine, the first one to go down will be you. Think you're so tough? Can you stop a bullet? Wang Yang, lower the crossbow, Wei Xingshan ordered. Wang Yang chuckled lightly. It's fine, Wei Xingshan, I know what I'm doing. Know what you're doing? Wei Xingshan shouted, stepping in front of Lin Shuo. You can't joke about this. Just as he spoke, Wang Yang's expression suddenly shifted. Oh no, Wei Xingshan, watch out. Before that warning escaped his lips, an arrow was loosed from the crossbow with a swift whoosh. The German-made military crossbow malfunctioned. Whether due to mechanical failure or Wang Yang's nerves being rattled by Wei Xingshan's scolding, It fired unexpectedly. The power of this crossbow bolt surpassed that of a handgun bullet, with a range of 200 meters. At this distance, once released, it could be fatal. Wei Xingshan turned pale, staring down at his chest in shock. Chapter 9. No affection. Wei Xingshan gazed despairingly at his chest, his mind consumed by a singular thought. It's over. I never imagined that my 200-plus pounds would meet their end today. Then he looked down to see the crossbow bolt. The carbon arrowhead gleamed ominously, quivering rapidly as it had been abruptly halted, emitting a high-pitched whine. The two fingers preventing the arrow from penetrating further were a middle finger and an index finger, gripping the bolt like a vice. Following the fingers, Wei Xingshan glanced sideways to see Lin Shuo, who had stealthily appeared beside him, his massive bow slung over his shoulder. Lin Shuo slowly withdrew his fingers, discarding the bolt onto the ground, then shook his hand, as if to rid it of lingering tension. There were dark burn marks along the inner sides of his two fingers. The forest was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. All eyes fixated on Lin Shuo's fingers. Wei Xingshan was the first to react, letting out a furious roar as he charged forward, delivering a kick that sent Wang Yong sprawling 4 to 5 meters away. Wang Yong, still dazed from the incident, was jolted awake by the force of the kick, his face lighting up with surprise. Wei Xingshan, you're all right? I nearly wet myself. Wei Xingshan's face was ashen as he continued to advance, his fists swinging in a torrent of fury. Wang Yong, you fool. Wang Yong, a sturdy man standing at nearly 6 feet tall, appeared childlike in comparison to Wei Xingshan, who pounded him relentlessly while Wang Yong cowered. Wailing, Wei Xingshan, it was an accident. I truly didn't mean to. I know you didn't mean it, but pointing your weapon at your own people is inexcusable. Wei Xingshan growled, his fists raining down on Wang Yong, who howled in agony. No one intervened, and most were still entranced by Lin Shuo's astonishing display. While they recognized Lin Shuo was no ordinary person, to withstand a military-grade crossbow bolt with merely 2 fingers was beyond comprehension. Was he even human? As everyone slowly regained their senses, Wei Xingshan had already finished his tirade against Wang Yong. The giant stepped back, shaking out his fists, and returned to Lin Shuo's side. Rest assured, I was quite thorough. He received a fitting punishment. Wei Xingshan nodded at Lin Shuo, then hesitated. His expression conflicted as he spoke softly. Mr. Lin, you are magnanimous. Do not stoop to his level. You owe me a life. Lin Shuo replied, I will remember, Wei Xingshan muttered. Ensure your men handle their weapons with care. Your reminder is indeed valid. Walk eastward, I shall heed your words. A hunting party of 19 sets forth once more amidst the towering mountains. Lin Shuo leads the way, with the taciturn magpie perched upon his shoulder. The distance between him and the group behind him has grown greater than before, as if everyone is deliberately maintaining a certain space from him. Lin Shuo is unperturbed by this state of affairs. He understands that his earlier display may have frightened them. However, had he not acted as he did, they would not be as obedient as they currently are. The reason he insists on taking a detour is that he has sensed a peculiar presence emanating from the northwest and has recognized the formidable strength of the entity, even in the depths of the forest. Such extraordinary beings are exceedingly rare and typically shun human intrusion. It is not the objective of this journey, and Lin Shuo decides to let it be, thus averting unnecessary casualties within the party. He quietly forges ahead, carefully avoiding disturbance to the mysterious creature, until dusk begins to settle. Before him lies a vast river, presumably a tributary of the Heilongjiang within Russian territory. Gazing northward into the twilight, he can faintly discern an iron suspension bridge spanning the shores, approximately 3 kilometers away. The enchanting and hastens a few steps to reach Lin Shuo, inquiring if they may establish camp nearby. Upon receiving his approval, she dashes back to inform the others. The entire party halts, each member busily attending to their tasks. The sheer number of hands proves advantageous. The mercenaries swiftly clear a spacious area by the riverside with their hand axes and knives, gathering firewood to ignite a bonfire. Under Wei Hongshan's orders, the mercenaries inspect their weapons to prevent any further accidents, with particular attention to the 12 military crossbows, which Wei Hongshan personally checks, muttering, the Germans' equipment is not always reliable. In the late summer and early autumn of the Far East, the temperature plummets once night falls. Once the weapons are checked, the group gathers around, The bonfire blazes brightly, its warmth gradually bringing smiles to their faces. Initially, there was no plan to spend the night in the mountains, so no tents were brought, but they have ample rations. Each person's pack holds a type of domestically produced self-heating military ration. These rations require no open flame. By simply adding water to the bag, heat is generated to warm the packaged main course. Additionally, there are various snacks such as luncheon meat and biscuits, providing a diverse selection. As long as they are not consumed daily, their taste is quite acceptable. Lin Shuo sits quietly on a stone in the corner of the camp, observing as they heat their military rations. The only other person who, like Lin Shuo, does not need to lift a finger is Zihong. His student, Yang Tuo, busily attends to the elderly professor, who appears utterly exhausted, slumped beside the bonfire, gasping for breath, and approaches Lin Shuo, each hand carrying 2 bags of military rations. Mr. Lin, Ba Yi, please choose your preferred flavors. The magpie tilts its head, finally speaking, Madam, we shan't partake in this. Ba Yi seems to be in a better mood. And chuckles, but Ba Yi, how can we go without food? Little Ba is correct. We shall not eat this. Lin Shuo shakes his head. These rations lack sufficient nutrition. Mr. Lin, you jest, Lu Qing interjects with a smile. These are military rations, each with over 1,000 calories. I wouldn't dare consume a full portion in one sitting, lest I gain weight in a matter of days. Lin Shuo refrains from arguing. Instead rising, I shall seek something to eat, Mr. Lin. In these deep mountains, where will you find food at this hour? Lu Qing asks, puzzled. Let Mr. Lin go, and waves her hand. Such a task is trivial for him. Lin Shuo, accompanied by the magpie, ventures into the woods for about 20 minutes. Before darkness envelopes the land, the duo returns, markedly different from their departure. Lin Shuo now carries a roe deer upon his shoulder. The deer is substantial, larger than a typical goat, weighing around 60 pounds. By the light of the bonfire, Lin Shuo approaches the riverbank, revealing the concealed dagger at his waist, swiftly skinning and gutting the deer with precision. His movements are unembellished, characterized by one word. Speed. In a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, the entire deer is prepared. Lin Shuo then breaks 2 branches by the riverside, cleans them with his dagger, and impales the deer to carry it back. Upon his return, he politely requests a space around the bonfire, where the others instinctively make room. He places the deer over the fire, retrieving a jar of homemade seasoning from his bag, generously sprinkling it over the meat. As the deer sizzles and releases its juices, the exquisite aroma wafts through the air, tantalizing the senses of all present. Everyone seated by the bonfire instinctively swallows hard, their gazes fixed upon the roasting deer. After approximately half an hour, Lin Shuo continues to adjust the position of the deer, ensuring even cooking. The scent intensifies, and with the anticipation of a delightful feast in the air, the mercenaries begin to converse excitedly. Oh, how fragrant! What is this? Look at you, lacking knowledge. This is roe deer. I've heard of the exquisite taste of roe deer meat, but today I finally witness it. This deer is truly plump. It looks to be over 60 pounds. Rest assured, there will be enough to eat. A slight detour, and we feast on roe deer. Mr. Lin foresaw this. That Wang young fellow won't need to be beaten this time. Shut your mouth. Oh, my face. Wei Team's strike is truly fierce, and no kidding. With the way you behave during the day, if Wei Team doesn't hit you, are you waiting for Mr. Lin to do so? Exactly. With Mr. Lin's prowess, if he strikes, you might not survive without losing some skin. Wei Team is merely protecting you. Silly boy, Mr. Lin. I was ignorant during the day. Please don't be angry. You saved Wei Team's life, which is tantamount to saving mine. Rest assured, from now on, if you direct me east, I shall not venture west. Who would have thought that Mr. Lin is such a formidable figure? I assumed he was one who never engaged in manual labor. Yet his skills in roasting meat are remarkable. Oh, please stop. I'm nearly drooling here. Almost done, almost done. The surrounding mercenaries engage in lively banter while Lin Shuo remains unfazed, his eyes focused on the roasting deer. When he deems the deer adequately cooked, he seizes it from the spit and returns to his stone in the corner. He tears off a leg of the deer and tosses it to the magpie, while he himself lifts the roasting rod, taking a hearty bite of the succulent deer meat, then flinging his head back to tear off a sizable chunk, chewing ravenously. The mercenaries around the bonfire gawk at Lin Shuo, who is devouring the meal with abandon, leaving them in stunned silence. An awkward atmosphere envelopes the group as they silently retrieve the now cold military rations at their feet, spooning them into their mouths. No one dares to speak, yet they all feel that the rations have never been so unpalatable. What is even more vexing is that Lin Shuo appears to relish his meal, consuming it with astonishing speed. In mere moments, he has devoured nearly half of the deer, as if someone were attempting to wrest it from him. Lu Qing observes Lin Shuo, her curiosity piqued. Given his appetite, it seems entirely plausible that he could finish off the entire 60-pound deer himself. No wonder he claimed the military rations were insufficient in nutrition. Suddenly, as Lu Qing is lost in thought, the magpie flutters its wings, landing beside her and clutched in its beak is a 1-pound chunk of hind leg meat. With a swift motion, the bird tosses the meat into Anne's hands, boldly exclaiming, "Madam, Ba Yi finds you pleasing. This piece of meat is a gift," and, caught between laughter and exasperation, glances at Lu Qing and then at the other mercenaries. Usually so adept at social finesse, she finds herself momentarily at a loss for words. "Am I not worthy?" Lu Qing chuckles, winking at the magpie. "Bi has no acquaintance with you." The magpie tosses this remark back before flapping off to Lin Shuo's side. Chapter 10. There is something in the water that night. Lin Shuo remains awake. Unlike the mercenaries on night watch, he drapes the deer's skin over himself, distancing himself from the bonfire, seated in the shadows of the camp. The magpie does not venture into the woods that night, but instead perches obediently upon Lin Shuo's shoulder. Leaning against a massive recurve bough resting on a nearby stone, the scene is reminiscent of a statue. As observed by and upon waking in the morning, however, she refrains from commenting, quickly rising to fetch a bucket of water from the river, along with a towel, which she hands to Lin Shuo. "Mr. Lin, you've worked hard. Please freshen up." Lin Shuo nods, accepting the items before turning to enter the woods. "Brother Shuo, have you noticed?" The magpie remarks from the woods. "This lady seems quite in tune with you." "Brother Shuo, the Lin family has had only one heir for 3 generations. You are the last. Speaking of which, Brother Shuo, you're not exactly young anymore." "Brother Shuo, the city's birds seem rather easy to court. A mere nod from you would suffice." "Little Ba, do you not desire the birds beneath you?" "Brother Shuo, I was mistaken." Another splendid day dawns, with the sun rising and the ground warming gradually. The party sets off early, heading towards the iron suspension bridge. Lin Shuo does not choose to continue leading, but instead allows Wei Hangshan to take the lead with 3 mercenaries ahead. He, along with Xiaoba, trailed behind the main group, maintaining a distance of over 100 meters. Regarding Lin Shuo's arrangements, none dared to voice any dissent, nor did anyone inquire about the reasons. After walking approximately 3 kilometers and nearing the iron suspension bridge, Lin Shuo seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, gradually catching up. The mysterious and peculiar creature from afar had been observing this group throughout the night, seemingly scrutinizing something, and had finally departed. Upon rejoining the main group, the others were already contemplating how to cross the bridge. The river here was the narrowest stretch in the vicinity, yet still over 50 meters wide, from a distance. The iron suspension bridge appeared to be in decent condition. However, upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be rusted and decrepit, with the wooden planks on the bridge surface crumbling to dust, each step revealing a gaping hole. The bridge stood about 10 meters above the water, where the river flowed with a fierce current and concealed hidden reefs. The swirling eddies on the surface resembled gaping mouths, evoking a sense of dread. Should one fall, fish might survive, but a human certainly would not. As Lin Shuo approached the edge of the bridge, he noticed Wei Xingshan shaking the iron chains of the bridge. This man possessed immense strength. With a single hand, he could sway the entire structure. The already corroded planks clattered down as the bridge swayed. Observing this, Wei Xingshan gripped the large iron chain with both hands and began to shake it vigorously. In no time, the planks had all fallen away, leaving only the bare iron chains. Below, 2 chains ran parallel, once covered by the planks, while 2 others had served as handrails for the bridge. "That'll do," Wei Xingshan declared, slapping his hands together. "These chains are still sturdy. The rotting planks have actually worked to our advantage." After this statement, he turned back to He Zihong and said, "Professor He, I'll take a few of my men to feel our way across the chains first. Don't worry. Once we ascertain the situation on the other side, we can set up a zip line between the banks. You and Doctor and can then safely traverse using the line we establish." "Indeed, Professor He, The Vice Captain Lu Qing chimed in with a smile. This zip line will allow you to ride on 3 safety ropes, using steel clips for a smooth crossing. Rest assured, our technique is quite refined. Despite being suspended, it is both safe and comfortable. Then I shall rely on Captain Wei and Captain Lu. Professor, he replied with a smile. Since the team entered the forest, Wei Xingshan and Lu Qing's performances had gradually garnered the recognition of scholars He Zihong and Yang Tuo. Especially Wei Xingshan, who, despite his rough exterior, was meticulous and always considered the team's safety. After relaying these instructions, Wei Xingshan, carrying a toolkit for the zip line, was about to set off when he found Lin Shuo standing between himself and the iron bridge. The 2 fingers Lin Shuo had held up in front of him the previous day left an indelible impression on the mercenary leader. At this moment, in Wei Xingshan's mind, Lin Shuo had transformed from a mere charlatan into an enigmatic figure. And he felt he owed him a debt of life. Thus, the giant man adopted a cordial tone, asking, Mr. Lin, is there something you need? Lin Shuo bent slightly, bringing his nose close to the iron chain, inhaling deeply before slowly raising his head. Something's amiss. What do you mean? There's a fishy smell, Lin Shuo replied, then instructed, Captain Wei, take your men to chop down some trees nearby. The larger, the better. The rest of you stay away from the river and rest. Wei Xingshan glanced at Lin Shuo, puzzled, but he did not question him. Instead, he turned to An, and didn't he even look at him. What are you staring at me for? Mr. Lin's word is final. Wei Xingshan could only turn and instruct the mercenaries to comply. The soldiers obediently dropped their packs and grabbed their axes and machetes, heading into the forest. Among them, Wang Yong was the last to leave. Chuckling as he entered the woods, Captain Wei, we didn't eat well last night. We lacking in nutrition. Since it's Mr. Lin's order, we'll certainly do the heavy lifting of chopping trees. But can we have some meat for dinner? Get lost, Wei Xingshan cursed, kicking Wang Yong into the forest. He himself took an axe and followed. With some time still before noon, according to their current route, after crossing the river, they would reach their destination in about 5 kilometers. Therefore, there was no urgency. The mercenaries went to chop trees while the others distanced themselves from the riverbank to sit and rest. Mr. Lin, why are you having everyone chop down trees? Lu Qing approached Lin Shuo to inquire. Just in case, Lin Shuo replied, gazing at the river. Could you elaborate? Lu Qing asked with a smile. You see, this kind of wilderness survival experience is quite vital for our line of work. If you could share your wisdom, it would be akin to saving our lives. Lin Shuo looked at her. She had short hair and a wheat-colored complexion, far from as striking as Anne, yet her features were pleasant, and her words were agreeable. There's something in the water, Lin Shuo said slowly, lowering his gaze. The expressions of those present subtly shifted as they exchanged glances. What is it? Yang Tuo asked. I don't know yet. Lin Shuo shook his head. But it's better to be cautious. After resting for over 2 hours, sounds emerged from the forest as the mercenaries returned from logging. This group of men had not slacked off. Lin Shuo had instructed them to bring back larger trees. And they emerged carrying 7 red-barked spruces, 2 by 2. The branches had been cleared, leaving only the trunks, each with a diameter of over 30 centimeters. Leading the way, Wei Xingshan, drenched in sweat, thrust the largest spruce before Lin Shuo, asking, Mr. Lin, how about this? Is it big enough? That'll do, Lin Shuo replied, glancing up. And what next? Wei Xingshan asked, panting. Lu Qing, sensing the implication, quietly inquired, is Mr. Lin planning to use these to lay the bridge surface? Yes, Lin Shuo nodded. Isn't that a waste of time? Lu Qing questioned, puzzled. Lin Shuo's brows furrowed slightly, just as and interjected, Mr. Lin must be considering that when we cross the bridge, we need solid footing beneath us. Lin Shuo cast a surprised look at and before nodding. Exactly. Otherwise, whether we traverse slowly along the iron chains or slide across the zip line, there would be no opportunity to evade danger, making us easy targets. If I'm unsteady on my feet, I won't be able to ensure your safety. Is it really that dangerous? Lu Qing asked. Lin Shuo slowly surveyed everyone, stating, there's a village just 5 kilometers away. Logically, this should be a thoroughfare, and this bridge shouldn't be so neglected. Yet, with the surface in such disrepair, doesn't it strike you as odd that no one maintains it? That's a valid point. Wei Xingshan seemed to grasp the implication. It's not that the bridge is in ruins, leading to a lack of traffic. Rather, it's that no one dares to cross, resulting in its decay. Lin Shuo shot a glance at Wei Xingshan. How come you suddenly became so clear-headed? Heh. Wei Xingshan chuckled awkwardly, not responding. I support Mr. Lin's approach. Professor He Zihong interjected at this moment. Regardless, repairing the bridge is a noble endeavor. Moreover, we will not only be crossing once. We will return as well. It would be best for everyone to pitch in. Xiaoyang, assist Mr. Lin in measuring the width of the bridge surface. Yes, Professor, Yang Tuo replied, pulling a tape measure from his pack. Be careful. Just as Yang Tuo approached the iron bridge, Lin Shuo suddenly tensed, yanking Yang Tuo back. Chapter 11. The king of freshwater fish Lin Shuo usually spoke in a calm tone with a soft volume. However, the warning "be careful" erupted from his core like a thunderclap, sending chills through everyone. Panic surged within them as they turned to look at Lin Shuo, who stood at the riverbank. They then caught sight of a fleeting flash of white on the river. The white flash zipped past the iron bridge at incredible speed. With the midday sun blazing, the creature glinted, leaving most unable to discern what it was, however, as it darted across the bridge and fell back into the water. It made little noise, akin to a stone plopping into the river. Lu Qing, not only the equipment expert of the mercenary team, but also an exceptional sharpshooter, possessed keen eyesight that surpassed others. She cried out, "It's a fish!" As she spoke, she gestured with her hands, indicating a length of less than half a meter, adding, "About this big." Wei Xingshan glanced at Lin Shuo, thinking he might be overreacting. He had anticipated something substantial, yet it was merely a fish. Indeed, the fish had jumped high, clearing the 10-meter bridge in a single bound, but it was just a fish. Wei Xingshan chuckled awkwardly, attempting to lighten the mood. This certainly poses a safety hazard. While it's not too big, if it collides with us, it wouldn't be pleasant. Yet the mercenaries below were less agreeable. Oh come on, we toiled all morning like fools, just for a fish? Hey, if we wait until we cross the river, and that fish collides with us, we could use a knife to catch it for dinner. Looks like Mr. Lin can miss things too. Enough of you lot. He's just considering our safety. Stop the chatter and get to work, and turned her gaze towards the silent Lin Shuo, her eyes glimmering with questions. However, the enchanting lady was quick-witted. Upon observing Lin Shuo's current expression, she realized the situation was far from simple. Lin Shuo disregarded the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on the river's surface point. One of his hands slowly moved behind him, reaching for the quiver on his back. Everyone, step back and softly caution. No sooner had her words left her lips than a flash of white light shot out from the water. Following that, a series of white streaks rapidly ascended from the river, tracing parabolic arcs through the air. Some fish leaped low and darted beneath the bridge, while others soared directly over the iron suspension bridge. A few unfortunate ones collided with the iron cables, altering their trajectories and struggling to fall back into the water. These fish were not small. In fact, their numbers were increasing as they leapt from the water's surface. Initially, the onlookers found it amusing, considering it a spectacle. However, as the fish continued to emerge in greater numbers, their expressions grew increasingly grave. One fish might be inconsequential, but a multitude leaping from the water was indeed alarming. Both the biologists and mercenaries present began to ponder a pressing question. Why were these fish jumping out of the water? And what incredible initial velocity must they possess to leap so high? Surely, something must be pursuing them from behind. Lin Shuo's expression grew more solemn. He extended his hand behind him and slowly drew an arrow from his recurved bow. This arrow was significantly thicker than ordinary ones, nearly as wide as a person's arm and close to 2 meters in length, resembling a javelin in Lin Shuo's grasp. After a minute or two, the school of fish that had leaped over the iron bridge seemed to have mostly passed, with fewer fish breaking the surface. At that moment, a singular flash of white, unlike the others, emerged from the water. Its trajectory distinct from the rest. It leaped from a position less than 5 meters horizontally from the bridge, soaring high into the air, reaching a height of 5 or 6 meters above the iron suspension bridge. Directly above it, where it reached the apex of its parabolic arc, its spindle-shaped body paused for less than half a second. Only then did the crowd discern that this fish was actually a bluish-gray hue. As this half-meter-long fish, appearing to weigh over 10 pounds, stretched its body in midair, preparing to descend, a tremendous splash erupted from the river as a colossal creature surged forth. It was a monster measuring over 10 meters in length. With a pointed snout and a rounded head, its streamlined body was yellow and white, adorned with sharp spines along its sides, it resembled a runaway truck, hurtling out of the water at high speed, colliding head-on with the fish that had jumped the highest. The impact from the massive creature's tail struck the iron suspension bridge, producing a resounding crash and causing the entire structure to sway alarmingly. Before anyone could react, the successful predator had already passed over the bridge and plunged back into the roaring river. A colossal splash sprayed onto the shore, prompting the crowd to instinctively dodge. As if responding to Anne's earlier warning to retreat, Wei Xingshan observed the river's surface gradually returning to tranquility, his complexion turning pale. Others were left in a prolonged state of shock, regardless of the nature of the creature. When an individual reaches such a size, it is undeniably terrifying. The more they contemplated, the more they felt a chilling dread. Had Lin Shuo not issued his warning moments ago, not only would they have risked being struck or bitten by that creature, but the mere passage of such a behemoth nearby could have been enough to frighten someone to death. The king of freshwater fish, Lin Shuo, had already returned the arrow to his quiver, his demeanor easing as he concluded that the culprit behind the lingering fishy scent on the bridge was indeed this creature. Its threat was minimal. This fish is also known as a sturgeon. Yang Tuo adjusted his glasses and remarked that the waters near the Heilong River were the habitat of this species, with the largest sturgeons weighing several tons. The fish that had just leaped over the bridge were, in fact, salmon, a cold water species known for migrating upstream to spawn, and they served as a significant food source for sturgeons. Elder He Zihong nodded slightly, then expounded, every autumn, as the cold winds begin to blow, large schools of salmon return to freshwater to spawn. The waters here are the narrowest in the vicinity, with numerous hidden reefs in the river. As the schools of fish pass through this area, they are compelled to slow down, yet predators are hot on their heels. The salmon must leap out of the water to evade their foes, resulting in the spectacle of fish leaping over the iron bridge we just witnessed. What is even rarer is the sturgeon we just sw'd. It is indeed a rarity to encounter such a large wild sturgeon. The builder of this iron bridge clearly lacked biological knowledge. Yang Tuo adjusted his glasses again, shaking his head. Constructing a bridge here, especially one with such poor stability, is exceedingly unsafe. It is no wonder no one dares to cross it. Yang, you are mistaken. He Zihong interjected. If the safety of the bridge were compromised by the hunting behavior of the sturgeon, then it would be simpler to eliminate the sturgeon altogether. Despite its formidable size, it would hardly stand a chance against fishermen. It is worth noting that wild sturgeons in northeast China are nearly extinct. How could the threat of a single fish justify the abandonment of a ready-made bridge? That would be akin to throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Therefore, the anomaly lies in why such a large sturgeon exists. If it frequently appears here, why do the locals not hunt it? At this point, He Zihong turned to Lin Shuo, inquiring, Mr. Lin, what are your thoughts? Indeed, Lu Qing chimed in, Mr. Lin, why didn't you take action earlier? Wouldn't that have been a service to the community? This king of freshwater fish was merely hunting. It posed no threat to us. So why should I intervene? Lin Shuo shot her a glance. The mina perched on Lin Shuo's shoulder spoke up, don't be fooled by its size. In a fight, it's just a club. Even if our brother Shuo were to enter the water, he could only exert a fraction of his abilities, and dealing with it would be a matter of minutes. Brother Shuo, this task isn't particularly challenging. How about I give them a discount, say $5 million? The mina's words left everyone momentarily speechless. Anne's expression froze. Elder 8, I think we should let it go. Our research institute's funding is indeed limited. You're such a miser. You know that? The mina turned its head away. Lin Shuo ignored the bird and gestured towards the iron bridge. The danger has temporarily passed. Everyone, let us cross the bridge quickly. If Professor He has any questions, he can ask the locals. What about those wooden materials? Wang Yong asked at that moment, glancing at the few red-skinned spruces with a pained expression. Not just Wang Yong, but other mercenaries who had put in effort also felt a twinge of reluctance, as they had expended considerable effort to obtain them. Well, you can lay the bridge at your leisure. I'll go ahead. Lin Shuo remarked, leaping lightly onto one of the iron cables and leisurely stepping forward. The cable beneath his feet, pressed down by both his weight and that of the recurved bow on his back, not only remained taut but also emitted creaking sounds, as though it might snap at any moment. Yet, the cable held firm, and Lin Shuo's figure soon vanished into the forest on the opposite bank. Chapter 12. heaven and hell. After confirming that the danger had temporarily passed, the group crossed the bridge one after another. To ensure the safety of the two scholars, Wei Xingshan insisted on utilizing the zip line to bring them across. The river had delayed the group for nearly 4 hours, and by the time the main party regrouped on the opposite shore, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Lin Shuo had not wandered far and was waiting for them in the woods. When they set off again, the mina perched on Lin Shuo's shoulder seemed to have developed an interest in the elderly Professor He Zihong. Flying onto the old man's shoulder, He Zihong was somewhat surprised and looked at the little mina on his shoulder, asking, "Elder 8, do you have something to say?" "Old man, I heard you talking about fish earlier, and I think you know quite a bit," the little mina said while preening its feathers with its beak. "I've heard you're a biologist?" He Zihong chuckled. "I suppose so." "Oh, you biologists, what are you seeking that fellow for on this trip?" The little mina continued to inquire. "Research," He Zihong replied. "This creature is truly unique, and our International Biological Research Society is very interested in it." "I don't particularly like hearing that," the mina said, sounding a bit displeased. "Elder 8, am I not special? Let me tell you, old man, my lineage is what Brother Shuo referred to as the Phoenix bloodline. Incredibly impressive. How about this? If your research society offers $30 to $50 million, I might consider cooperating with you." This left He Zihong's face stiffening as he glanced at Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo, walking ahead, did not turn back. He Zihong forced a smile and said, "How could we do that, Elder 8? You're usually so busy." "And no problem," the mina declared grandly. "It's just a matter of drawing a little blood. I'll replenish it in no time," and walked up beside He Zihong, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation, asking, "Elder 8, what's going on? Are you trying to sell yourself?" "Madam, mind your own business," the mina retorted. "Wait until the day you sleep in Brother Shuo's bed and become Elder 8's sister-in-law. Then you can concern yourself with my affairs." The mina's words left and speechless, eliciting laughter from the others. Though none dared to comment further, this mina did not shy away from confrontation. Apart from Lin Shuo, it was unafraid to challenge anyone. He Zihong hesitated for a moment, realizing he could no longer deflect, and finally admitted, "Elder 8, what do you think makes you most special?" "I'm smart," the mina replied. "Have you ever seen a bird as clever as I am?" "Indeed, clever," He Zihong remarked. "I have long heard of Elder 8's reputation. You truly are the smartest bird I have ever encountered, and you resemble a human more than any other. However, what?" the little mina asked. The dialogue between the man and the bird has now captured the attention of everyone present. Eager ears are perked up, keen to hear the insights of He Zihong, a renowned authority in biology. After all, the existence of Xiaoba, the magpie, is in itself rather peculiar. However, He Zihong refrains from continuing the discussion. Instead, his student Yang Tuo interjects, "Your brilliance may astonish the average person, but to us, it holds little value. You bear a striking resemblance to humans. Yet, being human is arguably the least valuable trait from a biological perspective. Are there not already enough humans in this world? Moreover, your intelligence must surely stem from the Lin family." "Enough, Xiaoyang," He Zihong interrupted Yang Tuo's explanation, adopting a cheerful demeanor as he addressed Xiaoba. "Master Ba, you are a treasure beyond price, but you already have an owner. How could we possibly intrude upon that bond? Perhaps you might inquire whether Mr. Lin would consider it." "Humph, two bookworms lacking in discernment," Xiaoba retorted, returning to Lin Shuo's shoulder. "Brother Shuo, I found out that they indeed have no interest in me." "Foolish bird," Lin Shuo shot Xiaoba a sidelong glance. "Did I ask you to inquire?" "I merely wanted to ascertain my worth," Xiaoba replied. "They do not comprehend your value." The mountain path was rugged, and the group continued for over 3 hours. As dusk began to settle, a glimmer of hope emerged. A trail had begun to reveal itself. With a path now in sight, the mountain village could not be far off. Upon cresting the final ridge, bathed in the warm glow of the sunset, Lin Shuo finally beheld the village. The bizarre scene before him caused him to halt in his tracks. Elevated in terrain with a panoramic view, the village below lay bare. Nestled within the mountains, a small river wove through the valley, bordered by both land and water. While somewhat remote, the layout appeared quite commendable. Along the village path to the west of the river, numerous figures could be seen bustling about. It was just the hour for dinner, with wisps of smoke curling up from chimneys, presenting a serene and tranquil tableau. Yet, To the east of the river lay a stark contrast, a scene of collapsed structures. The wooden houses appeared as if ravaged by a tornado, with shattered planks strewn about. Fragments of glass glimmered under the setting sun. A chaotic array of domestic items scattered across the ground. The 10-meter-wide river seemed to delineate a boundary between paradise and despair. This village was, according to Russian police intelligence, the site of an attack by that strange creature. And approached Lin Shuo, gazing down at the valley, and softly remarked, "Yet, it is rather strange." Indeed, Wei Xing also joined them. If the village on the eastern bank was attacked, one would expect the residents of the western village to have fled. Who would argue against that? Wang Yong added, "How can life proceed as normal in such circumstances? Their audacity is astonishing. When occurrences deviate from the norm, something sinister is afoot," He Zihong stated. "Let us conduct an on-site investigation." Yang Tuo set down his heavy pack, retrieving a small box from within, which he opened with a click, checking the completeness of the tools inside. "All right. However, with so many of us equipped for battle, we might alarm the locals. Thus, we shall proceed as follows," Wei Xing commanded. "The rest of you will set up camp here. Wang Yang will keep watch over the surrounding peaks. I will escort the two scholars to the site. Miss Anne, Mr. Lin, would you care to join us?" And glanced at Lin Shuo's expression and, seeing no objection, nodded slowly. "We shall go." The group of 6 descended the mountain, following the village path and first entering the ruins. The moment they stepped into this space, they felt the ground beneath their feet was markedly different from the road outside the village. Although it was still a dirt path, the ground was unexpectedly hard and level. From the first step into the ruins, Lin Shuo's demeanor turned somber. He quickly flared his nostrils, as a faint yet familiar scent lingered in the air, pulling him back to that stormy night 6 years prior. Even amidst the heavy rain, the nauseating odor had lingered. This scent, intertwined with the memory of his father Lin Leshen's blood, was etched deep within Lin Shuo's mind. Over these 6 years, this memory had haunted him like a nightmare, robbing him of sleep in the dead of night and awakening him in the early hours. Lin Shuo's complexion began to pale, and he patted himself down, recalling that the last 3 cigarettes had been consumed during the tribute to the ancestors. "Mr. Lin, are you all right?" and inquired at that moment. "It's nothing." Lin Shuo forced a smile and asked, "Do you have any cigarettes?" "Oh," and quickly rummaged through her bag and produced a box of Zhonghua cigarettes, intended for Xiaoba. Lin Shuo took one from the box, and then promptly lit it for him, noticing his hand trembled ever so slightly. "Mr. Lin, are you sure you're okay?" and scrutinized Lin Shuo's face with concern. "I am fine now." Lin Shuo took a drag from the cigarette, his complexion improving slightly as he surveyed the surroundings. From above, it seemed as if a tornado had swept through, but upon stepping into this space, it became apparent that the devastation was far more severe. It appeared as though an enormous steamroller had flattened everything. The building materials strewn about the ground seemed whole, yet when Yang Tuo attempted to lift them for sampling, they crumbled to dust. He Zihong's expression grew increasingly grave. Typically, during such field investigations, clues emerge one by one, gradually revealing the circumstances of the event, leading the researchers on site to greater understanding. Yet now, as he surveyed the remnants of walls and debris, he felt increasingly bewildered. He Zihong sensed his professional fervor waning, supplanted by an inescapable dread that began to take root within him. There are no signs of blood. Yang Tuo stood up. It seems the villagers simply vanished without a trace. Could it be that they were all devoured by that creature? Wei Xing remarked, "Look around at the destruction. Something of that size could easily consume a person whole, leaving no blood behind. But over 180 people are missing. Are they fools? Did they wait to be devoured one by one without attempting to escape?" Yang Tuo's question left Wei Xing momentarily speechless. Scratching his head in confusion, "I've heard that this creature is a large serpent," Lu Qing asked, her voice trembling. "Not a serpent." Lin Shuo shook his head. "It's at least not a serpent as you imagine it. Whatever it is, it surely cannot have simply fallen from the sky," Yang Tuo queried. "Yet, there are no traces of it around. It must have appeared out of thin air, abducting over 180 people, only to vanish without a trace." Indeed, He Zihong lamented, "With such a massive frame, such a heavy body, it cannot possibly fly. And even if it burrowed underground, it should have left a hole at this moment." "And seemed to have a revelation," her gaze suddenly fixating on the river a few dozen meters away. After contemplating the river for several moments, she looked back at Lin Shuo, her eyes seeming to seek confirmation. Lin Shuo nodded slowly. Mr. Lin, are you suggesting? And hesitantly inquired, its tracks lead to the river. What? This is impossible. This 10-meter-wide river is the creature's trail. It could carve a river simply by passing through. You are all becoming increasingly absurd. To carve out a river is no small feat. If it truly possesses such capability, I would turn back and abandon this endeavor without hesitation. Lin Shuo, under the scrutiny of those around him, exhaled a plume of smoke. What I mean is, this river, over 10 meters wide, could barely accommodate it, likely emerged from the water. Chapter 13. The Great Serpent at the village entrance that night. Lin Shuo and the group of 6 did not cross the river but instead returned to the mountains. While Lin Shuo had elucidated the creature's approach and retreat, many enigmas lingered in the ruins. For instance, why had 182 individuals vanished into thin air? If they had been attacked by that entity, why was there not a single drop of blood to be found? Furthermore, why did the western village remain so tranquil? Time does indeed have the power to heal wounds and dispel fear. Yet less than a month had passed since the eastern village was attacked, a period that seemed woefully insufficient. Why had the residents of the western village not relocated? With these questions in mind, the group resolved to refrain from crossing the river into the western village, opting instead to prepare themselves for tomorrow's venture. Upon returning to the mountain, night had already fallen. The mercenaries discovered a water source on the mountain, a small stream, likely one of the tributaries feeding into the river of the village. They gathered around a campfire by the stream, encircled in warmth. This situation is undeniably suspicious, Wei Xingshan mused, snapping a twig and tossing it into the flames. Indeed, He Zihong concurred, the events here, based on current evidence, extend far beyond a mere biological attack. Professor, Captain Wei, I don't think we need to overcomplicate matters. Yang Tuo adjusted his glasses, his demeanor calm as he stated, our mission is clear. To locate that extraordinary creature and capture it if possible. Other matters are irrelevant to our International Biological Research Society. Yang Tuo's remarks rendered the surroundings momentarily silent, before Wei Xingshan nodded in agreement. Dr. Yang makes a valid point. We are not the Russian police. We are not here to solve a mystery at that moment, Wang Yong remarked. While you were surveying at the foot of the mountain, we brothers up here felt something was amiss. What is it? Wei Xingshan inquired. I can't quite put my finger on it. Wang Yong hesitated before continuing, Captain Wei, do you remember the incident in North Africa 2 years ago? Upon hearing Wang Yong's words, Lin Shuo noticed Wei Xingshan's face stiffen momentarily, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes. What happened in North Africa 2 years ago? Lu Qing seemed to have noticed Wei Xingshan's unusual demeanor and softly asked. There's nothing to hide, Wei Xingshan replied. 2 years ago, Wang Yong, several other brothers, and I were still active Special Forces soldiers. It's not convenient to disclose the specific unit. In short, we were there under the guise of the International Peacekeeping Force. Executing a mission, we suffered a setback that time. 16 of us entered that forest, and only 5 emerged alive. We were ambushed. Wang Yong sighed. It was only later that we realized we had been under surveillance. Being followed from a distance at this juncture, Wang Yong paused, turning his gaze towards Wei Xingshan. Captain Wei, perhaps I am being overly sensitive. While I was on guard in the mountains tonight, I felt an eerie resemblance to our time in North Africa. As if someone were covertly watching us. Have you conducted a sweep? Wei Xingshan asked. Of course, I have. Wang Yong shook his head, but found nothing. Not so. I say I might be overreacting. Or perhaps the other party is highly skilled. Wei Xingshan furrowed his brows, turning to Lin Shuo. Mr. Lin, your instincts are keen in this regard. Have you sensed anything? Upon hearing this, Lin Shuo quickly flared his nostrils, sampling the myriad scents in the air. Before slowly shaking his head. No, however, my methods are effective for tracking wild animals. If it's someone from the hunting circles, that's another matter. Why is that? And asked. The abilities of my Lin family, aside from a few secret techniques, are fairly well known among peers, especially among the 6 prominent families of hunters who have fought alongside us for many years. Knowing our capabilities, they would certainly know how to guard against us. Lin Shuo replied nonchalantly. The 6 prominent families? Lu Qing inquired curiously. What is that? Lin Shuo shot her a glance. Since I've accepted payment, I intend to execute this task flawlessly, ensuring that you survive with minimal casualties. Hence, I share this information with you to emphasize the need for caution. However, I am not foolish. If I divulge the identities of the 6 families, you may not seek my services for the next job. Mr. Lin, you are too modest, and smiled slightly. Even among the 6 families of hunters, you are undoubtedly a distinguished expert. Each of the 6 families has its strengths. Comparisons are futile. Lin Shuo shook his head. Turning to Wei Xingshan. Captain Wei, sometimes, in the wilderness, our instincts as animals can be more beneficial than knowledge and experience. Although I have yet to detect anything unusual in our surroundings, we must remain vigilant. Mr. Lin is quite right. Wei Xingshan raised his head, surveying the mercenaries around them. Tonight, we shall double the night watch. Understood. That night, Lin Shuo consumed only a bit of stream water, neither eating nor sleeping. He remained seated in a corner of the camp, vigilant throughout the night. In the morning, Lu Qing began to understand Lin Shuo's nature. Whether eating or sleeping, he possessed an imposing spirit, preferring to resolve matters in one fell swoop. Take meals, for instance. He could go days without food after consuming a 60-pound roe deer. As for sleep, after a long journey, Lu Qing had never encountered such a lethargic man. Yet upon entering the mountains, he became insomniac. When Lu Qing shared this with and in the morning, and appeared unfazed. Hunters are like that. This seems quite different from our usual perception of hunters, Lu Qing remarked. Have you ever heard of such large creatures? Inquired. Lu Qing shook her head. Since such creatures exist in nature, we must have individuals adept at dealing with them, and stated. Confronting extraordinary beings relies on the legacy of hunters, yet both remain largely unknown today. Once it was confirmed that the malevolent creature had traversed the river, Lin Shuo's sense of smell became ineffective. This area still belonged to the Heilongjiang River basin. While the water network was not densely packed, it was still interconnected. This river led to the great river previously crossed by the group, which further flowed into the Heilongjiang. Although this creature was enormous, the vastness of the Heilongjiang basin was of a geographical scale, a completely different concept from biological size. Searching blindly was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, to locate this extraordinary being, support from locals was essential. However, among the 19 individuals in Lin Shuo's expedition, most were robust men with military backgrounds, equipped with fine weapons. If they all descended the mountain, it would be akin to invading a village. The villagers would be more focused on defense than revealing information, making it exceedingly difficult to extract any intelligence. Of course, intimidation or coercion was an option. But such tactics evidently did not align with the operational ethos of the International Biological Research Association. That morning, after everyone in the temporary camp rose, they began deliberating on who would descend into the village. And Lu Qing were the first to be designated. In terms of gathering intelligence, women possessed an inherent advantage. Yet these two were far from ordinary women. Yang Tuo, praised by He Zihong for his calmness during significant events, was also included. The last spot fell to Lin Shuo, the strongest combatant of the group, whose slender physique rendered him inconspicuous. Lin Shuo patted his recurved bow behind him, shaking his head, indicating that it was too conspicuous. Mr. Lin, you should stay here to guard the bow, Wei Xingshan said solemnly. I swear on my honor as a soldier that I will protect it well. Wei Xingshan was the first to be excluded from the descending party. His imposing stature and fierce appearance made him unsuitable. Lin Shuo cast a glance at Wei Xingshan, his expression one of skepticism, and spoke. Remember, you owe me a life. Wei Xingshan's expression faltered for a moment before he nodded earnestly. After this exchange, Lin Shuo addressed Xiaoba, the magpie. Xiaoba, stay with him to keep watch over the bow. If there is any sign of trouble, descend immediately to inform me. Understood, Xiaoba chirped in reply. With the discussions concluded, the 4 donned vibrant attire suitable for hiking and began their descent. The visibility at the foot of the mountain was considerably poorer than that at the summit. After circumventing a small river at the mountain's edge, the 4 of them walked for half an hour before catching sight of the village entrance in the distance. Look, what is that? Lu Qing, with keen eyes, spotted something at the village entrance and exclaimed in surprise. A large snake was coiled at the village's entrance. Chapter 14. The black water dragon in this unnamed small mountain village beyond the greater Xing'an range, the east village had been attacked by a gigantic, extraordinary creature 2 months prior, resulting in the disappearance of over 180 individuals and the destruction of homes. Clues discovered at the scene indicated that the malevolent being was a colossal serpent. Now, Before Lin Shuo and his companions, a large snake lay coiled at the entrance of the west village. Even in its resting position, it towered 2 stories high. Lu Qing, a sniper from the Chinese Special Forces, felt her pupils dilate as she instinctively reached for the Colt M2000 handgun concealed in her backpack, which held 15 rounds. This was the only weapon the 4 of them had brought down the mountain, originally intended as a precaution, hidden in a rather inconvenient location. Nevertheless, Lu Qing managed to grasp the weapon, confident that she would not miss such a large target. Yet, despite having her hand on the gun, she found herself unable to withdraw it, as Lin Shuo's hand shot out like lightning, gripping her wrist. Lu Qing instinctively struggled but could not break free. "What are you doing?" Lu Qing stared at Lin Shuo. "What are you doing?" Lin Shuo replied, lifting his gaze to meet hers. "A snake." Lu Qing exclaimed in astonishment. "Look closely," Lin Shuo said indifferently. Seeing Lin Shuo's calm demeanor, Lu Qing's anxiety eased, and she scrutinized the large snake 200 meters ahead. "Why is it so still?" Lu Qing began to feel something was off. "Deputy Captain Lu." Young Tuo adjusted his glasses, letting out a sigh. "Have you ever seen a snake with skin that resembles tree bark? All bumpy and textured?" "That's just tree bark," Lin Shuo concluded. "It's a fake." Lu Qing's tense muscles finally relaxed as she recognized the truth. It was merely a fake snake, resembling the dragon used in traditional Chinese dance, except that this one was crafted from tree bark rather than paper. However, it was remarkably lifelike. From a distance, it appeared entirely real. What on earth are the villagers doing, placing a fake snake at the entrance? Lu Qing complained. "That's terrifying. Having just been attacked by a snake, they set up another one at the entrance." Yang Tuo echoed her confusion. "What kind of logic is that?" Lin Shuo released Lu Qing's wrist and said, "Shall we go in and inquire?" From a distance, the village appeared quiet, but once Lin Shuo and his companions entered, they discovered it bustling with activity. This commotion was not of noise but of ceaseless busyness. With families coming and going, seemingly preparing for something, a pig's squeal shattered the tranquil hustle in the 3rd courtyard they passed. 5 strong men were struggling to hold down a wriggling white pig on the chopping block. A man in his 60s, hands clasped behind his back, emerged from the main house, casting a fleeting glance at the scene both inside and outside the courtyard, disregarding the commotion of pig slaughtering within. He picked up a bamboo chair and settled himself at the entrance of the yard, withdrawing the pipe from his waist, striking a match to ignite it, and began to smoke leisurely, his squinting eyes assessing the 4 individuals standing outside the courtyard gate. "Good day, sir," and promptly greeted him. "Where do you hail from?" the old man inquired after taking a few puffs from his pipe. "This place is merely 20 kilometers from Heilongjiang," he noted, speaking in the local dialect, a thick accent characteristic of northeast China, and, with a touch of Beijing dialect, replied, "We are climbers from China, and it appears we have lost our way here. May we ask for directions?" "Oh, you come from across the river. Your stamina is quite commendable," the old man complimented, then continued, "There is a small town called Jialinda, about 40 li to the southeast along the banks of the Heilongjiang. You must have come from there, right?" "Indeed," and nodded. "Did you spend the night in the mountains?" "Yes." "Looking at your delicate appearances, you seem capable of enduring hardship," he observed. "If you head north from here, there's a larger village, but it lies over 40 li away. It would be quite a trek." Just then, the commotion of the pigs in the yard escalated. The old man glanced over, his expression momentarily stiffening. A large white pig had managed to break free. Darting around the courtyard in a frenzy, 5 men scrambled to chase after it and block its path, creating utter chaos. The old man knocked his pipe against the door frame, cursing, "A bunch of fools." Unable to even handle a pig, as he was berating them, the large white pig seemed to find its escape route, turning abruptly towards the entrance of the courtyard. Its size resembled that of a small tank, weighing around 400 pounds, and as it changed direction, the men in the yard panicked. "Watch out, Grandpa, move aside." While the younger ones were in a flurry, the old man maintained a semblance of calm. In the village, there were no designated butchers. Whenever a pig was to be slaughtered, they typically called upon him, the old hunter, to wield the knife. Over his lifetime, he had dispatched hundreds of pigs. Little did he anticipate that this time, fate would turn against him. As he stood there momentarily distracted, one of the tall, lean youths among the 4 stepped forward to shield him. when the pig was merely 2 meters away from the entrance. It skidded to an abrupt halt. The pig raised its head to gaze at the young man, subsequently trembling all over, quaking as if caught in a sieve. The young man took a step closer, and the pig lost control of itself, collapsing onto the ground in a heap. The people in the courtyard stood in stunned silence. "What are you all waiting for? Tie it up," the old man shouted, prompting the men to spring into action, hastily binding the pig. Seeing the pig secured, Lin Shuo slowly turned and stepped back out of the courtyard. The old man squinted at Lin Shuo, his expression suggesting he had something to say but hesitated. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Young man, why don't you and your companions stay for a meal?" "Oh, that would be quite embarrassing," and interjected. The old man ignored her, his gaze fixed on Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo forced a smile, albeit a strained one. "I have quite the appetite." The old man nodded. "You'll be well fed here." That day, the 4 of them thoroughly enjoyed 2 hearty meals of pork at the old man's home. The pigs here were not the lean varieties found in the cities. They were plump and large, each part brimming with fat in Lin Shuo's eyes, while the old man's skills in slaughtering pigs were somewhat lacking. His culinary prowess was remarkable, particularly in preparing the lantern-hanging dish, which consisted of pig offal, made with great flavor. During those 2 meals, Lin Shuo ate comfortably, though he refrained from gluttony, knowing well how challenging it was for villagers to slaughter a pig. The old man's enthusiasm was akin to their homemade liquor, smooth yet warming to the heart. After the meals, a rapport had developed between the old man and Lin Shuo's group, with conversations flowing freely and, in particular, not only possessed beauty but also a sweet tongue, spinning tales that delighted the old man's family, even though none of it was true. She wove a narrative in which she and Lin Shuo, Lu Qing, and Yang Tuo were a quartet of young couples, all graduates of prestigious Chinese universities, who had come here for hiking. To cover up Lin Shuo's earlier predicament, she concocted a story about his ancestors being pig slaughterers, earning him a roll of the eyes. After dinner, as everyone felt satiated, Yang Tuo and Lu Qing claimed they would go for a stroll to aid digestion, but in reality, they intended to gather information from other households. Lin Shuo and remained behind to chat with the old man. "Old sir," and sensed the timing was right and casually asked, "What was the deal with that snake we saw when we entered the village this morning? It scared me to death." "Ha ha, don't be afraid, young lady," the old man chuckled. "That was the Black Water Dragon King, watching over us." "Oh, what is the Black Water Dragon King?" and inquired further. "Is it a deity?" The old man nodded. "It's quite normal for outsiders like you to be unaware. The Black Water Dragon King is the guardian spirit of this region, encompassing a radius of 4 to 500 li. Is the Black Water Dragon King a huge snake, comparable to the statue at the village entrance?" and continued to probe. That statue pales in comparison to the real Black Water Dragon King. It's merely a 3-point likeness." The old man's voice lowered solemnly. "The true Dragon King is far grander and far more formidable. From what you say, it sounds like you've encountered it yourself." And remarked, "Indeed," the old man affirmed, "when I was a child, I witnessed its majestic presence." "Really? You actually saw it?" And Lin Shuo exchanged glances, immediately asking for more details. "Yes, indeed," the old man recounted, lighting his pipe. "I was about 7 or 8 years old, foolishly wandering in the mountains and got lost. Then, it appeared before me. Oh, it frightened me so much that I wet my pants and fainted." To this point, the old man chuckled. "You mustn't mock me for my youthful cowardice. It truly was a terrifying sight. The size of that creature, the statue at our village entrance, is but a small loach in comparison. Its head was nearly the size of a house, and its body was as long as a train. Even if you 4 strapping young men were to see it, you would surely faint. With such a size, it would indeed be terrifying," and agreed, then asked, "What happened next?" "The following morning, I awoke at the village entrance, my father shaking me awake, and I had no injuries whatsoever," the old man continued. "The village elders claimed that it was the Black Water Dragon King who had guided me back along the river by our village." After sharing this tale, the old man gazed out the window, a hint of nostalgia on his face. "I've spent my entire life hunting. I carry heavy burdens of karma. Since I grew up and began venturing into the mountains, I have never had the fortune to encounter it again. From what you say, the Black Water Dragon King is benevolent?" and inquired thoughtfully. "Indeed, it watches over us," the old man affirmed. "Old sir, may I ask you something? What is it? What is the story behind the ruins across the river? As An posed this question, Lin Shuo carefully observed the old man's expression. The old man, with his weathered face and squinting eyes that sparkled, seemed momentarily taken aback. He paused, then sighed. Ah, those outsiders, they brought this upon themselves for their ignorance. Outsiders? Aren't they from the same village as you? And asked. This story is quite lengthy, the old man replied, taking a couple of puffs from his pipe. Over 70 years ago, when the Japanese occupied the northeast, my grandfather led the villagers to flee here. Finding this place with mountains and rivers, they settled down. However, in the beginning, life was incredibly tough. A group of farmers, having long abandoned the skills of their ancestors, faced starvation as their food supplies dwindled, and it seemed they would not survive the first winter. Then each morning, the villagers discovered dead animals along the riverbank. Roe deer, wild boars, and even deer, all fresh meat. That winter, the 30-odd villagers relied on these animals to survive. My grandfather, curious, sat by the river one night and finally witnessed the true form of the Black Water Dragon King. It turned out. During the night, it made repeated visits to deliver meat to our village. Later, my grandfather learned that not just our village, but thousands of people who had fled from the south and settled within a few hundred li received its aid. From that time on, we have remembered the Dragon King's grace throughout the region. There's a saying here. If one sees the Dragon King just once, it will remember that person and bless them with a lifetime of safety. I consider myself fortunate. Having seen it as a child, I have encountered no misfortune in the mountains throughout my life. However, the Dragon King has one taboo. No one is to disturb the creatures of the water. If anyone dares to do so, it shall become displeased. At this point, the old man paused, taking a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and exchanged a glance with Lin Shuo, nodding slightly. The mystery of the iron cable bridge on the river seemed to unravel, and the undisturbed sturgeon likely owed its fate to the Black Water Dragon King. However, soon the two recalled the nearby Jiolinda, merely 5 kilometers away, where the locals appeared to lack such taboos. As they had often witnessed numerous fishing boats, it seemed that once one departed from the banks of the Heilung River and ventured into the greater Xing'an Range, the rules transformed entirely. Are you suggesting that the neighboring village was cursed by the Black Water Dragon King due to their meddling with the waters? And inquired promptly. Indeed, the old man replied, spitting the tea leaves back into his cup while nodding. This group of people only moved here in the last 2 or 3 years, most of them having been unsuccessful in their endeavors back home, coming here to work for a Russian forestry company, felling trees in the nearby mountains. They found our place appealing and settled across the river. This group is detestable. We warned them not to disturb the waters, yet they refused to heed our caution. Casting nets after fish in the river. Do you believe the Dragon King would tolerate such insolence? It's been nearly a century since I've heard of the Dragon King unleashing such fury. In the past, if someone disturbed the waters, the Dragon King would simply take a few livestock in the dead of night, and that was that. No harm done. But as you can see, this time the entire village has been ground to dust, and the people have vanished. Listen well, you young ones. The things in the mountains may be consumed for survival, but never meddle with the waters. The Dragon King has been in a foul mood lately. And nodded repeatedly. You need not worry. We urban dwellers would struggle to even flounder in the water, let alone disturb it. That's good, the old man, appearing somewhat weary, yawned and said, Now, we have a significant matter to attend to in the village tomorrow. You all need to rest early for your journey. Elder, what is the matter in the village tomorrow? The Dragon King's messenger is coming to preside over the village's Dragon King festival, the old man replied. The Dragon King's messenger? Who is that? He is the one who can communicate on our behalf with the Dragon King. Such a person exists, of course. The snake statue we erected at the village entrance is for the messenger's blessing. This event is more significant to us than the new year. The old man continued, Once I get busy tomorrow, I may not be able to attend to you. No problem, elder, you attend to your affairs. We will manage. Very well, sleep early. That night, Lin Shuo and the 3 others rested in the guest room of the old man's home. Although it was called a guest room, it was actually the room of the old man's younger son. To accommodate guests, the old man had moved to his second son's room. Yang Tuo and Lu Qing, after gathering information from other households, returned as well. The 4 squeezed into one room, with the 2 women sleeping on the bed while Lin Shuo and Yang Tuo made do on the floor. As they pooled the information they had gathered that evening, They found it aligned closely with what the old man had previously mentioned. So, this black water dragon king is indeed our target? Lu Qing whispered. It appears so, Yang Tuo replied. Yet I did not anticipate that this extraordinary creature would have such a strong local following. It seems that gaining the support of the locals for this hunting expedition may prove quite challenging. Are we still going to hunt it? Lu Qing asked. It sounds as though this creature is more like a guardian of humankind. The local villagers, numbering in the hundreds, are human, but what of the 182 loggers who have vanished? Are they not human? Yang Tuo replied solemnly. When did the fate of humanity become subject to the whims of an animal? At this moment, and interjected, Dr. Yang makes a valid point. If the Black Water Dragon King is indeed responsible for the disappearance of those 182 loggers, then it must face the consequences. But those 182 are merely missing, Lu Qing contended. There is no evidence suggesting they are dead. Shouldn't we clarify this matter? That is indeed true, and queried. But where do we begin our investigation? I believe our immediate priority should be to locate the so-called Black Water Dragon King, Yang Tuo suggested. Finding individuals in these remote mountains is no easy task, but locating such a large creature should be relatively simpler. However, even the locals would find it exceedingly difficult to encounter the Black Water Dragon King, Lu Qing noted. Did we not inquire about this? Even they do not know where the Black Water Dragon King resides. I heard an elder here mention that the Dragon King's messenger, who can communicate with the Black Water Dragon King, is coming tomorrow. This might be a lead, and remarked Mr. Lin. Do you truly believe there are individuals capable of communicating with such extraordinary beings as the Black Water Dragon King? Given your familiarity with the hunter circle, why feign ignorance? Lin Shuo replied coolly, and chuckled lightly. Indeed, we have heard that the Zhang family among the 6 prominent hunting families possesses secret techniques to converse with beasts. Moreover, the Zhang family's activities are also situated near the 3 eastern provinces. Are you suggesting that the Zhang family might be connected to this Dragon King's messenger? I never claimed such, Lin Shuo said gravely. The Zhang family is the most hot-headed among the 6 families. In past hunts, they have suffered the highest casualties. They would never intertwine with the Black Water Dragon King. If they did, it would either be their demise or that of the Black Water Dragon King. With no other outcomes possible, Lin Shuo's words resonated firmly, casting a hush over the room. After a moment and inquired, then this matter must be unrelated to the Zhang family, Mr. Lin. I must confess, we originally intended to invite not only you but also the current head of the Zhang family, Mr. Zhang Lianhai. This was partly due to their proximity and also because we heard that the Lin and Zhang families have a particularly harmonious collaboration. If both families' experts were to act together, it would be foolproof. However, Mr. Zhang seems to have vanished. We simply cannot locate him. Upon hearing Zhang Lianhai's name, Lin Shuo fell silent. The night in the greater Xing'an range, devoid of urban light pollution, was shrouded in darkness. In that gloom, a small flame illuminated Lin Shuo's face as he struck a match to light a cigarette. The guest cigarette the old man's second son had offered him during the day, which he had kept tucked behind his ear. The small flame quickly extinguished, the glowing ember flickering in the darkness. Brother Zhang and sister Zhang perished 6 years ago on Kunlun Mountain, Lin Shuo said, his tone calm. What? Anne's voice rose an octave. I know you're trying to extract information from me, Lin Shuo replied. But discussing this now is of little consequence, for they have been gone for over 6 years. And was silent for a moment before saying, you previously mentioned that our target this time is the extraordinary being from Kunlun Mountain? Indeed, is the Black Water Dragon King truly that formidable? Even when your father and Mr. Zhang Lianhai joined forces, the events on Kunlun Mountain 6 years ago were not merely about one extraordinary being. It was far more complex, Lin Shuo interrupted and, redirecting the conversation, the Zhang family indeed possesses the ability to converse with beasts, yet this skill is not their ultimate secret. Within our hunter circle, such abilities are not uncommon. Half of the 6 prominent families possess this talent. Beyond them, even outside the hunter community, there are others with similar capabilities. Simultaneously, we cannot rule out the possibility that this Dragon King's messenger is incapable of communicating with the Black Water Dragon King. Yang Tuo interjected. He may be employing some form of deception to exploit the local people's connection with the Black Water Dragon King for personal gain, and responded, it seems we must remain here for another day. Tomorrow, we shall witness this so-called Dragon King's messenger. Chapter 16. The Dragon King Festival. That night, Lin Shuo, who had not slept in several days, finally succumbed to slumber while fully clothed. The Lin family possessed a secret method that allowed descendants not to sleep after entering the mountains. But this approach took a heavy toll on the body. When it was safe to sleep, Lin Shuo would never hesitate. Just as he drifted into sleep, a sudden crackle of firecrackers woke him. Opening his eyes to the window, he noted that the sky had yet to brighten. The two women in bed sprang up simultaneously. "What time is it?" 4:30. Setting off firecrackers at such an early hour is utterly inconsiderate. "I thought I was back in the barracks," Lu Qing grumbled, rustling as she began to dress. "You all continue sleeping. I shall go take a look and no need to sleep," Lin Shuo softly said, listening to the commotion outside. "The Dragon King's messenger has arrived." When the four emerged from the house, they discovered the old man's home was enveloped in darkness and silence. The family had long since departed. Less than 100 meters from the old man's house, in the direction of the village entrance, the sound of firecrackers was soon accompanied by the rhythmic beat of drums. Following the sounds, they turned a corner and found the village entrance teeming with people, already surrounded by layers of onlookers. The villagers were remarkably quiet, gathered around the enormous snake statue at the village entrance, most holding torches that illuminated the surroundings as bright as day. From within the crowd emerged a sound that was neither singing nor chanting, a peculiar hum that echoed in the air. Not far from the throng stood a robust red-barked spruce tree, over 10 meters tall. Tethered nearby was a gray donkey, munching on a bucket of beans. Oblivious to the commotion around it, Lin Shuo and his companions approached. The donkey merely glanced up before returning to its meal. Lin Shuo circled around the donkey, swiftly climbed the tree, and found a sturdy branch to perch upon. Leaning against the trunk, Lu Qing and Anne, two women, skillfully ascended the tree, particularly Anne, who swiftly made her way to Lin Shuo's side. In contrast, Yang Tuo, the burly man, attempted to climb but, after a brief struggle, awkwardly strolled around the base of the tree before choosing to sit against the trunk. Lin Shuo pushed aside the branches obstructing his view, finally discerning the scene within the crowd. Beside the towering serpent statue sat an elderly man. Likely in his 50s, he was clad in a long black robe and wore a slate-gray cap, with a grizzled goatee adorning his chin, while he held a sanxian, a traditional Chinese three-stringed instrument. His attire suggested he was a traditional Chinese minstrel. That moment, he was humming and indeed singing something. However, this particular style of singing was unfamiliar to Lin Shuo. The voice was deep and hoarse, revolving around a few monotonous tones. At first, it seemed dull, yet upon prolonged listening, it revealed a certain charm. Given Lin Shuo's background, he was well aware of the extraordinary individuals and tales within the realm of folk traditions. Such minstrels were considered among the lowest echelon of society, and Lin Shuo was no stranger to them. Although he had never heard this particular style of singing before, he understood that such monotonous forms were typically employed for storytelling. The melody was inconsequential and the instrument of little value. What truly mattered were the words spoken. Lin Shuo listened intently and began to comprehend. The old man's lyrics narrated a series of tales revolving around the Black Water Dragon King, how it was born, how it attained enlightenment, how it ascended to become a divine dragon, and why it descended to the mortal realm, appearing here to assist people. The old man possessed remarkable stamina, singing for over an hour. As Lin Shuo absorbed the tales, he found himself truly engaged. By the time the old man finished, the daylight had fully emerged, and the villagers' torches had long since extinguished. Mr. Lin, and, noticing the old man had concluded his song, softly inquired, "Do you think the stories he sang are true?" "Well crafted," Lin Shuo nodded, acknowledging the old man's skill. He has finally done?" Lu Qing shook her head. "I nearly dozed off." After finishing his performance, the old man accepted a cup of tea offered by a villager, then slowly rose to his feet, proclaiming in a clear voice, "Listen closely, everyone. The Dragon King has recently been displeased. The outsiders across the river have offended him. Out of mercy, he has chosen not to punish them, merely sending them across the river. He is discerning, understanding that you are different from them, and thus does not hold you accountable. However, we must not take his kindness for granted. Besides erecting a statue in his honor, prepare some offerings for tomorrow and pay your respects by the river. This matter will then be resolved. Everyone can rest easy and live well, for the Dragon King will protect us." Upon hearing these words, the villagers' faces lit up with joy. The Dragon King is wise. I've never liked those outsiders. But they are still human lives. If there were bloodshed, it would be a sin. The Dragon King's actions are truly benevolent. Without a doubt, our family will provide a sheep for the offerings. We will contribute 5 chickens. Our family will present a whole pig. As the calls grew louder, firecrackers ignited once more at the edges of the crowd. The villagers dispersed, creating a larger space in the center as the drum and gong ensemble began to play, and the Yanga dance commenced. The jubilant atmosphere resembled the celebratory spirit Lin Shuo experienced during his childhood New Year festivities. The traditions of these people mirrored those of regions south of Heilongjiang, though after more than half a century away from their homeland, they had incorporated a new custom, the Dragon King Festival. The emissary of the Dragon King, dressed in a black robe and blue hat, presided over a ceremony once the villagers had sufficiently celebrated. After reciting lengthy prayers before the serpent statue, he led the villagers in a series of respectful bows. Hundreds of villagers knelt at the village entrance, willingly bowing their heads in synchronized reverence, demonstrating profound sincerity. The solemnity of the ritual was truly awe-inspiring. Following this, the villagers set off a string of firecrackers, marking the conclusion of a tradition that had gradually evolved over a century. The once serious expression on the Dragon King's emissary's face relaxed. As the crowd began to disperse, the old man accepted a bag of corn flour from the villagers. Gesturing as if to decline something, he then approached Lin Shuo, who was seated beneath a red-skinned spruce tree. Upon nearing, he noticed Yang Tuo sitting at the base of the tree, pausing momentarily in surprise before saying nothing. He merely hung the bag of flour on the back of a donkey, removed his long robe, and placed it in the donkey's saddlebag. From the bag, he retrieved a short black jacket, and having already worn trousers and cloth shoes, he transformed into a more compact and agile figure. After changing his attire, the emissary glanced up at Lin Shuo perched in the tree, his expression unchanging, and led the donkey out of the village. Lin Shuo observed that the donkey carried 4 bags of flour, indicating that this village was not the emissary's first stop, nor likely his last. Lin Shuo signaled to his companions, prompting those who had climbed down from the tree to stand aside. Trailing behind the emissary at a distance, the old man's donkey was merely a means to carry goods. He himself did not ride upon it. Yet, the old man's pace was notably quicker than that of the average person. After traversing a hill, while the others appeared relatively untroubled, Yang Tuo, with his scholarly background, was already panting heavily. Lu Qing took out a walkie-talkie from her backpack to contact Wei Xingshan on the mountain. Observing that she had made arrangements, Lin Shuo decided to venture alone into the dense woods. The massive recurve bough, chasing grandfather, had been separated from him for an entire day, previously overseen by Xiaoba and Wei Xingshan. Now that Lu Qing was in touch with Wei Xingshan to intercept someone, he intended to return to the temporary camp and retrieve chasing grandfather. Entering the mountains, he felt a sense of security with chasing grandfather and Xiaoba by his side. Upon reaching the temporary camp in the mountains to collect Xiaoba and chasing grandfather, Lin Shuo heard a commotion ahead. Listening closely, he realized that the swift-moving Dragon King's emissary had been intercepted by Wei Xingshan and the hired mercenaries. Chapter 17. The ones within the door. By the time Lin Shuo arrived at the scene, the old man and his donkey had already been subdued by Wei Xingshan and the others. Facing the armed men surrounding him, the old man remained remarkably composed. "Gentlemen, have I offended any of you?" Wei Xingshan shook his head, pointing to Lin Shuo, who had just arrived. "Ask him." The Dragon King's emissary looked at Lin Shuo, then at the massive recurve bough on his back, his demeanor shifting from calm to wary. Lin Shuo felt a slight stir within him and asked, "Do you know who I am?" "You are a hunter." The emissary replied, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. "It seems you are one of the insiders, which simplifies our conversation." Lin Shuo nodded. "Speak then." Those referred to as insiders are individuals with ancestral legacies engaged in rare professions. They possess abilities beyond the ordinary, with some even bearing exceptional skills, regarded as having crossed thresholds invisible to common folk. Hunters are one such category of insiders. Insiders vary in status, some being prominent and others obscure, with thresholds crossed differing greatly. The Hunters Guild, to which Lin Shuo belonged, had the most concealed yet highest threshold, with the 6 great families of the guild existing only in legend. The old man, as a minstrel, could hardly be considered an insider. He was merely a part of the wandering folk. Clearly, the Dragon King's emissary was more than just a simple minstrel, for he was able to discern Lin Shuo's identity. As for which door he had entered, Lin Shuo was uncertain and had no desire to inquire. In this world, there are many thresholds invisible to the common eye. Yet those that merit the respect of a hunter from the 6 great families are exceedingly rare. The Dragon King is benevolent. The emissary's voice rose, his expression becoming fervent. The village by the river did not provoke him. You cannot harm him. It seemed the old man had anticipated this day. Not only had he discerned Lin Shuo's identity, but he also guessed the purpose of Lin Shuo's visit. However, this was not surprising. All insiders should be aware of the existence of hunters. With the growing reputation of the Black Water Dragon King, it was only a matter of time before hunters would come knocking. Lin Shuo replied coolly, "You did not express this sentiment in front of the villagers. What else could I say?" The emissary glared at Lin Shuo before his demeanor softened. And he sighed, "Although my lineage possesses ancestral skills, we have been pushed abroad, leaving us far from the power of you hunters. Once an insider falls into disrepute, can they still speak plainly with people or converse with spirits? How can one earn a living?" Lin Shuo glanced at the 4 bags of flour on the donkey and said, "Very well, I believe you speak for a meal. Now tell me, how do you know it was not the Black Water Dragon King responsible? When has the Dragon King ever committed such acts?" The emissary argued, "He has been here for so many years, bestowing only grace upon us. How could he bring down punishment?" At that moment, and interjected, "I heard the locals say that one should not disturb the creatures of the water, lest the Dragon King bring down punishment." The emissary's expression froze momentarily as he glanced at Lin Shuo. Appearing somewhat guilty, "That was a fabrication on my part. To secure my livelihood, I had to instill fear of the Dragon King in them. If they do not fear him, how will they convey my messages? Without their cooperation, how could I benefit?" As the Dragon King's emissary spoke, he gestured towards several sacks of flour on the donkey, his expression tinged with a sense of helplessness. "I must eat, after all. Those livestock that were consumed, I pilfered them in the dead of night, employing some ancestral tricks," he sighed, adding, "One must indulge in meat occasionally. Livestock are far too valuable to them. If I were to ask directly, it would not bode well for me," and shook her head, choosing not to say anything further. "My dear," the emissary remarked, glancing at Anne, "you must come from a prominent family in the city, unaware of the hardships we endure in these mountains. Truly, we are no better off than in the southern regions, where the government provides protection. Here, in this desolate land, survival is a challenge. Those of us from the mountains seek but one thing: peace and safety. While I cannot offer them safety, I can provide them with peace of mind. My means of survival may be dishonorable, yet they rely on me. Traversing these mountain paths at my age is no simple feat. Furthermore, my desires are modest. I seek merely to scrape by. At this juncture, the emissary turned toward Lin Shuo, saying, "Esteemed hunter, you possess great abilities. My small tricks are surely beneath your notice. However, the Dragon King is indeed a force for good. If you were to slay him, it would not only be a grave sin but would also sever my livelihood. Since you believe the village below is not the work of the Black Water Dragon King." Lin Shuo inquired, "Then who is responsible?" "How would I know?" The old man replied, "To be honest, I am terrified. With such a significant incident occurring, who wouldn't be frightened? Yet, if I chose not to come, who would trust me afterwards? Wouldn't I be jeopardizing my livelihood? Thus, I mustered the courage to come. I didn't even dare eat. As soon as the matter is resolved, I shall depart post-haste." Having expressed his plight, the Dragon King's emissary sighed heavily and continued, "Now that you are here, let it be. I have waited a lifetime for this day. Those within the gate say that hunters are reliable. I implore you to clarify the situation. If there are indeed other threats, eliminate them, and I shall traverse these mountain paths with ease." However, the Dragon King could never be responsible for this. A group of individuals interrogated the Dragon King's emissary for quite some time. Yet they gleaned little information. The old man initially revealed a fragment of useful information, but subsequently reverted to circular rhetoric. Lin Shuo recognized this as characteristic of those entrenched within the gates. Such individuals can often persuade others with just a few words. Given the lofty threshold of the Lin family, they naturally disdain such petty tricks, yet how to guard against others' deceitful tactics is a lesson well learned. Lin Shuo trusted not a single word that came from the old man's lips. Nonetheless, his disbelief did not extend to others. For instance, Lu Qing, typically a spirited woman, was presently ensnared by the old man's convoluted rhetoric. Having not only relinquished all her provisions to him, but also inquiring of and how to transfer money, Lin Shuo swiftly decided to release the Dragon King's emissary. If this continued, what the old man would abscond with would not be limited to the donkey alone. Before departing, the emissary cast a glance at Lin Shuo, cautioning, "When the villagers cast their offerings into the river tomorrow, do not accompany them. That is my ruse. The Dragon King would never appear at such a time. We are all of the same ilk. This old man has not concealed this matter from you, and I ask for your mercy. Should you attend, the villagers will perceive outsiders as usurpers of their blessings, leading to chaos. If matters escalate and you disclose my little tricks, I shall be unable to survive. In truth, while they cast offerings upstream, I gather them downstream. It is all meat." After delivering this confession, the old man wore an embarrassed expression, awkwardly chuckling, "I only seek to make a living." Upon returning to the temporary camp, the group settled down to share intelligence. This expedition to the mountain village had indeed unraveled some mysteries. Yet the situation remained as enigmatic as ever. Presently, 3 questions demanded clarification. He Zihong, having rested for a day on the mountain, appeared in good spirits as he analyzed, "Does the Black Water Dragon King truly exist? If so, what is it? And where is it now? Did not the Dragon King's emissary state that the village's troubles were not the work of the Black Water Dragon King?" Lu Qing queried. "Then why pursue him? Such words from a charlatan should not be trusted," He Zihong replied, shaking his head. "His statements may be a mix of truth and falsehood. We can only document them for now and seek verification step by step." "Indeed, the teacher is correct," Yang Tuo interjected. "Currently, all evidence points toward the existence of the Black Water Dragon King. Particularly the biological characteristics align with our research findings, indicating it is indeed a massive serpent." "Mr. Lin, what are your thoughts?" and inquired, her lovely gaze shifting to Lin Shuo. The old trickster's final remark was peculiar, Lin Shuo mused. Had he not mentioned it, I might not have taken note of the villagers' offerings to the river tomorrow. His previous warnings against approaching the waters were merely to facilitate his own retrieval of offerings. This is his primary source of income. Yet, why did he feel the need to disclose this to me? Those within the gates are most wary of placing their trust in others, especially regarding their means of survival, which they would never divulge lightly. His final statement essentially placed his livelihood into my hands. Whether I choose to jeopardize it rests solely on my disposition. It is indeed unusual. He Zihong nodded. "Mr. Lin, do you have any insights?" "He wishes for me to note the significance of tomorrow's offerings," Lin Shuo stated. "That is why he specifically brought it to my attention." "Then why would he do so?" Wei Xingshan pondered aloud. "What motive could he have?" "That remains unclear," Lin Shuo replied, shaking his head. "However, he has essentially handed his livelihood to me, and among those within the gates, employing such a tactic is more binding than a solemn oath, often a last resort. It appears I shall have to visit the riverbank tomorrow." Chapter 18. Shadows on the river. That night, Lin Shuo and his companions spent the night in the mountains. Earlier, Wang Yang had expressed a feeling of being watched, prompting Wei Xingshan to take precautions by sending people to scour the nearby hills. Ultimately, no suspicious activity was detected. However, they did come across a wild boar, which Wang Yang felled with a crossbow. This hefty creature, weighing over 500 pounds, resembled a small mountain, and it took 4 mercenaries all their strength to carry it back to camp. The team was both thrilled and somewhat troubled. This mercenary squad, comprised of elite soldiers prior to their retirement, was unaccustomed to handling such tasks in the wilderness. While they had no issue with killing the boar, they were utterly clueless about how to process it in this desolate terrain. Lin Shuo certainly knew how, yet he had no intention of intervening, and the others dared not mention the matter in his presence. Ultimately, it was the old Professor He Zihong who stepped forward, teaming up with his disciple Yang Tuo to handle the wild boar. Both were esteemed figures in the field of biology. He Zihong directed the process while Yang Tuo executed the tasks. In no time, the substantial wild boar was skinned and butchered. Despite their scholarly backgrounds, both were no strangers to surgical tools due to their biological research. When Yang Tuo wielded his knife, he deftly avoided the bones with ease. As the pork was being prepared, He Zihong approached Lin Shuo with a slight smile. "Mr. Lin, I noticed you carry some seasoning. May I borrow a bit?" Lin Shuo regarded the esteemed biologist and, without a word, retrieved a bottle of his homemade seasoning from his pack, handing it over. He Zihong accepted the seasoning but did not leave. Instead, he sat beside Lin Shuo and continued, "Mr. Lin, may I accompany you on your journey to the river tomorrow?" "That is not possible," Lin Shuo replied, shaking his head. "Could you share your reasoning?" He Zihong asked, calm and amiable. "Why do you wish to go?" Lin Shuo countered. He Zihong chuckled. "I have a strong premonition that this time we have a significant chance of encountering it." Lin Shuo shook his head, responding, "The Dragon King's emissary conveyed this information to me using the tactics of those within the gates. Thus, this matter is far from ordinary. I cannot ascertain whether we will encounter the Black Water Dragon King, but the danger is considerable. If I go alone, there are no reservations. However, bringing you two scholars along complicates matters." He Zihong observed Lin Shuo's demeanor and chose not to press further. Instead, smiling, "Very well, we shall defer to Mr. Lin's judgment." Once He Zihong departed with the seasoning and approached, sitting cross-legged beside Lin Shuo, softly asking, "May I join?" Lin Shuo remained silent. "Bring her along," chirped the little 8-colored bird as it fluttered back from the woods. Perching on Lin Shuo's shoulder, "This woman is obedient and will not cause us any trouble." Lin Shuo glanced at the little bird, contemplated briefly, and nodded, "Very well. Thank you, Mr. Lin." The following morning, sounds of drums and gongs emanated from the direction of the village across the mountain. Almost the entire village, some carrying offerings, others herding livestock, and some striking gongs and drums, merrily made their way toward the riverbank. Lin Shuo and stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the throng of people. "Wow, there's quite a lot of offerings," and exclaimed. Lin Shuo observed the commotion below, feeling a twinge of astonishment himself. Indeed, the offerings were considerable. Over 20 domesticated animals, chickens, ducks, and geese, were neatly arranged on trays, each adorned with a red ribbon around their necks. 3 pigs, too, had been meticulously prepared, with 6 men each carrying half a carcass on their shoulders. Behind the crowd, a cow was being herded along. While such items might not be remarkable within China, among these villagers it was evident they had invested significantly. "That old fellow has certainly struck it rich this time," Xiaoba remarked. Yesterday, when Lin Shuo conversed with the Dragon King's envoy, the bird had been perched in a tree, listening intently. "Can he manage all of this by himself?" and inquired softly, "And there's even a live cow." "You needn't worry about that," Lin Shuo replied. "Though his circumstances may not be the best, he is still one of us, possessing skills that ordinary folks lack." As he spoke, Lin Shuo led and Xiaoba down the mountain, trailing behind the villagers. After following them for a while, he diverged onto a side path. There were only a few mountain trails, and the path the villagers took was the same one Lin Shuo's group had traversed 2 days prior after crossing the iron suspension bridge. The villagers' destination for the offerings was likely the bridge, located 5 kilometers away. Lin Shuo did not need to follow them any longer. He intended to ascend to a higher vantage point for a more suitable observation. Moreover, with the noise created by the villagers, drumming and shouting, there was no way they could go unnoticed. Once he turned onto an uphill path, Lin Shuo quickened his pace slightly. This acceleration was gradual, and as he picked up speed, he kept an eye on and to ensure she could keep up. He recognized her exceptional nature, but had been too indifferent to explore it further. Since he had the opportunity for solitude, he decided to test her capabilities. Maintaining a careful balance, he did not exert himself to the fullest. Yet, after 5 or 6 minutes of gradually increasing speed, he found himself moving at a pace beyond what ordinary individuals could match. Surprisingly and strikingly beautiful and possessing a gentle demeanor, not only kept up but did so with apparent ease, unlike Lin Shuo's brisk and determined style. An's approach to climbing the mountain appeared far more elegant. She utilized branches to leverage her ascent, nimbly jumping over rocks to take shortcuts, and when no other option was available, she adhered to the mountain path. It was as if she had memorized every detail of the mountain. After following Lin Shuo for more than 10 minutes, she showed no signs of fatigue, her graceful form always by his side. Observing her method of ascent, Lin Shuo felt enlightened. She was indeed one of their own. This technique, known as mountain splitting, was rare among practitioners, and those who could employ it typically shared the same surname. "Weren't you hiding away quite well before?" Lin Shuo asked as they walked. "What made you reveal yourself now? If I didn't disclose my identity, I feared you might hold it against me." And replied lightly, matching his stride with a charming smile. "No wonder you knew where I was in seclusion." Lin Shuo shook his head, speaking in a nonchalant tone, "Since we have crossed the same threshold, why conceal your identity from me? Why resort to verbal tricks? Your family's upbringing is indeed commendable." He added this, and flushed and hurriedly explained, "Please don't take offense, Master Lin. Our branch has long resided overseas. My parents passed away early, and I am truly unfamiliar with the customs and etiquette back home." "Then why this sudden understanding of these rules?" Lin Shuo inquired, and lowered her gaze, replying, "I just felt that since Master Lin is already testing me, if I do not let you know my identity, you might never trust me again. At least you possess a modicum of cleverness," Lin Shuo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her. "Very well, we are both without parents. So let us drop the formalities. Remember, if anything arises, do not act rashly. Follow my lead." "Understood," and replied at that moment. Xiaoba flew to An's shoulder, gently pecking at her hair. "So, you've been one of them all along?" he inquired. "Indeed, Ba Yi," she affirmed. "You've hidden it well. I won't dare do so again," and playfully stuck out her tongue, her gaze drifting back to Lin Shuo. "By the way, how many generations does your family span?" Xiaoba continued. "Since I've addressed you as Ba Yi, it's clear I'm a junior in your family. By generational hierarchy, I should refer to Mr. Lin as uncle, and added no need for that. Just call him brother," Xiaoba interjected casually. "Otherwise, we'd be mismatched in generations, which could complicate future relations." "Then if we're the same generation, should I call you Ba Yi or Baga?" and asked, her eyes narrowing playfully as she stifled a laugh. "There's no need for such youthful pretenses. I'm only 12, Xiaoba replied, tilting his head and returning to Lin Shuo's shoulder. As the three conversed, they soon reached the mountain summit. Lin Shuo had not erred in his choice. This peak was the highest within 100 miles, offering an unparalleled view. From this vantage point, the villagers heading to deliver their offerings appeared no larger than a line of ants. The great river that had previously delayed Lin Shuo and his party for over 4 hours lay not far ahead. A gentle breeze wafted from the mountaintop, carrying the scent from that direction. Lin Shuo twitched his nostrils, finding nothing amiss, quite a distance, and observed, finally taking in the scene below. "If the Black Water Dragon King appears, will we be able to capture it?" "Why do you suddenly sound so foolish?" Xiaoba retorted. "The Black Water Dragon King is enormous, and its domain is in the water. Do you truly think we are deities who can pluck the moon from the sky or catch turtles in the vast ocean? As hunters, our strength lies on solid ground. Once we enter the water, we lose a great deal of our abilities. Engaging that creature near the water would be tantamount to courting death. We must lure it to land. But how do we lure it from such a distance?" and asked. "I send there away with you too." Xiaoba hopped onto the giant recurve bow on Lin Shuo's back, pecking at the bow's body. "Isn't that right, Zhuai Yi?" "Xiaoba, be quiet," Lin Shuo said, narrowing his eyes at the river's surface. Suddenly, he snatched the recurve bow from his back. There's movement in the water. Upon hearing Lin Shuo's warning, and quickly turned her gaze, indeed, beneath the surface, a dark silhouette was slowly gliding, partially concealed by the water. From atop the mountain, the river appeared to be merely 3 feet wide. However, and recalled having seen this river's narrowest section, which spanned at least 50 meters. The shadow moving beneath the surface resembled a large eel swimming through a narrow ditch, at first glance. It was unremarkable, but considering the river's true width, it was indeed formidable. "Now that's a real giant," Lin Shuo murmured, swiftly drawing an arrow as thick as his arm. Chapter 19. The Dragon King appears right beneath the watchful eyes of Lin Shuo. And Xiaoba, the dark silhouette in the river, leisurely approached the long-abandoned iron suspension bridge. Though it was described as swimming, its movements differed significantly from that of a water snake. A water snake coils and undulates to propel itself through the water, utilizing a greater range of motion than when it slithers on land. In contrast, the massive shadow beneath the river remained nearly straight, with only slight lateral undulations. A Harvard PhD in biology, and quickly recognized this anomaly. It wasn't swimming, it was crawling along the riverbed. Not daring to disturb Lin Shuo in this moment, she silently repeated her observation in her mind. Simultaneously, she deduced the reason. For a creature of such size, the river, over 50 meters wide, was simply too narrow to swim freely. If it attempted to do so, its body would collide with the banks. Thus, it was forced to crawl along the bottom. The realization sent chills down Anne's spine, as she finally grasped the true nature of the giant Lin Shuo had mentioned. Women often harbor an innate fear of serpents, and Anne was no exception. Feeling a wave of anxiety, she turned her gaze from the river to Lin Shuo. Compared to the shadow in the water, this man appeared far more reassuring. The glasses he had previously worn were evidently a disguise. Since leaving Guangxi, he had not put them on again. However, the years of wearing them had left 2 faint white marks on his nose. Lin Shuo's complexion was fair, and he was quite handsome, but his manner of speaking was not particularly endearing as she examined his profile and found her fear gradually subsiding. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Shuo remained oblivious to her shifting gaze. His focus entirely on the river. As a hunter, he understood that recognizing one's prey was paramount. The shadow remained submerged, showing no signs of surfacing for air. Consequently, the air nearby bore no trace of its scent. Its coloration and patterns were too distant and obscured by the water to discern clearly. Yet, based on its size, it resembled something significant. Still, Lin Shuo refrained from acting hastily. He wished to confirm one final detail. The shadow's tail was obscured from view by a hill on the riverbank. Meanwhile, the group of villagers below had been making their way closer, their lively sounds echoing less than 100 meters from the riverbank. They ought not to be able to perceive that shadow at this juncture, and whispered softly, "The transparency of water is influenced by the angle of observation. We are positioned at a height, with our perspective nearly perpendicular to the river's surface, thus allowing us to faintly discern the shadow. However, the villagers, situated by the riverbank and hindered by the sunlight's reflection, are unable to see it." "Shuagu, it's time to act," Xiaoba urged. "If we delay any longer, this group will meet their demise." "There's no rush," Lin Shuo replied, fixated on the shadow's movements on the river's surface. "Xiaoba, please confirm something for me. Its tail, right?" Xiaoba flapped her wings and took to the air. "I'll go take a look." Just as Xiaoba ascended, the river erupted in a flurry of waves, and the shadow beneath the surface suddenly stirred. To Lin Shuo and Anne's astonishment, the front half of the shadow became increasingly discernible, revealing a hue of bluish-gray, swiftly separating from the flowing water. At last, its head emerged above the surface. The entirety of that former freshwater fish king would scarcely match the size of this monstrous head that now breached the river. This creature's head briefly surfaced, seemingly surveying the commotion along the bank, before rapidly retracting back into the depths. The splash created by its emergence drenched the villagers, who were still several dozen meters from the shore. In a deluge of water, "Lord Dragon King, the Lord Dragon King has revealed himself. He truly holds us in esteem." Cries of jubilation echoed, and it observed as the villagers knelt in reverence. Meanwhile, the immense shadow beneath the surface began to glide swiftly along the riverbed. It surged forth like a train barreling through a tunnel, stirring the entire river into a frothy tempest, the surface boiling with monstrous waves. As it advanced, its tail finally circled around the mountain peak. According to Anne's preliminary calculations, this shadow measured over 300 meters from head to tail. If it were to be likened to a serpent, then all other serpents in existence would pale in comparison to this colossal creature. The enormous serpent-like monster traversed the waters beneath the iron suspension bridge, before disappearing behind the mountain in Anne's line of sight. The sight before her left and profoundly impacted, rendering her momentarily speechless. When she finally regained her composure and turned to Lin Shuo, she found this legendary hunter of the Hunter's Gate lost in contemplation atop the peak. "Mr. Lin, why do you not take action?" and inquired. "Shuagu, I have discerned the tail. It is not the one we seek." Xiaoba returned to Lin Shuo's shoulder, her tone tinged with disappointment. "Not it?" and exclaimed in surprise. "How could that be?" "I have long harbored doubts regarding its identity," Lin Shuo replied, shaking his head. "The creature from Kunlun Mountain has been monitored by the Hunter's Gate for over a millennium, with no records of it ever departing from Kunlun. Even if it escaped 6 years ago by feigning death, that would account for only these 6 years. According to the village elder, he witnessed this black water dragon king in his youth 50 years ago. Perhaps his account is not entirely credible. However, the tradition of the Dragon King's sacrifice, which the entire village has upheld, cannot be fabricated in merely 6 years. Such customs cannot be feigned. Therefore, This black water dragon king must be a local anomaly, rather than the creature from Kunlun Mountain. After articulating this, Lin Shuo turned to and, of course, you and your International Biological Research Association may not concern yourselves with such distinctions. Whether it be the beast from Kunlun or this black water dragon king, you would likely find both equally intriguing. Capturing either would suffice. Mr. Lin, please do not misconstrue my intentions, and gestured dismissively, her demeanor resolute. Our International Biological Research Association is indeed keenly interested in the world's extraordinary beings, but our current objective is to capture the entity responsible for the disappearance of 182 individuals. This is unequivocally our focus. Whether the Black Water Dragon King is the creature from Kunlun Mountain is of no concern to us. We merely need to ascertain its role as the perpetrator in this incident. I would remind you, Mr. Lin, that we are the employers, and you have already accepted this contract. Anne's words were logical and assertive, her demeanor a stark contrast to her previous submissiveness. This prompted Lin Shuo to regard her with renewed respect. Though he soon shook his head again, I have been to the site for confirmation. That incident was not the work of the Black Water Dragon King. Do you possess any evidence? And pressed. As a member of the Hunter's Gate, you should be aware that the Lin family possesses an extraordinary sense of smell, Lin Shuo stated. I have discerned the scent at the scene. Just as he spoke, Lin Shuo paused, his nostrils twitching rapidly as he murmured, "No, that's not right. What is it?" and inquired, sensing his unease. Lin Shuo, attuned to the scent within his nostrils, pondered deeply, his brow furrowing slightly. It has sustained an injury. Are you suggesting that the Black Water Dragon King is wounded? Indeed, Lin Shuo affirmed with a nod. I caught a whiff of the Black Water Dragon King's scent 3 days prior when I ventured into the mountains. It surfaced nearby, observing us for an entire day and night. I discerned it was not the target of our mission, hence I opted not to complicate matters and advised you to steer clear of it. However, the scent it emitted upon surfacing this time was markedly different. The metallic tang of blood was quite pronounced, indicating it has sustained significant injuries. At this juncture, Lin Shuo's eyes brightened as he nodded thoughtfully. So, the messenger of the Dragon King intended to inform me of the Black Water Dragon King's injury. This creature, not only formidable but also revered in these parts. What could have possibly wounded it? And asked, "What do you think?" Lin Shuo cast a sidelong glance at Anne, his tone nonchalant, and quickly grasped the implication, opting not to respond verbally, instead smiling. So, shall we proceed with this transaction? Certainly. Chapter 20. The solitary fisherman in a straw raincoat on the banks of an unnamed river in the outer Xing'an Mountains. The villagers of Longxinggu knelt upon the ground, their foreheads bowing in reverence to the turbulent waters before them. Over 100 heads rhythmically struck the earthen path at the river's edge. The sound echoing in a percussive cadence, as they bowed, the villagers, both young and old, fervently shouted, "Blessings, blessings." Who would have thought that the Dragon King would manifest before so many of us? The Dragon King's messenger spoke truly. The venerable Dragon King indeed cares for us. What are you all dawdling for? Toss the offerings into the river. Quickly, quickly. No more bowing. Where is the ox? Bring the ox here. After collectively completing their bows, the villagers soon found themselves caught in a strange phenomenon. They proclaimed their loyalty to the Black Water Dragon King, their voices crescendoing in fervor. Even Lin Shuo and Anne, atop the mountain, could hear them clearly. Yet, they remained rooted to the spot, as if their feet were encased in concrete. The river before them roiled as if boiling, waves crashing violently, and the sky darkened ominously, heavy with clouds. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Their hearts a tumultuous mix of excitement and trepidation. The old hunter, having encountered the Black Water Dragon King in his youth, was the first to rise from the ground. Lighting a dry cigarette, he sauntered to the riverbank to observe the commotion below. None of the villagers dared approach the river, their gazes fixed upon the old man. From Lin Shuo's vantage point atop the mountain, he could see that the Black Water Dragon King was approaching from upstream, moving southward. This section of the river was the narrowest, and beyond lay the confluence of this river with the Heilong River. At this moment, Lin Shuo and Anne could clearly see that the Black Water Dragon King had already departed. Yet, from the riverbank, one could not draw that conclusion, for the riverbed was churning with sediment stirred up by the creature, rendering the water murky and the surface still undulating with residual waves. More disturbingly, As the black water dragon king departed, the sky darkened further. Suddenly, a tempest arose upon the river's surface, as if a storm were imminent. The old hunter glanced at the water, then at the sky, before beckoning his sons. They hurried forward, casting the pig they had slaughtered 2 days prior into the river. With one person leading, the task became much easier. The villagers, emboldened, began to toss chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs into the river. Eventually, the ox succumbed to the collective strength of the dozen or so young men and was also pushed into the water, with the skies threatening to change. The crowd did not linger by the riverbank. After a hasty round of worship, filled with music and celebration, they turned to return. Lin Shuo noted that the sounds of their departure, blowing, playing, and singing, were even louder than when they arrived. Resonating with the relief of having completed a significant task and the satisfaction of a long-held wish fulfilled, and, observing the entire process from the mountaintop, withdrew a hair tie from her bag, securing her wind-tousled locks. This beautiful woman remarked softly, "Only after the black water dragon king has departed do they cast their offerings. They truly have no idea who ultimately benefits from this." Lin Shuo, appearing contemplative, mused quietly. Ordinary people would have fled upon encountering such a creature. Their ability to kneel in place, and their audacity to approach the river's edge without knowing whether the monster has left or not, transcends mere boldness. It seems that the Black Water Dragon King is a deity they genuinely revere. In hindsight, the Dragon King's messenger played a clever trick on me. He did not truly place the bowl in my hands. He merely allowed me to think that he did. For even if I were to expose him, he likely had already prepared a retort with the villagers. He has operated here for decades. And under the guise of their lineage, the Black Water Dragon King has become an unbreakable faith in this place. We outsiders find it hard to shake this belief, from what you imply. This Dragon King's envoy possesses some remarkable skills, and inquired. Indeed, Lin Shuo nodded, realizing that the threshold he had crossed was higher than he had previously imagined, and glanced at Lin Shuo and said, "So your intention in releasing him is to cast a long line for a big catch, is it? You need not flatter me. I indeed underestimated him." Lin Shuo chuckled, shaking his head. "I had preconceived notions, thinking that despite belonging to this sect, he must be of little expertise, having resorted to survival through deceit. Unexpectedly, he plays a rather grand game. Then what is his purpose in informing us about the Black Water Dragon King's injury?" And asked, "I do not know. We currently possess too little information. Wild speculation could lead us into others' traps," Lin Shuo replied, shaking his head. "However, I have a premonition that we will encounter him again." That morning, the sky wore a sullen demeanor. By noon, certain areas of the Heilongjiang Basin witnessed the season's first rain. The downpour was considerable, soon rendering visibility beyond 3 meters near the nameless river impossible. Ever since the Black Water Dragon King passed, the waters here had never returned to tranquility. Raindrops pattered upon the surging river, creating a steady white noise background, while everything around seemed eerily silent. Amidst the swirling mist, a solitary canoe gradually appeared around 20 kilometers downstream from the Iron Chain Bridge. Here, it was less than a kilometer from the confluence of the Nameless River and the Heilong River. Marking the broadest stretch of water nearby, a figure stood upon the canoe, clad in a raincoat and conical hat, wielding a 3-meter-long iron rod, to which a lengthy hemp rope was tied at the top. The ropes, as thick as a wrist, coiled at his feet, rising to knee height. Despite the canoe swaying with the tumultuous waves, the man at the bow stood utterly still, as if his joints had been locked and his feet welded to the vessel's front. Rain pattered relentlessly on his hat as he stood motionless, seemingly awaiting something. Before long, a colossal shadow emerged from the upstream direction of the Nameless River. It swiftly passed beneath the canoe, intensifying the waves. At the confluence of the two rivers, this elongated figure executed a turn underwater, returning to approach the canoe once more. Subsequently, the canoe rocked slightly as its bottom was lifted from the water by the shadow, ascending 5 to 6 meters before halting. On the tumultuous river's surface, 2 enormous eyes slowly opened. The pupils were erect and as large as the canoe itself, presenting a fearsome visage. The man standing on the canoe, seemingly accustomed to such sights, uttered a mild curse. "Fool!" The 2 enormous eyes beneath the canoe blinked, as if understanding human nature. Observing the churning waters, the man began to mutter to himself. What? You wish to flee? Where could you possibly go? In this world, where is there not a soul to discover you, you great fool? What? You are invulnerable, unafraid of humans. Oh, you simpleton, you have no idea how formidable people have become. This is no longer 100 years ago when we first settled here. What are you saying? The Liu family has been tied to you for over 1,000 years, spanning dozens of generations. If I were to abandon you now, how would I face our ancestors after death? I still wish to give it another go. Establishing a home for you is no easy task. It cannot be relinquished lightly. I know you cannot best it. I am already contemplating solutions. After a moment of contemplation, the man's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at the river's surface and declared, No more talk, the harvest is upon us. With that, he began to swing the rod, launching the hemp rope tied to it upwards with a swift motion. It was, in fact, a lasso. He twirled the lasso several times above his head before casting it outward. 10 meters away, a cow, thrashing in the water, was ensnared by its horns. With a powerful tug, the cow shot from the water like a cannonball, and the monstrous mouth beneath the canoe opened wide. Ready to catch it, with a muffled thud, the cow fell into its maw. What immense strength, the man marveled. And what a formidable mouth that creature has. All the bounty of these past few days belongs to you. He continued to speak to himself, You've been injured. Take the time to recuperate. What about me? I shall make do with cornmeal porridge. What else can I do? In these tumultuous times, being able to fill my belly is a blessing. Just trying to earn a living. Chapter 21. Memories of Kunlun rain fell upon the river, and the mountains were not spared from the deluge. Fortunately, Lin Shuo and discovered a cave. This cave appeared to be a temporary shelter for lumberjacks. Carved into the cliff face, approximately 2 meters high and deep. The wooden ladder leading to the cave had long rotted, but this posed no challenge for Lin Shuo and Lin Shuo leaped to grasp the cave's edge, exerting himself to hoist himself up. Turning back, he saw and already standing behind him, her climbing speed matching his own. Xiaoba hopped about within the cave for a while before exclaiming, Shuagu. This place is quite spacious. Indeed, Lin Shuo nodded, leaning his curved bow and quiver against the cave wall before sitting down himself. Shuagu, earlier we felt there was nothing to do but one word, act. But now it seems the situation is not so simple, Xiaoba remarked. Lin Shuo glanced at his bird and asked, Speak plainly, what do you intend to do? I want to go out and explore. Xiaoba replied, Look at us. Upon arriving here, we seem like a bunch of blind bats. This is not acceptable. You have a point, however. Lin Shuo acknowledged Xiaoba's reasoning but then skeptically asked, Are you sure you're going to gather intelligence and not chase after girls? Upon hearing this question, and burst into laughter, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiaoba without interjecting. Shuagu, humans have their social circles, and birds have their ways. Xiaoba cast a sidelong glance at and continued. Birds are different from humans. They are simple. They care only about 2 things, eating and sleeping. For me, sleeping with them is indeed less troublesome than searching for food. We must prioritize efficiency, after all. And struggled to suppress her laughter, rubbing her face as she said, 8th Master, you have it tough. Isn't that the truth? Xiaoba lowered his head, his keen bird eyes secretly observing Lin Shuo. Shuagu. Just give a nod. Get lost? Lin Shuo responded with evident disdain, waving his hand impatiently. All right then. The magpie flapped its wings and darted into the heavy rain outside. Moments later, it returned. Shuagu, I've cleared the space for you. As for me, I can only assist you this much. I can take care of the female bird, but for the mate, you'll have to handle that personally. With that, the magpie plunged back into the downpour, emitting a series of cries that faded into the distance, leaving a few black feathers drifting at the cave's entrance. Lin Shuo retracted his hand from tossing stones, a look of frustration on his face. 8th Master is truly amusing, and observed Lin Shuo across from her, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. This bird, clever as it may be, still possesses the temperament of a child, speaking without restraint. Please do not take offense as Lin Shuo murmured this. He picked up some dry grass, pulling out thin fibers. The cave was filled with firewood left by lumberjacks, long weathered and thoroughly dried. Here, both fire-starting materials and kindling were plentiful, and soon Lin Shuo had a fire blazing. Although the two had quickly found this cave, their clothes were thoroughly drenched. seeing the fire alight, and decided to remove her outer garment, propping it on a branch to dry by the flames. Once divested of her coat, she wore only a black strapless top, revealing her fair skin, devoid of any excess flesh around her waist, with a bust that was truly impressive. Lin Shuo slightly turned his body to glance outside the cave, and seemed to sense a hint of awkwardness and changed the subject. Mr. Lin, could you tell me about the events on Kunlun Mountain? I have always found it curious. Logically, the team that ascended Kunlun 6 years ago should have been the strongest in the Hunters Guild for centuries. How could they suffer such heavy losses? Were the strange creatures atop Kunlun truly that formidable? Since I have been candid about my identity, you must know I am not an outsider. Since we are now together facing this peculiar being, there are matters you should be able to disclose. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuo paused, lowering his head and remaining silent, and noticed that his expression was somewhat grim. She quickly rummaged through her bag and offered him a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. Lin Shuo accepted the cigarettes, lit one, and silently inhaled. Observing his demeanor, and appeared outwardly composed, yet internally, she felt a twinge of sympathy. From Lin Shuo's previous hints, the hunter team from 6 years ago had indeed been remarkably powerful. Among them were Lin Shuo and his father, revered as the foremost of the 6 great families of the Hunting Gate, along with Zhang Lianhai, the head of the Zhang family. As far as she knew, this team also included hunters from the Su family, one of the 6 great families. The Lin family resided in Jiangnan, the Zhang family in the north, and the Su family in the Chang region. 6 years ago, on Kunlun Mountain, 3 elite families from the 6 great families dispatched their finest hunters. A team of such caliber could nearly avert an apocalyptic crisis. Yet, upon their return from Kunlun Mountain, only Lin Shuo emerged, with the rest of the team virtually annihilated. One could only imagine the ferocity of that battle. Although Lin Shuo is currently the de facto leader of the Hunting Gate, his strength has reached unfathomable depths. Nevertheless, he was merely a 20-year-old youth at that time. What he faced 6 years ago remains a mystery to all. Whenever and mentioned Kunlun Mountain from 6 years prior, or Lin Shuo himself discovered traces of the bizarre beings on that mountain, while others might not have perceived Lin Shuo's unusual behavior and took note of it. Having lost her parents at a young age, she experienced only a profound sense of solitude and loss. However, if her father had been slain before her eyes by a formidable being, the very scene unfolding in front of her would be heart-wrenching. At that moment, seated across from her, Lin Shuo undoubtedly endured such torment. That night 6 years ago left a terrifying scar deep within his soul, a wound that continued to bleed even after the passage of time. Perhaps this is the reason for his prolonged seclusion over the past 6 years. Reflecting on this and felt her heart soften, and she spoke gently. Mr. Lin, I am sorry if you do not wish to share. I can understand that it's all right. Prevent more lives from being claimed by that beast. I can divulge some information. Lin Shuo softly coughed a few times and continued. Our Hunting Gate has inherited several ancient texts known as the Records of Extraordinary Beings of the 9 provinces. Each of the 6 great families possesses a volume. You must have heard of it? Yes, and nodded. This collection consists of 9 volumes, chronicling the extraordinary beings discovered by hunters throughout history, authored and preserved by the 9 great families of ancient times. However, of the 9 great families, 3 have already become extinct. The 3 volumes of the Records of Extraordinary Beings have gradually scattered among the populace, now lost to time. Our International Biological Research Association believes that the extraordinary beings documented in the Shanhai Jing were transcribed from these 3 volumes of the Records of Extraordinary Beings. You are not entirely correct. Lin Shuo interjected. Those 3 volumes of the Records of Extraordinary Beings have not been lost. We 6 great families have long maintained copies. The beast on Kunlun Mountain was quite renowned in ancient times. It is referred to as the hooked serpent in the Records of Extraordinary Beings. Hooked serpent? And pondered for a moment before responding. There is indeed a mention of it in the Shanhai Jing. Yes, Lin Shuo affirmed. In ancient times, such creatures were not uncommon. Some were hunted down by hunters over the years, leaving only this one on Kunlun Mountain. Then why not eradicate it completely? Because this creature did not harm humans at that time. Lin Shuo explained. Moreover, Kunlun is the ancestral dragon vein of China. When this hooked serpent was discovered, it had already lived for over 1,000 years. Our ancestors believed it bore signs of transformation into a dragon, and thus, they refrained from harming it. The Su family, originally from Xiangyang, migrated north to the vicinity of Kunlun. specifically to monitor this hooked serpent and await the day it transcended into a dragon. This watch lasted for over 600 years. Generations of the Su family guarded this serpent in the Chang region, and thus within the hunting gate, they were referred to as the Chang Su. 10 years ago, rumors began to circulate within the 6 great families of hunters regarding the hooked serpent's impending transcendence. The story grew increasingly credible, and 6 years ago, news emerged that the hooked serpent was on the verge of transforming into a dragon. So, your father led the elite hunters of the 6 great families to Kunlun Mountain specifically to observe the hooked serpent's transcendence, and inquired. Certainly not. Lin Shuo shook his head. What era is this? While other hunters might still believe in the notion of transcendence into a dragon, my father and I do not. Why is that? Because of the dragon bone ring. Upon hearing the words dragon bone ring, and felt a tightening in her chest. She had learned from the International Biological Research Association that the dragon bone ring was a token of the leader of the hunting gate. The origins of the hunting gate's legacy predate recorded history, nearly coinciding with the dawn of human civilization, making it one of humanity's oldest traditions. Although the current 6 great families are relatively insular and act with extreme caution, other families of the hunting gate have long since spread their influence both domestically and internationally. These families wield enormous power, with some even controlling entire nations. Whoever possesses the dragon bone ring holds vast networks of connections and financial resources. In the eyes of the secular world, this artifact is indeed priceless. However, the Lin family, who preside over the hunting gate and manage the dragon bone ring, seem to have never truly valued its worth, and had previously mentioned the dragon bone ring, intending to remind Lin Shuo to utilize it to rally the hunting gate, thus garnering additional support for their expedition to the outer Xianan Ridge. Yet, to her surprise, Lin Shuo had reacted with hostility, as though she had touched upon some forbidden subject. Seeing this, and suppressed her curiosity and refrained from bringing it up again. Now that Lin Shuo voluntarily mentioned this topic at this critical moment and was secretly astonished, nevertheless, she maintained a composed expression, patiently awaiting him to continue. Chapter 22. The enclosed mountain. Lin Shuo lit a cigarette, the color returning to his face, though his expression remained hesitant, as if weighing whether to divulge further details. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. The dragon bone ring has actually been missing for 25 years. What? And exclaimed in astonishment. Missing? To be precise, it was stolen, Lin Shuo sighed. Can you believe someone managed to steal the dragon bone ring from the Lin family? Ordinary individuals certainly could not, Lin Shuo replied, shaking his head. But the one who stole it was my mother, Anne's heart sank, her face a mask of shock. Lin Shuo continued, 6 years ago, news surfaced that the dragon bone ring was on Kunlun Mountain. Thus, my father took me along and invited several capable individuals from our circle. Each of these individuals possessed unique skills in the wilderness. My father promised them that whoever found the dragon bone ring would claim it as their own. At this point, Lin Shuo observed Anne's expression and clarified. I certainly understand the significance of the dragon bone ring, but for my father and me, it is merely an heirloom, a cherished memory from our ancestors. While it is valuable, it cannot compare to family. My mother vanished with the ring for 19 years, and my father never resented her. He only wished to find her, though locate her. Relinquishing the dragon bone ring would be worth it. We thought that if we found the dragon bone ring, we would uncover her whereabouts. But unexpectedly, it was a trap. The hooked serpent's transcendence, the dragon bone ring, and the mystery of my mother's disappearance were all bait in a deadly scheme. Lin Shuo's words struck and like a thunderclap, and she curled up, hugging her knees, gazing down in silence. When he paused and couldn't help but ask, who could orchestrate such a deadly trap? I do not know. Lin Shuo shook his head. In truth, I only came to realize it was a trap after 6 years of reflecting on the events of that time, gradually piecing together the circumstances. The coincidences and anomalies were simply too numerous. The hooked serpent had not transcended for over 600 years, yet suddenly claimed it would. The dragon bone ring and my mother's disappearance had lasted 19 years. With my father's connections, not a single lead emerged. And yet suddenly, news appeared. Moreover, it was a hunting team that should have faced no issues, and yet something went awry. Mr. Lin, I still find it hard to believe and sighed. How could such a hunting team encounter trouble? Was that hooked serpent truly so formidable? The creature was indeed powerful, but given our team's configuration 6 years ago, killing it would not have been difficult. Lin Shuo shook his head. However, Our purpose in ascending the mountain was not to target it. After all, for so many years, this creature had a good reputation. Thus, we searched Kunlun Mountain for over a month before finally entering its territory. Yet, on the very first night we stepped into its domain, it transcended. What? It truly transcended. Anne's eyes widened. At least, it appeared that way, Lin Shuo replied. Ultimately, it failed and was struck down by lightning. It died. Yes. Then what about here? I do not know. Lin Shuo shook his head. That night was rife with strange occurrences, and there were not a single clue left behind. Therefore, the reappearance of the hooked serpent in the outer Xianan ridge is the only lead I currently possess. Oh, I see, and nodded slightly, then asked, but how did those veteran hunters meet their demise? As soon as the question left her lips, she regretted it. She noticed Lin Shuo's face quickly pale, his fingers trembling violently. I am sorry, I should not have asked, and immediately apologized. Lin Shuo had already shared enough today. Based on his usual demeanor, and could easily imagine the torment he endured while recounting those painful memories. Thus, she suppressed her curiosity and softly said, Mr. Lin, I appreciate your trust in me. Let us put this matter to rest for today. Please refrain from speaking further. Lin Shuo, with his eyes closed, nodded slightly and replied in a low voice. Indeed, it is better left unsaid, and was momentarily taken aback, as she did not comprehend the meaning behind his words. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the curtain of rain and landed before Lin Shuo. Xiaoba had returned. Brother Shuo, there's trouble at the camp. The magpie shook off the rainwater from its feathers and continued, You should hurry and take a look. Despite the torrential downpour above, the mountain path was exceedingly muddy and treacherous. However, this did not deter Lin Shuo and Anne, who raced through the woods. Xiaoba perched on Lin Shuo's shoulder, recounting the situation it had gathered. Brother Shuo, it was unwise to bring those two scholars along. Trouble has ensued, hasn't it? This morning, they sneaked off to the riverbank. It's no surprise you didn't notice. Those two knew your strengths and hid from us in the windbreak, so their scent couldn't reach us. And guess what? That fool young Tuo climbed a tree and fell, breaking his leg. The spot where he broke his leg is a common route for the villagers returning home. When the villagers spotted him lying on the ground, they also saw an old man, He Zihong, nearby. The old hunter recognized the fallen man, having been to his home, but the villagers didn't know He Zihong. When they inquired, it became clear. Those two bookworms had exposed our camp. Our camp is filled with soldiers, all armed with standard weapons. The villagers hastily carried young Tuo back to our camp, and upon seeing the guns, they assumed we were sent by the Russian government to deal with the Black Water Dragon King. That would be disastrous. They had just worshipped the Dragon King and were not about to comply. Remarkably, the local customs are quite fierce. Over 200 people, armed with hunting rifles, surrounded our camp. The atmosphere suggested it was a matter of life or death. Brother Shuo, this situation is precarious. Even Wei Xingshan, that big fool, is bewildered. The magpie chattered animatedly as Lin Shuo and An listened while making their way, fully aware of the impending scene. After traversing 2 mountain peaks, they reached the temporary camp nestled on the opposite hillside. Following days of continuous construction, the temporary camp had developed into a considerable establishment. Previously, the group had traveled light, leaving a significant portion of their supplies in Jiolinda. Upon confirming that their objective was nearby, Wei Xingshan dispatched a small team yesterday to transport supplies from Jiolinda via the waterways. Currently, the temporary camp resembled a makeshift command post, featuring 7 large tents arranged in a star-like configuration. The camp was not located too far from the water source, merely 2 mountain peaks away, making it inevitable for the locals to discover it eventually. Yet, previously, the group had not given this much thought. As they felt secure with their weapons, to further ensure their safety, Wei Xingshan had recently led a team to construct a defensive perimeter using ammunition boxes and sacks, unaware that it would soon be put to use. Now, the temporary camp was surrounded by local villagers. At this point, the rain had eased somewhat, and visibility was decent. Lin Shuo glanced at the scene before him and felt an inexplicable familiarity. He recalled a painting from the book The Strange Creatures of the 9 Provinces at Home, depicting a scene from the Wei and Jin dynasties where hunters encircled a mountain to hunt tigers. In those times, hunters were not so rare. It was a common profession, mostly comprised of ordinary people. What Lin Shuo saw before him mirrored that scene. The encircling villagers stood in groups of 3 to 5, spaced about 10 meters apart, surrounding the temporary camp. The difference was that instead of U-shaped beast forks, they wielded double-barreled hunting rifles. Inside the camp, Wei Xingshan stood out, clutching a walkie-talkie and speaking urgently. Lin Shuo shifted his gaze to the valley opposite and quickly spotted Wang Yong and 3 mercenaries stealthily making their way up the mountain, seemingly attempting to carve a path to the camp from the outside. However, they halted about 20 meters behind the villagers, remaining still and hidden. At least they have some sense, and observed quietly, taking in the unfolding situation. If a confrontation occurs, it would spiral out of control. Let us go take a look. Lin Shuo waved his hand and swiftly descended the mountain. Chapter 23. The negotiation expert. Though Lin Shuo and were not clad in military attire, the enormous recurved bow slung across Lin Shuo's back was more striking than any uniform. Thus, as they ascended the mountain, they caught the villagers' attention. In the eyes of the villagers, this massive bow could very well be intended for dealing with the Black Water Dragon King. Consequently, several dark hunting rifles were aimed at Lin Shuo. Halt! Shouted a burly middle-aged man, blocking Lin Shuo and Anne's path. Might I inquire if Old Man Jean is present? And came to a stop and called out clearly. Old Man Jean was the elderly hunter who had previously hosted Lin Shuo and his companions. In such a stalemate, where reasoning could not be conveyed in an instant, it was wise to seek out someone familiar. Do you think I'm easy to deceive? Came the voice of the old hunter from the woods, and turned to see the squint-eyed old man emerge from behind a large tree. He bore no weapon, only a smoking pipe. At that moment, the rain had ceased. The old hunter retrieved a small amount of tobacco from a pouch tied to his waist, packed it into his pipe, lit it with a match, took a puff, and then continued. Girl, you didn't utter a single truth before. Old sir, there was no other choice. If we revealed our origins, it would only worry you, and promptly replied. In truth, you needn't be concerned. We are not representatives of the Russian government, but rather members of the International Biological Research Association. We have come to assess the situation here. Assess? The old hunter replied. Does an assessment require such a grand display? I do not recognize these people, but I am familiar with their weapons. They belong to the Russian military. So, are you saying that you previously disregarded matters here, but now wish to intervene? That is not the case. And quickly shook her head. You should know that it is wise to guard against others. Moreover, they are not even human. We must have some defensive capability. These are merely for self-protection. We have already determined that the disappearance of the loggers is unrelated to the Black Water Dragon King. Enough! The old hunter waved his hand dismissively. Girl, I do not believe a single word you say. After uttering this, the old hunter turned his gaze to Lin Shuo and said, I see that you are the leader of this group. Our people may not be well educated, but we understand the concept of gratitude. You saved my life, and I can repay that debt. However, the Dragon King has granted our entire village the gift of life. If you wish to harm it, you shall have to step over our dead bodies. Upon hearing the old man's words, the people in the woods responded in unison. Indeed, our weapons may not match yours, but our numbers are plentiful. We shall certainly annihilate you today. If we were to die for the Dragon King, it would be worth it to leave you here. The Dragon King will protect us. You are doomed today. The villagers exchanged fierce words, each one brimming with hostility, poised to pull the triggers of their rifles. All the hunting guns in the forest were trained on Lin Shuo. The old hunter also fixed his gaze on Lin Shuo, seemingly awaiting his response. Lin Shuo glanced at the old man and nodded. I believe you have a point. Everyone was taken aback, not understanding Lin Shuo's meaning. Then you should repay the debt you owe me, Lin Shuo said coolly. The old man, who had been bringing the pipe to his lips, froze, his face becoming rigid. Earlier, Lin Shuo had saved the old man's life by taming a rampaging pig at his doorstep. It was for this reason that the old man had welcomed them. Logically, the old man owed Lin Shuo a life. Yet no one had anticipated that Lin Shuo would actually demand this payment. Are you afraid of death? Lin Shuo inquired. The old man's expression hardened, as if he were about to say something, yet the words caught in his throat. Of course you fear death. Who doesn't? Lin Shuo continued. You have seen the Black Water Dragon King. What does it look like? Is it frightening? You were so scared back then that you wet your pants. We are merely a bunch of oddballs. Are we not afraid? You think we dare to come here without weapons for an assessment? This morning, the Black Water Dragon King appeared, and I was at the riverbank. If we were truly here to confront it, With 20 rifles aimed from the mountaintop, even the gods would struggle to escape unscathed. If those 20 shots were fired, you would witness a river of blood, not the dragon raising its head. If you wish to turn against me today, you are welcome to do so. You will die here first, and we will settle our debts. After that, you can play however you like. I am open to it. And let me inform you, we are not representatives of the Russian government. Taking a few lives here means nothing to us. Lin Shuo's words left not only the old hunter dumbfounded, but also caused an S-mouth to fall open in shock. Such a bold stance. If the other party lost face and resorted to violence, how would this end? And was already mentally drafting her resignation letter. However, she quickly pushed this thought aside, as she came to a realization. She understood that if a physical confrontation were to occur, resulting in casualties on both sides, there would be no need for her to draft a resignation letter. The International Biological Research Association would simply fling a dismissal notice in her face. Yet now, with words spoken, like water spilled, and felt the muscles concealed beneath her graceful form begin to tense. The forest lay in silence. The old hunter, with the pipe poised at his lips, finally took a drag, puffing out smoke as he squinted, seemingly lost in contemplation. After voicing his thoughts, Lin Shuo ceased speaking and focused on observing the old hunter's reaction. Previously, he had spoken boldly, confident that the old man was more responsive to force than to persuasion. Should a conflict arise, armed only with their makeshift shotguns, Lin Shuo was certain he could escape unscathed. But he could not predict Wei Xingshan's response within the camp. A scene of carnage was not one he wished to witness. Now, observing the hunter's subtle movements, Lin Shuo felt a sense of reassurance. He became even more patient, quietly awaiting the old hunter's next words. "This is our territory. You should leave," the old hunter declared, striking the pipe bowl against a tree trunk before turning away and descending the mountain. Following the hunter's departure, the villagers on the mountain began to disperse as well, and the storm had temporarily settled. As Lin Shuo and stepped into the makeshift camp, Wei Xingshan approached them with exuberance. "Miss and we were on the brink of disaster," he exclaimed, relief written across his face. "Wei, am not eloquent, and in such a dire situation, I truly had no solution. Thank goodness you arrived. This is my achievement," and replied, shaking her head, her beautiful eyes shifting to Lin Shuo. "It was Mr. Lin who resolved things." "Oh, Mr. Lin, I had no idea you were a negotiation expert." Wei Xingshan chuckled. "I've never seen you so articulate. I spoke just 100 meters away from here. Were you deaf?" Lin Shuo shot a glance at Wei Xingshan, bemusement on his face. "Is there amusement in belittling me?" "Ha." Wei Xingshan scratched the back of his head. "I merely wanted to compliment you. By the way, how is Dr. Yang?" and inquired. Wei Xingshan glanced towards the tent behind him and replied, "Professor, he has seen him at its a tibial fracture. Though it sounds alarming, it's manageable. No surgery is needed, just a splint, and he'll recover in 3 months. But it is still a fracture. We should arrange to send him back," and insisted, "Don't bother. It's pointless. I and Lu Qing have advised him." But he would not listen. Wei Xingshan shook his head, then turned to Lin Shuo. "Why don't we let our negotiation expert give it a try? Or perhaps you could settle the debt you owe me now." Lin Shuo replied coolly, "Wei, am still unmarried. My life cannot be traded, so I shall owe you for now." Wei Xingshan laughed. "Wei team," and interjected, "please inform the others that we are preparing to dismantle the camp. I actually heard that earlier. It's just relocating." "No big deal," Wei Xingshan nodded. "You all chat with Professor He for a bit. I'll make the arrangements." As Lin Shuo and entered Yang Tuo's tent, they sensed an odd atmosphere. Logically, given that Yang Tuo had just suffered a leg fracture, both he and his mentor, He Zihong, should have appeared despondent. However, upon lifting the curtain, they were met with two faces radiating excitement. The teacher and student were animatedly discussing something, halting their conversation only when Lin Shuo and entered. "Mr. Lin and Miss And, please, come and sit." He Zihong greeted them with a smile. The tent they received from Jiolinda was not the small civilian camping type, but rather a spacious military tent, nearly 10 square meters in size, giving it a homely feel. Lin Shuo and sat down on the ground and inquired about Yang Tuo's injury. "It's a minor injury, nothing to worry about," Yang Tuo dismissed, glancing at his leg already in a splint. "I feel invigorated. This trip has truly been worthwhile. Mr. Lin, I owe you an apology," He Zihong said earnestly. I should not have taken Yang to the river without your permission. However, I hope you can understand our eagerness. Our journey to the Greater Xing'an Range is not solely for professional aspirations. We are under considerable pressure as well. It's all right, Lin Shuo replied, shaking his head. This time, we were fortunate. It was only a broken leg. Next time, if it costs a life, there will be no need for apologies. He Zihong was momentarily taken aback, his smile faltering awkwardly. Please don't take offense, Professor Mr. Lin is merely concerned for your well-being, and smiled gently, attempting to ease the tension. However, your unilateral decision to act has indeed caused us quite a bit of trouble. Professor while your standing in the International Biological Research Association is superior to mine, I am the one in charge of this mission. I hope you will at least inform me before taking action next time. Miss and is absolutely right. Zihong nodded. It was indeed my recklessness. But the rewards were substantial. Yang Tua interjected. To witness such enormous and extraordinary creatures firsthand, and to have recorded footage, losing a leg was worth it. You scholars can sometimes be more fearsome than the villagers, Lin Shuo remarked, shaking his head. The villagers worship their deities for safety. They wouldn't risk their lives. Yet you all are so fervent, you seem willing to throw your lives away. The two scholars in the tent appeared oblivious to Lin Shuo's words, as Yang Tua instead asked, Mr. Lin, when shall we go capture the Black Water Dragon King? Lin Shuo ignored him and stood up. Exiting the tent, Zihong and Yang Tua exchanged bewildered glances before turning to and, please, don't rush. The situation is such. Chapter 24. On land in order to avoid unnecessary conflict with the villagers. The temporary camp began relocating half an hour later. Wei Xingshan pulled out a map and asked Lin Shuo, Mr. Lin, where do you think we should set up camp? Lin Shuo pointed to a location on the map marked Jielinda. You should head back. Please, don't jest. This matter hasn't even begun. How can we return? Wei Xingshan replied. Staying here will only lead to fatalities, Lin Shuo warned. Did you hear about this morning's events? I did. Wei Xingshan nodded solemnly to Mr. Lin. Throughout this journey, I've noticed you are tough on the outside yet soft on the inside. You value the lives of our brothers greatly. However, we are here to earn a living and fulfill our duties. So I hope you can understand. Lin Shuo looked up at Wei Xingshan, sighed internally, and pointed to a mountain peak on the map. This place will suffice. This peak was where Lin Shuo had previously observed the Black Water Dragon King. It was the highest point within 100 miles, offering an excellent vantage point. There was a mountain spring nearby, and the nameless river was just 2 kilometers away, so water supply would not be a concern. Then it's settled, Wei Xingshan grinned. Oh, be honest, I must confess that my companions and I were somewhat anxious earlier, as we did not know what we were facing. However, after Dr. Yang and the others returned from the river and described the Black Water Dragon King to us, we felt reassured. It's just a big snake, after all, and no matter how large, it's still a snake. For us, large animals aren't necessarily frightening. In fact, the bigger they are, the easier they are to aim at. Lin Shuo shook his head. Our target this time is not the Black Water Dragon King. Huh? For specific reasons, you may inquire with Miss and. Lin Shuo dismissed the need for further explanation and continued. Our objective is far more formidable than the Black Water Dragon King. Moreover, from what I know, the effectiveness of firearms is rather ordinary. The process of relocating the camp was not complicated, as the rubber boats provided by the Chinese had arrived 2 days prior. Of the 182 missing individuals, a significant portion were Chinese citizens. The stance from China was clear. They wanted to see the living and the dead. Furthermore, given that the Greater Xing'an Range was close to the border, its geographical sensitivity made it difficult for the Russian military to intervene. Thus, they entrusted the International Biological Research Association as a third party to handle the matter. Besides settling the fees, Russia also offered equipment assistance. However, due to the considerable distance from the center of Russia, transportation was extremely inconvenient. Even after the International Biological Research Association had dispatched personnel to the incident site, a substantial portion of the equipment listed had yet to arrive. After learning of the situation, the Chinese side proposed that, apart from weapons, they would provide all other supplies. Just 2 days ago, Russia had agreed to this plan, and by the previous evening, 5 Chinese rubber boats had docked at the Jielinda pier, laden with various supplies. These developments were unknown to Lin Shuo and his companions in the mountains. Wei Xingshan had received notification before dawn yesterday and promptly dispatched a small team to Jielinda to retrieve the 5 rubber boats. When the boats reached the nearby waters, Lin Shuo and his group were being misled by the emissaries of the Dragon King. Subsequently, Wei Xingshan and his team utilized a day to establish the temporary camp. Having only just one night of rest before being surrounded by villagers wielding hunting rifles. With no other option, they had to move. Fortunately, both the old and new camps were close to the water. And with the assistance of the 5 rubber boats for transportation, it saved them considerable effort. By nightfall, the new camp was already taking shape. Due to the strong winds atop the mountain, the new campsite was established halfway up the slope, right beside a small stream, nestled against the mountainside and near the water. Although the lighting equipment was already in place, as soon as darkness fell, everyone instinctively gathered around a bonfire, with the exception of a few night watchmen. Most people were seated around the flames. An abundance of supplies had fostered a buoyant morale. As they roasted by the fire, savoring rice cooked in iron pots, their joy was palpable. Lin Shuo and He Zihong, Wei Xingshan, and Lu Qing, however, chose not to linger by the bonfire after dinner. Instead, they retreated into a tent to discuss their next steps. Yang Tuo did not join them, having broken his leg that morning. He had felt exuberant and pain-free in the morning, but by afternoon, his demeanor had soured, and now, having taken medication, he was fast asleep. The situation had become rather complicated. Inside the tent, He Zihong spoke first. Our purpose here is to address the peculiar beings on the northern bank of the Heilongjiang River. Yet, according to Mr. Lin's deductions, there are indeed 2 strange entities present, a black water dragon and a hook snake. Astonishingly, we have no new leads regarding the hook snake that caused the disappearance of 182 individuals. I believe it is futile to continue inquiring with the villagers. Wei Xingshan scratched his head. It is fortunate we didn't end up in a confrontation today. Indeed, He Zihong concurred, without the support of the local populace, our efforts are severely hampered. He glanced at Lin Shuo, his lips moved without sound. Ultimately directing his gaze towards Miss And, do you have any thoughts? And raised her head and remarked, currently, what we observe is the black water dragon. According to Mr. Lin's description, the hook snake's size would only exceed that of the black water dragon. Given the presence of such a significant creature, it is perplexing that there are no eyewitnesses. Exactly, Lu Qing's eyes brightened. Could this be an elaborate ruse? That, He Zihong pondered. But what about the hook snake's scale and the scent mister? Lin detected at the scene. It could have been artificially staged, Lu Qing suggested, then turned to Lin Shuo. Mr. Lin, is it possible that the scent you detected was manipulated? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shuo replied. The odor left by the hook snake was exceedingly faint. I could only discern it vaguely, thus I cannot dismiss the possibility of it being artificially orchestrated. However, I have thoroughly examined the hook snake scale, and the scent is quite fresh, indicating it departed less than a month ago. Therefore, I am certain that the hook snake is still alive. But is it here? Lu Qing countered, then seemed to grasp something. Could it be that someone is using us to eliminate the black water dragon? No, and shook her head. If the hook snake is not present, the injuries sustained by the black water dragon remain inexplicable. Correct? Lin Shuo nodded. The informant of the Dragon King shared this intelligence with me for a reason. The black water dragon is reeking of blood, evidently suffering from significant internal injuries. Aside from the hook snake, which is of a similar size, I cannot conceive of any other possibility. A heavy silence enveloped the group. By the way, He Zihong seemed to have an epiphany. Mr. Lin, based on your understanding, does the hook snake possess the capability to cause the simultaneous disappearance of 182 individuals? Lin Shuo shook his head, hesitating briefly before saying, I cannot be certain. In truth, Lin Shuo wanted to assert that it was impossible, but memories of a thunderous night 6 years prior compelled him to add those 2 words after cannot. The hook snake's prowess had been explicitly outlined in the unusual creatures of Jojo, unparalleled in its physical might. Yet, 6 years ago, it had exhibited an entirely new ability, one so bizarre that it defied belief. Lin Shuo had formulated a strategy to deal with the hook snake, but he preferred to keep it to himself, hence his vague response. Alas, we are beset with uncertainties, He Zihong lamented. Why not eliminate the black water dragon first? Wei Xingshan proposed, such a formidable creature will inevitably become a threat. That is not an option. He Zihong shook his head. In this world, strange beings can be both benevolent and malevolent. We must treat them with discernment. Our International Biological Research Society never engages in unwarranted slaughter. Moreover, It wouldn't be easy to kill it, and interjected, let us not even discuss its strength. How do we locate it? As long as it remains offshore. No one will be able to find it. Lin Shuo shook his head. The same applies to the hook snake, so what should we do now? Wei Xingshan inquired. We shall wait and see, Lin Shuo replied nonchalantly. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Lin Shuo sat in his tent. His tent was positioned at the far west of the camp, the closest to the nameless river. He had become acutely aware that both the black water dragon and the hook snake relied on the river for their movements. Thus, should any unexpected occurrences arise during the night, the source would undoubtedly be found in the water. Remaining vigilant in this spot was the most prudent course of action. Xiaoba was not present that night, claiming to be gathering intelligence. Only it knew the truth of that statement. Strangely, Lin Shuo felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and as he sat there, his head began to grow heavy. In a hazy stupor, he glimpsed the visage of a woman. This face appeared both unfamiliar and familiar, simultaneously youthful and aged. It was a visage etched deep within Lin Shuo's memory. It was the first face he had seen upon opening his eyes after birth. He could not recall her name, yet he knew precisely who she was. She gazed at Lin Shuo with profound affection, tears brimming in her eyes. Mother, Lin Shuo murmured as he awoke, finding his cheeks wet with tears. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve, his mind racing to comprehend the face from his dream, but an unsettling intuition gripped his heart. Beside him, the enormous recurved bough, chasing Grandpa, began to tremble, emitting a low hum as a warning. Suddenly, a familiar scent infiltrated Lin Shuo's nostrils. The hook snake. A chill ran down Lin Shuo's spine, and he sprang into action, seizing chasing Grandpa and swiftly retrieving an arrow from his quiver, dashing out of the tent. The bonfire had long since extinguished, and the moon had set. It was the darkest hour before dawn, with visibility reduced to near zero. Behind him, the camp remained eerily silent, while the night before him felt as heavy as iron. Yet, 2 kilometers ahead, along the banks of the nameless river, trees began to fall. The resounding crash of timber grew increasingly closer to the camp. The hook snake had indeed come ashore. Chapter 25. The arrow that night. And found herself unable to sleep. Despite her youth and the promising future that lay ahead as the head of the Asia-Pacific branch of the International Biological Research Society, she bore immense pressure. Particularly concerning was the situation in the outer Greater Xing'an Range, which, although not widely known among the general populace, had already captured the attention of leaders from both countries. The Elder Council of the International Biological Research Society had recently inundated her with satellite calls, inquiring about the progress of the situation. After receiving these calls, sleep eluded her. She longed to speak with Lin Shuo, not necessarily about the mission, but simply to converse. Outside her tent, the night was pitch black and eerily quiet. She surmised that Lin Shuo was likely still awake. However, the thought of sneaking into a man's tent in the dead of night felt inappropriate. Yet, the idea of not having a private conversation with Lin Shuo gnawed at her, leaving her restless. After tossing and turning for a while, and finally abandoned her attempts to sleep and resolved to seek out Lin Shuo. Just as she stepped out of her tent, a shaft of dawn's light illuminated the towering peaks of the Starlov Mountains. In that moment, and hazily beheld Lin Shuo standing atop a colossal stone at the camp's western edge, drawing his bow to shoot an arrow. She felt that no matter how long she lived, she would never forget this moment. The tall, slender man appeared even shorter than the recurved bow. Chasing Grandpa, he wielded. With his right foot planted firmly, his left foot raised high upon the bow's body. He held the bowstring with both hands, his body angled in a perfect alignment of strength, waist, legs, and arms working in harmony. As he drew the bow to its full tautness, she could not discern the motion of him knocking the arrow, and merely sensed a slight tremor in his right shoulder as he smoothly positioned a 2-meter-long arrow between the bowstring and the bow's body. He maintained that singular stance, balancing on one foot. His body angled sideways as if frozen in time, utterly still. The only movement came from his left foot, which made the slightest adjustment to ensure the arrow's horizontal trajectory. Lin Shuo's bow-drawing technique possessed an ineffable beauty. Captivating Anne's senses entirely, it was only when she noticed the subtle shift of his left foot that she became aware of the growing rumble in the distance. The thunderous sound drew nearer. The ground began to tremble before and could fully comprehend the implications of the approaching noise. In the blink of an eye, The arrow he had knocked had vanished. Lin Shuo had released the arrow. The massive projectile, once freed from the bowstring, created an air disturbance that seemed to transcend the limits of human perception, resulting in an eerie silence. At that moment, the entire camp was awakened by the distant clamor and the tremors beneath their feet, with everyone rushing out of their tents. "What is happening?" Wei Xingshan's voice rang out beside Anne. "Is it an earthquake?" The distant rumbling, which had paused momentarily after Lin Shuo loosed the arrow, was soon followed by an even greater roar. However, unlike before, this sound gradually receded. A minute later, all fell silent once more. "Mr. Lin, what is going on?" Wei Xingshan inquired once more. Lin Shuo stood atop a rock for a brief moment, seemingly observing something. Then he leaped down from the stone, a look of regret etched upon his face. "So close. Close to what?" "You'll know if you go down to take a look." Lin Shuo shook his head, crouched low, and slipped into the tent. "Captain Wei, I need to rest for a while. Please remember to retrieve my arrow." Half an hour later, the dawnlight had brightened considerably. Wei Xingshan organized 2 armed assault teams, comprising a total of 10 individuals. Intending to descend the mountain for a closer inspection, in truth, these mercenaries had been present in the camp all along. They could have gone earlier, but Wei Xingshan dared not take the risk. As the light grew ever more abundant, the scene below became increasingly stark, and merely gazing down from this halfway point sent cold sweat cascading down Wei Xingshan's back. Without a well-armed group, he truly did not dare to venture down the mountain. At this moment, the landscape below was a scene of devastation. Unlike the artificial reforestation near the village that had been recently felled by lumberjacks, the area down to the river was a dense expanse of untouched primeval forest. In this primeval forest, trees large enough to require several individuals to encircle were commonplace, the thinnest trunks still as wide as a bowl. Wei Xingshan had once experienced the strength of these trees firsthand with a hand axe. Attempting to manage just one of the moderately sized trees nearly cost him his back. Now, this primeval forest seemed to have been carved out into a broad N-shaped thoroughfare. Regardless of size, height, or species, every tree along this path had been toppled, strewn haphazardly across the ground. What was even more alarming was that the closed end of this N-shape was less than 300 meters from the camp. The dimensions of the behemoth that had emerged onto land were merely a few paces away. After leading his team down the mountain, the first destination they reached was indeed this closed end of the N-shape. As Wang Yong stumbled over a fallen tree, he let out a yelp and fell flat on his face. "What is happening?" Wei Xingshan exclaimed, startled. "Captain Wei, just a moment. My legs are weak," Wang Yong replied, his face ashen as he sat on the ground. Wei Xingshan glanced at his men. Not only Wang Yong but the others also wore expressions of pallor, standing but with fingers gripping their weapons turning white. Wei Xingshan was incensed. "You've all been through life and death situations with me before. What kind of scene have you not encountered? Why are you so frightened?" "Captain Wei, you flatter us," Wang Yong replied with a grimace. "We've never seen anything that could clear a 4-lane highway through the forest in just one pass. Captain Wei, don't just criticize us. Your own complexion isn't looking too good either." Another mercenary muttered. "Enough chatter. Keep your guard up and find that arrow," Wei Xingshan ordered, casting a glance in the direction of the camp. "Captain Wei, look over there," Wang Yong pointed. "There's a hole in that tree." Following Wang Yong's indication, Wei Xingshan indeed spotted it. Standing tall, the hole appeared flattened due to the angle, making it hard to detect. Wang Yong, sitting on the ground, was quite conspicuous. "Let us go take a look." This was a Chinese fir, nearly 2 meters in diameter, considered a large tree even in this primeval forest, growing just a couple of meters from the edge of the newly formed N-shaped path. On the trunk of this fir was a sizable hole, roughly the size of 2 palms, and from the exposed wood, it was evident that this hole had formed recently. "Mr. Lin is truly formidable," Wang Yong remarked as he stood, following Wei Xingshan closer to the hole, marveling. "This is over 500 meters from where he shot, and yet the arrow penetrated this tree with such force. Is he even human?" Wang Yong mused. "Did you just realize he is not human?" Wei Xingshan retorted. "Regardless, I wouldn't dare challenge him, even if I were wielding a rocket launcher." "Enough of that. The dimensions don't add up." Another mercenary interjected. "Mr. Lin's arrow is only as thick as an arm. This hole is far too large." "Indeed," Wang Yong pondered. Wei Xingshan pointed ahead. "Over there, the The group followed his gesture and, sure enough, spotted the arrow lodged in a rock across the way, its front half embedded into the stone, while the rear half still bore a scale the size of 2 palms. The mercenaries hurried forward. Half of them worked to pull it out while the others used hand axes to chip away at the stone, all busy and sweating profusely until they finally extracted the arrow. After a thorough examination of the scene, Wei Xingshan concluded. There was no doubt that the arrow had struck its target, even penetrating a scale of that creature. However, for some unknown reason, the arrowhead had merely slipped past. The arrow, accompanied by the scale, had pierced through the Chinese fur and shattered 2 red spruce trees before finally embedding itself in the rock. Lin Shuo's shot had far exceeded Wei Xingshan's understanding of cold weaponry. What sent shivers down Wei Xingshan's spine was the startling absence of any blood. This indicated that the arrow had merely grazed a scale of that creature without inflicting any injury upon its flesh, merely frightening it away. With this thought, Wei Xingshan couldn't help but glance down at the assault rifle in his hands. Lin Shuo had long cautioned him, but at that time, he had not taken it to heart. Now, for the first time in his life, he began to doubt the efficacy of the weapon he held. After that arrow was loosed, Lin Shuo appeared unfazed. Yet, upon returning to the tent and sitting cross-legged, beads of sweat cascaded down him like a fountain. He remained seated until his clothes were thoroughly soaked, then exhaled deeply, shedding his garments. After drying himself, he changed into a fresh undershirt and crawled into his sleeping bag. Within moments, the sounds of snoring filled the tent. When Lin Shuo next opened his eyes, he found and seated beside him, her beautiful visage filled with concern as she gazed at him. "How long have I slept?" Lin Shuo shook his head and sat up 2 hours, and replied, "You've been waiting here for 2 hours?" "Yes," and nodded, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks, then quickly added, "You've protected us for several nights. It is only right that I guard you for a while." As she spoke, sensing her words might have worsened the situation, she swiftly diverted the topic. "That arrow must have taken a lot of energy, right?" "Indeed," Lin Shuo acknowledged, emerging from his sleeping bag, putting on his shoes, and then looking up. "I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" "I'll go get it right away," and smiled warmly, rising to her feet. "Wait." Lin Shuo's expression turned serious as he twitched his nostrils. "Have Wei Xingshan and the others returned?" "Not yet." Lin Shuo's countenance shifted dramatically, and he abruptly stood, striding swiftly toward the tent exit. Confused, and followed him out, only to find Lu Qing standing outside, holding a walkie-talkie. Just as she was about to greet him, she noticed a peculiar expression on Lu Qing's face, one of sudden shock. As if he had been struck by a tremendous blow, his entire countenance wooden and his eyes vacant. "What's wrong?" and inquired. "Captain Wei and the others have encountered trouble." Chapter 26. Long time no see. Lin Shuo possessed a sense of smell far sharper than most, allowing him at times to seem almost prescient. Yet, this ability did have its limitations. If something were submerged in water, its scent would not disperse, rendering Lin Shuo unaware. Furthermore, if the wind direction did not cooperate, scent particles could fail to reach him, leaving him equally helpless. The choice to establish this mountain as their new camp was due to the fact that at night, the wind would sweep in from the riverside. Thus, even if visibility was obscured, Lin Shuo could utilize his sense of smell to discern the situation by the river. Additionally, the 2-kilometer-wide expanse of primeval forest between this mountain and the unnamed river served as a natural barrier. Whether it was the hook snake or the black water dragon, their approach would certainly stir up considerable commotion. When relocating the camp that day, Wei Xingshan had produced a map, and Lin Shuo's seemingly casual gesture had been the result of careful contemplation. However, he had not anticipated that the unfolding events would take such an unexpectedly grim turn. First, the hook snake, which had remained elusive and was beginning to be doubted as a mere myth, suddenly emerged, launching a surprise attack on the camp where Lin Shuo resided. Furthermore, while Wei Xingshan led the mercenaries down the mountain to retrieve Lin Shuo's arrow, Wang Yong had failed to return. By the time Lin Shuo caught the whiff of blood, it was already too late. Wang Yong's lifeless body lay sprawled in the center of the camp. He had met a gruesome fate. The upper half of his head missing, Wei Xingshan had personally carried him back, and after laying his body to rest in the camp, he turned to Lin Shuo, blood-soaked and silent. Yet his eyes bore a glimmer of pleading. Lin Shuo nodded solemnly in response. Seeing Lin Shuo's acknowledgement, Wei Xingshan turned and entered his tent. When he emerged again, he was wielding the Barrett M95 anti-material sniper rifle. The two men then wordlessly strode out of the camp, exuding an aura of vengeance. The other mercenaries were about to follow when they were halted at the entrance by Lu Qing. "The opposing force is a sniper," Lu Qing said, his face grim. "If you recklessly go down there, you'll be nothing but live targets." These mercenaries were seasoned veterans who had seen battle, thus they quickly recognized that such a weapon, capable of obliterating half a head in one shot, was most likely the work of a sniper. Yet the impulse for vengeance for their fallen comrade had clouded their judgment. Now, with Lu Qing's warning, reason ultimately prevailed. They are acutely aware that a sniper lurking in the shadows, in such a dense jungle terrain, is akin to a death god capable of reaping lives at will. "How can this be?" and inquired. "How could there be a sniper here?" "I do not know," Lu Qing replied, turning his head to join the group of mercenaries as they gazed at the backs of the two men. "Let us wait for their return." Lin Shuo and Wei Xingshan charged down the mountainside like two ferocious tigers, racing through the primitive forest below. At this moment, Lin Shuo's heart was heavy with unshakable gloom. Wei Xingshan descended the mountain for two reasons: to assess the situation and to retrieve his arrows. Lin Shuo believed that the Viper had been repelled and that they were in no danger. Unexpectedly, however, a sniper was concealed nearby. Who is he? Why is he targeting the mercenaries? Why couldn't I sense his presence before? I do not know. All of this remains a mystery. This uncontrollable situation left Lin Shuo deeply troubled. "Mr. Lin, keep moving. We cannot afford to stop," Wei Xingshan reminded him at that moment. "We are quite close to the site." "Understood," Lin Shuo replied. Then he flared his nostrils, discerning a faint whiff of gunpowder among the myriad scents around him. Extremely subtle, yet sufficient for his keen senses. Immediately, he turned his gaze to the northwest direction, across the mountain. The sound of gunfire seemed to originate from that area as well. The continuous running left Wei Xingshan panting, though the suppressor made his weapon virtually silent. "Let us go take a look." The two men proceeded toward the northwest when Wei Xingshan suddenly asked, "Mr. Lin, can you truly block a bullet?" "I am no deity," Lin Shuo replied. "I in this day and age, once a bullet leaves the chamber, no one can withstand it." Wei Xingshan acknowledged. "However, there are many things I can do before the bullet is fired," Lin Shuo added, then inquired, "Why do you ask?" "Mr. Lin, please do not misunderstand. Snipers often employ a common tactic: fire a shot, then relocate, aiming at the spot from which they shot," Wei Xingshan explained. "Moreover, there may not be just one sniper on this mountain. Otherwise, I would have already led the brothers to deal with him. There is only one sniper, and he is no longer nearby," Lin Shuo asserted. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Lin Shuo nodded. "He is an Asian. His scent is indeed very faint, yet at this distance, I cannot be deceived. He must possess frogman equipment and has already entered the water." As he spoke, the two had traversed the primitive thicket and ascended the mountain. This mountain peak is a little over 2 kilometers from their camp. Not particularly elevated, situated near the riverbank. Upon reaching midway up the mountain, Lin Shuo halted beneath a tree. "This is the spot." He indicated the bushes beside the tree, which bore evident signs of having been pressed down. "Damn it," Wei Xingshan cursed, glancing around with reddened eyes. "This bastard got away. I should have rushed up here when I had the chance." "Being cautious was the right call," Lin Shuo replied. "This man was capable of taking Wang Yong's life with a single shot. Had you charged in, I believe he would not have hesitated to fire again." Wei Xingshan slammed his fist against the nearby tree, letting out a heavy sigh. Throwing his Barrett aside, the hulking man turned his back to Lin Shuo and slowly crouched down. His shoulders trembling, he did not weep aloud, but the suppressed sorrow he bore was even more poignant. Wang Yong had died before his very eyes. Lin Shuo chose not to disturb him, instead continuing to analyze the scent composition in the area. Each individual possesses a unique scent. Some emanate from their very being, while others derive from their lifestyle habits. This sniper had a notably faint scent, aside from the natural lightness of an Asian. The majority of his skin was encased in a set of specially treated frogman gear. While lying in wait, the surface of this gear had sustained minor abrasions, leaving behind a nearly imperceptible chemical fiber odor. He wore a special mask over his mouth and nose, and the exposed skin appeared to have been sprayed with some odorless antiperspirant, rendering it virtually scentless. Were it not for the gunshot, which tainted his body with the smell of gunpowder, Lin Shuo would have found it exceedingly difficult to trace his whereabouts. However, now that he had submerged himself, stealthily retreating into the depths of the forest, Lin Shuo was left powerless to pursue him. The meticulous management of his scent by this individual made Lin Shuo feel as though he was being specifically targeted. For, logically speaking, even the most competent sniper would not be so scrupulous about their scent management. Then, Lin Shuo recalled that Wang Yong had previously mentioned feeling watched. Yet upon returning to the temporary camp, he had sensed nothing amiss. Wei Xingshan had led the men in a thorough search for an entire day. Yet no abnormalities had been uncovered. It seemed that Wang Yong's intuition had been correct, but now he was dead. Lin Shuo had anticipated casualties on this expedition to the outer Greater Xing'an range. But he never imagined that the first death would result from a sniper's bullet. The situation here had grown increasingly complex. Nevertheless, with the sniper having fled, he and Wei Xingshan were now out in the field searching for answers. Naturally assuming the associated risks, over time, those in the camp would undoubtedly grow concerned. Lin Shuo took a couple of steps forward, patting Wei Xingshan on the shoulder, signaling that they had gathered enough information and should return. Wei Xingshan inhaled deeply and rose to his feet. Then, both men abruptly froze. The spot where Wei Xingshan had been crouching was right beside the tree. As he stood, Lin Shuo's gaze shifted upward, only to suddenly discover that there were indeed words carved into the tree. Wei Xingshan also noticed, wiping away his tears, his eyes widening in shock. The words were etched irregularly into the side of the tree. Previously, as the two ascended the mountain, their attention had quickly fixated on the adjacent bushes, causing them to overlook this detail. The others had instinctively assumed that, being a sniper, he would certainly clean up the scene before leaving, ensuring no obvious traces were left behind. They never expected there would be words left on the tree. On this Scotch pine, 7 Chinese characters were crookedly carved. Wei Xingshan, long time no see. Lin Shuo clearly discerned these 7 characters and remarked, "It appears he knows you." After the initial shock, Wei Xingshan's expression turned complex. He remained silent for a moment before finally stating, "Let us return." Chapter 27. The birds greet the phoenix. Although Lin Shuo and Wei Xingshan returned empty-handed, their safe return nonetheless relieved the group. Yet, the atmosphere in the camp remained oppressive, as Wang Yong's body lay in the central clearing. "Captain Wei, who did this? Have you found that beast?" "Captain Wei, Wang Yong cannot have died in vain." Wei Xingshan looked at his men, his face serious as he commanded, "Lu Qing, yes, arrange the sentries. Yes, the rest of you. Assemble in 15 minutes. We shall bid farewell to Wang Yong." Yes. As they were outside the borders of China, the group decided to cremate Wang Yong's body on site and bring his ashes back to the homeland for burial. Wang Yong was a man of great loyalty, having built strong bonds with his comrades. During the farewell ceremony, several mercenaries were reduced to tears. Coming from military backgrounds and now engaged in the mercenary trade, nearly every one of them had brushed shoulders with death and witnessed the loss of comrades. But today was particularly abrupt. Just that morning, they had been contemplating the matter of the Viper. Shocked by the terrifying in-shaped trail in the mountains, and by noon, a single cold shot had extinguished a living soul. Among the mercenaries, only Wei Xingshan did not shed tears. He merely presided over Wang Yong's farewell ceremony with reddened eyes, then hoisted Wang Yong's body and carried a small barrel of diesel to the other side of the mountain. The mercenaries followed suit, accompanying their fallen comrade on his final journey. Over an hour later, Wei Xingshan and the others returned. Lu Qing, holding an urn of ashes, was still dabbing at his tears. Upon seeing and Lin Shuo waiting at the camp entrance, Wei Xingshan said, "Miss And, please gather the others. Once I have settled Wang Yong's ashes, we shall hold a meeting." "Understood." Soon, everyone convened in Yang Tuo's tent. Lin Shuo and Wei Xingshan, He Zihong, Lu Qing, and the mobility-impaired Yang Tuo. Once everyone had taken their seats, and spoke first, "Captain Wei, do you have anything you wish to convey to everyone?" "You all should withdraw," Wei Xingshan said with a solemn expression. "Mr. Lin and I will remain to complete this mission. The rest of you should return to China." Wei Xingshan's words dropped like a stone, casting a hush over the entire tent. The group seemed to have anticipated this moment, their faces devoid of shock, instead reflecting confusion and hesitation. Indeed, He Zihong sighed, his expression somewhat resigned. "If it were merely a matter of strange creatures, we would overcome any difficulties. But now, To discover that there is a gunman lying in wait outside changes the nature of the situation entirely. Perceptive Lu Qing directed his gaze at Lin Shuo. Mr. Lin, what did you find during your outing with Captain Wei? Hearing this, Lin Shuo glanced at Wei Xingshan before replying, this sniper is no ordinary foe. He has implemented stringent safeguards regarding his scent. If he does not fire or aim at me, I would find it exceedingly difficult to detect him. Mr. Lin, do you mean? Anne's expression turned grave. Indeed, he knows me. Which is why he is cautious around me, Lin Shuo affirmed with a nod. Not only does he know Mr. Lin, he recognizes me as well, Wei Xingshan interjected. He left me a message carved into the tree. He knows Captain Wei? Lu Qing expressed her astonishment. Indeed, Wei Xingshan replied, it is evident that he possesses comprehensive knowledge of our team's intelligence. He remains an elusive sniper, capable of eliminating anyone he desires. Under such circumstances, why have you not retreated? What are you waiting for? Captain Wei, did that gunman leave you with a few words? Yang Tuo inquired at that moment. Could you share what they were? It has been a long time since we last met, Wei Xingshan stated candidly, without concealing the truth. But do you know who he is? Yang Tuo pressed on. Wei Xingshan shook his head. In my lifetime, I have not forged many friendships, yet the lives I owe are numerous. I do not know who he is. Perhaps he is an enemy. Among your enemies, there shouldn't be many who have undergone sniper training. Right? Yang Tuo queried. Unfortunately, there are indeed quite a few, Wei Xingshan responded. That shot was taken from approximately 500 meters, a stationary target, quite impressive. However, such individuals exist in abundance within the military forces of various nations. Your unit conducts missions using code names. The average person would not know your name. This individual knows your name and can write in Chinese, indicating that he must be Chinese. Yang Tuo adjusted his glasses, gazing at Wei Xingshan. Captain Wei, are you certain you do not know who he is? What do you mean? Wei Xingshan's piercing gaze intensified as he asked in a low voice. You should know who he is? Yang Tuo stated calmly. The muscles in Wei Xingshan's face twitched, and he fell silent. Yang Tuo, a rising star in China's biological sciences, lay half reclined on the ground, his complexion pale and appearing quite frail. Wei Xingshan, seated yet towering close to 2 meters, resembled a small mountain even in repose. The disparity in both physique and health between the two was stark. At that moment, Yang Tuo looked up at Wei Xingshan, his expression reflecting a sense of superiority. Captain Wei, you would do well not to withhold crucial information from us. If that sniper is targeting you, wouldn't it be more rational for you to withdraw rather than all of us? Upon Yang Tuo's remark, the tent fell silent once more. Lu Qing broke the stillness, stating, I believe Captain Wei would not conceal anything from us. Moreover, he is the commander of our team, and we all heed his orders. If he were to leave, what would we do? I trust that with Mr. Lin present, this team is adequately equipped, Yang Tuo replied, turning his gaze toward Lin Shuo. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Lin Shuo, maintaining a placid expression, nodded slightly. Indeed. Wei Xingshan's eyes fixated on Lin Shuo, his eyelids flickering. This team is sufficient with me. The presence of these individuals is truly dispensable. Lin Shuo ignored Wei Xingshan entirely, instead focusing on the half-reclined Yang Tuo. They may be expendable, but you and your teacher are nothing but a burden. Your teacher can at least prepare a meal, but with your leg broken, what can you do? Yang Tuo appeared taken aback. Mr. Lin, you. He Zihong's expression also froze. Lin Shuo disregarded He Zihong and continued to fixate on Yang Tuo. That sniper, regardless of his identity, is evidently aware of my expertise and is taking precautions to avoid detection. This indicates that his motives extend beyond merely targeting Wei Xingshan. If he were truly after Wei Xingshan, why would he wait and kill under my very nose? Furthermore, he did not even target Wei Xingshan himself. Thus, whether he knows Wei Xingshan or vice versa is inconsequential. Even if Wei Xingshan recognizes him, he likely remains unaware of his true intentions. Perhaps that individual left those words to sow discord among us. Lin Shuo's words rendered Yang Tuo speechless and observed the scene, gaining some understanding of the young scholar. She had also noticed Wei Xingshan's peculiar demeanor but placed greater trust in his integrity. Prior to Wei Xingshan's employment at the International Biological Research Association, she personally vetted his credentials, ensuring his reliability. Lu Qing inquired, Mr. Lin, what could the sniper's purpose possibly be? We can ascertain that by finding him and asking. Lin Shuo responded. But didn't you say he can evade your senses? How can we find him? And questioned, her expression filled with confusion. On my own, it would indeed be quite challenging. However, I am not alone. Lin Shuo stood up and walked outside the tent. The crowd, filled with curiosity, followed suit. Standing in the center of the camp, Lin Shuo surveyed his surroundings before his expression darkened. Why haven't you shown yourselves yet? With a flutter, the magpie Xiaoba emerged from the woods, not landing on Lin Shuo's shoulder as usual, but instead perching on a stone 5 meters away. The bird appeared to bear some guilt. Its head bowed as it softly uttered, "Brother Shuo. Are you afraid too?" Lin Shuo inquired. "I was wrong, Brother Shuo." Xiaoba quickly replied, "I ventured far yesterday and did not remain in the nearby woods. By the time I heard the commotion and returned, it was already too late. I shall grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself," Lin Shuo stated. "You heard what needs to be done." "Understood," Xiaoba perked up, spreading its black wings and soaring into the sky. The onlookers followed the bird with their gazes, noticing it hovered midair. Flapping its wings, Xiaoba opened its beak and emitted a sharp, piercing cry. "Jia!" The sound reverberated, causing everyone to feel as if their hearts skipped a beat, and they instinctively furrowed their brows, covering their ears. Their assessment was correct. Soon, a second cry followed. "Jia! Jia!" After 3 cries, Xiaoba flapped its wings and descended, landing on Lin Shuo's shoulder. Noticing Lin Shuo's indifference, Xiaoba eagerly remarked, "Brother Shuo, I spent the entire night surveying the mountains and forests in a 100-mile radius. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter." "It is best that you do," Lin Shuo replied nonchalantly. "Should you fail, you know the consequences. That won't happen. It won't. We are like brothers for life. Brother Shuo, you know me well. When have I ever faltered? If you had been present last night, that beast would not have escaped. Who could have anticipated that?" The creature remained elusive. Who knew it would approach under the cover of night? In the center of the camp, the man and bird conversed animatedly, and the others observed them, feeling that the situation was not quite as it seemed. Xiaoba had returned and called out 3 times, which was quite loud. And then what? A patrolling mercenary happened to pass by the entrance of the camp. He halted, casting his gaze into the distance. "What is that?" Another mercenary followed his line of sight and looked up. Perplexed? Clouds? Doesn't seem like it that. A flock of birds? Indeed, birds. So many birds. Birds flew in from all directions, emerging in flocks from the primordial forests of the outer Greater Shingon Range. They resembled patches of colorful clouds converging toward the mountain where the camp was situated. After approximately half an hour, everyone in the camp looked around, astonished to find the surroundings filled with birds of all sizes, some beautiful, others less so, some quiet, others noisy, densely packed, chirping incessantly. The sheer number of birds overwhelmed both their sight and hearing, inducing goosebumps in almost everyone, a physiological response of stress. Only Lin Shuo appeared unfazed, casually glancing around before turning to Xiaoba. "You seem to have no qualms about socializing. It's not that I'm picky. My abilities simply do not allow for it," Xiaoba retorted, fluffing its feathers. "Shall I converse with them?" "Go ahead." Xiaoba flew to a large rock on the western side of the camp, where a black-eared kite had previously claimed its territory. This bird, belonging to the hawk family, ranked among the top raptors in the outer Greater Shingon Range. Particularly large, it measured almost a meter in length, clearly at the apex of the local food chain. Upon seeing Xiaoba approach, the black-eared kite quickly hopped back, granting Xiaoba some space. Once Xiaoba settled on the rock, the kite, with a gaze full of longing, leaned in, only to be met with a swift wing to the face from Xiaoba. "Get lost. I'm here to handle business." The female kite, knocked off the rock, quickly regained its footing, gazing at Xiaoba with confusion. Ignoring her, Xiaoba energetically flapped its wings and began to call out. As Xiaoba called, the previously cacophonous flock of birds fell silent. Then, standing atop the large rock, Xiaoba gestured and spoke in various styles of bird language, conveying the situation. The people in the camp comprehended not a word, yet it was evident that the birds on the mountain understood, as they began to respond and depart in flocks. Some even flew to the rock beforehand to present offerings to Xiaoba, lizards, mice, caterpillars, maggots, and an assortment of other unsightly items. Once the birds had all taken flight, Xiaoba returned to Lin Shuo's shoulder. "Brother Shuo, I've already given them instructions. Rest assured, within a 100-mile radius, should there be even the slightest disturbance, they will report back. That sniper hasn't gone far. At most, within 20 minutes, we will have news. Very well, Lin Shuo nodded. At this moment, the individuals standing at the campsite remained in a state of bewilderment. No one had anticipated that this mere myna bird possessed such remarkable abilities. Its command over the avian world was akin to deploying countless unmanned reconnaissance drones across the sky. Initially, when it claimed to be a descendant of the phoenix, everyone dismissed it as mere bravado. Yet now, could it possibly be true? Did phoenixes genuinely exist in ancient times? Unbeknownst to them, the elder had such extraordinary skills. He Zihong remarked, "It appears my prior judgment of the elder was rather hasty. Elder, would you permit me to draw a small sample of your blood? I wish to conduct some research. $50 million. The young mina replied with a tilt of its head. Didn't you say it was 10 million before? He Zihong exclaimed in astonishment. The price has increased, the young mina stated. Elder, you truly are remarkable. And approached Lin Shuo, exclaiming, you must be the phoenix, correct? Dear lady, spare me your flattery, the young mina retorted, appearing somewhat disinterested. Had I known that the snake would arrive, I would have refrained from this endeavor. My brother Shuo is indeed impressive. He advised me to stay close, and I ought to have heeded his words. Enough, Lin Shuo interjected. No one can foresee the future. It is fortunate that we have located the gunman. The snake can be dealt with in due course, but we must first remove the gun hanging over our heads. Downstream of the nameless river, 5 kilometers away from the iron chain bridge, a head emerged from the water. The oxygen tank on his back was empty. He could no longer remain submerged. He discarded the underwater propulsion device and sought refuge on a patch of dense forest. Removing his flippers, with utmost haste, he retrieved a bottle of antiperspirant from his waterproof backpack and sprayed it over every inch of exposed skin. After completing this ritual, he finally relaxed, collapsing in the thicket. Casting a glance towards the direction of the iron chain bridge, his eyes filled with trepidation. When he first received this assignment, he had not perceived the task as particularly daunting. His name was Jin Bing Huan, a former ace sniper of the South Korean Navy SEALs, having undertaken assassination missions like this 18 times, never once failing. His target this time was a mercenary with a background in a Chinese Special Forces unit. In a direct confrontation on the battlefield, the outcome remained uncertain. However, as a sniper lurking to eliminate him, it was a mere trifle. The previous night, he had carved a message into a tree as per his employer's instructions, then concealed himself within the thicket. He felt his infiltration was executed flawlessly, akin to a work of art. Suspended behind this group of individuals for 2 days and nights, they had yet to detect his presence. Of course, adhering to his employer's specifications, he was particularly cautious around the man with the massive bow, meticulously gauging the wind direction while managing to mask his own scent to perfection. Consequently, at dawn, he beheld a colossal creature through his infrared night vision goggles. The fallen trees and the man on the opposite hillside, drawing his bow like a demon. Terror seized him. He mentally invoked every deity he could conceive. The original plan was to strike tomorrow, but he could hardly contain himself. Thanks to a decade of rigorous training, he instinctively executed the series of tactical maneuvers, hiding, aiming, firing, and cleaning up the scene before retreating. After traveling 5 kilometers from the site, he finally dared to exhale deeply. Yet, relaxation was premature. Navigating through the dense forest he currently occupied, he would need to proceed south for another 3 kilometers. Climb a mountain and hide within a well-concealed cave to complete his escape. 10 days hence, a seaplane would arrive at the river below to collect him, and the final payment would be processed at that time. Due to a mismatch in the assassination timing, a portion of the payment would be deducted, but he no longer cared. As long as he received the final payment, he vowed never to engage in such dealings again. He was aware that he was not the only assassin who had ventured into the greater Xing'an range. Several days prior, they had disembarked at the pier of Jialinda, each receiving their assignments before commencing their operations. He considered himself fortunate to be the first to act. Whether the others would survive was a matter he held little hope for, as that man was simply too terrifying. That arrow had been utterly heart-stopping. Suddenly, a noise erupted from ahead in the thicket. Jin Bing Huan, his senses heightened, swiftly drew his sidearm, only to discover it was merely a magpie, perched on a branch, tilting its head in curiosity. He gradually relaxed his grip on the trigger. A smile breaking across his face. Annyeonghaseyo, he greeted the bird softly. The magpie was the national bird of Korea. A pang of homesickness struck him. That arrow fired at dawn had drained all of Lin Shuo's strength. At that moment, the young mina was absent, and his aim had been somewhat lacking, necessitating every ounce of effort to release that arrow. Whether it would slay the snake relied on fortune, but at the very least, it needed to provide a deterrent. Otherwise, should the snake breach the camp, Lin Shuo might emerge unscathed, but the others would be in peril. After releasing the arrow, Lin Shuo managed a brief nap to regain some vitality. He had not yet had the opportunity to eat when an incident involving Wang Yong occurred. After attending to the ensuing chaos, Lin Shuo now observed the young mina cheerfully consuming the offerings brought by the birds, consisting of mice, caterpillars, and maggots. While the others found the fare unpalatable, Lin Shuo felt as though he were on the verge of collapse, his stomach gnawing at him, and, quick-witted, noticed Lin Shuo's expression and suggested, "Mr. Lin, please wait in the tent. I'll be right back." 2 minutes later, and returned to Lin Shuo's tent with a leg of a fragrant deer, shot down by a mercenary 2 days prior, following He Zihong's advice. The leg had been cured with smoke and then air-dried on the mountain for 2 days in the autumn's dry winds, rendering the meat perfectly aged. This morning, and had roasted it, intending to deliver it to Lin Shuo while discussing the details of the operation. However, upon entering the tent, she discovered Lin Shuo had already fallen asleep. Now, as and brought the leg back, the meat had cooled, but Lin Shuo cared little. He accepted the leg of venison and devoured it with gusto, and watched, somewhat entranced, as Lin Shuo indulged in his meal. After a few bites, he suddenly recalled something and asked in a low voice, "This deer was hunted by Wang Yong, correct?" "Yes," and replied, her expression darkening as she nodded. Lin Shuo fell silent for a moment before resuming his meal, this time eating slowly, savoring each morsel, chewing thoroughly before swallowing. Halfway through, the young mina flew in, exclaiming, "Brother Shuo, there's news." Lin Shuo nodded, swallowed the food in his mouth, wiped his lips with the back of his hand, and stood up. "I'll accompany you," and offered no need. Lin Shuo shook his head, "I can manage alone." Swiftly, as he lifted the tent flap, Lin Shuo was momentarily blinded by the brightness, only to find Wei Xingshan standing outside. The formidable figure wore only a light green tank top, his muscular arms resembling iron, his thick brows knitted tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Mr. Lin, please allow the elder to guide me. I am taking a few brothers with me," Wei Xingshan declared decisively. Lin Shuo glanced at the giant, nodding in acknowledgement. Wei Xingshan snapped to attention, saluting Lin Shuo before turning to bellow, "Zhang Han, present. Li Tianyi, present. He Ai Gua, present. You three, grab your weapons and follow me." "Yes." Chapter 29. An inevitable calamity. Seeing the magpie had eased Jin Bing Huan's nerves considerably. He treaded lightly through the woodland. Soon, however, he began to feel dizzied. It was a bright sunny day, with temperatures in the mountains reaching 30 degrees Celsius. As he climbed through the mountains, the intense exertion, combined with the suffocating confines of his wetsuit, threatened to induce heat stroke. He dared not drink water. Doing so would lead to excessive sweating, quickly rendering the antiperspirant ineffective. After witnessing the power of that arrow, he remained vigilant, even at this distance. Fortunately, he was now close to the concealed cave. The magpie had followed him all along, chirping from the branches above. The melodious calls seemed to invigorate Jin Bing Huan, urging him on. "I will certainly return. I must," he silently reassured himself as he finally pushed aside a rock that served as a cover. Beneath it lay an entrance, half a man's height, exuding a cool breeze from within. This cave contained enough provisions and fresh water for 10 days, with ample space, and Jin Bing Huan felt he had found salvation. Turning back, he noticed that the magpie that had accompanied him had flown away. A twinge of regret surged within him, but he quickly regained his optimism. Perhaps it would return shortly. His intuition proved correct. Less than half an hour later, the magpie indeed returned, accompanied by a stunning mina. Jin Bing Huan could not help but acknowledge the mina's beauty, surpassing even that of Korea's national bird. Its glossy black feathers gleamed, adorned with a tuft of golden plumage atop its head like a crown. Just as Jin Bing Huan closed his eyes to rest, a sudden realization struck him, causing his eyes to widen in alarm and his hairs to stand on end. Despite the distance, he recognized this mina. In the depths of the jungle, a sniper, meticulously concealed, is akin to an embodiment of death itself. Conversely, an exposed sniper is nothing more than a mere fool. After a little over an hour, Wei Xingshan and his companions returned with a lifeless body. The four men were drenched in sweat, fortunately unharmed. Accompanying them was Xiao Ba. The magpie perched on Lin Shuo's shoulder, remarking, "This fellow was quite decisive." Upon realizing he was cornered in the cave, he opted for suicide. He met his end swiftly, indeed. Wei Xingshan, dropping the body he had been carrying, gasped, "Originally, I intended to toss him into the river to feed the fish. But I thought Mr. Lin might know him, so I brought him back point one by one." The group emerged from their tents. They were either mercenaries, biologists, or hunters like Lin Shuo. They were no strangers to corpses. He Zihong immediately began examining the body, crouching down to inspect the wound at the temple, then stated, "Asian male, aged between 29 and 33, time of death not exceeding 1 hour. I will collect his genetic material shortly. Though regrettably, I lack the necessary equipment here. I can only analyze his identity using the gene bank once we return to the research institute." At this juncture, He Zihong glanced at Lin Shuo, adding, "If Mr. Lin or Captain Wei recognizes him, it would simplify matters considerably. I do not know him." Lin Shuo shook his head. "Nor do I," Wei Xingshan replied. "However, before he died, I heard him shouting a few phrases in what seemed to be Korean while hiding in the cave." "A South Korean?" "If that is the case," and interjected, "he must have been hired. The intelligence was likely provided by someone else." Indeed, Lin Shuo recalled the haphazardly scrawled characters on the tree trunk, recognizing Anne's assessment. "However, if he was employed by someone, there should be more than just him," and said anxiously. He Zihong's expression shifted. "Miss Anne, do you deduce that there will be more gunmen nearby? Most likely inside?" "Currently, this situation lacks clarity. Their objective has evidently not been achieved yet. Given they are aware of Mr. Lin's presence, they would not dispatch just one individual to fulfill their aims. What shall we do?" He Zihong asked, distressed. "Who exactly is plotting against us?" "Old man, you need not worry about that," Xiao Ba assured. "I have already spread the word. Just await news." And no sooner had Xiao Ba spoken than a sharp eagle's cry pierced the air. The group looked up to see an eagle circling above the camp. Lin Shuo squinted slightly, recognizing the bird as the black-eared kite that Xiao Ba had previously sent crashing beneath a rock. The eagle hovered aloft, calling out repeatedly. After a moment, Xiao Ba emitted an eagle's cry in return, soaring into the sky. The two birds began to circle above the camp, as if engaged in a leisurely conversation. Their calls echoing through the air. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ba descended, appearing somewhat disgruntled. "This bird is rather dim-witted. It cannot articulate clearly. What did it say?" and inquired. It mentioned having flown a considerable distance nearby and observed several individuals lying still, as well as a group traversing further into the mountains. "Can you be more specific? What direction were they in and how many individuals were there?" "Dear lady, do not press it too hard. After all, it is merely a bird," Xiao Ba replied. "It lacks a concept of east, west, south, or north, and cannot count. But fear not, it will guide me to take a look that I shall return with more information." "Oh." Just as Xiao Ba was about to take flight, Lin Shuo grasped its talon. "What is it, Brother Shuo?" The bird fluttered, questioning. "Be cautious," Lin Shuo advised. Understood. That afternoon, 6 robust men clad in camouflage, armed to the teeth, traversed the dense forest. The leader, towering at around 6 feet, possessed an astonishing girth and stature, resembling a stout log that a scar, reminiscent of a flesh-colored centipede, extended from his left brow to his lips, rendering his countenance fearsome. He bore a massive crossbow on his back, its limbs as thick as a man's arm, extending a meter on either side, resembling a pair of outstretched wings. This group had arrived in Mongolia 5 days prior, regrouping before embarking on 3 speedboats along the Heilong River to Jialingda. Upon reaching the small border town of Jialingda, they dispersed. Some lay in wait within the outer Shingan Mountains for orders, while the 6 men undertook a crucial mission to establish a temporary signal base atop a designated peak for communication purposes. This signal base was equipped with the most advanced military communication technology globally, a recent product of a military-industrial complex from a country in the Americas designed to be exceedingly discreet, with a signal range of up to 100 kilometers. After arriving at the preordained mountain peak and setting up the signal base, they had completed their tasks by the morning. However, after 3 days of carrying equipment through arduous terrain, The 6 men were utterly exhausted. Just as they established communication, they received troubling news. The sniper closest to their target team had inexplicably fired his weapon prematurely. Within a mere hour, he had been discovered and forced to take his own life. Damn those South Korean bastards! The scar-faced man cursed vehemently, the most critical piece of information before his demise was uttered in Korean. Who the hell can understand that? Boss, calm down, one of the men behind him said. I spent 2 months in South Korea. While I cannot speak the language, I can grasp a few words. What did he say? He spoke too rapidly. I barely caught anything. Are you trying to play me for a fool? The scar-faced man drew the pistol strapped to his thigh. No. I did catch one word, the man exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. What word? Bird. Go play with birds. The scar-faced man cocked his pistol, preparing to fire. Boss, it really was bird. The pronunciation was similar to sigh, spoken quickly. There is indeed such a sound, the scar-faced man nodded, his facial muscles twitching as if recalling something. I heard from above that he was indeed accompanied by a magpie. The scar-faced man muttered to himself. An eagle's cry resonated from afar. He looked up to see a dark silhouette circling in the azure sky, resembling an eagle. After a moment's contemplation, he shaded his eyes with his hand, scrutinizing the bird overhead, a sly grin crossing his face. Clever enough to hide atop an eagle. Having uttered these words, he reached for the crossbow on his back. Chapter 30. The sound of jingle bells. The scar-faced man unstrapped the crossbow from his back, but did not hasten to load it. He continued to gaze at the eagle above. The eagle appeared only slightly larger than the dark shape. The other 5 men, witnessing the scar-faced man preparing to shoot the eagle, felt a surge of excitement, their hands brushing against their weapons. Yet, they were aware of their own marksmanship limitations. At this distance, only the scar-faced man could ensure a clean shot. Boss, why are you not taking action? One of the men queried. Kid, let me teach you a trick, the scar-faced man replied calmly. Do not be deceived by the eagle's seemingly leisurely flight. That is an illusion. It is incredibly swift, whether using a gun or a crossbow. Without fully understanding its flight pattern at this distance, one cannot hope to hit it. But how can one comprehend how an eagle flies? The man asked. The scar-faced man remained silent, continuing to observe. Then, he placed the crossbow on the ground, stepped on the bowstring with both feet, grasped the limbs with both hands, and with a sharp sound, drew the bowstring back. He then withdrew a thick arrow from behind and fitted it into the bow's groove. Raising the massive crossbow, he fired without aiming. With a resounding thud, the hefty arrow shot into the sky. The other 5 men watched in astonishment as the arrow initially flew like lightning, catching them off guard. However, as they tracked its trajectory, they noticed it slowing, its ascent becoming increasingly sluggish. The arrow was now far from the eagle's current position, and under the eagle's present flight pattern, it would miss by a wide margin. The 5 men gazed upward, believing the shot would fail, already contemplating how to console the scar-faced man later. This man had a notoriously bad temper and could become dangerous if enraged. The arrow, succumbing to gravity, began to wobble, its descent imminent. Just then, the eagle flapped its wings, performed a wide turn, and with an eagle's cry, it was pierced through the body. The 5 men stood transfixed, a strange sensation washing over them. The eagle soared gracefully through the skies, seemingly untroubled, until the last moment when, with an unexpected turn, it appeared to have found its doom, crashing into an unseen threat. Leader, you are truly remarkable. How did you foresee that the eagle would veer off course? The scar-faced man offered no reply, tossing aside the crossbow and extending his hand. Gun? The eagle plummeted from the heavens, yet above it, another bird lingered. This bird soared at an impressive altitude, appearing merely as a small black speck. Originally soaring above the eagle, upon witnessing its demise, it ascended even higher, distancing itself from the ground. The burly figure nearby promptly handed the scar-faced man a weapon. It was a silenced AWM, a British firearm. Robust and sleek in appearance, renowned for its power and precision, ranking among the finest of sniper rifles. The scar-faced man raised the weapon skyward, despite the AWM typically requiring a support stand for firing. He steadied it with only his arms, as firm as a mountain. Unlike the previous shot with the crossbow, this time he took careful aim before pulling the trigger. The muzzle flash of the AWM illuminated the sky. And even with the silencer, The sound reverberated like thunder in the heart, high in the heavens. A burst of black feathers exploded, dingling, dingling. Amidst the mountains of the greater Xing'an range, the sound of bells rang out. This bell was fastened around the neck of a gray donkey, its melodic chime resonating as the donkey ambled along the mountain path. Should the local villagers hear this sound, joy would surely light up their faces. For encountering the Dragon King's messenger in the mountains was considered a blessing. The villagers here, over 70 years ago, had resided south of the Heilong River, native farmers of northeast China. After the September 18th incident in 1931, when the Japanese invaded, the majority of fleeing farmers chose to head inland. A small group, however, opted to venture north, crossing the Heilong River into Russian territory, settling here. They could not travel further north. Beyond lay the permafrost, where survival was impossible, leaving them to establish their homes in this place. Those who managed to escape here were few, but after 70 years of propagation, they finally took root. Presently, amidst the vast mountains of the greater Xing'an range, 26 villages are scattered throughout. These villages vary in size, with even the smallest housing over 100 residents. Over the 70-plus years of their existence, the Dragon King's festival has gradually become a cherished tradition. There is no set date for the festival. It is not that the villagers lack customary practices, but rather that the presiding officiant can only be the Dragon King's messenger. Each year, during August and September, the messenger traverses the greater Xing'an range, akin to lighting lamps, visiting each village to preside over the festival. To cover all 26 villages requires more than a month, regardless of how the journey unfolds. The festival must be conducted one at a time, and the order is a matter of contention. Almost every village wishes to host the festival first, believing it brings greater fortune. Considering this desire, the messenger must alter the route each year, striving to distribute blessings evenly. With no cell phones for communication, logistics are cumbersome. Thus, during August and September, the sound of bells will echo throughout the mountains of the greater Xing'an range. Should villagers hear the bells while hunting or gathering wood, they may inquire, and the messenger will share the route for the year. News will spread, and by the time the messenger arrives, the village will be prepared. Dingling, dingling. The bell's sound reverberated through the mountains. An elderly man clad in black followed the gray donkey, walking at a leisurely pace. As he ambled, he muttered, "O gray donkey, how fortunate you are. You drink from the mountain springs and feast on the finest grains. Just look at your shiny coat, and then look at me, gaunt and emaciated, feeling dizzy from this arduous trek. What? You suggest I ride you to conserve energy? Alas, that would not do. What if someone were to see? Hunters must maintain their prowess. Though we once basked in glory, now we can only wallow in misery. Even if you are a donkey, I must pamper you as if you were a lord. I must continue to converse with you, lest others believe you cannot understand. Human hearts are inscrutable. If I cannot cater to all, who would trust me? Wouldn't you agree? In truth, you are quite foolish, far from the Dragon King. Yet, I cannot fault you. How many years of experience do you possess? Ah, enough of this chatter. I am utterly exhausted. Let us rest for a moment." The elder led the donkey to a tree, tethering it securely before sitting down heavily on the ground. Panting, life is becoming unbearable. I can scarcely find enough to eat. He retrieved a leather water pouch from his waist, took a swig, swished it around in his mouth, and reluctantly swallowed. Just then, a piercing cry of an eagle echoed from afar. The elder's expression tightened as he followed the sound. An eagle had been shot down. Soon after, he noticed a small black, descending from the higher skies. As it fell swiftly, he soon discerned that it was a black magpie, spiraling through the air before crashing into the tree where the elder had tethered his donkey. This was a decades-old mountain poplar, tall and dense, and the bird flailed among the branches until it finally plummeted to the ground before the elder. He quickly glanced at his donkey, relieved to see it unharmed. Turning back to examine the bird, his expression grew solemn. He recognized this bird. Previously, in Longsinggu, he had been cornered by a group of people, led by a young man from the Lin family. This youth, having inherited the Lin family's true teachings, was not to be trifled with. However, due to his youth, the elder had managed to deceive him, even providing him with information in passing. While he had rambled on at length, he had been acutely aware of his surroundings, contemplating how to extricate himself if the situation turned dire. He noticed a magpie perched on a nearby tree. a striking bird he had never encountered in the greater Xing'an range, likely the one belonging to that young man from the Lin family. The magpie before him was undoubtedly the same, identifiable by its tuft of golden feathers. The elder reached out and cradled the bird in his hands. It had a heartbeat. It was still alive. Upon further inspection, he noted its belly was singed and its feathers charred, a gunshot wound. The elder muttered, "Fortunately, it was only grazed at a tree that moment." Rustling leaves sounded from the northeast. The elder needed no confirmation. He knew someone had bypassed the mountain path, instead choosing to forge a route with a machete. The noise indicated more than one person was approaching. So this bird is being pursued? The elder mused quietly, glancing at the magpie in his hands. He hesitated briefly, then seemingly resolved, tucked the magpie into his bosom. The elder approached his donkey, bent down to untie the bell from around its neck, wrapped it in cloth and stowed it away in his satchel. He then loosened the donkey's reins and with a gentle leap, mounted the gray donkey. "Giddy up!" The donkey paused momentarily, bewildered. It had never been ridden before. "Oh, you truly are my ancestor," the elder whispered, turning to give the donkey a light smack on its rear. The gray donkey, stung by the sudden pain, finally began to trot along. "Faster, faster," the elder urged as he bounced on the donkey's back, saying, "Dear ancestor, our future sustenance may very well depend on you." Chapter 31. A man tougher than iron at the International Biological Research Camp. Operations had almost come to a standstill. Unbeknownst to them, several snipers lay in wait outside, instilling a sense of trepidation among everyone within. Even those stationed at the camp felt a palpable tension. Wei Xingshan, accompanied by mercenaries, had erected defensive fortifications and mandated that all personnel remain behind cover to avoid being caught off guard. After completing these defenses, Wei Xingshan, along with 4 mercenaries, scoured the perimeter, personally inspecting every potential sniper hiding spot. This search was not a simple matter of locating items. No one knew whether a weapon lay concealed in those areas, and the tactical maneuvers required were complex and physically demanding. The vast expanse of terrain offered countless hiding spots for snipers. As twilight approached, the mercenaries following Wei Xingshan had already changed shifts several times. Each returning group appeared soaked, as if they had emerged from a river. Wei Xingshan would take a quick sip of water, catch his breath, and then continue leading the search, time and again. The atmosphere within the camp was stifling, as everyone awaited the return of Xiao Ba, who had been absent for an entire afternoon, with no news to report, and observed Lin Shuo's increasingly grim expression and softly reassured, "Mr. Lin, please do not fret. Perhaps the distance is too great, and Ba Yi has yet to return." Given the speed of Xiao Ba and the black-eared kite, they should have been back by now. Lin Shuo's brow furrowed tightly as he gazed toward the northwestern direction of the camp, from which Xiao Ba had departed, perhaps, and hesitated before continuing. "Ba Yi may have encountered unforeseen circumstances. I noticed that the black-eared kite seems quite fond of him." "Miss Anne, are you suggesting?" Lu Qing fixated on the drone screen, her fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard, "that Ba Yi has eloped with that female eagle?" "I never said such a thing." Anne's cheeks flushed as she shot a glare at Lu Qing. Lin Shuo shook his head and said, "I know this bird well. Though it is notoriously lecherous, it would never elope with a black-eared kite. Its heart is filled with the essence of all the female birds in the world. It would never hang itself on a single tree." "Miss Anne, you must be cautious," Lu Qing remarked, her gaze fixed on the screen. "The temperament of a pet mirrors that of its owner." "What time is it?" "Lu, are you still joking?" and bit her lip, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Lu Qing shook her head. "I feel the atmosphere here is too tense. If it continues like this, our nerves will fray. Mr. Lin, Miss Anne, you are the backbone of our team. At this moment, you must not lose your composure." After Lu Qing's words, she resumed controlling the drone. "I'm going out for a walk," Lin Shuo stated as he exited the tent. "Wait for me," and followed him. "Hey, you two come back. The area outside hasn't been cleared yet. It's dangerous," Lu Qing called out. As night gradually enveloped the greater Xing'an range, 2 figures raced through the mountains, one following the other. "Why are you following me?" Lin Shuo asked while running. "Aren't you afraid of death?" "If you, Mr. Lin, are unafraid, then I certainly am too," and replied softly, closely trailing behind him. "I'm actually quite worried about Ba Yi." "Then keep close." Lin Shuo, feeling vexed, began to accelerate. The trees flanked them, rapidly retreating, and Lin Shuo felt the wind whip past his ears. Previously, they had traversed mountains together, but at that time, Lin Shuo had merely tested An's abilities, leaving himself ample room. This time, however, Lin Shuo took it more seriously and gradually fell behind. Her mountaineering skills were effective against the complex terrain of perilous peaks, yet in terms of sheer speed, she paled in comparison to Lin Shuo. Before long, Lin Shuo disappeared from view, and had mentally prepared for this. Although both were adept, Lin Shuo was undoubtedly the foremost among the younger generation of hunters. Her own skills were vastly inferior, yet she remained unperturbed, diligently tracking Lin Shuo's footsteps from a distance. After crossing 5 ridges, she finally spotted Lin Shuo's figure again at the bottom of a valley. Standing by the riverbank among the scattered rocks, gazing at the setting sun. "Don't come over," Lin Shuo said without turning. "There are snipers nearby." Upon hearing this, and quickly rolled into the grass and crouched behind a tree. Through the gaps in the foliage, she dared not even breathe, quietly observing Lin Shuo by the river. Confusion washed over her. If there were indeed snipers in the vicinity, why did Lin Shuo dare to stop? Let alone stand there in a daze? In the dense woods, hitting a moving target was exceedingly difficult for a sniper. Even traversing the valley with no trees to obstruct him, Lin Shuo's swift movements would allow him to pass in a flash, leaving the sniper little chance to react. But why had Lin Shuo halted? Did he intend to test whether he could catch a bullet? And quickly shook her head, dispelling such absurd thoughts. While Lin Shuo had caught crossbow bolts barehanded, bullets and crossbow bolts were entirely different entities, and no matter how swift a crossbow bolt was, it traveled in a straight line without rotation. Theoretically, if one's prediction was precise and their reflexes quick enough, it was still possible to catch it. Bullets, however, were a different story. Even a mere handgun bullet, having undergone the friction of the rifling, spun at high speed and was exceedingly hot. If a handgun bullet was formidable, then a bullet fired from a sniper rifle would be terrifyingly magnified. Was Lin Shuo not courting death by standing there? At that moment, the sun was about to dip below the horizon. The valley was awash in a breathtaking sunset, tinting Lin Shuo's entire form in crimson hues, his figure by the river glowing brilliantly in that expanse of sky and earth. He stood silently, fixated on the reddest horizon, observing his silhouette, and felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. Though she had known Lin Shuo for only a short time, within these fleeting days, there had been 4 moments etched into her memory forever. One was when that wooden door opened and she beheld his cold, indifferent face, akin to a startled fawn. Another was when she awoke to find him sitting like a mountain in a corner of the camp. The third was earlier that morning, when the first rays of sunlight revealed him drawing back a bough. The final moment was now, as he stood by the river, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. As if he might collapse at any moment, a sudden tightening gripped Anne's heart, her vision blurred, and her mind went blank. With a sharp cry, she summoned every ounce of her strength, leaping forth like a she-leopard from the grass. Racing towards him, she could not allow Lin Shuo to perish like this. Uncertain if she would reach him in time, she felt compelled to act. She had to push Lin Shuo away. Yet, her desperate leap only caused Lin Shuo to sway slightly. She collided fully against his back, her head spinning, her chest tightening as if she could scarcely breathe. The impact felt akin to crashing into a wall. This man's body was harder than iron. Had she not trained since childhood, that blow could have severely injured her. Lin Shuo turned, confusion etched on his face as he looked at Anne. "What are you doing?" Dazed, and struggled to regain her composure. Lin Shuo paused for a moment, then seemed to grasp her intentions, turning back to face the west, softly asking, "You don't think I was trying to catch a bullet, do you?" Anne's consciousness returned to her body, and her face flushed a deep crimson. "I know you have some admiration for me, but to overestimate me to such a degree indicates a lack of judgment. I am a person, not a monster. The sniper must have realized I was aware of him and has already fled. If he hadn't, he run. Wouldn't my stopping be akin to courting death? I stood here to create a relatively stable environment, which aids in tracking his scent." Anne's face turned scarlet, her head bowed in response. "By the way, could you release your hand?" And snapped back to reality, letting out a soft gasp as she swiftly withdrew her hands from Lin Shuo's back and stepped back 2 paces. "Let's go. We need to catch up." Lin Shuo started moving west along the riverbank. Since they had encountered the situation, they might as well remove this thorn in their side. Meanwhile, 40 kilometers away, a gray donkey galloped merrily along the mountain trail. The old man atop the donkey muttered, "Oh, my ancestral donkey, you're jostling my liver out? It's fine. I'm just speaking casually. You keep running, don't mind me. These folks have remarkable stamina. They've followed us for nearly 10 miles. But we've finally shaken them off. What? Am I afraid of them? Nonsense. If it came to a confrontation, I could easily eliminate them. Do you believe it? You don't believe it? Well, truth be told, I don't entirely believe it either. Watching them take down that eagle, such as the hunter's craft, if we were in the water, they wouldn't even merit holding my shoes, but in the mountains, I truly cannot afford to provoke them. Mainly, they have guns. I'd be out of my mind to engage them in a fight. To deal with such individuals, one must rely on wits, understand? Forget it. You're just a donkey. You wouldn't know what cunning means. Come on, ancestral donkey, pick up the pace. Another 10 miles and we'll reach Junyang-go, where I'll have them prepare you some fine beans to fill your belly. Just then, the old man felt the parakeet in his arms stir. Don't move. He gently patted it through his clothes. You're quite injured. Don't fidget. Once we reach Junyang-go, I'll treat you. Don't be afraid. It's all right. With me, old Lu, your life is assured. Oh, you silly bird. Why are you pecking me? Ah, if you peck me again, I won't hold back. Well, there you go, fainting again. I told you, you're quite injured. Why wouldn't you believe me? Chapter 32. Listening to the wind and the mountains in this vast forest, searching for a bird was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Particularly since Xiaoba had been specifically advised by Lin Shuo to be cautious and fly high before setting out. Its scent had long dissipated into the heights, not reaching the ground. Lin Shuo was aware that by venturing out like this, his chances of finding Xiaoba were slim. However, wandering nearby was certainly preferable to waiting idly at the camp. Now that Lin Shuo had detected a gunman, an idea surfaced in his mind. If Xiaoba had indeed encountered misfortune, it was likely the handiwork of this group. Capturing this gunman for questioning would suffice. Resolving in his mind, Lin Shuo felt a sense of steadiness wash over him. With his mind at ease, his footsteps slowed a bit, and followed closely behind Lin Shuo. This astute woman quickly discerned his thoughts. The two arrived at the location where the gunman had previously lain in wait. It was a mountaintop with excellent visibility. From the footprints at the scene, it was evident that the sniper had been concealed beneath a tree on this peak. Lin Shuo meticulously discerned the scents in the area, further confirming that this individual was indeed affiliated with the previous gunman. His management of body odor is somewhat inferior to that of the previous Korean individual. He has failed to restrain his appetite. Just now, he must have been consuming something akin to an energy bar. This type of energy bar, designed for wilderness use, contains food flavoring that if encountered by an ordinary person, the scent would likely go unnoticed at this distance. But Lin Shuo is no ordinary individual. Presently, this gunman is swiftly retreating, and the aromatic particles from the food flavoring are being released into the air with each breath he takes. In Lin Shuo's olfactory perception, it is akin to a lighthouse amidst the vast sea. Moreover, Lin Shuo and have already discerned his trail, making the pursuit significantly less challenging. He is a marksman, possessing skills far superior to the average individual, and he wields a firearm. To pursue him recklessly carries a certain degree of risk, and softly advised, "Perhaps he cannot hit me," Lin Shuo replied nonchalantly, "but you would indeed be in some danger. Do not rush ahead, maintain a safe distance from me." Once Lin Shuo had uttered these words, and felt a blur before her eyes, and the man had vanished. It was then that she realized Lin Shuo's earlier sprint through the mountains, where he had outpaced her to the point of not even being visible, was indeed as he had described. Merely a casual stroll. As night descended, the forests of the greater Xingyun range were anything but tranquil. A group of 6 traversed the dense woods, still 3 kilometers away from the secret supply point marked on their map. The scar-faced man was in a foul mood, while the other 5 burly men remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Earlier that day, he had aimed to eliminate a magpie with a single shot. He had not anticipated that the bird would be far swifter than an eagle, and his bullet had merely grazed past. The power of the AWM's Magnum round is substantial. Even a mere brush would suffice to incapacitate the bird. However, the fact that it had not been killed left the scar-faced man feeling uneasy. He harbored a lingering suspicion that this bird could indeed become a menace, one that would bring endless troubles if left alive, as they rushed towards the site where the bird had fallen. They found no trace of the magpie, only the hoofprints of a donkey. The scar-faced man realized that someone had rescued the bird and immediately led his men to pursue it. Yet, on these mountain paths, a person could hardly match a donkey's speed. Not only did they fail to catch up, but after passing a small creek, the donkey's hoofprints also vanished. 6 fully capable men had allowed a half-dead bird to escape. This left the scar-faced man exceedingly irritable, cursing incessantly along the way. "Boss, please calm down," one of the burly men advised from behind. "It's just a bird. If we can't find it, then so be it." "You know nothing," the scar-faced man snapped, unwilling to waste breath explaining anything to this fool. This group of men had no inkling of a hunter's prowess, especially not that the heirs of the 6 great families, each possessing formidable skills. The lad surnamed Lin is the most formidable among the younger generation of the 6 families. Even the heads of the other 5 families may not rival him in strength. Since the bird was alongside him, it must be of no ordinary ilk. Perhaps the death of Jin Binghuan is connected to this bird. As the scar-faced man pondered these thoughts, his mood soured even further. Just when it seemed that misfortune could not pile on, a voice crackled urgently through his earpiece. "Boss, I think I'm being targeted." The scar-faced man's heart sank, and he asked in a low tone, "By whom?" "The one surnamed Lin. He spotted you. After lying in wait on the mountain for 2 days, I was so hungry I couldn't resist opening an energy bar. Shortly after I did, I saw him through the scope. He was looking in my direction. The energy bars we carry are supposed to be odorless. How could he possibly detect you? I find those tasteless, so I secretly stashed away 2 orange-flavored ones." "Damn it, you fool!" the scar-faced man scolded. "You cannot mask that artificial flavoring with your mask. He must have caught a whiff. Yes, I suspect he is already tailing me. I'll find a spot and take a shot at him." The scar-faced man fell silent for a moment before saying, "All right, I understand the orders from above. I will aim for his legs, leaving him alive. Take care of yourself. Think of your wife and children." The scar-faced man nodded and terminated the communication. "Boss, who is it?" one of the burly men questioned from behind Lisan. "He is being targeted." "Yes, that shouldn't be an issue. Lisan is a good shot and strong in close combat. The one surnamed Lin may not be able to do much to him." The scar-faced man sighed and said nothing further. For the sake of the team's morale, he could not voice his true thoughts. In his heart, he believed Lisan was already as good as dead, and moved cautiously through the dense forest, trailing Lin Shuo from a distance. She felt a twinge of resentment. Initially, she had intended to propose a flanking maneuver with Lin Shuo, but before she could finish her thought, he had dashed off with a curt remark. What kind of person is he? Emotionally oblivious. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that Lin Shuo's actions were indeed for his own safety, which eased her sentiments somewhat. After all, throughout this journey, she had gradually come to understand Lin Shuo. This man was exceedingly self-assured in speech and action, utterly unconcerned with the feelings of others, and his emotional intelligence was practically non-existent. However, deep down, he was genuinely kind-hearted. With this thought, and felt her cheeks warm slightly, and she hastily cast aside such notions. Why this time? Darkness had fully enveloped the land, especially within the dense forest, where the moonlight was obscured by the treetops, rendering everything pitch black. The traces on the ground were no longer discernible. Yet, this posed no challenge for Anne, as she and Lin Shuo were of a similar ilk. Lin Shuo possessed the Lin family's secret technique of scent tracking. While she had inherited her family's ability to listen to the mountains, she knelt down, pressing her ear closely to the ground, and listened intently. From the earth emanated various minute vibrations, imperceptible to the average person. In that moment, to Anne's ears, the earth resembled a colossal string instrument, continuously being plucked. Every sound upon that string would materialize into a holographic image within her mind. Within a 2-kilometer radius, the sounds became clearer as one drew nearer, while those beyond began to fade into obscurity. She could ascertain that the sniper was positioned less than 2 kilometers ahead of her, beyond which lay the surface of an unnamed river. The sniper appeared to be growing weary, his footsteps becoming increasingly heavy. Approximately a kilometer behind him, a series of immense tremors resonated from the ground. It was a relentless succession of heavy footfalls. So rapid they seemed to have no pause. It was Lin Shuo, who was rapidly encircling him. Lin Shuo's sprint was executed with an exquisite finesse, rendering his footfalls nearly silent amidst the forest. Yet, that speed, akin to lightning, relied on his formidable explosive power, and the tremendous force still reverberated through the earth with each step. Thus, at that moment, to N's ears, Lin Shuo's footsteps sounded like distant thunder rumbling amidst dark clouds. The overwhelming sensation sent her heart racing. The threshold Lin Shuo crossed seemed insurmountable. Just then, N's expression shifted slightly as she raised her head. The sniper had halted by the riverbank. He was no longer fleeing. Anne's face tightened, and she hurriedly quickened her pace, fearing for Lin Shuo's safety. Not even the most skilled can evade the swift flight of a bullet. Chapter 33. Taming the Phoenix and Shepherding the Dragon that night. As the moon rose above the treetops, the Junyang Valley lay shrouded in darkness. The mountain folk had no evening entertainment, retiring early to sleep. At the village entrance, a young couple's creaking sounds of intimacy echoed far and wide. Stirring old Lu's curiosity, old Lu, whose full name was Lu Xuanfu, 56 years of age, served as the second-generation Dragon King's envoy in the Greater Xing'an Range. The first-generation envoy was his father, Lu Dekhang, who had passed away 15 years prior. This lineage, where one inherits the family trade, was a commonplace occurrence among the mountain folk. At that moment, old Lu led a gray donkey, cradling a fainted magpie in his arms. Walking along the village path of Junyang Valley, this lengthy mountain trail made Junyang Valley a convenient resting point for him while presiding over the Dragon King's ceremony in various villages. Here, he had a small wooden cabin where he did not reside regularly, only staying 1 or 2 nights during the Dragon King's festival. After tethering the donkey outside, old Lu pushed the door open to enter the cabin. He refrained from lighting a lamp, fearing the light might attract outsiders, and lamp oil was a precious commodity he could hardly spare. He gently laid the magpie on the kong, a traditional heated platform, then stepped back outside to retrieve a handful of herbs from the donkey's saddle. These herbs he had gathered on the trail, plucking them as he walked. Upon returning to the cabin, just as he prepared to use a mortar to crush the herbs, old Lu caught a glimpse of the kong and paused in surprise. The magpie was gone. Turning around, he discovered that the bird had just managed to hop onto the windowsill, flapping its wings twice. Unfortunately, it did not take flight but instead toppled over onto the sill. How stubborn can you be, bird, even more so than a donkey? Old Lu hurried over, cradling the magpie in his hands and returning it to the warmth of the bedding. This time, the magpie did not faint again, blinking its eyes as it gazed at old Lu. Finding the mortar, old Lu sat down on the kong and looked at the bird nestled in his bedding. Its eyes seeming to speak, he chuckled as he began to grind the herbs, saying, "I know you." The magpie remained silent. The Lin family's technique is known as taming the phoenix, renowned alongside our Lu family's shepherding the dragon. You must be the phoenix of the Lin family, correct? The magpie blinked in surprise. Shepherding the dragon and taming the phoenix. How grand those titles sound. Yet, a dragon in shallow waters is but a plaything for shrimp, and a fallen phoenix is not worth more than a chicken. Old Lu halted his hands, shaking his head as he extracted the medicinal paste from the mortar and presented it to the magpie. Since we are both wanderers of fate, do not feign ignorance. I know you understand human speech. Lie down. I shall tend to your wounds. The magpie fixed its gaze on old Lu for a moment before rolling onto its side. Exposing its belly as old Lu applied the ointment, he remarked, "The bullet grazed your belly, injuring your internal organs. However, you will be fine. Just apply the medicine and rest well. With your constitution, you'll be soaring in a week." Upon uttering these words, old Lu chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Why does that sound so off? Who are you?" Little 8 finally spoke. "Your master is a descendant of the 6 great families of hunters," old Lu replied. Introducing himself, my lineage is known as the Shepherd's Gate. There are distinctions between water and land shepherds. I, Lu Xuanfu, am a descendant of the water shepherd Lu family. Never heard of it, little 8 said. Haha, of course, one wouldn't hear of it nowadays. A century ago, our Shepherd's Gate was not inferior to the Hunter's Gate, old Lu sighed, shaking his head. But times have changed. Aren't you the Dragon King's envoy? That is merely a side endeavor, old Lu replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face. One must earn a living, after all, meanwhile, and was consumed with anxiety. The 2-kilometer mountain path felt like a mere stroll. And soon she arrived at the riverbank. Upon reaching the edge of the woods and catching sight of the vast river reflecting the bright moon, she finally regained her composure. She realized there lurked a sniper nearby. Just as she contemplated finding a safe spot to ascertain the sniper's position, she suddenly changed her mind upon discovering Lin Shuo standing at the river's edge, just like in the valley. Lin Shuo stood quietly by the water. This man truly fears nothing, and mused. Yet this time she had learned her lesson and did not rashly rush to push him away. Apart from the fact that she could not physically budge him, she understood that Lin Shuo's boldness was not without reason. Lin Shuo seemed to have noticed her as well. He turned and waved her over. Upon stepping out from the trees, and finally discerned a dark, amorphous mass at Lin Shuo's feet. As she approached for a closer inspection, her stomach churned, and she instinctively covered her mouth and nose, turning her head away. The mass on the ground was, astonishingly, a corpse. The manner of death was exceedingly bizarre. It appeared as if the person had been standing, and something had fallen upon their head, crushing them flat. The body lay there, a mere thin layer, rendering identification impossible. With a nauseating stench wafting up that ass and looked at Lin Shuo, the faint fondness she had felt for him evaporated in an instant. She finally recalled his notorious reputation and unconsciously took a small step back. In her mind, Lin Shuo possessed the capability to reduce a living being to such a state. Lin Shuo, who had been deep in thought, was puzzled by Anne's unusual reaction and asked, "What is it? Did you kill him?" and whispered, her eyes fixed on him. "My skills are not meant for harming people. I do not take lives lightly," Lin Shuo replied, gazing at the shimmering water. "Something got to him before I arrived." "Something?" and quickly scanned her surroundings. "Yes," Lin Shuo twitched his nostrils, detecting a scent in the air. "It's the Black Water Dragon King, huh?" and exclaimed in surprise. "The Black Water Dragon King was here?" Lin Shuo nodded, stating, "The Dragon King is efficient. By the time I arrived, he was already in that state." "But why would the Black Water Dragon King want him dead?" and inquired. "I do not know." Lin Shuo shook his head. "Old man, I want to go back." Little 8 lay on the Kong, speaking. "No rush. Your master will remain in the Greater Xin'an range for a while longer." Old Lu replied, shaking his head. "Once you recover, I will personally escort you back." "Personally escort me back?" Little 8's eyes widened as he stared at Lu. "Old man, do you have something to discuss with Shuo?" Old Lu paused for a moment before chuckling. "You are indeed sharp, little phoenix, as expected from the Lin family. I do have a matter to trouble your master with. Initially, it was quite difficult to broach, but having saved you, it seems appropriate now." "Since you saved me, Shuo will likely agree to a typical request," Little 8 remarked. "However, if you propose anything unreasonable, old man, I advise against it. My Shuo has a temper and cannot tolerate threats. You need not worry about that." Old Lu replied, "Having lived this long, I know my limits. That's good, but I still want to go back, and I want to go now." Little 8 struggled to rise. "Old man, rest assured, I am not ungrateful. You saved my life, and I will acknowledge this debt. I will ensure Shuo repays you." "What is the urgency?" Old Lu asked, baffled. "You are injured. How can you return?" "Even if I cannot fly, I will crawl back." Little 8 stumbled as he jumped off the quilt, but Old Lu caught him firmly. "Let go of me." Little 8 flapped his wings, straining to escape. Old Lu's grip, however, remained unyielding, and Little 8 found no leverage beneath his feet, as if standing on cotton. "All right, little phoenix, stop fussing, or the medicine will go to waste." Old Lu maintained his hold and added, "Let me guess, did you discover something amiss in the Greater Xin'an range and wish to report it to your master?" Little 8 ceased his struggles, asking curiously, "How did you know?" "I noticed it 3 days ago." Old Lu smiled slightly. "If that is the case, do not worry. I am already handling it." "You are handling it? What can you do?" Little 8 asked. "Though our Lu family of water shepherds has seen better days, we still know how to protect our territory. Your master is formidable, and I cannot provoke him. However, if others dare to draw blades here, I, Old Lu, will not be so accommodating." Chapter 34. The scientist boarders that evening. He Zihong connected to the satellite phone. Among the International Biological Research Team's expedition to the Greater Xin'an Range, only 2 individuals possessed satellite phones, the mission leader, Anne, and the scientific research leader, He Zihong. He Zihong typically used this phone only when significant progress was made in the research to consult with the expert team. However, tonight, The content of his conversation bore little relation to the scientific endeavor. As one of the 7 elders of the International Research Association, he was part of the highest decision-making body. Yes, there are snipers nearby. He Zihong said in a grave tone, holding the specialized phone. I believe it is time to request the Russian military to send troops to sweep through this area. Also, do you have any information on who sent these snipers? I am well aware that requesting Russian troops at this juncture will tarnish our association's reputation and complicate the political landscape in the Far East. But the situation has spiraled out of control, and we face the imminent risk of total annihilation. Why should we still be concerned about appearances? I trust the Chinese side will understand. All right, hold a meeting to vote, He Zihong concluded, ending the call. His expression fluctuating between various emotions. At the onset of this operation, this authority in the field of international biology had been filled with lofty aspirations. Having made significant contributions to genetic research, he was a 2-time recipient of the Lasker Medical Award and had received 2 nominations for the Nobel Prize in Biology. The Lasker Medical Award carries considerable weight and, in many respects, is even more esteemed than the Nobel Prize within the field. This impressive background qualified him for a position in the Elder Council of the International Biological Research Association and to serve as the chief biologist. Despite the setbacks in the Nobel selections, he remained undeterred, growing ever more passionate about his academic pursuits. The discovery of the hook snake scale in the greater Xin'an range filled him with exhilaration. This creature was truly extraordinary. Once he could observe it in person, comprehend its specific characteristics, and compare its genetic data, he would understand how its peculiar abilities were expressed through its genes. This promised to be a monumental leap in the field of biology, a realization of his highest self-worth as a biologist. He Zihong anticipated that this project, from initial research to subsequent application development, would be an immense undertaking, and no matter how long he lived, he could not accomplish it alone. Aware of this reality, he felt immense joy when his student Yang Tuo volunteered to accompany him to the Far East. Yang Tuo was a satisfactory successor in his research endeavors. He was intelligent, diligent, and, most importantly, he was Chinese. As a Chinese scientist long residing overseas, He Zihong harbored a deep-seated desire to pass on the torch to his homeland. His earlier statements before Lin Shuo at the CG Hotel in Chunning were not mere posturing. He had genuinely prepared himself for self-sacrifice during this expedition to the greater Xin'an range. Yet, the sight of Wang Yang's corpse, reduced to a mere half a head, felt like a bucket of ice water poured over him. He began to question himself, pondering whether he had truly sacrificed these young soldiers for the sake of his own ambitions. Though he feared not death, it did not entail that others should perish for his scientific ideals. This self-interrogation left him restless and tormented. He was a scholar, a man of letters. Throughout his life, he wielded a scalpel for the betterment of humanity, not a butcher's knife. Outside, unknown numbers of gunmen lay in ambush, and more lives were certain to be lost. He Zihong sat quietly in his tent. As if a decade had been added to his years overnight. Teacher, have you wavered? The sudden voice within the tent jolted He Zihong back to reality. It was Yang Tuo, leaning on a cane, now standing within his tent. When did you come in? Just now, teacher. You seemed lost in thought. You shouldn't be moving around with that injury. He Zihong rose and personally assisted his student to the folding chair he had previously occupied. Teacher. Yang Tuo made no objections. Once seated, he leaned his cane against the chair, gazing intently at He Zihong. You haven't answered your student's question. Have you wavered? Sighed. He Zihong exhaled. I have already called for a vote in the Elder Council regarding the dispatch of Russian troops. Russian troops? Yang Tuo furrowed his brow. Russia entrusted the International Biological Research Association to handle this matter precisely to avoid misunderstandings with China. If the Elder Council recommends Russian intervention, would that not imply our helplessness in this affair? Yang Tuo, is that not the reality? He Zihong retorted. We have been ambushed by snipers. We remain unaware of how many more lie in wait across the vast greater Xin'an mountains. Who is targeting us? I do not know. This situation has long surpassed the capabilities of our International Biological Research Association. Teacher. Yang Tuo looked at He Zihong and softly said, Are you truly retreating over such a trivial matter? He Zihong was momentarily taken aback. He locked eyes with Yang Tuo for several seconds, only to see profound disappointment reflected in his student's gaze. This disappointment pierced He Zihong deeply, igniting a fierce rage within him. He could endure Lin Shuo's disrespect, knowing Lin was an extraordinary individual, operating in a different realm. But Yang Tuo was different. He was a student He Zihong had painstakingly nurtured over a decade. Is this a trivial matter? He roared. Wang Yang has already sacrificed himself. If this continues, more lives will be lost each day. Teacher, benevolence does not command troops, and righteousness does not manage finances. Yang Tuo replied. Should we, as researchers, not possess similar awareness? You. He Zihong's face turned ashen, pointing at Yang Tuo, rendered speechless. Teacher, please consider the request for Russian troops carefully. Yang Tuo picked up his cane and rose. Do not forget. A considerable portion of the International Biological Research Association's annual funding comes from China. This matter is only permitted to be handled by a third party. Trust me, if Russia engages in military activity in the Far East, the situation will truly spiral out of control. He Zihong was stunned, staring blankly at his student, feeling as though he were gazing at a stranger. Yang Tuo looked at He Zihong and gently said, among the 182 who went missing, 73 are Chinese citizens. The Chinese side has shown remarkable restraint by not directly deploying troops. Teacher, rest assured, I am still your student. However, this mission has been assigned to me by the Chinese leadership to ensure accountability for the families of the 73 Chinese citizens. As for whether you will still accept me as a member of the Goshi research project upon learning this, I do not impose that expectation, Tiomi. Science knows no borders, but scientists do. With that, Yang Tuo, leaning on his cane, limped out of the tent. He Zihong stood in a daze for a moment before dejectedly sitting down and retrieving a satellite phone from his pocket. That night, Lin Shuo and returned empty-handed. Wei Xingshan had just completed the final sweep of the evening with his team, and the two groups coincidentally met at the camp entrance. Since this afternoon, Wei Xingshan had not rested, continuously leading the team to track down the enemy snipers in the nearby hills. While other mercenaries rotated in and out, Wei Xingshan remained. After 12 hours of toil, even the sturdiest body could not bear it. When he encountered Lin Shuo, he appeared as if he had been pulled from the water, utterly exhausted. Captain Wei, I understand your feelings, but you cannot overexert yourself like this. And said with concern, it's better than watching my comrades die before my eyes. Wei Xingshan gasped heavily. How about you? Did you find Ba Yi? Lin Shuo remained silent, while Anne shook her head. By the way, Miss Anne, I have something to report. Wei Xingshan said, just now, while we were probing by the river, we discovered a corpse. A corpse? And exchanged glances with Lin Shuo, then inquired, what kind of corpse? Don't mention it. I've never seen such a horrific death, Wei Xingshan replied. The body was as if crushed by a pile driver, bones shattered into fragments, scattered everywhere. Where? Lin Shuo asked. 2 kilometers west. Wei Xingshan pointed in that direction. This fellow was a sniper. We found a stair SSG beside his body, also crushed. However, the corpse that Anne and Lin Shuo discovered was 15 kilometers northwest, clearly not the same one Wei Xingshan referred to. And looked at Lin Shuo. Why does it feel like the Black Water Dragon King is helping us deal with these snipers? Lin Shuo nodded, feeling equally perplexed. What? Are you suggesting that the Black Water Dragon King killed that sniper? Wei Xingshan inquired. Yes, we have seen similar corpses in other locations, and replied. That Dragon King is quite impressive. It truly takes charge, Wei Xingshan realized. These snipers, to evade Mr. Lin's keen senses, have all come from the water. And analyzed, it is indeed more convenient for the Black Water Dragon King to deal with them in that case. Tonight I shall also pay my respects to the Dragon King. Wei Xingshan chuckled. He's remarkably righteous, but why? And turned to Lin Shuo. Mr. Lin, do you have any thoughts? Lin Shuo pondered for a moment, a sudden epiphany striking him. He sighed, a hint of regret in his expression. I should have realized it earlier. Realized what? And asked. That Dragon King envoy is a herdsman, Lin Shuo replied. Wei Xingshan was confused. A herdsman? What does that entail? Chapter 35. Cannot be moved by emotion. It was nearly 1 a.m. Yet the temporary camp of the International Biological Research Association remained awake. Aside from the mercenaries conducting routine night watch patrols outside, everyone else congregated in Lin Shuo's tent. Due to the lingering threat of snipers, the tent, surrounded by defensive structures, remained unlit. This meeting was initiated by Lin Shuo himself. It was the first occurrence since the team's formation. Everyone had observed Lin Shuo's demeanor, and apart from Anne, who could engage him in conversation, he hardly interacted with anyone else. The group sat in the darkness, awaiting Lin Shuo's words. No one dared to hasten him, knowing that after Xiaoba had gone out, he had not returned, and Lin Shuo's mood was evidently poor. Previously, we thought that Dragon King Envoy was a charlatan. Lin Shuo finally spoke. Later, I discerned the identity of the men within his circle, yet did not contemplate it deeply. Now, I have come to a realization. Mr. Lin, what is the identity of the men within? He Zihong inquired. In layman's terms, those within the circle are indeed extraordinary individuals, Lin Shuo explained. Some possess legacies from ancient times, while others are inheritors of the various schools from the spring and autumn periods. In ancient times, they were all leaders in their respective fields. However, with the passage of time, many trades have dwindled, and thus, no one speaks of them anymore. Although they may lack prominence in the eyes of the world, they carry their inherited legacies, having surpassed various thresholds, their abilities differing from ordinary people, which is why they are collectively referred to as those within the circle. Then Mr. Lin must also be one of them. He Zihong pressed out of course and interjected. Mr. Lin has likely surpassed the highest threshold in the world today. This woman elevated Lin Shuo greatly, yet remained silent about her own identity within the circle. Let us refrain from idle chatter. Lin Shuo said, I previously did not know what kind of individual that Dragon King Envoy was, but it has become quite clear now. He is a herdsman. How did you deduce that? Wei Xingshan asked. Because the Black Water Dragon King has killed, Lin Shuo replied. Herdsmen, strictly speaking, are a branch that split from our hunting circle in ancient times. There are many specific classifications, but overall, they are divided into water and land. Water herdsmen raise and tend to extraordinary beings in the water, while land herdsmen control extraordinary beings on land. Their approach to extraordinary beings differs from ours. They nurture, while we hunt, yet the objective remains the same: to prevent these extraordinary beings from harming humanity. What are extraordinary beings? He Zihong inquired. They are the anomalous species among beasts. Lin Shuo elucidated that these aberrant beings possess either formidable lethality, profound intelligence, or a confluence of both. Currently, the surviving extraordinary entities are adept at evading human detection, which is why contemporary society remains largely oblivious to their existence. Our target this time, the hook snake, is one such peculiar being. This is truly unprecedented, He Zihong remarked, shaking his head. Lin Shuo, undeterred by the biologist's musings, continued with the matter at hand. Over a century ago, herders generally fared well, but since the advent of firearms, the survival of these strange beings has become increasingly difficult, leading to a dwindling number of herders reliant on them. When I first encountered the Dragon King's envoy, I presumed he was merely a charlatan, perhaps acquainted with the Black Water Dragon King, yet incapable of commanding him. However, now that the Black Water Dragon King has commenced killing, it indicates a significant shift. For years, the Black Water Dragon King has roamed the outer Greater Xing'an range without taking a life. Even aberrant beasts seldom suppress their instincts for so long. Thus, it follows that the Black Water Dragon King's nature is one of kinship. This sudden turn to violence suggests he is being manipulated. In today's world, only herders possess the means to control such a formidable creature. Coupled with what the Dragon King's envoy relayed to me, it is reasonable to conclude that he is indeed that herder, likely a water herder. Are you implying that the Black Water Dragon King is actually under the control of the Dragon King's envoy? And inquired. Indeed, Lin Shuo nodded. To exert control over such a massive entity as the Black Water Dragon King requires considerable skill. I misjudged him before. But what is his intent in killing those snipers? Impressed, I cannot say for certain, Lin Shuo replied. Yet at the very least, he seems to be extending an olive branch towards us. That is rather typical, and responded. After all, he has already lured Mr. Lin here. Failing to show goodwill would jeopardize the Black Water Dragon King's safety. Nothing is ever that simple, Lin Shuo countered, shaking his head. Let us not forget that there is still a hook snake at large. After the meeting concluded, the attendees dispersed, and, lacking any desire for sleep, initially intended to linger in the tent and converse with Lin Shuo. However, she soon noticed Wei Xingshan offering Lin Shuo a cigarette. Lin Shuo accepted without objection, and Wei Xingshan lit one for himself as well. The two cigarette ends glowed faintly in the darkness, and the tent fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. It was evident that Wei Xingshan had no intention of leaving. Miss Anne, Wei Xingshan exhaled a plume of smoke. You may stay. I have matters to discuss with you and Mr. Lin. A flicker of realization crossed Anne's mind. She grasped what he intended to address. Earlier that day, Yang Tuo had expressed skepticism regarding the relationship between the gunman and Wei Xingshan, but Lin Shuo and it had effectively quelled the inquiry. Lin Shuo had sided with Wei Xingshan due to logical analysis, believing the crux of the matter lay elsewhere, while and refrained from probing further, trusting in Wei Xingshan's integrity. "Thank you both for your assistance today," Wei Xingshan said, the glow of the cigarette's tip flickering, and could not discern his expression, but his tone conveyed sincerity. "Captain Wei, please feel free to speak," and softly urged, "Both Mr. Lin and I are listening." "I do not know those gunmen," Wei Xingshan confessed, "but I may have an inkling of who is leading this operation." "Oh?" and replied, though she suspected that knowing the identity might prove futile. "However, I thought it prudent to share this with you, lest my mind falter and I overlook something significant. Please proceed, Captain Wei." "The individual in question is named Yu Ruifeng. 6 years ago, he was my comrade in arms. He was previously my closest ally, capable and reliable." "Yu Ruifeng? Are you certain it is he?" and inquired. "Our unit was a clandestine one. Apart from ourselves and our superiors, no one knew our names. If someone is currently engaged in mercenary work and recognizes me, it must be him," Wei Xingshan explained. "Then why would he turn against you?" and pressed. "Because we fell out," Wei Xingshan replied. "How could that happen?" and queried, perplexed. "Comrades in arms, especially in such perilous circumstances, should share a bond akin to life and death. Who says otherwise? I have lost count of how many times we saved each other's lives. If anything, I owe him more." Wei Xingshan sighed. 3 years ago, during a mission, we suffered a casualty. One of our comrades died, and ever since, Yu Ruifeng has harbored resentment toward me. "Captain Wei, thank you for this information," and said, "Although this Yu Ruifeng holds a personal grudge against you, he must be hired to target us. Knowing his identity allows us to leverage the channels of the International Biological Society to investigate whom he has been in contact with recently. This could lead us to uncover his employer." "That was my thought as well, which is why I decided to share it with you." "Then why did you not mention it earlier?" Lin Shuo inquired. "What is there to hide? I initially suspected it was him, but I wasn't certain that I feared wrongfully accusing him and misleading you, so I chose to feign ignorance. However, during our recent investigation, it occurred to me that regardless of whether it was him, it would be prudent for Miss and to look into it. At least it provides us with a lead." After pondering for a moment, and gently asked, "Captain Wei, that fallen comrade of yours, was she a woman?" "Yes," Wei Xingshan confirmed. The tent fell into a heavy silence. After a while, Lin Shuo spoke. "I cannot speak for your experiences in the military, but as hunters, we cannot afford to become emotionally entangled once we accept a job. When emotions come into play between men and women, clarity of thought dissipates. Yu Ruifeng, and that woman are embroiled in such a predicament, are you not? Essentially, looking at you, tall and imposing. I never imagined you possessed such sensitivity," Lin Shuo remarked, a smirk tugging at his lips. He left half a pack of cigarettes behind and retreated to sleep. "Sigh," Wei Xingshan murmured, leaving the full box of cigarettes in the tent as he stood and exited. "And you?" Lin Shuo turned his attention to Anne, who lingered hesitantly. "Is it appropriate for you to remain in a man's tent at this hour?" And felt a surge of embarrassment and indignation from his words, stamped her foot, and departed. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lin Shuo stepped out of the tent with a cigarette in his mouth, staring blankly towards the northwest, chain-smoking. "Xiaoba, it was from this direction that you flew away." Chapter 36. Healing. 3 days passed in a flash. During this time, apart from the Grand Dragon King Festival being held at Junyanggo, the rest of the outer Greater Xing'an Range remained remarkably tranquil, as if life had returned to its former state. Yet, an undercurrent of change rippled through the villages, as each one buzzed with the news. The Dragon King has killed. Initially, it was the mountain folk near Longxinggo who discovered a body crushed beyond recognition by the riverside. Gradually, 6 such corpses were unearthed, each resembling a thin layer, as if flattened like a pancake, a feat only the colossal Dragon King could achieve. The envoy of the Dragon King, stationed in Junyanggo, spread word that this group of armed men had infiltrated the outer Greater Xing'an Range with the intent of confronting the Dragon King, only to meet their demise due to their overconfidence. After disseminating this information, the Dragon King's envoy hastily departed, heading to an undisclosed next destination, leaving the villagers of Junyang go only with the sight of a magpie perched on his shoulder, its body seemingly injured and wrapped in thick bandages. During these days, the camp of the International Biological Society was marked by an unsettling stillness. Lin Shuo, mourning the loss of Xiaoba, seemed to have lost his spirit, wandering aimlessly each day, initially, and followed him, but soon Lin Shuo forbade her from accompanying him. In his absence, the camp's inhabitants were left in a state of paralysis. The enormous trail resembling Anew the mangled corpses by the riverside served as dire warnings to all present. Despite wielding firearms, they remained insignificant. One morning, young Tuo, using a cane, entered the tent where and was stationed, surprising her in her mind. This young scholar shared a certain resemblance to Lin Shuo, both possessing an innate pride and often keeping to themselves. Throughout her life, and had always unwittingly become the center of attention, not just due to her high emotional intelligence and amiable nature, but also because of her unparalleled beauty, which captivated those around her. Yet, during this expedition to the outer Greater Xing'an Range, and felt as though her feminine allure had reached an all-time low since coming of age. This realization struck her as both novel and liberating. Yet it also brought forth a tinge of unarticulated disappointment, especially regarding Lin Shuo. However, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Shuo continued to trust her. As young Tua stepped into the tent, he seemed to be encased in an impenetrable layer of ice. Today, he had taken the initiative to approach her, and did not believe it was the result of her beauty sparking any inclinations of closeness. Closing her diary, she rose to greet him. "Dear Yang, is there something you need? When are we to remain here?" Young Tua inquired, a hint of urgency in his tone, and smiled. In her heart, she believed that everyone here could afford to be anxious. Except for young Tua, who must remain calm. His leg was broken. Although He Zihong's bone-setting skills were commendable and Wei Xingshan had fashioned a satisfactory splint, the saying went that it took 100 days for bones to heal. His own impatience would bear no fruit. "Dr. Yang, please don't be anxious," and advised gently. "You are aware of the situation. Progress has not been smooth." Yang Tua replied, "Haven't the gunmen outside nearly perished? Furthermore, we should be clear that both the hook snake and the black water dragon king operate within these waters. We could deploy diving equipment to thoroughly investigate the nearby aquatic area. I am confident we will soon locate the lair of the hook snake," and nodded. This, in fact, I had considered long ago. However, we only possess 5 rubber boats and no diving apparatus. Moreover, the dangers of venturing underwater are substantial. Even Mr. Lin would not dare to enter the water lightly in the face of the hook snake or black water dragon king. "I can arrange for diving equipment," young Tua asserted, "and you needn't concern yourself with the dangers." "What do you mean by that, Dr. Yang?" and asked, her brow furrowing slightly. Just then, footsteps approached from outside the tent, and Lin Shuo entered. Lifting the flap, he bore an assortment of herbs in his hands. "Mr. Lin, what brings you back so swiftly today?" and inquired, her surprise evident. "What? Is it a problem?" Lin Shuo retorted, of course not, and glanced at young Tua, who was inquiring about the progress of their affairs, feeling that they had fallen behind. Young Tua regarded Lin Shuo with a brief cough. Initially, he had harbored doubts about Lin Shuo, questioning his capabilities, but having witnessed his competence, he had shifted to a sense of caution. Throughout, young Tua had maintained a respectful distance from Lin Shuo. Upon seeing Lin Shuo's return, young Tua coughed lightly to draw his attention, nodding slightly as a greeting, preparing to lean on his cane and depart. "I came to see you," Lin Shuo stated, gesturing towards a folding chair and taking a seat. Young Tua was momentarily taken aback but offered no objection, moving to the side of the chair. Positioning his cane and sitting down, he placed his hands on his knees, calmly lifting his gaze to meet Lin Shuo's. Lin Shuo approached young Tua, crouching slightly to examine the leg secured by the splint. "I happened to come across these herbs today and picked some niacid of any use for my fracture?" Young Tua queried. Without a word, Lin Shuo dismantled young Tua's splint, then crushed the herbs in his palms, swiftly applying the juice to the broken leg. Young Tuo's entire body jolted, pain washing over him, rendering his face pale and beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, the young scholar remained silent, gritting his teeth as his gaze fixated on Lin Shuo's hands, as if trying to comprehend the nature of the excruciating pain he was experiencing, and approached, extending her hand to press several acupoints on young Tuo's knee, gently massaging them. Yang Tuo immediately felt a significant alleviation of pain. Mind your business, Lin Shuo remarked, continuing his work while casting a sidelong glance at An, unfazed, and smiled at Lin Shuo. He is already an adult. This little pain won't teach him a lesson. Lin Shuo ignored her, and as he finished applying the herbal juice, he positioned his hands on either side of Yang Tuo's fractured bone. Closing his eyes, Yang Tuo then felt a searing heat emanating from Lin Shuo's palms, transmitting to his injury. The heat intensified, and soon it felt as if his leg were clamped in a vice. His injured leg began to tremble involuntarily, instinctively seeking to withdraw, yet Lin Shuo's hands held it firmly in place. Seeing this, and extended another hand, forming a loose fist, and quickly struck Yang Tuo's thigh with the second knuckle of her middle finger. Yang Tuo felt a wave of soreness wash over him, and the burning sensation in his calf vanished instantly. This is not your usual method, Lin Shuo remarked, looking at An. Where did you learn this? My mentor taught me, and replied softly, he was a friend of my parents. They passed away early, and all my skills were inherited from him, along with some of his own techniques. Is his surname Yao? Yes, Mr. Lin, do you know him? I do not, but I recognize this technique, Lin Shuo said, shaking his head. Their conversation floated to Yang Tuo's ears, half understood, but soon he ceased pondering it. His injured leg suddenly felt normal. The persistent discomfort that had tormented him for days had completely vanished. Yang Tuo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He instinctively attempted to rise, but Lin Shuo firmly pressed him back down. Don't move. If you were to heal this easily, I would be a deity. As he spoke, Lin Shuo resumed binding Yang Tuo's leg with the splint, gesturing to the cane on the ground. You will need this for about a week. After that, you should be fine. Really? Yang Tuo questioned, doubting his hearing. 100 days for a fracture was not merely a Chinese proverb, but a universal medical axiom. To recover in just 7 days seemed utterly implausible. If you don't believe me, Lin Shuo glanced at Yang Tuo and pointed at his leg. Should I break it again? No, 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 and interjected hastily. It took long enough to reconnect. It would be a hassle to break it again. Thank you, Yang Tuo said, no longer questioning further. He bent to retrieve his cane, using it for support as he stood. I know who you are and understand your urgency, Lin Shuo observed, looking at the scholar. You sneaked out in the dead of night to make those satellite calls. Xiaoba has already informed me. However, matters must be approached step by step. Reckless actions will yield no results. If you wish to provide closure for the families of the victims, you must first ensure your own survival. Yang Tuo paused, then nodded, leaning on his cane as he exited the tent. He must be under considerable pressure, and remarked softly once Yang Tuo had walked away. You are aware of who he is? Lin Shuo inquired. I knew from the beginning and replied. The Chinese side had informed me. This man is actually more astute than He Zihong, Lin Shuo commented blandly. He Zihong is rather idealistic. That is inevitable in the pursuit of knowledge. And said, but Mr. Lin, you seem to be in a good mood today, even taking the time to tend to Dr. Yang's injury. Not too bad, Lin Shuo replied with a smile. Since An had come to know him, she had seldom seen him truly smile. Usually, it was merely a twitch at the corners of his mouth. The only time she had witnessed a genuine smile was during a casual conversation with villagers in Guangxi. Realizing this, her face lit up with surprise. Has Xiaoba been found? Not quite, Lin Shuo chuckled, shaking his head. But there is news. He is still alive. Chapter 37. The bully behind the scenes. Xiaoba perched atop the head of a gray donkey. Feeling extremely dejected, he had always considered himself far more than just a bird, confident that his intelligence surpassed that of humans. Though his elder brother Lin Shuo was an exception, in verbal sparring and cunning, he had never lost in his 12 years of life. Even Lin Shuo could engage him in repartee without resorting to threats of force. But this time, he had been bested. Lu Xuanfu, that old rascal, had brought a roll of bandage claiming it was for his injury. Eager to recover quickly and reunite with Lin Shuo, he had accepted it without protest. To his dismay, the old man had tied him up like a dumpling, leaving only his head and claws exposed. This was not bandaging. It was bound hand and foot. Now, Xiaoba could hardly move, forced to stand on the head of this foolish donkey. He looked down at the donkey with disdain. Fearful that its stupidity might infect him as for its owner, Lu Xuanfu, he mentally cursed his ancestors for generations. Old man, listen to me. Xiaoba hopped to turn his beak toward Lu Xuanfu, who was riding the donkey. "What skills does my brother possess? You old fool, are not even worthy to carry his shoes. Let me go, or I will tell Shuagu to deal with you and your wretched snake." Lu Xuanfu merely raised an eyebrow, muttering, "A dog relies on a man's power. Better than you relying on a dog," Xiaoba retorted. "Without that wretched snake, you are nothing." Lu Xuanfu's lips twitched before he donned a smile. "Ah, Lin's family phoenix, am I not doing this for your own good? You flail about recklessly. How can your internal injuries heal? Now that you are tied up, you can't move, and your injury will heal in 3 days. I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you. You deceitful old man." Xiaoba exclaimed. "3 days ago, you said the same thing." Patience, it is not the right time yet," Lu Xuanfu replied, shaking his head. "Phoenix of the Lin family, I have already spread the word. Rest assured, your master should have received your message. Then you should treat me better. I see that what I'm doing?" Lu Xuanfu extended his hand to gently stroke the head of Xiaoba, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Over a century ago, the exotic creatures raised within the gates were revered, with dragons and phoenixes being recognized as the ultimate rarities of the world. At that time, the reputation of my Lu family's dragon shepherd surpassed your Lin family's phoenix guardian. Who would have anticipated that fortunes would shift so dramatically? Now, my Lu family is relegated to herding dragons in this desolate land, merely scraping by, while your Lin family has ascended to the pinnacle of the hunting world. Ah, what a boastful claim!" Xiaoba retorted sharply, referencing the romance of the 3 kingdoms with clarity. "Dragons can be large or small, can ascend or conceal themselves. When large, they stir clouds and exhale mist. When small, they hide and vanish from sight. When they ascend, they soar through the cosmos. When they conceal, they lurk beneath the waves," and my brother Shuo has said. "That is what a true dragon is, and your family's oversized serpent hardly deserves the title." Xiaoba's words left Lu Xuanfu momentarily frozen, his face reddening with indignation as he spat. "What a sharp-tongued little beast you are. Do you wish to strike me? Come on, try it." "Humph, a dog relying on its master. Bah, a man relying on his dog. I in a dense forest of the greater Xing'an range." The scar-faced man had been besieged by a cascade of bad news over the past 3 days. Wei Xingshan's suspicions were confirmed. The scar-faced man was known as Yu Ruifeng. After establishing a communication relay, he could converse with team members scattered within 100 kilometers and monitor their positions via a portable display. 7 green dots were evenly distributed near the International Biological Research Society, akin to 7 invisible demons, relentlessly suppressing them and stalling their progress. Yet, in the span of 3 days, these 7 green dots began to vanish one by one, with messages relayed through the communication headset growing increasingly alarming. "Boss, a huge creature is fixated on me. Boss, I can't stay in the water. Something is following me. There's something in the water." 4 of the 7 greens had sent these 4 voice messages before silence engulfed them. The 5 sturdy men accompanying Yu Ruifeng remained blissfully unaware, as he had no intention of divulging this information. These individuals were merely temporary recruits, unworthy of the title comrades in Yu Ruifeng's eyes, in his heart. He had only 2 true comrades, one named Jiang Xinyun, who had perished, and another named Wei Xingshan, who still lived but had died in spirit. That morning, Yu Ruifeng departed from their overnight encampment. Retrieving a satellite phone, "Boss, something feels amiss. All 7 snipers I had positioned near the enemy camp have been eliminated. From the messages they relayed before their demise, the assailant must have emerged from the water. The hook snake wouldn't harm them. I suspect it was the Black Water Dragon King. If this continues, I won't be able to hold them off any longer. Does the boss have a plan?" "That's splendid. Very well. I understand what I must do." Xiaoba's whereabouts were relayed to Lin Shuo by a mountain dweller. He sought the map to this area from Wei Xingshan, intending to study it back at his tent. Wei Xingshan and followed him inside Yan'an's eyes. Ever since Wei Xingshan had smoked a cigarette in Lin Shuo's tent 3 nights prior, the relationship between the 2 men seemed to have evolved. Although Lin Shuo had previously saved Wei Xingshan's life, a mutual disdain had existed between them. Now, however, Lin Shuo's demeanor towards the mercenary leader was markedly less frosty, despite his words still carrying an edge. Wei Xingshan, while respectful of Lin Shuo, occasionally jested with him. Paradoxically, the distance that had gradually closed between and Lin Shuo now felt as though it had widened again. leaving her with a sense of melancholy that her rational mind insisted was perhaps for the best. Today, upon learning of Xiao Ba's news, Lin Shuo's spirits lifted. Wei Xingshan offered Lin Shuo a cigarette, laughing, "I told you, our eighth master is like a phoenix. How could anything possibly happen to him?" The villagers mentioned he is wrapped in bandages, indicating he has sustained injuries. Lin Shuo replied, bowing his head as Wei Xingshan lit his cigarette. "I just heard that eighth master is currently with the Dragon King's envoy?" Wei Xingshan inquired. "Indeed," Lin Shuo nodded. "I believe this herdsman wouldn't be foolish enough to leverage Xiao Ba against me. It's likely he fortuitously saved him. Then let us hasten to find him," Wei Xingshan urged. "We must bring eighth master back quickly. I can see you've been rather distracted since he has been away." Lin Shuo chuckled wryly. "You may not realize it, but Xiao Ba is a crucial element in my battles. Without him, I may not be able to deliver a killing blow against the hook snake. Once this creature isn't dispatched in one strike, the situation can become precarious. That dawn, managing to scare it off was already quite fortunate." I understand, Wei Xingshan sighed, recalling the in-shaped trail beneath the camp and dismissing the notion that Lin Shuo was being modest. "Thus, we must rendezvous with him to proceed to the next phase," Lin Shuo stated. "Where is he currently?" Wei Xingshan glanced at the map. According to the villagers, the Dragon King's envoy departed from Junyang-go 3 days ago. Their current location is unknown, Lin Shuo replied. "Therefore, I need to venture to Junyang-go first, tracking the Dragon King's envoy by scent. Junyang-go is located here," and pointed to a specific spot on the map. "It's not nearby. The straight line distance is over 60 kilometers. This is the innermost part of the outer Xing'an range." Wei Xingshan frowned. "Mr. Lin, the situation there is quite complex. I should accompany you for safety. Are you certain you want to be a burden?" Lin Shuo shot him a glance. "When it comes to that sort of creature, I can't match you," Wei Xingshan replied confidently. "But in these deep mountains and forests, anything can happen. You won't regret bringing me along." Lin Shuo contemplated this and deemed that Wei Xingshan's physical prowess would not significantly hinder their pace. Moreover, this was indeed a herdsman's territory. While he had shown some goodwill, his true intentions remained obscured, especially with Xiao Ba in his grasp. Lin Shuo had previously underestimated his opponent and did not wish to repeat that mistake. Wei Xingshan was a top-tier special forces operative and would be a valuable asset. Thus, Lin Shuo nodded. "Very well. However, we cannot establish the camp here. If I stray too far, I won't be able to tend to this area. The hook snake may return. Then we shall relocate," Wei Xingshan suggested. "As long as we stay away from the water's edge. Lu Qing can oversee that." "Agreed. I shall also join," and interjected. Wei Xingshan regarded her thoughtfully. "Miss Anne, I'm aware of your capabilities, but the situation there is quite intricate." "As a woman?" "Old Wei," Lin Shuo interjected, casting a glance at Anne, "do not fret over her. This woman is far stronger than you might imagine. Should any misfortune befall us, you might very well find yourself in danger before she does." "That's not it." Wei Xingshan shook his head. "Mr. Lin, you do not grasp the circumstances here. In these mountains, those who engage in strenuous labor naturally exhibit a preference for males. Female infants are often abandoned. Thus, there are few women here. Longxinggo is better off, as it lies on the periphery and can intermarry with the Jialin family. Junyang-go, however, is a different story. It is deep in the mountains. Miss Anne is far too beautiful for that place. It could be quite inconvenient. I'll take your words as compliments," and smiled. "I trust you two gentlemen will ensure my safety." Lin Shuo and Wei Xingshan exchanged glances. Lin Shuo curled his lip while Wei Xingshan shook his head and pulled a hair tie from her pocket, securing her long hair, and softly remarked, "Amidst so many people, eighth master only left me a piece of meat. I miss him. Let us go. We shall retrieve eighth master and bring him home." Chapter 38. The meeting of dragons and phoenixes deep within the greater Xing'an range, upstream of the nameless river. The waters began to bifurcate into smaller streams, resembling capillaries weaving through the mountains, drawing forth the mountain's spring waters. For the herdsman Lu Xuanfu, these rivers represented his fields of harvest. With the advent of autumn and his passage through villages to preside over the Dragon King festival, offerings would flow down these streams and ultimately into his pockets. However, this year's yield was significantly poorer than in years past. Part of the decline stemmed from the injury to the Blackwater Dragon King, compelling Lu Xuanfu to offer the majority of his sacrifices to ensure its swift recovery. Additionally, This year's scant rainfall had rendered the crops in the mountains unviable, making livestock particularly precious. Villages like Longxinggo, on the outskirts of the outer Xing'an range, fared somewhat better, while those in the deep mountains faced dire circumstances. On this particular night, Lin Shuo paddled his canoe, waiting at the river mouth. Junyanggo was the most remote of villages, having recently concluded the Dragon King festival. According to tradition, offerings would be cast into the river that evening. Lin Shuo held little hope for tonight's harvest. Having spent the previous day in Junyanggo, fully aware of its plight, if winter did not claim lives through hunger, it would be considered a stroke of luck. At this moment, a bird, wrapped tightly like a zongzi, perched upon Lin Shuo's shoulder. Xiaoba stared silently at the water's surface. The Lin family's phoenix has nothing to fear. Beneath the waters lies my family's Dragon King. Lin Shuo murmured, reminiscing about how, over a century ago, it had known one of Xiaoba's ancestors. According to my grandfather, the Black Dragon and the Black Phoenix share a rather amicable relationship. To it, you are considered an old acquaintance. With this bond of incense and fire, it shall not bring you harm. The old man is quite amusing, remarked Xiaoba. Am I to fear this feeble serpent? Summon it forth, and watch as I peck its head until it blossoms with bruises. A sudden surge of water erupted as a massive serpent's head emerged from the depths, slowly turning to face the lone canoe, scrutinizing the pair of man and bird aboard. The serpent's eyes, with their upright pupils, exuded an air of ferocity. With a splutter, a jet of water shot from its mouth, drenching Xiaoba, perched upon Lin Shuo's shoulder. While Lu himself remained completely dry, Xiaoba was momentarily taken aback. Heh! Lin Shuo chuckled. Although my Dragon King cannot speak, he comprehends human language, be it curses or compliments, he is quite aware of the meaning behind them. After expelling the torrent of water, the serpent's head inched closer, finally halting at the bow of the canoe. This colossal black water Dragon King had a head the size of a container truck, nearly nose to nose with Xiaoba. Yet Xiaoba remained unperturbed, exclaiming, "Old man, if you have the gall, untie the bandages from me. I shall engage this wretched serpent in a battle of 300 rounds. The black water Dragon King tilted its head, observing Xiaoba for a moment before flicking its forked tongue. Its tongue was thicker than a barrel, yet it emerged from its mouth at a languid pace. The great serpent gently licked Xiaoba's wounded abdomen. Then, coiling its form, lifted Xiaoba onto its head. It recognizes you and takes a liking to you, declared the Dragon King's messenger with a smile. The phoenix of the Lin family, one ought not to strike a smiling face. Xiaoba stood atop the black water Dragon King's head, fell silent for a moment, then gradually squatted down, gently pecking the dragon's head with his beak, saying, "Very well, I, Xiaoba, am a bird of reason. Greetings, Dragon King." The black water Dragon King blinked its enormous eyes, releasing another jet of water that fell upon the distant river's surface. Xiaoba tilted his head, perplexed by the dragon's antics. Splutter, splutter, splutter. 3 more jets of water splashed onto the river. Are you toying with me? Xiaoba began to grasp the situation. The massive serpent's head bobbed up and down, as if nodding in agreement. Hey, I'm not a child anymore. Xiaoba turned away in disdain. Dragon King, you truly are childish. Splutter. Enough already. Splutter, splutter, splutter. Old man, do rein it in. Splutter. Old man, look at the river surface. Your business has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuo's kindly demeanor shifted, and he glanced towards the river. This river mouth is near Junyanggo, where it converges with the nameless river. Under the moonlight, Lin Shuo could faintly discern several items floating on the water. As he paddled the canoe closer, he finally made out the offerings. 8 pigs, 3 cows, 12 chickens, 20 ducks, and 9 geese. Why so many? Lin Shuo was taken aback. If they send these away, how will they survive the winter? Then realization dawned upon him, a bitter smile forming on his face. It seems that Junyanggo has placed all its hopes for winter survival upon the Dragon King, thus emptying the entire village's coffers. It's over. This deal is a loss. After uttering this, Lin Shuo shook his head, addressing the black water Dragon King, who was playfully engaging with Xiaoba on the river. You foolish creature. You have quite the task ahead this winter. Supporting this village of over 400 souls is no small feat. Splutter. Lin Shuo found himself drenched from head to toe by the river water. On the first night deep within the outer Xing'an Mountains, Lin Shuo began to regret bringing Wei Xingshan along. This mercenary leader possessed unparalleled capabilities for wilderness trekking, yet Lin Shuo felt that he was dragging the journey to an exasperating pace. In one day, Lin Shuo had covered merely 20 kilometers on the map. At this rate, it would take at least 2 more days to reach Juniango, and that didn't even account for the fact that Wei Xingshan would likely slow down as his stamina waned. Wei Xingshan lay sprawled by the campfire, breathing heavily as if he were laboring a bellows. Back in my army days, I never feared anyone as long as they had 2 legs, he panted. Are you 2 even human? Lin Shuo snapped a twig and tossed it into the flames, casting a sidelong glance at Wei Xingshan. Blaming others for your own shortcomings is rather unbecoming. In truth, Captain Wei is doing quite well, and, seated across from Lin Shuo with her knees hugged to her chest, remarked, despite our apparent progress of just 20 kilometers on the map, the winding mountain paths have made our actual distance closer to 50 kilometers today. Thus, I find it hard to believe you 2 are human. Wei Xingshan lamented, Lin Shuo, I can understand your speed. It's no surprise to me. But Miss Anne, how do you manage it? I saw you today. Moving with such familiarity. Have you been here before? No, and smiled lightly. Then how do you do it? Today, as I followed Lin Shuo on the mountain path, I felt as though my lungs would burst from exhaustion. Wei Xingshan looked puzzled. You hardly encountered anyone today, just bouncing around in the wilderness. How did you manage to keep up with us? The mountain paths are designed for human passage. Due to the terrain, one often has to take longer routes, Lin Shuo replied calmly. Her skill is known as listening to the mountain. By simply placing her ear against the base of the mountain for a short while, she can comprehend the entire surface structure of the mountain in her mind. Coupled with her agility, she easily navigates around obstacles, making her ascent far simpler than ours. Listening to the mountain? Wei Xingshan's eyes widened as he stared at Anne. Miss Anne, are you, like Lin Shuo, from the same circle? MHM. And nodded slightly, but I am nowhere near Lin Shuo's caliber. I never would have guessed. Wei Xingshan shook his head. I can understand Lin Shuo's hermit-like demeanor. But you, Miss Anne, having studied abroad since childhood, appearing as a modern urban woman, how could you also belong to that circle? Those in the circle must keep pace with the times, and smiled, refusing to embrace outdated notions. One risks obsolescence if they cling to the old ways, Miss Anne. If you speak of Lin Shuo in such a manner, old Wei, find it hard to accept. Wei Xingshan chuckled. He may be somewhat traditional, but his capabilities are immense, Captain Wei, and shot a fierce glare at Wei Xingshan. You know full well that's not what I meant. Old Wei, Lin Shuo shook his head. If you have the energy to stir trouble, you might as well conserve it and rest well. Tomorrow, I shall not wait for you halfway through the journey. Chapter 39. The pastoral instrument Juniango is nestled deep within the outer Xing'an Mountains. Crossing the Duanhuan Ridge and traversing 10 miles of mountain paths along the valley leads one to a secluded valley encircled by mountains. This valley is embraced by peaks from all directions, with 9 streams converging to form a river. The 9 streams nourish this valley like a mother's milk, hence the name Juniango. However, despite its relatively favorable geographical conditions, it remains isolated within the dense forest. In the past 2 decades, the number of women willing to marry into Juniango has dwindled significantly. Moreover, the residents are genuinely impoverished, causing traffickers to avoid this place. Currently, the village has over 400 inhabitants, with just over 100 young men, yet the chances of securing a bride are exceedingly slim. Many families have reverted to the archaic customs of decades past, sharing a wife among brothers. Last year, an incident of bride snatching occurred. A bride was forcibly taken by the men of Juniango and was tragically worked to death. The bride's family resided 30 kilometers away in the village of the Li family. The village chief and his son, accompanied by over 50 men, descended upon Juniango, resulting in a fierce gunfight with homemade rifles, costing lives on both sides. This enmity has now become irrevocable. That morning, Lin Shuo and traversed the Duanhuan Ridge and arrived at the valley below. They were still 10 miles from Juniango, yet the valley was rich with game, allowing Lin Shuo and Anne to encounter several hunters along the way. It soon became apparent too, and that the hunters regarded them with a gaze unlike that of outsiders. Had it not been for the imposing presence of Chuai behind Lin Shuo, they might have acted upon their instincts. It seemed Wei Xingshan's earlier observations in camp were indeed accurate. There was a scarcity of women here. Since the day before yesterday, Wei Xingshan had been left far behind by Lin Shuo and. Despite his impressive stamina, standing nearly 2 meters tall, he was unable to keep pace in the mountains with Lin Shuo and. Both of whom possessed the heritage of their respective circles, at this moment, and was closely following Lin Shuo. After several encounters with the local hunters, she began to feel a twinge of fear. Were it not for Lin Shuo's presence beside her, she would have lacked the courage to continue. Lin Shuo, can we circumvent Juniangu? And inquired softly. No. Lin Shuo twitched his nostrils, shaking his head. Too much time has passed. The scents of the Dragon King's messenger and Xiaoba have grown faint. If we stray from the path, I may lose their trail. Oh. Lin Shuo glanced at An, asking, are you afraid? A bit, and admitted candidly. The way they look at me feels unsettling. That is the gaze of a hunter eyeing his prey. Lin Shuo concluded, you have already caught their attention. Mr. Lin, could you refrain from speaking in such a manner? And protested, as if accusing him of lacking enough fortitude. You are not genuinely concerned about what they might do to you, Lin Shuo insightfully remarked, but rather, you fear the blood on your hands. Don't you? And fell silent for a moment before replying, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Lin Shuo halted his steps and turned to observe the beautiful woman. She approached the riverbank, bent down, and smeared some mud on her face. Then she turned her soiled visage towards him and asked, Mr. Lin, do I look any better now? Lin Shuo shook his head, stating, it is of no use. They are not lacking in beautiful women here. What they lack are women themselves. With your figure, even if you resembled a pig, they would not let you go. Was he complimenting my figure? This thought initially crossed An's mind, but she quickly deemed it inappropriate and countered. So what shall we do? We'll manage, Lin Shuo replied nonchalantly as he continued walking. When it rains, it rains. When a mother marries, she marries. We shall do what we must. Why can't he say something pleasant? And felt a twinge of grievance, yet as they traveled, her footsteps drew closer to Lin Shuo's. No longer trailing behind, she walked alongside him, their shoulders nearly brushing. You are putting me at risk, Lin Shuo remarked, keeping his gaze forward. What do you mean? In feigned ignorance, on such a narrow mountain path, only couples walk shoulder to shoulder, Lin Shuo calmly explained. They would assume I am your husband, and if they wish to take you, they would first eliminate me. Mr. Lin, with such prowess, would you truly be concerned about that? And inquired, I am certainly not worried about their crude firearms and bows, Lin Shuo replied, but your impulsive desire for revenge against me is quite unsatisfactory. Humph, I don't care, and muttered softly, turning her head away. This surprised Lin Shuo. He had always perceived An as respectful and understanding. Such understanding, akin to a gentle trap, made him outwardly composed, yet inwardly vigilant. Flattery without cause is suspect, he had learned since childhood. The adage, a woman is like a knife, was a lesson passed down from his ancestors. Thus, he had deliberately maintained a certain distance from and throughout their journey, to avoid compromising his hunting state. Moreover, while this woman had some connections, her origins remained obscure. Lin Shuo had yet to fully trust her. However, today, the facade she had long maintained seemed to have been abruptly torn away. She walked beside him, less composed than before. Was she throwing a tantrum? Lin Shuo found her perplexing, a source of confusion for him. He might understand the avian creature Xiaoba better than this woman. Yet, this confusion was soon cast aside, as the sight of Junyang was now imminent. The individuals there were also eager to learn more about women. The scarred man Yu Ruifeng had been waiting in the dense forests of the outer Greater Xing'an Range for 3 days. Finally, on this morning, he received a peculiar item. It was 3 snow-white hairs, securely sealed within a glass box. This glass box was packed inside a wooden crate, filled with cushioning material, and delivered by a seaplane. Descending gently with a parachute, though located, Yu Ruifeng had spent an entire morning scouring the mountains with 5 subordinates. At this moment, cradling the glass box, a smile twisted across his lips, distorting the scar on his face even further. Boss, we toiled all morning just to find this. One of his burly subordinates wiped the sweat from his brow and questioned, what use do 3 hairs serve? You know nothing. Yu Ruifeng carefully placed the fist-sized glass box into his backpack, considering it a treasure. Really? Another subordinate expressed surprise. Boss, could you enlighten us about its significance? Don't pry into matters that don't concern you. Yu Ruifeng glared fiercely at the subordinate, knowing that the more one knew, The quicker one would meet their demise. The 5 subordinates fell silent. After intimidating them, Yu Ruifeng sneered again. But since you wouldn't understand anyway, it won't hurt to share a bit. The 5 subordinates exchanged glances. Suppressing their outrage, Yu Ruifeng declared, "These 3 hairs are not just any ordinary hairs. They are a herding tool." A herding tool? What is that? Yu Ruifeng explained. It is something used for herding livestock. Boss, please, don't jest with us. I know about lassos for capturing horses, but what purpose do these 3 hairs serve? Are we to poke sheep with them? Surprisingly, you possess a sense of humor, Yu Ruifeng complimented, then swung his large palm, delivering a resounding slap that spun the subordinate around. The subordinate, dazed, clutched his face, staring at Yu Ruifeng. "Do you dare question me?" "I wouldn't." The subordinate shook his head vigorously. "What I say is law, correct?" Yu Ruifeng fixed his gaze on the subordinate. "Yes," the subordinate nodded fervently. "You shall heed my words?" "Absolutely." The subordinate was on the verge of tears. Yu Ruifeng nodded, stating, "Herding is based on this principle. The herded must first learn to fear the herder." The subordinate blinked, failing to grasp the concept. But why should they fear? Yu Ruifeng slowly lifted the glass box, gazing at the 3 snow-white hairs inside, proclaiming, "Just because of this. This is what we call a herding tool." Chapter 40. Better Dead Than Alive. Today is August 22, 2004, the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, the fabled day when the cowherd and the weaver girl reunite in the heavens. 2 weeks have passed since the onset of autumn, and within the borders of China, one might still witness what is referred to as the autumn tiger. However, in the outer Greater Xing'an Range, the signs of autumn are already evident. The poplar trees surrounding Jinyanggo have begun to turn yellow, resembling clusters of golden clouds from a distance. Amidst these clouds, Lin Shuo and could see wooden stumps driven into the ground, forming the walls of a stockade. This mountain stronghold appeared to be nestled within the golden clouds, beautiful and mysterious from afar, evoking an irresistible urge to venture inside and explore. Unfortunately, Lin Shuo held no such interest. In recent days, the cold air from Siberia had begun to descend from the Arctic Ocean, and with the autumn winds blowing for several days, all scents and traces dissipated rapidly. In truth, Lin Shuo could no longer detect the scents of the Dragon King's envoy or Xiaoba. The only reason he continued his pursuit was that he knew a gray donkey accompanied the Dragon King's envoy. This donkey, well fed on bean fodder, emitted a distinctive odor. As it journeyed, it would graze and defecate, leaving behind traces of bean-like scents that served as guiding markers in Lin Shuo's mind. At this moment, he realized the donkey had passed through Jinyanggo with its owner, prompting him to lead and around the outskirts of Jinyanggo to continue tracking. Naturally, Lin Shuo had no interest in delving deeper into such a treacherous place. He had expressed to and his reluctance to stain his hands with blood, and he too shared that sentiment. Thus, they walked side by side, their pace brisk. Yet, as they neared the perimeter of Jinyanggo, they were confronted by a group of hunters. There were 8 of them, all young men, seemingly returning from a hunting expedition. Armed with crude firearms and bows, their eyes fixed hungrily on and they were compelled to halt, and Lin Shuo stepped forward slightly, shielding and behind him. "Kid, you have some guts," one of the shorter, sturdier hunters remarked. "Leave the woman and I'll let you go." "Third brother, why waste words on him? Just kill him," another urged. "Third brother, despite her muddy face, that woman has quite the striking features," a 5th chimed in. "Hey, my son just turned 16. It's time he had a bride." "Third brother, that's not right. Since we all discovered her together, naturally, the spoils should be shared." "Exactly, your son is still young. I think we should keep this woman for ourselves." "Your son can wait until next time." "Stop this nonsense," the so-called third brother, the stout man, retorted angrily. "Last time you snatched that bride, you ended up ruining her. If you continue like this, our village will die out within 20 years. Third brother, by saying that, you're not treating us like brothers. Indeed, when you took that bride, you were also part of it, weren't you?" "That was for my son," third brother shouted back at the time. "You all agreed that the spoils should be shared, and I didn't say anything. This time, it should be my son's turn, right? Third brother, you want to ensure your lineage, but we do too. Enough of this. With your kind of approach, who knows whose seed will ultimately take root? How about this? Third brother, the woman is indeed quite attractive. It would be a shame to kill her." Let us draw lots. Whoever draws the lucky ticket gets her, and we'll all go home and live well. The method is feasible. While it is indeed acceptable, you must not go back on your word. Let us swear an oath in the name of the Dragon King. Very well. Shuo, keep your voices down, lest you attract the villagers. Indeed. Otherwise, they might meddle, and it would only lead to greater chaos. Precisely, and observed the group of hunters as they deliberated, feeling both disdain and a twinge of pity for them. As an educated woman, she understood that humans are first and foremost animals, and only secondarily humans. When the fundamental needs of the animalistic aspect are unmet, individuals reveal their primal sides, leading to the erosion of humanity. In Anne's eyes, these 8 hunters exemplified this very notion. Their extreme environment had driven them to extreme behaviors. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, this group was not composed of virtuous souls. Should the situation spiral out of control and she found herself compelled to take a life, and felt she would be justified in doing so, that moment, she heard Lin Shuo's voice ringing out, "Brothers, you seem to be deep in discussion. May I offer my suggestion?" The 8 hunters paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Kid, what do you have to say?" one of them asked. Lin Shuo responded earnestly, "How to divide this woman behind me is a matter for later. Shouldn't you first deal with the man in front of her? Which is me? It's rather awkward for me to stand here while you deliberate." "That makes sense. Who would have thought you were quite clever, kid?" "All right, you've got guts," as he spoke. A stout hunter named Sangu raised his shotgun and aimed it at Lin Shuo. "Don't hold it against me, kid. We're being forced into this. I'll burn some joss paper for you later." Just as he finished speaking, the stout hunter was about to pull the trigger, that moment. He stood about 5 meters away from Lin Shuo, the optimal range for the crude shotgun in his hands. This type of shotgun lacked rifling, functioning as a scattergun. When faced with prey, precise aiming was unnecessary. A single shot would suffice. Just as the stout hunter's finger tensed on the trigger, he felt a flash before his eyes. His arm went numb, and upon looking down, the gun was gone. This situation, you see, always unfolds step by step, with no room for chaos. Lin Shuo snapped the shotgun in two with a crack and tossed it to the ground. As he acted, he remarked, "Only if you seek my life first can I retaliate against you. Otherwise, the ancestors will hold me accountable." After these words, the 8 hunters lay sprawled on the ground and witnessed their anguished cries, their arms hanging limply as if bereft of bones. In an instant, Lin Shuo had shattered all their arm bones. He coldly stated, "You were lacking in women, were you not? I have rendered your arms useless. From now on, endure it." After speaking, Lin Shuo glanced back at Anne. She quickly lowered her head and followed him, no longer daring to walk alongside him in that fleeting moment, and had witnessed Lin Shuo's true capacity for violence. She couldn't quite grasp the specifics of what he had done, but the aftermath was all too clear. She realized that behaving childishly in the presence of someone like Lin Shuo was utterly foolish. The nature of their relationship had not yet reached that level. Yet in terms of power, her actions felt akin to courting death, and had previously harbored a relatively clear understanding of the disparity in strength between herself and Lin Shuo. She believed he was among the top tier of the younger generation within their realm. While she could barely rank within the top 20, that moment had made her realize she had underestimated him. This man had not only ascended to an unattainable height, but had also traversed a considerable distance within it. Following the events at Kunlun Mountain, it was likely that no one had advanced further than he. These thoughts swirled in her mind, and followed closely behind Lin Shuo, weaving through the terrain until they re-entered the wilderness after passing by Junyanggo. Gradually, and emerged from her state of shock, casting a glance at Lin Shuo's back before summoning the courage to inquire, "Mr. Lin, why did you show mercy just now? How did you perceive that I showed mercy?" Lin Shuo replied without breaking his stride, "They had your life in their hands and sought to kill you. Death would not have been an excessive punishment," and whispered, "Yet you only crippled their arms. For such individuals, death is not the ultimate punishment." Lin Shuo shook his head. "Living in torment is far worse." Upon hearing this and paused, contemplating the future for those 8 men in such a harsh, primal environment, where humanity had been extinguished by circumstance, a chill crept into her heart as she shook her head, striving to dispel the disturbing images from her mind. Reflecting on Lin Shuo's earlier display of strength, she couldn't help but ask, "What you demonstrated earlier, was it one of the 3 supreme arts passed down by the Lin family?" Indeed, Lin Shuo acknowledged. Truly remarkable and praised. Even if the late Mr. Zhang Lianhai were to rise from the grave, I doubt he could rival you. Do not speak such words. Lin Shuo frowned. Brother Zhang and I share a bond akin to that of a mentor and disciple. He taught me, and pouted, lowering her head in a feigned display of vulnerability. Enough with that pitiful expression, as if I were the one who has wronged you. Lin Shuo, unable to bear such a visage, shook his head. You are truly a cold-hearted woman. After saving you, I did not hear a single word of thanks. Now, when I speak a bit more harshly, you become displeased, and was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Lin Shuo seemed to be teasing her. For someone of his temperament, such words were quite a rarity. However, and was not content with this, she smiled brightly and said, I am quite easy to please. If you would share more stories about the Hunter's Gate, I would be delighted. Very well. As they continued their journey, Lin Shuo spoke. You should be aware of the 6 great families, correct? Indeed. Jiang and Lin, Saibei Zhang, Yinyun Xiao, Xiangxi Miao, Changdi Su, and Hu Guangyun, the 6 great families of the Hunter's Gate. Since ancient times, although the 6 great families often acted independently, when they joined forces, their distinct specialties led to various roles within the group. I am not well versed in that. Please enlighten me, Mr. Lin. Then let me ask you, what do you think the Lin family excels at? The Lin family possesses unparalleled killing power, leading the Hunter's Gate and serving as the absolute core of the hunting teams. And the Zhang family? The Zhang family wields a tang sword that is second to none, making them the best choice for close-quarters combat. What about the Su family? The Su family specializes in reconnaissance and control, adept at listening to the mountains and surveying the land. And the Chao family? The Chao family is known for their intricate mechanisms and mastery of the art of concealment, along with exceptional mathematical skills, serving as the think tank for hunting teams. What of the Miao family? The Miao family excels in poison manipulation and possesses extraordinary medical skills. You seem to know it all. Why ask me? Lin Shuo shot and a glance. But I don't know about the Yun family. And stuck out her tongue. The Yun family is shrouded in mystery. Neither my mentor nor the International Reputation Research Association has any clear information about them. We only know that this family exists. But no one knows their specific strengths. It would be wonderful if Mr. Lin could shed some light on it. After saying this, and eagerly awaited Lin Shuo's response. However, her question seemed to have vanished into thin air. The man before her was solely focused on their path, seemingly having forgotten her query. And, being an astute woman, recognized that Lin Shuo likely did not wish to divulge this information, so she refrained from pressing him. It wasn't until they crested a hill and Lin Shuo paused by a stream to wash his face that he finally spoke. The Yun family is indeed the most enigmatic among the 6 great families. Their abilities are beyond comprehension. For countless years prior, the Yun family was the leader of the Hunter's Gate until the Lin family gradually replaced them over the past 200 years. Oh, so that's how it is, and squatted down to wash the dirt from her face in the stream, awaiting Lin Shuo to continue. My mother is a descendant of the Yun family. Lin Shuo spoke softly. Chapter 41. Out of control what? Your mother is a descendant of the Yun family? And stared at Lin Shuo in astonishment, struggling to believe it. From what she understood, while the 6 great families sometimes collaborated in hunting, they each maintained their own lineage and intermarriage was not common. Moreover, the Lin family's position as the leader of the Hunter's Gate was indeed seized from the Yun family. Consequently, the relationship between the Lin and Yun families had not been harmonious for the past 200 years. The revelation that Lin Shuo's mother was from the Yun family left and profoundly surprised. This information held immense significance for her. Lin Shuo nodded. Indeed. According to my father, her name was Yun Yuexin. Does that mean you hold the legacies of both the Lin and Yun families? And inquired. Lin Shuo momentarily hesitated before shaking his head. I do not possess such fortune. My mother disappeared when I was 1 year old. As I mentioned last time, right? And recalled. Previously, Lin Shuo had stated that he and his father, Lin Leshan, had not ventured to Kunlun Mountain in search of the Dragon Bone Ring, nor to keep an eye on the hooked snake's tribulation. The true intention of the father and son was to seek the whereabouts of Lin Shuo's mother. Therefore, I remain uncertain about what particular talents my mother possesses as a descendant of the Yun family. Lin Shuo remarked, you should understand that the legacy of the Hunter's Gate is not something one is born with. It requires rigorous training. However, innate talent is equally significant. The purpose of such training is to hone and elevate one's natural abilities. My intuition is somewhat sharper than that of the average person. I can sense the murderous intent directed at me by others. Previously, I was able to sense whether those snipers had me in their sights, and I could immediately gauge their general location. This talent, I believe, has been inherited from my mother. Thus, I speculate that the unique skill set of the Yun family may lie in telepathy. However, the specifics elude me. Oh, and said softly, perhaps it would be best to wait until you can reunite with your mother, and then I can consult her in person. Let us hope so, Lin Shuo sighed as he rose from the riverbank. Come, we must continue our journey. That night, Lin Shuo and followed the scent and finally located the donkey. The gray beast was tethered to a wooden post in front of a thatched hut, with a trough brimming with beans before it. This humble abode was constructed halfway up a mountain, the grass surrounding it appearing rather dull, indicating it had not been refreshed in some time. The door of the hut was ajar, and aside from a thick layer of straw on the ground, it was devoid of any furnishings. This must be where the Dragon King's emissary temporarily resided during the Dragon King's festival, and entered the hut alongside Lin Shuo, glancing around as she spoke. Lin Shuo flared his nostrils slightly, nodding slowly. The air here is infused with the sense of Xiaoba and the Dragon King's emissary. We should wait here, and suggested. The donkey is here. It will surely return. Lin Shuo did not oppose her suggestion. He removed the tracking device from his back and settled onto the straw mat. Reaching into his jacket pocket, he retrieved a small pack of cigarettes, extracted one, and lit it as he smoked. He recalled the individual who had gifted him this pack. I wonder if Wei Xingshan will be able to find this place. Rest assured, and replied, taking a seat beside him. Captain Wei is adept at wilderness tracking. He won't lose our trail. Lin Shuo nodded slightly, conceding to Anne's words. Despite his imposing stature, the mercenary leader, when faced with close combat, would find his martial prowess and combat skills insufficient. Should the herdsman or the Black Water Dragon King turn hostile, Wei Xingshan would undoubtedly be the first to perish, with the disparity between them so vast that Lin Shuo might not be able to provide assistance in time. Yet, Wei's marksmanship was exceptional, and his Barrett sniper rifle possessed tremendous firepower, serving as a valuable asset for long-range support. Thus, Lin Shuo had deliberately distanced himself from Wei, driven both by a sense of urgency to locate Xiaoba and to allow Wei to act discreetly behind them, creating a safety net for himself and Anne. Once he finished his cigarette, Lin Shuo reclined on the straw mat, saying to Anne, the Dragon King's emissary is not nearby at present. Keep your ears open for any sounds. I shall rest for a while. A flicker of surprise crossed Anne's eyes, but she quickly comprehended his intention. Lin Shuo aimed to adjust himself into the optimal state to confront the emissary before his arrival. The two had been on the move for several consecutive days. While and could afford brief moments of sleep at night, Lin Shuo had taken on the vigil, enduring several nights without rest. All right, and nodded in agreement. Within 10 seconds of lying down, Lin Shuo's snores filled the air. The night had deepened, with the moonlight casting a gentle glow outside while the hut remained shrouded in darkness. The last scent Lin Shuo inhaled before succumbing to slumber was that of and beside him. The faint fragrance of her skin lingered in his mind. Soon, in that hazy realm between wakefulness and dreams, he beheld a woman's face. He had never seen this face clearly, yet he recognized it as his mother, Yun Yuexin. Throughout his life, he had only dreamt of his mother 3 times. The first occurred during a fateful night on Kunlun Mountain, where he dreamt of her wailing in anguish. The second was just days prior, at dawn, when she wept, her face etched with worry. This time, however, he saw her smiling. Though he could not discern the details of her visage, he knew she was beaming at him. Her eyes were clearer than in the previous dreams, radiating a sense of encouragement and profound comfort, reminiscent of his childhood milestones, his first rollover, his first crawl, and his first steps. Lin Shuo basked in the warmth of his mother's gaze, feeling as though he were basking in the sunlight, wishing for her to gaze upon him indefinitely. Yet gradually, her brows began to furrow with concern, and Lin Shuo felt a pang of distress in his heart, sensing she was on the verge of tears once more. What burdens her heart so deeply? Causing such sorrow? What can I do to bring her joy? An overwhelming anxiety surged within him, until, with a slight jolt, he awakened. The fragrance that greeted his nostrils was still that of, and, now intensified. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered he was lying in Anne's embrace, and had placed his head on her thigh. one hand resting gently upon the back of his hand, while the other tenderly stroked his forehead. Softly murmuring, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." She cradled Lin Shuo, caressing his hair, her breathing becoming gradually more even, her motions slowing, and her whispers dwindling in volume. It appeared she was on the verge of sleep herself. This semi-conscious state of hers prevented Lin Shuo from immediately turning away. He could not bear to disturb her in the darkness of the hut. Lin Shuo could not clearly discern her features. But the scent of her body and the sound of her gentle murmurs stirred an indescribable feeling within him. However, as his awareness sharpened, he forcefully suppressed the emotion. He had merely been dreaming. Drenched in cold sweat, this woman was merely comforting him. It was a natural instinct of femininity. She likely harbored no ulterior motives. He had instructed her to remain vigilant for any disturbances, yet she chose to soothe him instead, nearly falling asleep in the process. Women, after all, can be quite unreliable. Moreover, the sweet scent emanating from her was severely distracting his senses. He should awaken her at once. Yet her thigh felt remarkably sturdy, and resting upon it was quite comfortable. Furthermore, her fragrance was pleasant. After 3 days of enduring the odor of donkey droppings, this aroma was nothing short of a delight. Since he was already awake, perhaps he could afford to wait a little longer before rousing her? Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Shuo heard and murmur incoherently, "Mr. Lin, please walk a bit slower." The wave of inexplicable emotion washed over him upon hearing her sleep-talk. At that moment, a sudden chill gripped Lin Shuo's heart, and he swiftly turned to sit up, and was instantly startled awake. Moments later, a figure stumbled into the thatched hut, falling forward, on the verge of collapsing. Before the individual could hit the ground, Lin Shuo leapt forward, grasping the back of their collar and effortlessly flipping them over. From the scent alone, Lin Shuo had already identified the person. He merely sought confirmation by seeing their face. Under the moonlight, the Dragon King's emissary, Lu Xuanfu, whose already gaunt face now appeared pallid as paper, was bleeding profusely from his mouth and nose. Lin Shuo urgently inquired, "What happened?" Lu Xuanfu glanced at Lin Shuo with weary eyes, then coughed up more blood. His voice barely a whisper, the Dragon King has lost control." "What?" Lin Shuo was taken aback. "Aren't you the herdsman? How could it lose control?" And approached swiftly, checking Lu Xuanfu's pulse while questioning him. "I don't know," Lu Xuanfu replied, his physical condition precarious and his mental state in disarray. "Where is Xiao Ba?" Lin Shuo demanded. "Is that the Mina bird?" With the Dragon King together, as soon as he uttered those words, Lu Xuanfu succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 42. Earthquake that night, deep within the greater Xing'an range, Wei Xingshan crested a hill and collapsed beneath a large tree, gasping for breath. He felt utterly drained. The relentless 4-day march had completely depleted his strength. Aside from the 3 months he spent in basic training, he had never felt such fatigue before. Every muscle in his body ached, and his lungs felt as if they were ablaze. Yet, Wei Xingshan knew that Lin Shuo and had made considerable concessions in pace to allow him to keep up. With the pride of a soldier, he had pressed on, not falling too far behind. After regaining his breath, Wei Xingshan clenched his jaw and rose to his feet. Following Lin Shuo's instructions, he would not converge with Lin Shuo but would instead lie in ambush nearby. Preparing to set up his Barrett rifle in under 5 kilometers, he would reach his destination. According to the map, that mountain was the highest peak in the vicinity, offering an excellent vantage point. There, he was confident that his marksmanship, combined with the Barrett's range, would allow him to provide effective support for Lin Shuo and. Thus, Wei Xingshan did not linger. He needed to reach that spot quickly to find an opportunity to aim his rifle at the herdsman's head. Compelling him to surrender Xiao Ba, however, soon, a rustling noise from the mountain below piqued Wei Xingshan's alertness. He quickly crouched down, hiding behind the tree. Why this time? The night was deep, and visibility was severely limited. Wei Xingshan lacked the remarkable ability of Lin Shuo to discern the winds and positions, nor could he emulate An's talent for tracing the mountains through sound. His perception of the surroundings relied solely upon his keen eyes and attentive ears. In this moment, for Wei Xingshan, his ears were far more crucial sensory instruments than his eyes. He lay quietly on the ground, listening intently to the sounds around him. The rustling noises emanated from the underbrush below the mountain. indicating that something was passing through there. If there was only one sound, Wei Xingshan could attribute it to wild animals. However, it was evident that this was not the case. He discerned 5 distinct sounds emanating from the southwestern direction below the mountain, which soon fell silent. He recognized this as a tactical formation of a 5-man team, specifically designed to counter snipers. A sniper, trapped by such a quintet on the mountain, would find his life in the hands of others. Just days prior, Wei Xingshan had employed this very tactic to corner a sniper, ultimately forcing the Korean to take his own life. Now, the wheel of fortune had turned, and it was Wei Xingshan who was destined to experience the same fate. Upon confirming this information, he reached for his waist and brandished a black dagger. A cold smile crept upon his lips. He, Wei Xingshan, might not possess Lin Shuo's extraordinary prowess, but he was certainly not merely a sniper. The International Biological Research Society's camp resembled the tale of Ming Mu's 3 relocations. To avoid association with malevolent neighbors, they had set up camp 3 times. This time, the deputy leader of the action team, Lu Qing, decisively relocated the camp back to Jiolinda. Since they were merely awaiting news, it was more pragmatic to return to the town than to flounder in the wilderness. They opted to reoccupy the small inn where they had stayed prior to their departure. That evening, young Tuo discreetly slipped away from the crowd, discarded his crutch, and attempted to walk alone in the white birch forest outside the inn. Although his injured leg still bore a hint of weakness, the pain had entirely subsided. Lu Qing approached him, her expression revealing surprise as she rushed to support his arm. "Dr. Yang, your leg seems nearly healed." Yang Tuo offered a faint smile. "You sustained a fracture. How is it healing so rapidly?" Lu Qing inquired in astonishment. "It was treated by Mr. Lin." "Initially, I was skeptical, but facts speak louder than words," Yang Tuo replied. "Mr. Lin treated you?" Lu Qing paused momentarily, then expressed her belief. "It's hard to describe him in words. Whatever the situation, he seems capable of achieving the improbable." "Indeed," Yang Tuo nodded in agreement. "However, given that you did suffer a fracture, we lack X-ray facilities here to assess the recovery of your bones. I should assist you in walking, just to be safe." "Thank you," he responded. "It is my duty." Yang Tuo glanced at the female officer beside him and asked, "Lu, now that we are in town, is it unnecessary to arrange for night patrols?" "Patrols are not required, but sentries are still necessary," Lu Qing replied. "Oh?" Yang Tuo acknowledged quietly, falling into silence. The two walked slowly through the white birch grove, enveloped in tranquility beneath the starry sky, creating a somewhat romantic atmosphere. Unfortunately, both harbored their own thoughts, rendering their shared stroll little more than a formality. Yang Tuo, typically a man of few words, felt content due to his leg's improvement, prompting him to engage in conversation, though only to a limited extent. Sensing an awkward tension between them, Lu Qing broke the silence. "Dr. Yang, when do you think Wei and the others will return?" Just then, both felt a sudden dizziness. Their feet unsteady. They quickly regained their composure and exchanged glances. An earthquake! Inside the thatched cottage halfway up the mountain, as the envoy of the Dragon King collapsed after uttering his final words, and felt a surge of panic. Eighth Master is with the uncontrollable Dragon King. Though Eighth Master is clever, if the Black Water Dragon King intends to harm him, and with Eighth Master injured and unable to flee, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, Lin Shuo inquired, "What does his pulse indicate?" "Oh," and quickly gathered her thoughts, "his internal organs have sustained severe injuries. An ordinary person would have perished by now." "Is there any way to awaken him?" Lin Shuo asked. This inquiry stemmed from Lin Shuo's prior recognition of her skills in alleviating Yang Tuo's pain, suggesting that her mentor was likely a descendant of the Miao family. As one of the 6 esteemed families of hunters, the Miao's medical expertise bordered on the miraculous, and it was natural for her mentor to be well-versed in such arts. According to, and her abilities were largely imparted by her mentor, passed down from her parents. While this arrangement did not align with domestic customs, the mutual exchange of knowledge between them suggested that and might have acquired a portion of the Miao family's medical techniques. And shook her head. "My mentor taught me only some techniques for acupressure and pulse diagnosis. Beyond that, I lack advanced medical knowledge." Lin Shuo felt a twinge of regret, sighing, "I have some methods for external injuries, but this internal damage is truly..." He carefully laid the envoy of the Dragon King onto a straw mat. Then, seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Chasing Master, pondering the fate of Xiaoba, and declared, "I will go out and search. I will join you." and said, "All right." Exiting the thatched cottage, Lin Shuo followed the scent trail of the Dragon King's envoy, sprinting fervently. Within 5 minutes, he arrived at the riverbank, where a canoe lay moored, but the scent trail ended there. Gazing at the shimmering river, Lin Shuo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This time, Xiao Ba was truly lost, and caught up and, witnessing the scene, understood why Lin Shuo had halted. She struggled to find words of comfort, opting instead for silent companionship. At that moment, Lin Shuo felt a sudden lightness beneath his feet. This sensation persisted for roughly a second before dissipating, and swiftly crouched down, pressing her ear to the ground. To her, the earth resonated like a freshly plucked string, its reverberations still lingering. Closing her eyes and focused intently on the subtle vibration source. Southeast, approximately 70 kilometers, she concluded, a minor earthquake. Lin Shuo's eyelids twitched, a vague, indefinable feeling stirring within him. Check the map. See what lies in that direction. I don't have the map with me. It's with Wei Xingshan? Lin Shuo appeared to be reminded, glancing toward the vast mountains in the southeast, realizing he should be arriving soon. Wei Xingshan moved silently through the mountains like a hunting leopard. His mind was as clear as a mirror. In such terrain, a 5-man team posed a significant threat, and discharging a firearm was absolutely to be avoided. For even a silenced weapon produced sound. The previous Korean had made that mistake. At that time, Wei Xingshan had attempted to fire a couple of shots at the location where the man might be hiding, prompting an immediate counterattack that revealed the Korean's position. In such circumstances, revealing one's location was a grave error. Eliminating one adversary could result in 4 others encircling him. There would be no escape. Thus, he had to rely on cold weapons, cautiously approaching one adversary at a time. If he managed to take down one, he would break even. If he succeeded in 2, it would be a profit. Should he eliminate all 5, he would ensure his own survival. However, his opponents were no novices. The 5 would inevitably pair up, maintaining visual contact with each other. Thus, if one was attacked, the other would immediately provide covering fire. In the dead of night, they would likely be equipped with infrared night vision devices. This task was perilous, relying on both skill and fortune. After moving down the mountain for over 20 meters, Wei Xingshan concealed himself behind a tree. He lowered his head, attentively listening for footsteps. Once the adversaries passed through the thicket, silence enveloped the area. Wei Xingshan calculated the time. They should be approaching now. At this moment, he dared not raise his head. Knowing that human pupils reflect infrared light in night vision scopes, if his gaze met that of an adversary, his eyes would shine like 2 searchlights. Thus, he kept his head down, directing all his focus to his eardrums. Soon, a series of extremely faint footsteps reached his ears. Wei Xingshan refrained from acting hastily. He needed to locate the second person who would accompany the first. Shortly thereafter, he detected the footsteps of a second individual. One was about to pass by the tree where Wei Xingshan lay hidden, while the other lingered approximately 15 meters away. Just then, a sudden dizziness overcame Wei Xingshan. The mountaintop where he lay trembled slightly. This tremor lasted but a second, brief yet significant. An earthquake? The thought flickered through Wei Xingshan's mind, and he quickly realized. This was the moment. The giant swiftly raised his head, pinpointing the enemy's position 15 meters away. Then he hurled the dagger before disregarding it in a single bound. He lunged behind the closest adversary, wrapping his powerful arms around the man's neck in a chokehold. Wei Xingshan's right arm encircled the man's throat, his right hand clasping his left bicep, while his left pressed against the back of the foe's head. With a simultaneous exertion of strength and a sudden backward lean, a soft crack echoed as the man's neck snapped. Seizing the momentum, Wei Xingshan performed a backward roll, glancing up to see the enemy 15 meters away clutching his throat, convulsing in agony. The dagger had accurately severed his windpipe in the distance. The sound of automatic gunfire erupted. Bullets striking around the unfortunate adversary. A grin creased Wei Xingshan's lips as he vanished once more into the twilight. Chapter 43. The Python Lin Shuo and found themselves with no other recourse but to return once more to the thatched cottage. The waterway here was a labyrinthine network, and none knew where the little Ba had been taken by the Black Water Dragon King. The only one who might possess any knowledge was the Dragon King's messenger, who lay in a state of unconsciousness. By this time, dawn had barely broken. The elder man, having surpassed his 50th year, lay on the straw mat, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Shuo and as they entered the room. Upon noticing that the Dragon King's messenger had awakened, Lin Shuo hastily stepped forward and crouched before him, inquiring, "Can you still speak?" The messenger's face twitched, and his eyes shifted toward the corner of the wall. Anne, quick-witted as ever, soon grasped the situation. She swiftly climbed onto the straw mat and reached between it and the wall, her hand soon brushing against a small porcelain vial. Shaking the vial and listening intently to the sounds within, she exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Shuo. "It appears to be some sort of pill," she remarked. "Give it to him," Lin Shuo urged. "I suspect he returned specifically to retrieve this medicine." Without delay, and removed the cork from the vial and poured the pill into the messenger's mouth. After a laborious swallow, the messenger exhaled deeply, then closed his eyes once more, murmuring softly, "You too nearly led to my demise." "You are a shepherd of the Lu family?" Lin Shuo inquired. "Indeed," the messenger replied weakly. "However, whether I remain a shepherd in the future is uncertain." "What has happened to the Black Water Dragon King?" Lin Shuo pressed. "I do not know," the messenger replied. "It has been with our Lu family for over 1,000 years. Typically, it possesses a simple nature, comprehends human speech, and recognizes its master. Yet I never anticipated it would find itself in such a predicament under my watch." His voice faltered, eyes clouded with confusion. "I have failed my ancestors." "What transpired?" and asked gently. The messenger, Lu Xuanfu, murmured, "I was conducting business at the river mouth while it frolicked with the Lin family's phoenix in the waters. Everything was fine until it suddenly went mad, its eyes turning crimson. I attempted to calm it, but it struck me with such force that I nearly lost my life. By the time I struggled back onto the boat, it had already swum far away. Your phoenix was perched upon its head and was taken along as well." "Where do you think it might have gone?" Lin Shuo inquired. Lu Xuanfu's expression revealed hesitation, and he fell silent. Lin Shuo regarded him with a cold stare reminiscent of Anne's first encounter with him, a gaze that sent chills down one's spine. "Very well, since we have come this far, there's no point in concealing it any longer," Lu Xuanfu sighed. "The most probable destination is a place known as the Black Water Dragon's Nest." "The Black Water Dragon's Nest?" Anne echoed, her confusion palpable. "I have never heard of such a place. What is it?" "It is its lair," Lu Xuanfu explained. "Although we shepherds are inseparable from our beasts, this creature has grown increasingly large over the past millennium, making it increasingly difficult for our Lu family to provide it with a home. Over 100 years ago, it discovered a suitable dwelling beneath the Heilong River, prompting us to settle in the greater Xing'an Range. This place is situated beneath the river, inaccessible to humans, only the creature can enter. Initially, my ancestors paid it no mind, believing that as long as it avoided human contact, all would be well. However, my father, emboldened, once lay within its jaws and accompanied it to its nest. He returned to describe it as an expansive natural underground cavern. By that time, the creature had already become the Black Water Dragon King. And since it was its nest, my father dubbed it the Black Water Dragon's Nest. I had intended to visit it myself, but my father, for reasons unknown, compelled me to swear an oath never to set foot there. Out of fear of defiance, I have never ventured near, merely aware of its existence." After sharing this account, Lu Xuanfu appeared even more fatigued, his complexion turning ashen. "How did the Black Water Dragon King sustain its injuries?" Lin Shuo inquired further. "The creature is unlike your family's phoenix. It cannot speak, hence I remain in the dark regarding its wounds. I only know that it ventured to its old nest a month ago and returned injured. I suspect some entity sought to claim its lair, and they fought, but it was bested and fled. Since then, it has been roaming the river, following me to gather offerings for its recovery, never returning to its nest. This time, in its frenzy, I fear it may be attempting to reclaim its territory." "Why did you inform Mr. Lin of its injuries?" Anne asked. "When a descendant of the Lin family appears in the greater Xing'an Range, one cannot ignore it," Lu Xuanfu replied. "Upon seeing the bow he carried, I immediately recognized his lineage. The Lin family of hunters is a distinguished name. I knew he was not here for the creature. However, when we first met, he appeared rather youthful, and I worried his youthful bravado might prompt him to act against the creature. Thus I casually employed some verbal maneuvering to dissuade him." Once Lu Xuanfu concluded his tale, his eyes fluttered shut, and his breathing steadily grew calmer. "He has fallen asleep," and remarked softly, glancing at Lin Shuo. Mr. Lin, do you find his account credible? Not entirely, but it is likely close to the truth. Lin Shuo nodded. What shall we do next? Naturally, we must seek the black water dragon's nest, Lin Shuo replied, fixing his gaze on and, just as he spoke, he suddenly flared his nostrils, directing his attention toward the door of the thatched cottage. Before long, a tall figure appeared in the doorway. Wei Xingshan, bloodied and disheveled, entered, plopping down onto the straw mat while cradling a Barrett rifle. He cast a glance at the slumbering Lu Xuanfu and boisterously remarked, Mr. Lin, your hand was rather heavy. You've left the old man in this state. Lin Shuo, disinterested in offering explanations, was overwhelmed by the pungent odor of blood emanating from Wei Xingshan. He retorted, How many did you kill? Damn it, 5 little brats came at me with guns from behind. Luckily, I was quick-witted and managed to take them down. Wei Xingshan grinned, glancing around the cottage. By the way, where is Ba Yi? Kidnapped, Lin Shuo sighed. Shaking his head, kidnapped? Which bird did it? It was no bird, but a snake. A python, Lin Shuo clarified. A python? What sort of snake is that? Wei Xingshan asked, bewildered. The Black Water Dragon King is, in fact, a python, Lin Shuo elucidated. The size of a python grows with age. A 1,000-year-old python is one of the largest extraordinary beings in this world, second only to the legendary hook snake of Kunlun Mountain, at this juncture. Lin Shuo turned to An. In our Lu family's records of anomalies in the 9 provinces, there is indeed a record of this python, which states naturally benevolent, tended by the Lu family, serving as a reminder to our descendants that this python is a shepherd beast, with the master bearing the surname Lu, to prevent needless killing. Previously, I observed it from a distance by the river and sensed a resemblance. Now, with this Dragon King's messenger also bearing the surname Lu, it all aligns. Thus, the Black Water Dragon King is the python, and exclaimed, her understanding dawning. Mr. Lin, are you suggesting that Ba Yi has been abducted by this creature known as the Black Water Dragon King? Wei Xingshan grasped the situation. That seems to be the case, Lin Shuo affirmed. Then it seems that our Ba Yi has a taste for the wild, Wei Xingshan chuckled, with an appetite that knows no bounds. Enough, Wei. Mr. Lin is already in a foul mood, and you continue to twist the knife and chided. Old Wei, have you killed a few people and suddenly felt invincible? Lin Shuo shot a sidelong glance at Wei Xingshan. Hey, not at all, Wei Xingshan admitted candidly. I barely escaped with my life. I still wish to live a few more years. As he spoke, Wei Xingshan placed his hands on his knees, rising to his feet. Well, let us not dawdle any longer. Let us go find it. A single magpie is hard to locate, but a python of that size should be even less so, right? It may not be so easy to find. And countered. According to the Dragon King's messenger, that python might have retreated to an underground lair known as the Black Water Dragon's Nest, a place where none have ventured. Such a place exists? Lin Shuo suddenly recalled something. Old Wei, where's the map you have? Oh, here it is. Wei Xingshan patted his pocket and produced the map. By now, daylight had fully arrived. Although the sun had yet to rise over the mountains, the interior of the cottage was sufficiently illuminated to discern the map. We are here, correct? Lin Shuo studied the map for a moment, pointing to a location. About right, Wei Xingshan nodded. Miss Anne, from the earthquake earlier. Where did you deduce the epicenter to be? And leaned closer to examine the map, her finger tracing a spot point 70 kilometers southeast. It should be right here. The epicenter is on the Heilong River. Lin Shuo noted. It is less than 20 kilometers from Jolin. Strange. I recall that the Heilong River basin is not situated within a seismic zone, and remarked, how could an earthquake occur without reason? Do you remember? The shepherd mentioned that the Black Water Dragon's nest lies directly beneath the Heilong River. Are you suggesting I will investigate the vicinity of the epicenter? Chapter 44, Disturbances Beneath the River. The following day, Lin Shuo and Wei Xingshan arrived at Jolin within just a day's travel. The Dragon King's messenger had been severely injured by its own beast. Had the elder endured the rugged mountain path for over 100 kilometers, he would likely not have survived to reach Jolin. Life is of utmost importance, and contacted the International Biological Research Society via satellite phone, urging them to reach out to the Russian government. That very afternoon, a helicopter from the Russian government was dispatched, primarily to transport Lu Xuanfu to the nearest hospital for treatment, While also taking Lin Shuo and the others to Jialandada, they gazed down from the helicopter at the vast expanse of the greater Xing'an Range. Lin Shuo fixated on the waterways below, scrutinizing every river of considerable size. Indeed, there was no trace of the Black Water Dragon King. During this expedition to Juniangu, Lin Shuo failed to locate Xiaoba. Leaving him in a heavy state of mind, at this point, he could only place his hopes on Xiaoba's survival instincts. According to Lu Xuanfu, the python did not immediately target Xiaoba, indicating that even if it was out of control, it did not perceive Xiaoba as an enemy. If a mere bird could toy with people so effortlessly, how much more so could a python? Now, Lin Shuo could only entertain such thoughts. After spending a night recuperating in Jialinda, the trio set out for the Heilong River, situated 20 kilometers away, to investigate the epicenter of the recent minor earthquake. And was correct. This area was not located within a seismic zone, making such earthquakes exceedingly rare. The timing of this occurrence seemed too coincidental to Lin Shuo. He strongly suspected that the earthquake was likely man-made, and he had an intense feeling that the epicenter was probably the Black Water Dragon nest mentioned by the Dragon King's envoy. The group split into two teams for this journey. Wei Xingshan piloted a rubber boat, ferrying young Tuo along the waterways, while Lin Shuo, burdened by the weight of his responsibilities, preferred to traverse the land with and by his side. Young Tuo had not originally been part of this expedition, but he insisted on joining. Considering his true identity and the fact that his leg was now sufficiently healed, and acquiesced to his request. Over the past few days, and had followed Lin Shuo, traversing more than 100 kilometers across mountains and valleys. Although she bore a legacy, she was still a woman. Initially, she did not feel any unusual strain. But after 5 kilometers, she realized she was struggling to keep up. If she were to maintain her usual pace, it would not have been an issue, yet Lin Shuo was moving far too swiftly. Aware of his urgency, she felt embarrassed to request that he slow down. Thus she gritted her teeth and continued to follow. As Lin Shuo walked ahead, he noticed the irregularity in Anne's footsteps behind him. Suddenly, he recalled her murmured words from that night in the grass hut. "Mr. Lin, please walk a bit slower." He turned to glance back at Anne, only to see her pale visage and the cold sweat beading on her forehead. "Why bother putting on a brave front if you can't keep up?" Lin Shuo remarked, and was taken aback, biting her lower lip, her eyes filled with a sense of grievance, yet she remained silent. Lin Shuo halted, assessed the weight of the burden on his shoulder, then crouched down and patted his left shoulder, saying, "Hop on." "Huh?" and was momentarily taken aback. "Are you sure?" and hesitated, glancing at Lin Shuo's shoulder. Her gaze evasive, "And no matter how fast I run, I'll still need your listening mountain to sense the epicenter once we arrive." Lin Shuo replied nonchalantly, "Don't misunderstand. I simply fear you might slow us down." "I actually weigh quite a bit," and stammered, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. "I am aware of that," Lin Shuo stated, casting a glance at her. "Your training has made your bone and muscle density greater than the average person's. But no matter how heavy you are, you cannot surpass the weight on my shoulder. If you sit up there, it will balance the weight on both sides, making it easier for me." And glanced at the massive bow on Lin Shuo's back. And he was indeed correct. The enormous recurve bow, which he carried slung across his shoulder, placed the entire weight on his right shoulder. However, Anne's face flushed as she looked down, saying, "I have a rather large posterior. Do you think I'm a couch in your living room, expecting you to sit comfortably?" Lin Shuo shot her an incredulous look. "Just sit on one side." Feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, and decided not to overthink it anymore and resolutely made up her mind. With a running start, she leapt high into the air, executing a half-turn, tensing her gluteal muscles, and landed squarely on Lin Shuo's shoulder. "You emotionally clueless fool. Let us see how you handle this." The moment the thought crossed her mind, a sharp pain shot through her backside, making her wince in discomfort. Lin Shuo stood unperturbed. "You brought this upon yourself?" You and seethed with embarrassment and rage, wishing she could strangle him. "Hold on tight," Lin Shuo instructed as he began to exert real force with his feet, and felt the trees on either side rapidly retreating. The wind rushing past her ears. It was then she realized that Lin Shuo had only exerted half his strength to accommodate her pace. The arduous mountain trail they had traversed over 100 kilometers was merely a warm-up for him. As Lin Shuo quickened his pace, the bumps were inevitable. Although Anne was capable enough to withstand the jolting, the nature of the situation necessitated that she exert pressure with her hips while perched on a man's shoulder. A thought that made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She attempted to grasp the bow on Lin Shuo's back for stability, but as soon as her hands made contact, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over her. Clearly, this ancient weapon did not wish for anyone other than Lin Shuo to touch it. Left with no other options, she chose to wrap her arms around Lin Shuo's neck to keep herself from falling. Fortunately, Lin Shuo did not oppose this. Rather, he adapted his shoulder movements to cushion her, akin to the suspension system of a luxury vehicle, striving to make her as comfortable as possible. Feeling the man's consideration, the little grievances in an heart gradually dissipated. "Mr. Lin, is this tiring for you?" she inquired softly. "Not particularly," Lin Shuo replied curtly. "However, if I have to engage in conversation with you, that is a different kind of exhaustion." And fell silent, then appeared to come to a realization, a smile creeping onto her lips. Forget it. This man, with all his skills and that sharp tongue, is as tough as iron. Yet, his heart is surprisingly tender when the two groups arrived at their destination. It was already afternoon. Wei Xingshan docked the rubber boat and, along with Yang Tuo, sought out Lin Shuo and An. The four stood by the Heilong River, gazing at the dark, murky waters before them. The river here was wide, nearly 3 kilometers from the opposite bank, and knelt down, listening intently for a moment, then raised her head, uncertainty etched on her face. "What do you think?" Lin Shuo inquired, and shook her head. "This place is different from the mountains. The terrain is composed mainly of stone, which transmits vibrations further and more distinctly. Here, the bottom is mostly silt, which absorbs the tremors, making it hard for me to hear." After saying this and shifted her focus, however, I sensed some movement beneath. "What kind of movement?" Yang Tuo asked. "I'm not sure. It's quite vague," and replied, shaking her head. "Then let us dig," Yang Tuo declared decisively. "Dig?" Wei Xingshan exclaimed in shock. "How can we dig?" "Indeed," Dr. Wei interjected. "We are commissioned by the Russian government to handle this matter, but digging a tunnel along the Heilong River is unlikely to be permitted. Considering this is the border between China and Russia, which is too sensitive. Moreover, we lack sufficient manpower." Wei Xingshan glanced at Lin Shuo. "Of course, if Mr. Lin is willing to assist, it could be feasible. Dig straight down from the Chinese side. And the Russians won't have much to say, right?" Yang Tuo pointed to the opposite bank. "I'll contact the construction team. Mr. Lin shouldn't take on such labor. He needs to conserve his strength for when we reach the bottom." And hesitated for a moment, then retrieved her satellite phone from her pocket. "I need to consult with my superior." "Go ahead," Yang Tuo replied, pulling out his own satellite phone. "You consult first, and then I will." Chapter 45. Natural enemies. That night, the four returned to the inn in Jielinda, where He Zihong convened a meeting in his room. In and SIs. This meeting felt markedly different from the previous impromptu gatherings. Each person's identity and demands were clearer than before. Lin Shuo's objective remained unchanged: to eliminate the hook snake and uncover the truth behind the Kunlun Mountain incident 6 years prior. However, he now added the imperative to locate Xiaoba. Yang Tuo finally revealed his true identity as the representative of the Chinese side in this operation, stating that his purpose for coming to the Greater Xing'an Range was to ascertain the fate of the 73 missing Chinese lumberjacks. They must be found alive or dead. He Zihong had been deeply invested in the research project concerning the hook snake, but after the sacrifice of He Wang and Yang Tuo's revelation, the elder had suffered a significant blow. His current pursuit was to ensure everyone's safety while conducting scientific investigations. As the representative of the security forces, Wei Xingshan naturally hoped that everyone would emerge alive from the Greater Xing'an Range. For An, as the leader of this team, aggregating the objectives of the individuals present constituted her own mission for this expedition. In addition to this, she must also take into account the increasingly sensitive international situation in the Far East. Therefore, when the core members of this team gathered for the first time in several days to commence this meeting, and distinctly felt the weight of pressure upon her shoulders, she straightened her back and sat upright, presenting a report to her superior, Professor He Zihong. "Professor He, these are the circumstances we have encountered thus far. Professor He nodded. "The research committee has already informed me to do our utmost to assist with the excavation work on the southern bank of Heilongjiang. However, this is evidently a statement of little substance. We are on the northern bank. How can we assist? Shall we shout encouragement across the river?" Professor He's just lightened the atmosphere of the meeting considerably. The elderly gentleman then turned to his student, Yang Tua, Xiao Yang. When will the construction on the southern bank commence? It will take 2 days for the equipment and personnel to be in place. Yang Tua replied calmly, we can start construction the day after tomorrow, at which point I suggest Miss and also come over. This time, the Chinese side is indeed taking on more responsibility than the Russian side. Professor He sighed, Xiao Yang, you have my gratitude for your efforts. Yang Tuo's previously indifferent expression shifted slightly. He looked at his mentor, speaking with an uncommon sincerity. Thank you for your understanding, teacher. Let us change the subject. Professor He then turned to Lin Shuo and inquired, to this day, I remain somewhat perplexed about certain matters. Mr. Lin, could you help clarify my confusion? Lin Shuo nodded. Do you consider the Dragon King's emissary to be trustworthy? After hearing Miss Anne's account, I find this individual rather capricious. Indeed, he is certainly untrustworthy. Lin Shuo shook his head, then looked at Anne. Miss Anne, I wish to know, when your International Biological Research Association received this commission from Russia? Did you inquire about the informant's information? Not at all. And shook her head. The Russian side merely provided us with a briefing detailing the situation at the scene and the number of missing persons. That is indeed peculiar, Lin Shuo remarked. We have visited the site and discovered that the missing individuals are not local residents. From the descriptions provided by the old hunters of Longxinggu, we can ascertain that not only are they not locals, but they are also unwelcome among the local populace. Imagine, this detested group of outsiders vanishes overnight, and the locals believe this to be the manifestation of the Dragon King. Would the locals report this incident? I suspect not. Listening to Lin Shuo's analysis, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, Professor He concurred, they would not only refrain from reporting but might even celebrate the occurrence. I recall that when Miss Anne approached me, it had only been 2 weeks since the incident. Lin Shuo continued. When did your International Biological Research Association receive this commission? Mr. Lin, you are quite elusive. And replied, we received the commission 4 days after the incident, but it took us 10 days to locate you. The nearest police officer in Jiolinda is a drunkard, and it is improbable that he would patrol. Even if he received the news and responsibly checked the scene before reporting to the Russian authorities, who would then send someone to verify, with each step escalating to higher levels for discussion, before finally commissioning you. Do you think 4 days is sufficient? Certainly not. The journey from Jiolinda to Longxinggu took us 3 days round trip. Wei Xingshan interjected, moreover, that old drunkard might not even manage a round trip in 3 days. This process is certainly not feasible. 4 days, let alone 10, does not suffice. Yang Tua stated, there must be an informant who reported the matter to the Russian government at the very first opportunity. Lin Shuo nodded in agreement. The pressing question now is, who is this informant? Mr. Lin, are you suspecting? Yes, I suspect that this informant is the Dragon King's emissary, Lu Xuanfu, Lin Shuo concluded. But why would he report this? Wei Xingshan inquired. Their family has labored for generations in this area, and the black water dragon is deeply ingrained in the local culture. Why exposing this matter? Does he not increase the risk of the black water dragon being captured or killed? However, the black water dragon has been injured, Lin Shuo reminded them. Yang Tua quickly grasped the implication. It must be the invasion of the hook snake, which poses a severe threat to the black water dragon. The Dragon King's emissary believes that rather than waiting passively, it is better to break the net and invite a third-party force. Not only that, and added, he accurately predicted the situation. He knows that although the Far East is often neglected, the international climate is quite sensitive, and the Russian government may not act directly. As a result, here we are. This must be the best outcome for him, as we are unlikely to take any drastic measures against the black water dragon. Alternatively, Lin Shuo proposed, what if the true threat is not the black water dragon, but rather the black water nest? At this pronouncement, both Yang Tua and Anne's eyes lit up simultaneously. Professor He furrowed his brow and asked, Mr. Lin, what basis do you have for this hypothesis? 3 points of evidence, Lin Shuo stated slowly. First, during our conversation after the Dragon King's emissary was injured, he mentioned that only his father had ever ventured to the black water nest, and upon returning, his father made him swear never to set foot there in his lifetime. This assertion strikes me as quite strange. The Lu clan has relocated numerous times over the centuries to provide a home for the black water dragon. It is human nature to be reluctant to leave one's homeland. If they would go to such lengths to find shelter for the dragon, how could they possibly resist exploring the new home they discovered beneath the Heilongjiang River until his father's generation? Indeed, and nodded. I too found his statement unconvincing. If he claims never to have visited, I cannot believe him. How can one call oneself a herdsman if they do not even examine the lair of their own flock? Lin Shuo shook his head. Thus, he must have visited the black water nest and is aware of its situation. Yet, he deliberately concealed this fact from us, indicating that the black water nest is far more than a mere underground cavern. Furthermore, he shrouded it in mystery, clearly intending for us to seek out this location. Hence, I believe it is possible that the black water nest is under threat, one that he cannot resolve, and he desires our intervention. That is the first piece of evidence. Taking a pause, Lin Shuo glanced at Professor He before continuing. The second piece of evidence is the death of Wang Yang. Wei Xingshan's expression darkened as he sighed. At that time, several snipers lurked outside, undetected even by me, Lin Shuo noted. They did not kill me, nor did they kill and/or Wei Xingshan. Yet they specifically targeted Wang Yang. Why? This serves as a warning. Yang Tuo interpreted. Precisely, Lin Shuo agreed. It can also be understood as a means of delay. They effectively stalled us until the black water dragon intervened, and the snipers were gradually eliminated. Only then did this delay lose its efficacy. Subsequently, the black water dragon lost control, and the Dragon King's emissary was gravely injured. Clearly, this was a tit-for-tat process of mutual engagement. And at this juncture, Wei Xingshan, you were attacked. Indeed, Wei Xingshan nodded. My whereabouts were exposed. And they followed me. Why did they choose to strike at you then? If they sought your life, why not use the same bullet that killed Wang Yang on you? Lin Shuo countered. Because the previous actions were warnings and delays. Now, they felt the time was ripe and were no longer concerned about us discovering the black water nest, Yang Tuo speculated. And what would signify that the time was ripe? What transpired simultaneously with Wei Xingshan's attack? Lin Shuo inquired. An earthquake. Yang Tuo gently tapped the table. Yes, an earthquake, Lin Shuo reiterated, turning to Professor He. I believe the earthquake was triggered by some disturbance at the black water nest. They have completed some action. However, if we consider this hypothesis, Yang Tuo frowned, it seems our adversary does not oppose our finding the black water nest. They merely wanted to delay our arrival. Not just delay, Lin Shuo shook his head. This clearly indicates that they are preparing to ensnare us once everything is in place. Then, are we to conclude that this is a trap? Professor He furrowed his brow, and that the Dragon King's emissary may not be aligned with our interests? This individual is unpredictable, and I find him highly untrustworthy. Mr. Lin, do you suspect that the Dragon King's emissary might be feigning vulnerability, and that the black water dragon is not actually out of control? If that were the case, it would indeed be fortunate, Lin Shuo replied with a wry smile. At least Xiao Ba would be safe, for he would undoubtedly negotiate terms with me afterward. Mr. Lin, is it truly possible for a herdsman's flock to go out of control? And asked at this juncture. Certainly, it is possible, Lin Shuo remarked. Observe the herders tending to their flocks on the prairie. If wolves were to arrive, would the sheep not panic? Would they not flee? And nodded in agreement. The same applies to beasts of burden, Lin Shuo continued. They too are susceptible to fear from their natural enemies. Once a predator appears nearby, their instinctual fear takes over, leading to a loss of control. Yet, the giant python dares to confront even the hook snake. Wei Xingshan expressed his astonishment. Is there truly a natural enemy for it in this world? Size does not necessarily equate to strength. Lin Shuo shook his head. There are indeed many extraordinary creatures in this world that surpass the python in prowess. Are you suggesting that at that moment, a being more formidable than the python appeared nearby? And inquired. Not likely, Lin Shuo denied. If there were other extraordinary beings, I would have sensed their presence, then. And appeared somewhat perplexed. In truth, to frighten the python into fleeing, it is not necessary for the actual entity to be present. Merely a few strands of its fur would suffice, Lin Shuo elucidated. The fur of such a powerful being is referred to as herding implements. By exploiting the beast's fear of their predators, herders have historically tamed them. The scent from a few strands of fur is faint. If the distance is slightly greater, I would not detect it. I see now, and grasp the concept. Thus, I have actually received 2 invitations to the black water dragon's lair. Lin Shuo continued. One was bestowed upon me by the Dragon King's envoy, who sacrificed half his life for it. The other was delivered by a different group via an earthquake. I am aware this is a trap. But it matters not. We shall await news from the southern bank. Chapter 46. So you are a female. Xiao Ba had never before lingered in such a foul-smelling place. It felt as though its head was spinning. The black-capped magpie found itself enveloped in darkness, surrounded by an overpowering stench. It was currently ensconced within the maw of the black water dragon king. The python had suddenly panicked, causing Lin Shuo and Fu to leap from the boat to calm it, only to be headbutted into the river. Xiao Ba sensed the peril but, bound by bandages, feared drowning should it leap into the water. Hence, it remained still. Consequently, the python shook its head and opened its mouth, swallowing Xiao Ba whole. Xiao Ba was plunged into darkness, its heart racing, convinced its avian life had reached its end. To its surprise, the python did not swallow it down but rather held the magpie in its mouth. Fleeing frantically beneath the river, Xiao Ba understood the source of the serpent's fear, yet being carried away in such a manner was a severe blow to its pride. Moreover, the stench was unbearable. It seemed the serpent had not brushed its teeth in over a millennium. Once steadied, Xiao Ba shouted, "Dragon King, you've grown so large, yet your courage is so small. Is it truly necessary to be so frightened? You fear that creature, but I, the Great Eight, do not. Release me at once, and I shall vanquish it." "What do you mean I am young and naive, unaware of its might? You are merely peering at that bird through a crack in the door. Underestimating it, that creature. Back when I followed Shuo in the south, I once dispatched a beast." "What? You claim I am boasting? Hey, Dragon King, I take offense at your words. True, I was merely assisting, while it was Shuo who struck the blow. However, to be fair, without my intimidation, Shuo would not have succeeded so easily. You doubt me? Fine, just open your mouth and let me out. What? You fear I shall be killed by that creature? How foolish can you be? I can fly. Well, perhaps not at this moment, but worry not, that creature's abilities do not affect me. Why do you still not believe? How stubborn can you be? Where are you taking me? Home. Which home? The Great Eight's home is not here. Your home? I have no interest in yours. You want me to be silent? On what grounds? You possess a formidable being at home you cannot defeat, so you wish for me to remain quiet to avoid alarming it? Is the creature in your abode the hook snake? If you cannot contend with it, why return? You fear the hook snake will reject you upon your return, beating you once more. What do you mean it likes you? Yet you do not like it? Wait, this information is quite overwhelming. I need a moment to process it. What a revelation. So, you are a female snake. That changes everything. In this world, there are only two snakes of such size. Is it not fitting for you to be a pair? You do not fancy it. Do you prefer Lu? I did not observe any affection when you collided with Lu. Was that not an accident due to your fright? You are quite timid. Furthermore, let me clarify. The affection you share with Lu is not comparable to the hook snake's feelings for you. Those are entirely different matters. Lu is merely a comrade, akin to the bond one share with Shuo, strong, yet not of that nature. Certain matters must be pursued with one's own kind. For instance, I seek female birds, while you ought to seek male snakes. What matters? After living for over 1,000 years, you are unaware of such things. Oh dear, how unfortunate. The Lu family has truly not treated you well. Have they perhaps in the following days, and traveled to the southern bank of Heilongjiang, collaborating with the Chinese side on excavation efforts. Accompanying her were He Zihong and Yang Tuo. The mercenaries led by Wei Xingshan did not proceed, as there were security forces provided by the Chinese side, making their presence less than convenient. Lin Shuo chose not to accompany them, preferring instead to utilize this time for restful slumber, replenishing his energy. One afternoon, after awakening from his slumber, Lin Shuo ventured into the mountains and returned empty-handed, compiling a list for Lu Qing and 4 mercenaries to procure supplies in the local area. He then instructed Wei Xingshan to take the other mercenaries on a journey with him. Upon reviewing Lin Shuo's list, Wei Xingshan quickly deduced its contents. It detailed various barbecue seasonings and a case of liquor. "What have you hunted now?" he inquired excitedly, as they made their way through the birch forest. The other mercenaries, following closely behind, displayed eager anticipation. The last time Lin Shuo had hunted a roe deer, only and had received a share of the leg meat, while the rest had gone into Lin Shuo and Xiao Ba's bellies, leaving the mercenaries enviously watching. This time, it appeared the situation would differ. Mr. Lin seemed inclined to treat them to a feast. "I have hunted a creature that I cannot finish in a single sitting. It would be a waste to let it go to waste, Lin Shuo stated. Upon hearing this, Wei Xingshan's face lit up with joy, and the mercenaries behind him erupted in cheers. Wei Xingshan quickly regained his composure. Turning to scold them, "What a pitiful sight you all are. Have you been starved these past few days?" The mercenaries promptly fell silent, yet their eyes shone with excitement, clearly unfazed by the reprimand. Wei Xingshan turned back, his fierce demeanor vanishing as he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Lin Shuo and lighting it for him, his expression one of eager anticipation. "What kind of meat is it?" Lin Shuo exhaled a puff of smoke, casually replying, "Do you remember that bear?" "What bear?" Wei Xingshan asked, bewildered. "The one we saw when we first entered the mountains? The one fighting with the tiger." "That bear," Wei Xingshan exclaimed in shock. "That was a 4-meter-tall behemoth, the largest brown bear, with no natural enemies in the wild." "Indeed," Lin Shuo affirmed. "You killed it?" "I had not intended to engage it, but it sought to attack me instead. I was rather hungry as well." Wei Xingshan was momentarily speechless. Following Lin Shuo through the birch forest, they soon crossed a small hill and arrived at the bank of a small river. They had now left Jielinda, surrounded by solitude. Lin Shuo advanced, only to find that Wei Xingshan and the other mercenaries had halted in their tracks. Turning around, he discovered them staring in astonishment at the carcass of the brown bear by the riverbank. Previously, they had only glimpsed the bear from a distance, across a mountain ridge. Its size had been judged by comparing it to the surrounding trees and the tiger. They all knew it was massive. Standing roughly 4 meters tall now, as they approached, the stark difference in size between the bear and a human created an overwhelming sense of pressure. The bear lay by the river, resembling a small mountain. Its eyes remained open, devoid of life yet still intimidating. "What are you all standing around for?" Lin Shuo scoffed. "Do not expect me to serve you. Take action yourselves." "Understood." Wei Xingshan was the first to snap back to reality, drawing his dagger and striding toward the bear's carcass. Though the bear lay flat, its height reached Wei Xingshan's shoulder, and he appeared somewhat dazed as he held the dagger. "Though you know how to proceed?" Lin Shuo inquired, noticing his hesitation. Wei Xingshan scratched the back of his head. "Not really. Start by cutting at the claws, then proceed to skin it." Lin Shuo remarked, "The skin must be peeled off intact. This size of bear skin is worth quite a sum. Alas. Once the skin is stripped, hand it over to me, and I shall attend to it. This craft is not something you can master in a fleeting moment." Lin Shuo, puffing on a cigarette, inquired, "Do you know where Wang Yang's family resides?" Wei Xingshan paused, puzzled by Lin Shuo's question, as Wang Yang was no longer alive. Lin Shuo spoke softly, "Remember to send the skin back to his family. As a memento." Sighing deeply, Wei Xingshan's eyes reddened, and he nodded solemnly. The giant then wiped his face with his hand and turned to shout, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and lend a hand." Yes. Chapter 47. Initial exploration of the cave. A week later, news arrived from the southern bank of the Heilong River. As the drill bit delved deeper, and her team discovered a vast cavern 30 meters underground. He Zihong and Yang Tuo collected air samples from the cave using a probe, confirming that the composition was similar to that of the surface, indicating safe entry for humans. Upon receiving this news, Wei Xingshan immediately informed Lin Shuo. Thus, on September 1, 2004, Lin Shuo, accompanied by all members of the expedition, arrived at the edge of the pit on the southern bank of the Heilong River. This circular pit, a recent masterpiece of Chinese oil workers, was located less than 20 meters from the river, with a diameter of 5 meters and a depth of 30 meters. Due to the involvement of peculiar life forms, most personnel from the Chinese side had been withdrawn after the completion of the hole, leaving only a contingent of 20 border defense soldiers to ensure the safety of the entrance. Lin Shuo and his team descended to the bottom of the pit, using the rope ladder secured along the cave wall. Before them lay a fissure resembling a juju pit, approximately 4 meters wide and over a meter high, allowing a person to enter in a crouched position. Previously, Yang Tuo had measured the temperature within the fissure at around -5 degrees Celsius, which could plummet further into the depths. Upon reaching the cave floor, the first order of business was to add layers of clothing. The military overcoats, hats, and masks sent by the Chinese side were placed at the fissure's edge, and everyone hurriedly opened the boxes to don whatever they could wear. "I have measured this cave with ultrasound. It extends for dozens of kilometers and is quite profound," Yang Tuo stated while putting on a military coat. Unfortunately, this cave faces towards Russia. Otherwise, near Mo, there would indeed be another tourist attraction to develop. Hey, that would be a waste, wouldn't it? There aren't too many people in the Far East. Wei Xingshan grumbled as he stuffed antifreeze padding into his steel helmet. Lin Shuo stood at the fissure. Flaring his nostrils, that a gust of frigid air entered his nose, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Mr. Lin. The activity of olfactory cells is influenced by temperature, he Zihong noted. Given the low temperature here, your sense of smell is likely not as acute as before. Lin Shuo nodded in acknowledgement. Wearing a mask should help, he Zihong advised. Although the mask will filter out some odor molecules, it will at least provide warmth and maintain the vitality of your olfactory cells. Lin Shuo responded with a murmur, bending down to retrieve a mask from the equipment box and placing it over his face. However, he had only added a mask to his attire. Old Lin, you should really wear more layers. Don't let yourself freeze later, Wei Xingshan said, draping a military coat over Lin Shuo's shoulders. Come on, extend your arms. Lin Shuo glanced at Wei Xingshan with a hint of exasperation. His reluctance to wear such a heavy coat stemmed from his desire to maintain agility. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise within, he needed to respond quickly. Moreover, he understood that the interior wouldn't remain perpetually cold. However, yielding to Wei Xingshan's enthusiasm, Lin Shuo reluctantly extended his arms and slipped into the coat sleeves. That's the spirit. Heed the advice and you will fare well, Wei Xingshan declared. Old Lin, let me tell you. Once we venture inside, if there are any threats, our few firearms might suffice. But if something truly bizarre appears, we will have to rely on you. If you end up shivering like a child and unable to draw your bow, we're all done for. Indeed, Mr. Lin, you must wear more layers, Lu Qing chimed in, stepping forward with a smile, wrapping a wool scarf around Lin Shuo's neck and looping it several times, that moment, and approached Lin Shuo, glancing up at him with a twinkle in her eye, suppressing a laugh as she reached out to fasten his coat buttons. Yes, don't freeze. Lin Shuo was bemused by the camaraderie displayed by the group. While there was concern, it felt more like playful teasing. Yet, having spent time together, their hearts had grown fond, and he could no longer maintain a stern demeanor. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to their antics. Suddenly, Lin Shuo heard commotion above and looked up to see Chuyi being lowered from the cave's entrance. The massive recurved bow was too heavy for the rope ladder, necessitating a crane to lower it down, and it was now just touching the cave floor. Wei Xingshan hurried forward to support Chuyi, and, noticing this, was about to intervene. She had previously encountered Chuyi, and the sensation was akin to having one's throat constricted, quite unpleasant. Yet, she quickly realized that Wei Xingshan remained unfazed. This giant leaned against Chuyi, effectively supporting it, as he reached up to detach the hook, saying, Come on, old Lin, help me get Chuyi up. Lin Shuo stood still, not moving his feet. Hey, old Lin, that's rather ungrateful. Isn't it? Wei Xingshan exclaimed, urgency creeping into his voice. The weight of Chuyi was considerable, and while Wei Xingshan could support it momentarily, he could not do so indefinitely. Within moments, the color drained from his face. Only then did Lin Shuo step forward. Gently pushing Wei Xingshan aside, he grasped the bowstring with one hand, effortlessly slinging the massive recurved bow over his shoulder. Well done, Lin, Lin Shuo remarked as he looked back at Wei Xingshan. You've done well. Huh? Wei Xingshan was taken aback, not quite understanding. Chuyi holds you in high regard, Lin Shuo replied, then crouched and entered the fissure. Inside, it was pitch black. This darkness felt different from the night, devoid of any light source. Human eyes, no matter how long they adjusted, could perceive nothing. Before long, illumination arrived as Wei Xingshan and the others activated their headlamps. Following Wang Yang's sacrifice, the mercenary team, including Captain Wei Xingshan and Vice Captain Lu Qing, was down to just 14 members. Each person was armed, with guns in hand and steel helmets adorned with headlamps. As the 14 headlamps illuminated the cavern, the icy tip of this subterranean expanse began to reveal itself. The group quickly noticed their breath forming white clouds. Suddenly thrust into an abyss of absolute darkness, the surge of adrenaline momentarily masked the cold. However, the appearance of the white mist jolted them, causing everyone to shiver and begin surveying their surroundings. Surprisingly, the walls of the underground cavern did not exhibit the jagged, monstrous rock formations one might expect. Instead, they were much smoother than anticipated. Currently, The cave measured less than 5 meters in width, approximately 3 meters in height, and its length remained unknown. At least with the headlamps illuminating the path, the light was akin to tossing a stone into the sea. No discernible difference, as darkness loomed ahead. This is sedimentary rock, also known as aqueous rock, Yang Tuo explained, examining the cave wall and glancing toward the dark expanse ahead. I suspect this cave was once an underground river. It was likely left behind after geological shifts drained the water. Indeed, He Zihong nodded in agreement, validating Yang Tuo's assessment. The elderly man, a biologist, understood that biology and geology are closely related disciplines. The study of biological fossils relies heavily on geological foundations. The oxygen levels here are adequate. Yang Tuo added, checking his oxygen meter, which indicated levels close to those found on the surface. Nevertheless, I advise against lingering here for too long, as the air is stagnant. Let us proceed, He Zihong gestured with his hand. Soloveyevsk, a city in Russia's far east, is situated 120 kilometers from Jielinda. While referred to as a city, it is comparable in scale to a town along China's coastline, barely qualifying as a county seat. However, compared to Jielinda, which is nominally a small town yet is effectively just a fishing village, Soloveyevsk boasts significantly superior infrastructure. Long Wang's envoy, Lin Shuo, was receiving treatment at the local hospital. After lying in bed for a week, on the 8th day, a blonde nurse entered the room, only to discover the bed empty. The entire hospital searched for hours, confirming that the elderly man, diagnosed with severe internal bleeding and advised to undergo conservative treatment, had vanished from his deathbed. At that moment, Lin Shuo was riding a donkey along a mountain path, his face still pale, though his spirits had notably improved. "You foolish donkey, where have you been?" Lin Shuo muttered. Giving the donkey a firm pat on the head, "I waited for you for a whole week on that bed. If I hadn't been so weak, I would have left long ago." Those Russians babbled incessantly. Incomprehensible to him, if you had delayed any longer, they might have sold you for less than the medical expenses. However, it should be the government footing the bill, right? Never mind that. It's irrelevant now that I've made my escape. Go faster, take me to Liao's village. There's a Dragon King festival that needs to be held, and it's already overdue. I say, donkey, what do you think of Widow He from Liao's village? It seems that my family, the old Liu clan, is on the brink of extinction with my generation. I, old Liu, am now in my 50s, yet I remain without a wife. Alas, I am aware that he, the widow, limps on one leg. But she is a kind soul and possesses a fair degree of charm. Every time you visit the village, does she not fill your bowl with bountiful provisions, ensuring you are well fed? You cannot be so heartless. I know she harbors feelings for me. Those generous servings were meant for your stomach, yet the affection is mine. In the past, I did indeed look down upon her. Yet, what is the lineage of the Liu family? Even in our current misfortunes, we ought not to be so indiscriminate, right? Furthermore, she is a widow. My current profession invites harsh judgment from others. Nevertheless, I must consider the legacy of the Liu family. I am uncertain if I can help that fool preserve the black water dragon's lair. Even if I do, I cannot be sure he will return. However, I cannot allow our family's 1,000-year heritage to fade without action. Oh, my dear donkey, once I am gone, follow her. Should she bear me a son or daughter, you must look after that child, understand? I cannot teach him anything myself. The shepherding tradition ends with my generation. In this world, there seems to be no path for us to tread. For that child, I only wish for safety. Chapter 48. The photograph of mother on the river surface of Heilongjiang. A pristine yacht glides serenely. This luxurious vessel, measuring 30 meters, boasts a streamlined design, its white hull adorned with golden accents. Standing out starkly against the other boats traversing the waters, at 8 in the morning, a sudden, urgent ringtone awakens a man who had been slumbering in the cabin. This man, possessing the countenance of an Easterner, is strikingly handsome, with a light stubble that accentuates the maturity of his demeanor. Beside him lies a Caucasian woman, no older than 20, her snow-white skin draped beneath a silk sheet, her voluptuous curves evoking fanciful thoughts. The man retrieves his phone from the bedside, gently disentangling the woman's arm from around him as he sits up on the circular bed. The woman murmurs softly, turning over in a daze. He bends down to pick up a silk bathrobe from the carpet, dons it, and steps onto the deck to answer the call. "Boss, the matter has been taken care of," comes the voice of the scar-faced man. Yu Ruifeng, on the other end, What about the cargo? All loaded onto the ship. You were correct in your assessment, boss. These are artifacts from the Northern Song dynasty, remarkably preserved. Mr. Liu on site estimates their value to exceed $2 billion. That Liu must not be allowed to remain. You know how to handle him. Understood. Boss, what about the Viper? Leave it be, the man replies. Consider it a gift for the Lin family's nephew. Yes. After ending the call, the man gazes at the rolling river, his eyelids twitching slightly, a smile gradually curling at the corners of his mouth. He whispers, Lin Han, do you see this? This is the consequence of your possessing Xiaoyun. Meanwhile, in the subterranean cavern, Lin Shuo and his companions are trudging along, seemingly on an endless journey. Wei Xingshan has already replaced a set of batteries in his headlamp, yet this long, winding underground river shows no sign of an end. The only certainty is that they are descending further. The slope is gentle, yet undeniably, the cave grows deeper. He Zihong's breaths become increasingly labored, prompting Wei Xingshan's suggestion for a brief rest. To ensure ample oxygen, the group maintains a distance from one another, extinguishing their headlamps to conserve battery. Lin Shuo and lead the way, with and sitting beside Lin Shuo, their shoulders nearly touching Mr. Lin, and inquires softly, do you perceive any danger here? None, Lin Shuo replies. Given the size of this cave, neither the Viper nor the Python can enter. Since this might be the Black Water Dragon's lair, there should be a larger space deeper within. Correct? Indeed, a silence envelopes them as and listens intently, noticing the mercenaries nearby engaged in casual conversation. Their voices echo within the cave, creating a slight disturbance. Not wishing to interrupt, and understands that while their topics are lighthearted, they are subtly bolstering one another's courage. Once assured that no one is paying attention, and lowers her voice to ask, Mr. Lin, last time you mentioned your mother. I have been curious since. Why did she vanish without a trace? Taking the dragon bone ring with her? Could it be? I know what you are thinking, Lin Shuo interjects. You suspect my mother might have been an infiltrator from the Yun family, sent to acquire the dragon bone ring? Yes, but that seems a steep price to pay, and reflects, holding back her full thoughts. If her suspicions are correct, a woman would go to such lengths for a mere ring, displaying a shocking disregard for morals. You should read fewer melodramatic novels, Lin Shuo chides lightly. It is not as you imagine. Then what is it? Anne's question lingers, but she quickly realizes it may be too personal and of course, it is your private matter. If you wish not to share, that is quite all right, fine. I shall refrain from speaking, Lin Shuo responds succinctly. I cannot claim to know my mother well. He continues slowly. My feelings towards her are quite complex. She left when I was just a year old and never returned, and my father perished seeking her, dying right before my eyes. Logically, I should harbor resentment towards her, yet for some reason, I cannot bring myself to hate her. Recently, I have even dreamt of her twice. Perhaps it is true that blood is thicker than water and feels a slight tug at her heartstrings, her thoughts drifting to her own parents. Yet she remained silent, patiently awaiting Lin Shuo's continuation. After my mother disappeared with the dragon bone ring, my father visited the Yun family to confirm their involvement. I was still young at the time, and I naturally trusted his judgment. Thus, my mother's disappearance remains a mystery. Anne's heart aches upon hearing this, and she gently asks, do you remember what she looked like? I do, Lin Shuo replies, then adds, but not because I memorized her visage at 1 year old. Rather, when I was 5, my father, believing he might never find her, showed me a photograph and pointed at the woman in it, saying, this is your mother. Remember her well. As he speaks, and hears a rustling sound nearby. Feeling a sense of alertness, she retrieves her flashlight from her bag and switches it on. Lin Shuo produces an old pocket watch from his coat. The object is evidently a relic, its engraved surface polished with age. Lin Shuo opens the watch, and then notices the glass face is fogged, long since broken. Yet within the case lies a photograph of a woman and is taken aback, surprised that Lin Shuo would show her a picture of his mother. Do you know why I am showing you this photograph? Lin Shuo asks softly, and shakes her head. Look closely, and you will see, he says, handing the watch to her, and bites down on her flashlight. Accepting the pocket watch with both hands, then removes the flashlight to examine it closely. At first glance, she cannot help but exclaim, so beautiful. The photograph, aged and not in color, has been manually colored over a black and white base. This technique has long been obsolete, even in the most remote areas of the country. suggesting this photograph is at least 2 decades old. The woman depicted, even by contemporary standards, is a stunning beauty. Dressed in a floral dress, with long hair cascading down her shoulders and delicate features, she exudes an allure unique to Eastern women. Her eyes seem almost magical, captivating anyone who gazes upon them. Even as a woman, and deeply feels the magnetism of this figure. Having always considered herself the most beautiful in her circle, this photograph evokes in her a sense akin to a peacock beholding a phoenix. Fortunately, being a woman, she does not linger too long in admiration of this exquisite visage. Recalling Lin Shuo's words, she scrutinizes the photograph more closely and discerns some similarities. She seems somewhat like me? And inquires. Indeed, Lin Shuo affirms, but not in facial features. Your features are too striking, lacking the depth my mother possesses. The resemblance lies in your essence, although Lin Shuo's words may not be entirely flattering to Anne. She cannot deny the truth in his observation. The woman in the photograph, though entirely different in features, shares a strikingly similar demeanor, one that radiates quiet confidence wrapped in perfection. Anne's hands empty. Lin Shuo retrieves the pocket watch, glancing at the photograph before gently closing the case and carefully placing it back in his coat. Your mother was so beautiful. I imagine many pursued her in her youth. And softly inquires, extinguishing her flashlight, I heard from my father that there were quite a that time. Many young men from the hunting gate were drawn to my mother, yet it was still my father who won her over. Lin Shuo smiled. Then why do I feel that your skills are far inferior to your father's? And couldn't help but utter. The moment the words left her lips, she regretted it. It was too irreverent and lacked the necessary decorum. Of course, I cannot compare to my father. Lin Shuo deftly sidestepped the topic. I truly envy you, and remarked. Envy me for what? Lin Shuo asked, somewhat puzzled. You are not lacking in looks. Your mother must have been quite beautiful as well. That is not the case, and sighed. I envy you for knowing so much about your parents. What do you mean? Lin Shuo inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Dio, you know nothing about your own parents? Well, and nodded. I was raised by my mentor. Initially, I believed he was my father, but later I discovered he was merely a friend of my parents, so, by that logic, he is technically your adoptive father? Yes. However, he prefers that I call him mentor, and continued, originally, my mentor intended to come personally for this expedition, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he recommended 2 candidates to me, one being you and the other Mr. Zhang Lianhai. Your teacher must be a hunter of the Miao ethnicity, correct? Indeed, and replied. He is a direct descendant of the Miao lineage and was originally qualified to inherit the position of the Miao clan leader. However, he moved to America 20 years ago and has since become deeply engrossed in biological research, tending to little else I see. Lin Shuo nodded. Well then, they should have rested enough. Let us continue our journey. Chapter 49. The shadow of a traitor. Lin Shuo and his companions pressed onward into the depths of the underground river. The temperature here was significantly lower than that near the entrance. The moisture from their breaths condensed, forming frost upon everyone's eyebrows. The chill penetrated to their very bones, and soon, their hands and feet became numb. This seemingly endless underground passage showed no signs of change, save for the increasing coldness, leaving them uncertain as to when they would reach the end. An unsettling anxiety began to permeate the group. How far have we come? He Zihong gasped. Almost 10 kilometers. And replied. The temperature here has already dropped to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Lu Qing, following closely behind Anne, expressed her concern. If the temperature continues to drop like this, our batteries for lighting will surely fail. The compass has already spun around in my hand, Yang Tuo remarked, indicating that the trajectory of this underground river is rather peculiar, as it appears to spiral. The first loop of this spiral descent spans 10 kilometers. He Zihong mused, nature truly is a master craftsman. Professor, I know you are fatigued, but you cannot rest yet, Yang Tuo cautioned. Resting in this temperature is perilous, I understand, He Zihong replied. Let us move forward. If the temperature drops any further, I advise against proceeding, Wei Xingshan, who had been responsible for the rear, interjected. Currently, our warming measures are insufficient for coping with temperatures below minus 20 degrees. Upon hearing Wei Xingshan's words, a brief silence enveloped the group. The increasingly harsh environment they had traversed over the past 10 kilometers posed a brutal interrogation of each individual's initial intentions for being here. It should be warmer below, Lin Shuo remarked. Why do you say that? Wei Xingshan questioned. The Black Water Dragon King is a serpent, Lin Shuo clarified, opting to refrain from further explanation. Indeed, He Zihong exclaimed as he was reminded it is a snake. Could you be more explicit? Wei Xingshan still did not comprehend. Snakes are ectothermic and elucidated, lacking the mechanism to regulate their body temperature. They must absorb heat from their surroundings. Therefore, its lair must be a warm place. Otherwise, it would freeze upon entry. Wei Xingshan finally grasped the concept. Oh, I see. Snakes are very sensitive to heat sources, Yang Tua added. In fact, the harsh winter of the outer Zingenling is not conducive to the survival of large serpents. This was one of the confounding factors for both me and my teacher previously. The only explanation is that it must find a location that remains warm even in winter. As they spoke and continued onward. Lu Qing kept a close watch on her electronic wristwatch and remarked, Indeed, the temperature has risen. It is now minus 15 degrees. Prepare to shed some layers shortly, Lin Shuo suggested. The group continued their trek. And indeed, they began to feel increasingly warm. The cave walls, which had once been adorned with a thin layer of frost, gradually lost their icy coating. The sound of dripping water reached their ears. As if alerted by this sound, the pores that had been tightly closed on their bodies suddenly opened, and sweat began to bead. The heavy military overcoats became unbearable, although the river passage had not yet reached its conclusion. The anxiety that had gripped them due to the low temperature was now completely alleviated. The temperature had risen to 3 degrees Celsius. Everyone hastily removed their cold weather gear and discarded it by the side of the river. These items were indeed cumbersome, and it was more convenient to leave them here and don them again on the return journey. Lin Shuo also shed his military coat and scarf, tossing them aside, only keeping the mask on his face, which he folded and placed into his jacket pocket. With their layers shed, everyone felt a wave of relief, opting not to rest but to continue onward. Unbeknownst to them, they had already traversed 20 kilometers along this river passage over the course of 5 hours. After the initial 10 kilometers in the underground river, they began to feel the spiral descent more distinctly, and the beams of their flashlights and headlamps could now illuminate the opposite rock walls. After a brief rest, they set off once more. The temperature remained around 5 to 6 degrees, although still somewhat chilly. It was entirely bearable, Mr. Lin. There is a question that has long puzzled me, He Zihong said at this moment, seeking guidance. Please, go ahead. Snakes lack migratory habits, He Zihong stated. If the Basha snake was brought here under the control of a herder, then what purpose does the hook snake serve in coming here? If the Basha snake can be controlled, then so can the hook snake, Lin Shuo replied. So, Mr. Lin, who do you believe is controlling this hook snake? He Zihong pressed further. Why did it suddenly attack our camp? That, I do not know, Lin Shuo shook his head. However, there is one thing I have noticed. Oh? What is it? When Miss and first met me and placed that hook snake scale before me, I sensed that this might be a setup, Lin Shuo said slowly. That feeling was too reminiscent of 6 years ago, when my mother's earring ultimately compelled my father to make the decisive journey to Kunlun Mountain. If you were aware of this, why would you still take on this job? And inquired, if it is indeed a setup, one must lay bait. And the bait offered by the other party must be irresistible. Otherwise, I would not bite, Lin Shuo said calmly. Moreover, I do not know if you have noticed, but the other party seems to be very well informed about our movements. Just as there was speculation in the group that the hook snake might not be present. It arrived the very next day. As we were about to take action, the sniper opened fire. Every step we take has been anticipated by them. This situation only began to shift when the Dragon King's envoy intervened. As they redirected their focus towards dealing with the Black Water Dragon King, Mr. Lin, and felt a sense of unease creeping in as she listened to his words. Are you implying that there are those among us who are aligned with them? I have suspected this before, which is why I observed you all for a time. I found no issues, Lin Shuo replied. This leaves us with only one possibility. He paused before asking, how many satellite phones do we have here? 3, Yang Tua answered. Mine, the Professor S, and Miss S. One of these connects to the upper echelons in China, while the other 2 link to the International Biological Research Association, Lin Shuo stated. The problem lies with these 2 upper echelons. Yang Tuo's tone grew grave. Mr. Lin, you need to be careful about what you are saying, Mr. Lin. Such statements should not be made lightly. He Zihong added, I am fully aware of what I am saying. And I hope you understand the gravity of my words, Lin Shuo replied. However, for us now, it has become irrelevant. The penetration power of satellite signals is quite poor. We are currently underground, and satellite phones will not function. He Zihong was taken aback for a moment before saying, Mr. Lin, if you had this suspicion, you should have informed us sooner. If I had told you sooner, would you have reported it? Lin Shuo countered. Can you guarantee that the person you contact is reliable? Well, perhaps I am being overly cautious, Lin Shuo conceded. But caution is never a mistake. 6 years ago, my father and I faced a similar lesson. After uttering these words, Lin Shuo fell silent and continued walking ahead. He Zihong and Yang Tuo, suddenly burdened with heavy thoughts, naturally slowed their pace, and closely followed Lin Shuo, her heart racing as she anxiously asked, Mr. Lin, if this is indeed a setup targeting you, does that mean I have become their accomplice? You may interpret it that way. Lin Shuo remarked, for them, this is a trap set against me, yet for me, is it not an opportunity to uncover the truth from years past? Therefore, if you were to view this from a different perspective, you too are the provider of this opportunity, and was slightly taken aback. She suddenly realized that Lin Shuo possessed a degree of emotional intelligence. Regardless, they would see the outcome. Lin Shuo continued, should I perish here, you shall be deemed an accomplice, and I will assuredly drag you down with me before I take my last breath. Conversely, if I manage to escape and uncover clues regarding the Kunlun Mountain incident, I shall remember your contribution, and listened in a daze, struggling to grasp the intent behind Lin Shuo's words. To die together, or to live and speak well of her, it seemed to hint at. A romantic sentiment? No, she quickly shook her head, dispelling this absurd notion from her mind. With these thoughts dismissed, and became increasingly pensive. Who could be the one selling out the team's intelligence? The chances were slim that it was from the Chinese side. As they were solely concerned with the missing Chinese citizens, her hearing was sharper than most. She had already gleaned much of Yang Tuo's reports to his superiors from a distance. Yang Tuo offered little in his reports regarding the hook snake and the bash, and his summaries were succinct, avoiding an enumeration of possibilities and focusing solely on confirmed facts. If the issue lay with the International Biological Association, which elder could it be? He Zihong was unlikely. He was a genuinely pure individual, wholly devoted to biological research. Her own mentor was even less likely, having known him intimately for over 20 years. He was too formidable and too proud to engage in deceitful machinations. Furthermore, when her mentor had recommended candidates, he had put forth both Zhang Lianhai and Lin Shuo. Zhang Lianhai had perished at Kunlun Mountain 6 years ago, indicating he was unaware of the events there. It must be so, and pondered these matters, her pace quickened. Unlike He Zihong and Yang Tuo, who were striving to keep up with the group's rhythm, causing their steps to slow when troubled. Anne, like Lin Shuo, was suppressing her speed to ensure others could keep pace. Thus, when she lost focus, she unwittingly walked even faster. Gradually, she ventured into the darkness. It was only when she regained her senses that she realized her flashlight had extinguished due to a lack of power. Previously, she had not noticed the battery life, thanks to Lu Qing's headlamp illuminating the path behind her. Now surrounded by utter darkness, she instinctively glanced back to assess her surroundings. Suddenly, she felt a shadow flicker before her, and her entire being teetered off balance. Quick, evade! It turned out to be Lin Shuo, who had slid over and swept her leg out from under her, and toppled like a tree, not because Lin Shuo intended to strike her, but rather to save her. This swift maneuver was the quickest way to do so. Whoosh, and heard something was past her, narrowly missing her. Chapter 50. A disturbance of the mind and lay on the cold ground. Her ears ringing from the whoosh, she observed a white, ribbon-like object glide past her body, racing toward the crowd. The object moved with astonishing speed, emerging from the darkness and catching her off guard. A silver flash illuminated the darkness as Lin Shuo unsheathed his dagger, severing the white ribbon midair. Simultaneously, he grasped Anne's arm, hurling her toward the group. Wei Xingshan, quick on the uptake, lowered his gun and readied himself to catch Anne as she was thrown. However, and propelled herself off the cave wall with her left foot, executing a graceful mid-air twist and landing firmly on the ground. As she touched down, she deftly drew her sidearm, positioning it toward Lin Shuo's direction. Anne's fluid movements, akin to a dance, did not elicit admiration from the group. They were too preoccupied. What was that? Wei Xingshan shouted. The headlamps and flashlights illuminated Lin Shuo's silhouette and the massive bow behind him. But beyond that, nothing was visible. Stay back, Lin Shuo commanded, swaying his body and disappearing into the light. Still shaken from the earlier scare, and regained her composure, gesturing for those behind her to halt. The group remained in a state of shock, struggling to process what had just transpired in their line of sight. The leading man and woman suddenly shouted, posed dramatically for a moment, and then vanished. The other collapsed, only to reappear mid-air, executing a series of acrobatic moves that would befit an Olympic gymnast, landing gracefully and instructing them to remain still. What on earth is happening? Among the group, Wei Xingshan and Yang Tuo were the first to regain their wits. Wei Xingshan, clutching his assault rifle alongside An's handgun, aimed toward the direction where Lin Shuo had vanished, while Yang Tuo shone his flashlight on the ground, finally revealing the severed segment of the white ribbon. It consisted of numerous translucent silk threads, each as thick as a pinky finger, intertwined to form this peculiar object. Yang Tuo approached cautiously, retrieving a pair of silicone gloves from his backpack and crouching down. He tentatively touched the threads to assess their corrosiveness. Ensuring safety before lifting one, Yang Tuo noted the silk felt slippery, coated in a thin layer of mucus. Could this be spider silk? He Zihong leaned in for a closer look, uncertainty etched on his face. No way! Lu Qing interjected, spider silk can't be this thick. Indeed. Another mercenary echoed, it's thicker than a pinky. Yang Tuo retrieved a magnifying glass from his pack, scrutinizing the internal structure of the thread and nodded. There's no mistake. It is spider silk. Then what size must that spider be? Lu Qing's body bristled with unease. Miss Anne, is old Lin going to be all right? He rushed in without a lamp, Wei Xingshan inquired, and offered no reply. If anything were to happen to him at that moment. Yang Tuo stood up, removed his gloves, and adjusted his glasses. Even if we go, it would be a futile sacrifice. Wei Xingshan glanced at Yang Tuo, sighing, true in principle, but the sentiment could be expressed differently, and, unsettled by Wei Xingshan's words, holstered her handgun and bent down, pressing her ear against the ground. The river channel cave was surrounded by rock, providing an ideal environment for and to employ her skill of listening to the mountains. Earlier, she had appeared serious and composed, yet her mind was tumultuous, neglecting her own expertise, suppressing her worries, and focused intently on the sounds of the earth. Surprisingly, she did not detect any alarming commotion. Instead, she heard the sound of a man's footsteps approaching at a leisurely pace. This cadence had become familiar to her over the days. It instilled a sense of security within her. During sleepless nights in the tent, she would listen intently with her ear pressed to the ground. Occasionally, she would hear this very sound emanating from Lin Shuo's tent, confirming that Lin Shuo was indeed returning. His unhurried stride radiated an air of tranquility, which completely assuaged Anne's concerns. She stood up, hastily brushing the dust from her face. Lu Qing, standing behind her, noticed this gesture and, as fellow women, understood its significance. Is he back? Lu Qing inquired. Anne's hand froze in mid-motion, subtly lowering it. Yes, indeed. Lin Shuo's figure soon emerged within the beams of their lights. He did not approach but beckoned with a hand. Come here, all is well. The group exhaled in relief, and quickened her steps to catch up with Lin Shuo, asking, was it a giant spider? Not at all. Lin Shuo shook his head, and was taken aback. How could the assessments of He Zihong and Yang Tuo, both biologists, have been erroneous? As they walked, and began to detect a peculiar odor, reminiscent of something decaying, not quite foul, but distinctly unpleasant. Look, Wei Xingshan directed his flashlight toward the source of the smell. The group followed the beam and were instantly filled with dread. Had they not been mentally prepared, they might have screamed. There, against the cave wall of the river channel, lay a colossal spider, resembling a large round table. Dark and covered in bristly spikes, however, its head had been pulverized by Lin Shuo. Lu Qing let out a high-pitched scream. Click, click, click. All the mercenaries raised their weapons. What is happening? Wei Xingshan shouted. It moved, Lu Qing exclaimed, drawing her sidearm in a panic. Calm down, Yang Tuo replied evenly. It's dead. That movement was merely a reflex. You nearly scared me to death. Lu Qing lowered her gun. You nearly scared me to death. Wei Xingshan muttered irritably. Lu Qing, for goodness sake, you're a sniper. Try not to be so jumpy. Lu Qing responded softly, lowering her head. Wei, look! Another mercenary shouted excitedly beside Wei Xingshan. Startled, Wei Xingshan jumped slightly, turning to deliver a slap to the soldier's head. I told you not to be so jumpy. There, a soldier huddled, illuminating the path ahead with a flashlight, revealing yet another creature. The party followed the beam of light, and indeed, less than 10 meters behind the first spider lay an even larger one. Sprawled out, its head was nearly as tall as a person, obstructing much of the riverbed. As the group passed this formidable beast, they pressed tightly against the opposite wall, heads bowed and eyes shut. Afraid to shine their lights upon the grotesque sight, it was too chilling. A mere glance would surely lead to nightmares that night. Only He Zihong and Yang Tuo diverged from the rest. They crouched nearby, examining the creature for a while and collecting some tissue samples. When He Zihong emerged from beside the giant spider, a smile still graced his face as he murmured, "It was worth the trip." "Truly worth it, I have a premonition," Yang Tuo interjected. "With such peculiar species here, I believe we will encounter many more." Indeed, He Zihong reflected, "Inno species exists in isolation. Observe the heat sources, the oxygen, and the moisture present. I suspect we may uncover an entirely new ecological system." The two scholars began to buoyantly converse behind, while Anne, who walked at the front of the group, finally comprehended why Lin Shuo had dismissed his earlier conjectures. It was indeed not a solitary spider. There were many. After passing the colossal spider, the group encountered over 10 more spider carcasses, the largest being the one they had just seen, while the smallest was still as large as a coffee table, and counted a total of 14 large spiders. In the brief moment of her distraction, Lin Shuo had dashed forward and dispatched them all. By the time she crouched down to listen for sounds, he had already resolved the situation and was returning. His follower, Chu Yi, had evidently not engaged. Even the arrows remained undisturbed in their quiver. With merely a dagger, Lin Shuo had slain all 14 giant spiders in under a minute within the near absolute darkness of this unfamiliar environment. He returned as if nothing had happened at that moment, walking beside Anne. Lin Shuo exhibited no signs of exhilaration, his breathing steady, and could almost deduce the expression on his face. It was only then that she truly understood what it meant to be a hunter. In the presence of prey, they were formidable killing machines. "Your performance just now was inadequate," Lin Shuo suddenly remarked, and was taken aback. "Danger was looming right before you, and you remained oblivious," Lin Shuo stated. And lowered her head slightly. "I was momentarily distracted. A hunter's skill is secondary. Maintaining mental focus is paramount," Lin Shuo advised. "This way, you at least know how you might perish. I have taken note of that." "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Lin," Anne replied, her heart stirring with a sense of seriousness. Then, an idea struck Anne, and she asked, "Did you sense the impending danger earlier and intentionally mention the satellite phone to distract me?" "Testing my awareness? Why would I test you? Do I have nothing better to do?" Lin Shuo retorted, rolling his eyes. "It was exceedingly cold earlier. My nose was nearly frozen, and it took time to regain sensitivity. Consider yourself fortunate. Just before the silk attack, my sense of smell returned." And lowered her head, sighing. "So, the satellite phone leak was indeed a reality?" "Naturally," Lin Shuo replied slowly. "Your moment of distraction was likely due to an inkling of suspicion you dared not acknowledge." "Not at all," and quickly shook her head. "Mr. Lin, rest assured, I will not lose focus again. It is best that way." Lin Shuo nodded. Ahead, there are even more troublesome matters. Chapter 51. The underground mountain range. As they ventured deeper into the spiraling underground river, the members of the party could feel the temperature within the cave corridors steadily rising. Once the temperature reached around 15 degrees Celsius, paths began to branch out ahead. Since Lin Shuo was leading, these forks did not confuse the group. They merely followed him. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed nearly 30 kilometers within this strangely structured and intricately winding underground river over a span of 10 hours. At 7 o'clock in the evening, a faint glow finally appeared ahead. It was a dark red light, resembling a mysterious invitation. Upon seeing the light, everyone felt invigorated, their steps quickening. Unexpectedly, Lin Shuo halted, gesturing, "Everyone will rest here for the night. Why not just take a few more steps to the cave entrance?" Wei Xingshan questioned, somewhat puzzled. "Of course we must investigate," Lin Shuo replied, "but not with the entire group in tow. This cave serves as an excellent refuge, and we ought to rest for the night first." "All right, I'll defer to you," Wei Xingshan acquiesced swiftly. The group paused about 500 or 600 meters from the cave entrance, beginning to recuperate on the spot. After a day of trekking 30 kilometers, even scholars He Zihong and Yang Tuo felt utterly fatigued. The mercenaries too found themselves drained. Initially, the unfamiliar environment had kept everyone on high alert, causing physical exhaustion to be overlooked. Now that they had halted, they realized their strength had been completely sapped. Who would have thought this underground river would extend so far? He Zihong remarked as he sat down, rubbing his calves. Today's discoveries alone could astound the entire world. However, clearly, such an underground river cannot accommodate the likes of the Black Water Dragon King or the Hook Snake, Yang Tuo stated while laying out a sleeping bag for He Zihong. There must be another, broader passage. I had the Russian GLONASS satellite system scan the surrounding area earlier, He Zihong noted. At least on the surface, no similar entrances have been identified. It seems this alternative route is well concealed. Thankfully, Misson possesses remarkable skills. Otherwise, we would never have found this place. I only possess a modicum of skill, and shook her head. Had it not been for Dr. Yang utilizing resources from China, we would not have reached this point. Thus, collaboration is of utmost importance, He Zihong remarked. Although our ultimate goals may differ slightly, our cooperation has been quite delightful. At this juncture, He Zihong turned to Yang Tuo and inquired, Xiao Yang, have you determined your future path? Will you continue as a scholar, or teacher? I have always been a researcher, Yang Tuo replied. This incident is extraordinary. China cannot directly deploy personnel, hence the temporary delegation to me. Good, clarity is essential, He Zihong nodded. That is excellent. Teacher, I apologize, Yang Tuo said, lowering his head slightly. I have caused you concern. It's nothing. I was too muddled before, simplifying matters too much. He Zihong waved his hand, then turned to Lin Shuo, saying, Mr. Lin, starting tomorrow, I propose we split into 2 groups. Lin Shuo paused, asking, why? Because the nature of this matter has shifted concerning scientific exploration, He Zihong elucidated. Initially, our target was the hook snake. Now, we face an entirely new ecological system. The significance of this is arguably no less than that of a single hook snake. Once we emerge from the cave and enter this ecosystem, I will require time for field research, which would significantly delay your journey. Thus, I believe we should divide into 2 groups. Yang Tuo will accompany you to investigate the hook snake and the whereabouts of the missing lumberjacks, while I will remain near the cave to conduct research. How does that sound? Before Lin Shuo could respond, Wei Xingshan shook his head vigorously. Professor He, what are you planning? Our security forces are already stretched thin. Splitting up will only increase the danger. Your research can be conducted next time. He Zihong chuckled. I am 69 years old this year. I know my body well. There may not be a next time. Wei Xingshan frowned upon hearing this, glancing at Lin Shuo. Old Lin, please persuade him. Actually, it is feasible. Lin Shuo unexpectedly nodded at He Zihong. Professor He, you may stay near the cave entrance. Captain Liu can lead the other mercenaries to protect you. I also think this is viable and added in fact, compared to delving deeper into the black water nest, this river might be safer. Should any danger arise, you can retreat into the cave and seal the entrance with firepower. Moreover, there is a fallback route. If the main group does enter the black water nest, there would be far too many individuals for Mr. Lin to oversee. It would be wiser not to put all our eggs in one basket. Wei Xingshan was not a stubborn man. Upon hearing this, he found it reasonable and nodded repeatedly. Captain Wei, He Zihong suddenly extended his hand, patting the burly man's hand. Mr. Lin will deal with the hook snake, and will assist him. I entrust the safety of my student, Yang Tuo, to you. Please believe me, his life is invaluable, teacher. Yang Tuo was deeply moved, his lips trembling as he struggled to articulate his gratitude. At this moment, Yang Tuo had fully realized that He Zihong had completely entrusted the project of Goshi to him. The so-called brand new ecological system certainly possessed significant research value. However, due to its uncertain application prospects, it could not be compared with Goshi in any regard. Simultaneously, the old man had discerned that, when confronted with the peculiar creature known as Goshi, both he and the mercenaries were, in fact, encumbrances to Lin Shuo. Thus, he chose to leave the majority of the burdens behind at the cave entrance, allowing the most elite forces of this expedition to delve deeper into the Black Water Dragon's lair. His words catered to the psychological sentiments of everyone involved, showcasing immense wisdom. The trust and regard he had for Yang Tuo profoundly moved him. Wei Xingshan nodded earnestly. Professor He, with your assurance. I cannot guarantee everything else, but even if Dr. Yang were to face death, it would occur only after me. He Zihong chuckled softly, producing a specially designed satellite phone from his pocket and handing it to Anne to reassure Mr. Lin. I entrust this satellite phone to you, Miss Anne. Please return it to me upon your return. And glanced at Lin Shuo before accepting the phone. That night, Lin Shuo did not rest with the main group, but rather sat against the cave wall at the end of the river passage, accompanied by Anne and Wei Xingshan. Beyond the cave entrance lay an entirely unfamiliar landscape. It was a vast expanse, large enough to accommodate a mountain range. The cave's entrance was situated within a valley of this mountain range, and looking outward revealed immense mountain bodies, while gazing upward showcased a dome formed of rock. The peak of this mountain range connected to the dome, creating a colossal hourglass shape. The entire space was suffused with a red glow, the source of which remained hidden behind the mountain, rendering it invisible. At the lowest point of the cave, there flowed a river, remarkably clear and nearly transparent, approximately 2 to 3 meters deep. This subterranean mountain range was far from desolate. Various types of plants adorned the mountainside, with sprawling low shrubs as well as towering trees, none of which bore green leaves. Predominantly purple, interspersed with shades of blue and red, they seemed to belong to primitive fern species, as Anne, with her knowledge as a PhD in biology, she could only surmise that these were likely primitive ferns. The vegetation thrived densely, akin to a tropical rainforest on the surface. Under sunlight, it would undoubtedly be stunning. However, under the crimson glow, it appeared both magnificent and somewhat eerie. The three of them stood transfixed, gazing at this otherworldly landscape, feeling as though they had been transported to another planet. Do you think these plants might be toxic? Wei Xingshan murmured. You could cook a pot tomorrow to test it. Wei Xingshan scoffed. These should be ferns. Their reproduction relies on spores, which disperse into the air and can enter the human body through the respiratory tract, and explained, if these plants were toxic, we would have already shown symptoms by now. And elaborated, if these plants were toxic, we would have reacted by now. Look at that. Miss Anne's explanation is quite professional, Wei Xingshan chuckled. Old Lin, your expertise is lacking. I'm no hunter from the Chow family. Lin Shuo shot Wei Xingshan a glare. As hunters from the Lin family, we only need to be able to take down our prey. Hey, old Lin, there's no one around now. Let me in on the truth. Wei Xingshan inquired, if we were to face Goshi head-on, how confident are you? Lin Shuo replied, isn't it a bit late for you to be asking this now? Well, we've arrived. If you're not too confident. If you're not confident, I can just protect young Tuo and make a run for it, Wei Xingshan said nonchalantly. Right, Miss Anne? And shook her head. Captain Wei, it may not be as you imagine. And gently remarked, if we truly encounter Goshi, life and death will be a matter of an instant. Indeed, Lin Shuo affirmed, Goshi is among the strongest aberrant creatures, its speed ranking within the top 5. Confronting such a beast, it becomes a matter of life and death in a mere encounter. Observing Wei Xingshan's increasingly pale complexion, Lin Shuo comforted him. Rest assured, if I were to falter, you need not worry. It would strike you so gently that you'd be gone in an instant. The demise may appear gruesome, yet it is devoid of suffering. Chapter 52. Run. After a night of silence, at dawn the next day, Lin Shuo set forth with Anne, Wei Xingshan, and Yang Tuo toward the mountain beyond the cave. From the moment they exited the cave, no path remained for traversing. Outside the entrance stood a sheer cliff of approximately 10 meters. Such a degree of rock climbing and descending posed little challenge to Wei Xingshan. He first lowered Yang Tuo with ropes, then deftly scaled down using hands and feet, reaching the ground in just a few moments. Turning his head, Wei Xingshan witnessed Lin Shuo and leaped directly down, and managed reasonably well, appearing somewhat human. She rolled forward upon landing, completely dissipating her momentum before standing up. Lin Shuo, however, was excessive, leaping down with a thud. With a resounding crash, his knees slightly bent before he stood upright once more. Wei Xingshan clicked his tongue, shaking his head. Had any rookie dared to jump like that before him, he would have slapped them across the face. With such a leap, even if one's feet did not break, the knees would inevitably suffer damage in due time. Yet Lin Shuo was Lin Shuo, beyond the realm of common sense. Moreover, even if Wei Xingshan possessed 1,000 times more courage, he would not dare to say anything to Lin Shuo. Previously, on the ground, Wei Xingshan had traversed a stretch of road with Lin Shuo. After that ordeal, he had learned his lesson. The burly man retrieved a walkie-talkie from the pocket of his combat vest, handing it to Anne, saying, "You two lead the way ahead. I'll guard Dr. Yang from behind. If any danger arises, you two take the brunt of it. If the situation seems dire, Miss Anne, use this to notify me, and I will quickly withdraw with Dr. Yang. Aren't you the leader of the action team? Aren't you responsible for our safety?" Lin Shuo shot a disapproving look at the nearly 2-meter-tall behemoth, questioning his sudden cowardice. "Oh, come off it," Wei Xingshan waved his hand, hoisting his assault rifle onto his shoulder. "If I still fail to recognize the situation now, then I truly possess the mind of a pig." Lin Shuo nodded approvingly, stating earnestly, "Remember, the moment anything goes awry, start shooting. While a gun may not guarantee your survival, it's quicker than speaking into the walkie-talkie, and I'll know right away if you're in trouble. You just hope for the best." Wei Xingshan spat. "You two hurry up and vanish. Captain Wei, Dr. Yang, take care along the way," and cautioned, "Remember to follow our tracks and avoid straying from the path." "Understood." After bidding farewell, Wei Xingshan felt the two figures before him blur and swiftly leap across the 10-meter-wide river, vanishing into the jungle. Yang Tuo, observing the fading silhouettes, turned to Wei Xingshan beside him. "Captain Wei, you accompanied those two on foot for 100 kilometers in the mountains?" "Hey?" Wei Xingshan suddenly felt a surge of pride, suppressing his unease as he patted his chest, declaring, "Of course. Don't be misled by their prowess. Old Wei is no slouch either." Lin Shuo and ventured into the rainforest formed by ferns. They had only observed the eerie ambience from a distance the previous night, but upon truly entering, Lin Shuo sensed something amiss. Everything here felt utterly foreign. This unfamiliarity was not solely visual. It also permeated his sense of smell. Just as Zihong had articulated, this was an isolated ecological system, entirely detached from the outside world. Almost every scent here was a first for Lin Shuo. While he had detected danger in the river passage due to the unmistakable aroma of spiders, and he was being asked to identify a criminal he had never encountered before. Thus, in this environment, Lin Shuo found it temporarily impossible to detect potential danger through scent. Moreover, the myriad of unfamiliar odors severely hindered his ability to track Goshi, and the police demanding he identify the perpetrator, despite never having encountered the criminal before. Thus, discerning potential dangers through scent became temporarily unattainable for Lin Shuo. Moreover, with so many unfamiliar smells present, it significantly hindered his ability to track Goshi. Although the scent of Goshi had long been etched in his memory, it was now obscured by hundreds of disguises he did not recognize. Particularly, the spores from these ferns, which might go unnoticed by the average person, struck Lin Shuo's nasal cavity like a series of heavy blows. Lin Shuo's pace soon slowed considerably as he retrieved a mask from his pocket and donned it over his mouth and nose. This mask, originally intended for warmth, had been retained with foresight and was now proving its worth. He needed to filter out some of the spore scents to discern Goshi's odor. He had not lied before Wei Xingshan. His encounters with Goshi would conclude in an instant. He had only one chance to eliminate Goshi. If he missed his shot, the creature would not grant him a second opportunity to draw his bow. In facing Goshi, he needed to detect its presence first. Otherwise, the prospect of a lethal strike would be rendered moot. Originally, he possessed two reconnaissance methods. One was the ability to discern direction by scent, and the other was the aerial surveillance conducted by Xiao Ba. Now that Xiao Ba was no longer present, Lin Shuo had no choice but to rely solely on his own olfactory senses. Ironically, at this moment, his sense of smell was temporarily ineffective, compelling him to slow his pace. Lin Shuo decelerated, and naturally followed suit. She found this peculiar but refrained from directly inquiring, silently trailing behind him. The ferns in this area grew to considerable heights. Although they could not rival the trees of the outer Greater Xing'an Range, they were not vastly inferior either. The intensity of light here was already diminished compared to that on the ground. And once they entered the forest, visibility deteriorated further, revealing only a vague glimpse of 4 to 5 meters ahead. Though the two walked at a leisurely pace, they could distinctly feel that as they delved deeper into the jungle, the temperature was soaring rapidly, and the humidity was intensifying. Before long, and was drenched in fragrant perspiration, feeling a heaviness in her chest. A slight sheen of sweat appeared on Lin Shuo's forehead as he halted his steps, declaring, "Give me half an hour, I need to familiarize myself with the sense here. All right, and replied softly. Lin Shuo stood still, closing his eyes, shutting off his sight and hearing, allowing his mind to focus entirely on his sense of smell. They had already penetrated 2 kilometers into the jungle, and the array of scents here was relatively comprehensive. Lin Shuo resolved to dedicate some time to thoroughly process these aromas so that if new scents emerged in the future, he would possess a foundational database for comparison. This training had been a part of his life since he could remember, and he had engaged in it countless times. The Lin family's unique skills demanded not only innate talent but also rigorous practice. Lin Shuo's prior training and taste had been built upon a repository of familiar scents, allowing him to identify new ones. Today marked the first instance of encountering hundreds of new scents simultaneously. However, practice makes perfect, and this challenge was not insurmountable for Lin Shuo. It merely required time, and stood guard beside Lin Shuo, observing him closely. Since entering the fern jungle, her thoughts had been solely on Lin Shuo, paying little mind to the surrounding scenery. The previous day's remark about her inadequate performance had significantly impacted her self-esteem. Today, she was wholly focused, quietly scrutinizing Lin Shuo's actions. This was not due to any infatuation. Rather, she understood that in such an environment, observing Lin Shuo's reactions would be far more effective than directly surveying the surroundings, for his responses would surely be swifter. She merely needed to pay attention to his movements without inadvertently hindering him. Now that Lin Shuo had stopped and realized he was closing his eyes to discern the scents, prompting her to take on the role of lookout. As she scanned her surroundings, she was quickly captivated by the array of exotic plants. However, she promptly stifled her curiosity, retrieving the communication device from Wei Xingshan to warn him of the uncertain situation ahead, suggesting that he and Yang Tuo proceed with caution. Just as and pressed the talk button, Lin Shuo suddenly furrowed his brow and spoke rapidly. Listen closely. It seems something is approaching us, and hastily crouched down, pressing her ear to the ground. The earth was covered with a thick layer of moss, about 5 centimeters deep. Walking on it felt akin to traversing a carpet, quite comfortable, but it hindered Anne's ability to hear clearly. She quickly brushed away the moss, placing her ear directly on the soil. Rustle, 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 and was momentarily taken aback, doubting her hearing. She was astonished to discern the sound of waves emanating from the earth. This was, of course, impossible, and she swiftly realized that it was the sound of footsteps, an exceedingly dense cacophony of footsteps. They surrounded her from all directions. These were clearly not human footsteps, for even a running Lin Shuo could not produce such a multitude. The nearest group of footsteps was no more than 200 meters away, and grasped the communication device and shouted into it, "Run back, quickly!" Chapter 53. Between life and death, in stark contrast to Lin Shuo and his companions, He Zihong arose quite late that morning. Following their conversation the day prior, this chief scientist of the International Biological Research Association had transitioned from leading the Hook Snake project to a consulting role. Henceforth, the project would be spearheaded by his student, Yang Tuo.at33. Yang Tuo was notably young for the scientific field. He Zihong, his mentor during his studies in the United States, was well aware of this young man's prodigious talent, having brought him into the International Biological Research Association at an early stage. When Yang Tuo decided to return to China at the age of 30, He Zihong, understanding his desire to serve his country, reluctantly acquiesced. Remarkably, within a mere 3 years, Yang Tuo had led a gene project in China to significant success. Poised to become the youngest academician in the history of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Such a talent could be aptly described by the phrase, a peerless national hero. He Zihong recognized that entrusting Yang Tuo with the Hook Snake project posed no issues regarding capability. In fact, his academic prowess had subtly begun to eclipse that of his mentor. This project had evolved from an initiative independently developed by the International Biological Research Association into a collaborative endeavor with China. As an international organization, the association had consistently grappled with funding constraints and dependency on external support, while China's burgeoning national strength led He Zihong to believe that his decision was astute. Consequently, He Zihong's research focus would shift from the Hook Snake project to the entire ecological system of the vast subterranean cave. This project held uncertain prospects, and its research was considerably more intricate. Given He Zihong's age, he might not achieve any remarkable accomplishments in his lifetime beyond the initial excitement it generated. However, he had never pursued research solely for results. Rather, he relished the joy of discovery. That morning, After Lin Shuo and the others had set off, He Zihong finally awoke. The previous day's 30-kilometer trek had left the elderly scientist greatly fatigued. He had suffered from insomnia during his time in Europe. Yet last night he had enjoyed a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he realized that Yang Tuo and the others had already departed. Before leaving, Yang Tuo had set up a portable workstation for He Zihong at the cave entrance. Arranging various instruments within easy reach and leaving behind a note, He Zihong quickly opened the envelope and extracted the letter. It contained but a single line. If I do not return, please report the findings of Mr. Lin's investigation to the Chinese authorities. Upon reading the note, He Zihong felt a pang of sorrow. You clever yet foolish child, he sighed, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that Yang Tuo's journey was not motivated by the Hook Snake Project. This promising young scientist, willing to risk his life to ascertain the fate of the 73 missing Chinese citizens, evoked both regret and a sense of admiration in He Zihong. Professor He, look, at that moment. He Zihong heard Lu Qing's urgent call. Turning to see her pointing at the mountain outside the cave, her face pale, he promptly shifted his gaze. In an instant, his complexion drained of color. The mountain was shrouded in towering ferns. But the coverage was not as dense as that of the outer Greater Xing'an Range. The primeval forests of the outer Greater Xing'an appeared as a vast ocean of trees from above. Concealing the conditions within, here, the ferns were more sparsely distributed, allowing a glimpse into the woods. At this moment, Lin Shuo and An were already far ahead, out of sight, while Yang Tuo and Wei Xingshan had just crossed the river. Having entered the fern jungle only 200 or 300 meters, their current elevation was nearly on par with that of He Zihong at the cave entrance, enabling him to see them clearly. The two were frantically retreating. Surrounding them, a vast mass of green entities was converging from all directions. These forms were obscured by the ferns, and He Zihong could not discern their nature, but their numbers were staggering. Surging towards Wei Xingshan and Yang Tuo like a tide. Upon witnessing this scene, despair flooded He Zihong's heart. It was over. Fire support, Lu Qing commanded sharply. The other 12 mercenaries swiftly raised their weapons. Clear a path for Team Wei. Lu Qing immediately issued a second command. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. 12 assault rifles switched to automatic mode, unleashing a torrent of flames. At that moment, Wei Xingshan and Yang Tuo were racing down the mountain toward the riverbank. The green tide surrounded them from all sides. Clearly, these creatures feared water, as they did not enter the river but rather flanked the fern forest's edges, simultaneously cutting off Wei Xingshan and Yang Tuo's escape routes. However, compared to the overwhelming numbers elsewhere, the encirclement on Wei Xingshan and Yang Tuo's retreat path was relatively thin. Thus, Lu Qing's command to clear a path was astutely conceived. Amid the incessant bursts of gunfire, green sap erupted from the edges of the fern forest. Wei Xingshan had never run so swiftly in his life. Upon hearing An's urgent shout over the radio, he did not hesitate for even a moment. Without a second thought, he hoisted Yang Tuo onto his shoulder and sprinted back. The fate of Lin Shuo and An was no longer a concern. However, this Yang Tuo, whom he had boasted about in front of He Zihong the night before, absolutely could not die. After enduring an anaerobic sprint of approximately 200 meters while carrying Yang Tuo, Wei Xingshan's body had reached its limit. Every muscle in his body was screaming in agony. Although the scholar perched upon his shoulder was significantly more slender than Wei Xingshan, he still weighed over 120 pounds. Fortunately, they were descending the slope, and the inertia from the sprint had already set in. As long as he remained mindful of his footing, he could maintain his speed. He was unaware of the precise nature of the threat he faced, but the urgency in An's hoarse cries indicated that this predicament was far from trivial. Soon, he heard gunfire from across the way. He saw his comrades inside the cave firing frantically. The bullets landed perilously close to him. It quickly dawned on Wei Xingshan that his comrades were clearing a path for him. As he ran, he turned his head and finally discerned the source of the commotion. It was an army of enormous, emerald green ants. Each ant stood about half a meter tall, resembling miniature tanks. They scuttled rapidly through the ferns, and one particularly swift ant was a mere 5 meters away from him. Suddenly, the wings of this ant unfurled, lunging towards Wei Xingshan, with one hand supporting Yang Tuo's back to prevent him from falling. Wei Xingshan raised his assault rifle with his left hand and unleashed a barrage upon the ant. Green ichor erupted, and the giant ant fell lifelessly before it even touched the ground. However, the hasty one-handed firing of the rifle caused him to stumble, nearly losing his balance. He quickly adjusted his footing, managing to steady himself, only to turn and find another colossal ant nearly face-to-face with him. A chill ran through his veins. Bang! A shot rang out, and the ant's head was blown off. Yang Tuo, draped over Wei Xingshan's shoulder, set down his handgun and grasped the wrist of the shooter with his other hand. Yang Tuo's shot was swift and decisive, yet his scholarly background could not compensate for his lack of experience. Having been carried face down by Wei Xingshan, he had fired in haste, resulting in a sprained wrist. "Impressive!" Wei Xingshan exclaimed, as he carefully lowered Yang Tuo to the ground, then grasped his ankles, spun around, and with a mighty heave, shouted, "Let's go!" Yang Tuo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself submerged in water. It turned out that Wei Xingshan had already reached the riverbank. Moments later, Yang Tuo saw Wei Xingshan execute a graceful dive into the water, plunging beneath the surface, only to resurface beside him. Wei Xingshan seized the collar of Yang Tuo's shirt, floundered for a moment, and soon climbed onto the riverbank. Hearing a buzzing sound behind him, he realized that the river would not contain those creatures. He had just witnessed these giant ants flying short distances. Merely crossing the river would not ensure their safety. However, the series of actions had left him utterly exhausted. It was impossible for him to carry Yang Tuo and run again. At this critical juncture, the gunfire from his comrades began to dwindle. Their mercenary team was not equipped with machine guns, and although their assault rifles had formidable firepower, each magazine held only 30 rounds. Wei Xingshan's eyes turned red with desperation. He forcefully pushed Yang Tuo, who had just regained his footing, and shouted, "Run!" He then turned, shouldering his assault rifle. The sight before him made his pupils dilate, and adrenaline surged through his veins. Across the river, dozens of giant ants flapped their wings, buzzing as they took flight. The closest one was less than 3 meters away. There were too many of them. There was no time to aim. He would have to take down whatever he could. Just as Wei Xingshan prepared to pull the trigger, he heard the gunfire behind him intensify once more. In front of him, splashes of green ichor erupted. His comrades at the cave entrance had resumed firing after a brief magazine change. Wei Xingshan wasn't foolish. He immediately turned and ran. The entrance to the cave was still over 100 meters away. That distance was the line between life and death. Wei Xingshan's mind went blank. He forgot how he had reached the base of the cave and then climbed the steep cliff while carrying Yang Tuo. These actions were executed instinctively, driven by the muscle memory forged through countless trials in the field. Once inside the cave, he laid Yang Tuo down and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as darkness swirled before his eyes. Yang Tuo sat up beside him, gratitude shining in his eyes as he patted Wei Xingshan's shoulder. Their comrades continued to fire furiously, many of them roaring in anger, as an experienced battlefield commander. Wei Xingshan quickly grasped the situation. Though he and Yang Tuo had temporarily escaped danger, their current ammunition supply would not last long at this rate. They needed to find something to block the cave entrance. However, he soon realized that this plan was flawed. Lin Shuo and Anew were still outside. If they sealed the entrance, there would be no retreat for the two of them. Chapter 54. Drawing a prison after issuing her warning to Wei Xingshan, and crouched low, gathered her hair in front of her, and bit down on it. She then swiftly rummaged through the pockets of her jacket, donning a pair of black leather gloves. The gloves were seamless and fit her hands perfectly. The more snugly fitting the gloves, the more difficult they were to put on. Yet this woman managed to don them effortlessly. After putting on the gloves, she ran her fingers through her hair as though combing it. In stark contrast to her rapid movements with the gloves, her fingers moved slowly as she groomed her hair. She even closed her eyes, seemingly relying on her sense of touch to perceive something. Once she finished arranging her hair, and clasped her hands in front of her, opened her striking eyes and said, "Mr. Lin, please do not move yet. Allow me to finish my preparations." "Drawing a prison?" Lin Shuo inquired. "Yes," and replied. With that, the woman began to move swiftly around Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo's eyes remained fixed on her, carefully noting the ferns she passed. She circled him, running a perimeter of 5 meters, as she dashed. Her movements were incredibly swift, and Lin Shuo observed her inserting a black hairpin into each fern she encountered. After completing her circuit and returned to Lin Shuo, breathing heavily, and withdrew 2 pairs of glasses from her waist pouch. Handing 1 pair to Lin Shuo, he accepted the glasses without hesitation, placing them on his nose. Instantly, he saw strands of red glowing silk lines stretching out 5 meters around him. The lowest was barely 10 centimeters off the ground, while the tallest reached 2 meters. Since the setup was done in haste, the lines were not densely packed, appearing rather sparse. However, considering that and had completed this in mere seconds, Lin Shuo nodded in approval. This woman's family technique was commendable. This technique was known as the secret art of drawing a prison. As Lin Shuo understood it, Anne's family had historically nurtured exotic silkworms and collected their silk. They typically wove this silk into their hair, and when attacked, they would extract the silk to create a defensive barrier. The silk from these exotic silkworms was only a few microns in diameter and invisible to the naked eye. Yet it was stronger than steel. Once set up, it effectively created countless invisible blades in the jungle. Both humans and animals passing through these lines often had no idea how they met their demise. Additionally, once this defense was established, unless the person who set it up released it, nothing from outside could enter, nor could anyone inside escape, hence the name drawing a prison. Your family's remarkable technique has indeed evolved with the times. Lin Shuo praised in his recollection. The secret art of drawing a prison was invisible to both friend and foe. He had not anticipated that and had improved this technique, allowing the silk to be captured by her glasses through some form of special treatment. After speaking, Lin Shuo reached behind him, withdrawing 2 arrows from his quiver. He had a total of 3 arrows compatible with his recurved bow. The 3 arrows looked nearly identical, the only difference being that one was unadorned while the other 2 had half sets of embossed patterns on their shafts, together forming the image of a black phoenix. When Lin Shuo fired arrows, he typically used the unadorned one. He would only use the other 2 black phoenix arrows in dire situations, as they were the only 2 he possessed that were functional for both close and long-range combat. At this moment, he twisted the heads and tails of the 2 arrows together, and with a soft click, one arrowhead rotated and inserted into the tail of the other, merging the black phoenix motifs into one. With the fletching retracting into the shaft, the 2 arrows thus transformed into a spear over 3 meters long. Just as he finished assembling his weapon, a rustling sound reached Lin Shuo's ears. He looked up to see a large swarm of ants emerging. These ants, if smaller, could have been considered somewhat adorable due to their rare emerald green color, resembling exquisite jade carvings. However, the current swarm was far too large. Each standing half a meter tall, sprawled on the ground like shoeboxes. They surrounded him from all directions, a dense mass that was impossible to count. How many are you planning to catch as pets? Lin Shuo inquired leisurely, one hand resting on his spear while the other adjusted his glasses, and felt a chill run down her spine at his words and replied, "Perhaps we should refrain." "Then could you refine the drawing net?" Lin Shuo gestured to the surrounding silk threads. "With such a large hole, are you trying to fish, catching the big ones while letting the small ones go?" "There's no more silkworm silk," and shook her head. "The exotic silkworms at my home are beginning to degenerate, and quality silkworm silk is scarce." "Tear the top to mend the bottom." Lin Shuo rolled his eyes. "Oh, right," and exclaimed, her mind suddenly enlightened. She then glanced at the approaching swarm of ants. "But look, they have wings. What if they take to the air? Do you think, with their intellect, that is even possible?" "That's a valid point." And swayed slightly, hastening to follow Lin Shuo's instructions. Once she finished modifying the drawing net, the massive green ants were already upon them. Around Lin Shuo and Anne, the vibrant green ants began to be severed by the exotic silkworm silk. After and completed her modifications, 9 strands of silkworm silk were arranged 1 meter high, spaced 10 centimeters apart. As the ants traversed these strands, they were sliced into 9 cross-sections, within a 5-meter radius. The bodily fluids of the green ants erupted simultaneously, creating a continuous wave of emerald tide. A pungent odor wafted through the air. Lin Shuo quietly pulled out a cigarette, lighting it leisurely at this moment. "You still have the leisure to smoke?" and asked, covering her nose. "The smoke can mask the odor," Lin Shuo replied nonchalantly, observing her surroundings, and noticed that her drawing net was proving highly effective. The ants were dying in concentric circles. Her mood lifted as she asked, "Mr. Lin, when do you think they will realize? Once they fly, or even jump, the drawing net will become ineffective. I only set it 1 meter high. Not a chance, these creatures are far too foolish." Lin Shuo shook his head, then inquired, "Did you bring a spade?" "I did," and turned back and retrieved a small shovel from her backpack. "Go. Dig a pit?" Lin Shuo pointed to the surroundings. "Huh?" and was puzzled. "The ant corpses are beginning to pile up. If this continues, the bodies will bury the silk threads," Lin Shuo stated. "Dig a pit and bury those corpses," and looked at the small shovel in her hand. Then at the ever-growing mound of ant bodies, and silently returned the spade to her backpack. Given her physical strength, this was clearly an insurmountable task. "You are not just an ordinary girl, since you bear a legacy. How can you fear dirt and toil?" Lin Shuo said earnestly. "Did I see now?" and chuckled, shaking her head. "Mr. Lin, my drawing net seems rather superfluous, doesn't it? If you could bury these corpses and maintain the drawing net's effectiveness, that would suffice. But if you leave it to me to bury them, it would be more efficient to simply eliminate the ants directly." "All right, I was just teasing," Lin Shuo smiled, tossing away his cigarette butt, and watched as he thrust his spear into the mountain of ant corpses, lifting numerous fragments into the air, casting them beyond the silkworm threads, like a farmer tossing grain with a pitchfork. Lin Shuo repeated this action, and soon, a significant portion of the ant bodies had been cleared from their circle. Yet, the fierce green ants continued their relentless charge. And observed, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for the ants. Then, she recalled Wei Xingshan and Yang Tuo, worry creeping into her heart. If only we had known we would encounter such a situation, we should have kept Wei's team close by. I wonder how they're faring. In a cave 3 kilometers away, the mood was dismal. In merely 10 minutes, the mercenaries had expended almost all their ammunition, while the ants outside continued their relentless assault on the cave. The entrance appeared on the verge of collapse. Wei Xingshan decisively ordered the mercenaries to set explosives, sealing the cave's entrance. For now, the ants could not enter. However, Lin Shuo and An's escape route was entirely cut off. After all was done, Wei Xingshan sat despondently near the collapsed cave entrance, his head bowed in silence. The survivors around him gasped for breath, too exhausted to speak. "Captain Wei," Lu Qing approached quietly, sitting beside him. Understanding Wei Xingshan's character, she offered words of comfort. "You need not worry too much. With Mr. Lin's capabilities, he is unlikely to encounter danger. That's not the issue." Wei Xingshan sighed. "As a soldier, do you understand what it means to trust your comrades with your back? Absolute trust. Yet today, I sold old Lin's back out. Indeed, I did it to protect everyone. But if anything were to happen to Lin and Miss and..." As he spoke, Wei Xingshan struck the cave wall heavily, producing a resounding thud. "Captain Wei," Yang Tuo interjected. "Do not blame yourself. You have done your utmost. Without your leadership, I would have perished by now." "Yes, Captain Wei, do not be too hard on yourself," He Zihong added. Taking a deep breath, Wei Xingshan rose and leaned against the cave entrance, peering through the gaps between the fallen rocks for a moment. Without turning back, he declared, "Everyone, check the ammunition." "Yes, report, Captain Wei. We currently have 137 rounds of rifle ammunition remaining. Bring them all here," Wei Xingshan commanded. Lu Qing seemed to grasp his intent and asked, "Captain Wei, what do you have in mind?" "The ants have retreated. I intend to go out and investigate," Wei Xingshan replied. "Are you mad?" Lu Qing exclaimed. "Even if the ants have retreated, they could return at any moment. Are you seeking death?" They had not ventured far when Wei Xingshan reasoned. With so many giant ants, even if they managed to survive, they must be exhausted. I must check on them. It's better than doing nothing. Just as he spoke, a dull thud resonated nearby. A spear pierced the rocks piled at the cave entrance, its tip mere inches from Wei Xingshan's ear. Stunned, he turned to see the spearhead, swallowing hard. Realization dawned. His face lit up with joy. With a whoosh, the spearhead retracted. "Old Wei, at least you still have a bit of conscience." Lin Shuo's languid voice drifted from outside. "Open the door." Chapter 55. The mountain of ant corpses commanding the mercenaries to move the large rocks blocking the cave entrance. Wei Xingshan wore a look of astonishment. "Old Lin, Miss and..." "You are unharmed. Just a few ants. What could possibly happen?" Lin Shuo replied nonchalantly, disassembling his spear into 2 arrows and stowing them in his quiver. "However, and was worried about you both, so we returned to check. We are just fine," and surveyed the cave's interior, sighing in relief. "No casualties, I hope? No lives lost, just nearly scared to death by the sheer numbers." Wei Xingshan chuckled wryly. By the way, how did you deal with them? We run out of bullets, and had the explosives detonated just a second later, we would have been finished. Running out of bullets isn't all bad. Now you will be more compliant and won't run off again. Lin Shuo nodded. Take care of yourselves. If things go awry, just seal the entrance again. We are leaving. Wait a moment, Wei Xingshan interjected. Old Lin, Miss Anne, you should take me along. But you are out of ammunition? Lin Shuo countered. What use would you be to us then? You are quite pragmatic. Wei Xingshan shot him a glare. I still have over 100 rounds. You brought all the bullets. What about here? Lin Shuo inquired. We'll transport them back, Wei Xingshan declared. It's only a 60-kilometer round trip. When we came, we had them drive a vehicle in. It will make our return much easier. That is indeed feasible. Lin Shuo nodded. Mr. Lin, please take me along as well, Yang Tuo added at that moment, and frowned slightly and remarked, Dr. Yang, you have witnessed the situation outside. Those green ants are merely the tip of the iceberg. Continuing deeper could expose us to even greater dangers. It is precisely because of the danger that I wish to accompany you, Yang Tuo replied, given that my teacher's current research focus has shifted to the ecological system here. He is undoubtedly ill-suited to venture out for sample collection. As a disciple, I should take on the burden of completing the sampling work for my teacher. No, He Zihong quickly waved his hands. That is just one reason. Yang Tuo glanced at his teacher before adding, furthermore, I have guaranteed the Chinese authorities that I will personally confirm the whereabouts of those 73 Chinese citizens, alive or dead. Do you not trust us, Dr. Yang? And inquired. It is not a matter of trust. Yang Tuo shook his head. The responsibility entrusted to me by my country is not for you, but for me, since it is a national commission. I must fulfill it personally. Upon hearing this, and hesitated momentarily and turned her gaze towards Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo, in turn, looked at the young scholar and inquired. So, merely seeing it will suffice, correct? Indeed, Yang Tuo nodded affirmatively. Very well, I shall endeavor to ensure you have that opportunity, Lin Shuo replied solemnly, but when I instruct you to withdraw, you must do so without delay. Understood. Let us proceed. The commotion caused by the enormous green ants had delayed the group's journey that morning. Nevertheless, Wei Xingshan considered himself fortunate to have escaped with his life. Among the 4 individuals on this expedition, the other 3 possessed specific objectives, while Wei Xingshan himself lacked a clear goal. His primary task was to safeguard and safety. Reflecting on this, Wei Xingshan found the directive from the International Biological Research Association rather absurd. Judging by their performance since entering the mountains, who was protecting whom? Eventually, Wei Xingshan came to realize that the true mission of his band of mercenaries was to protect He Zihong and Yang Tuo. Presently, He Zihong was sensible enough to remain in the cave and avoid causing trouble, leaving Yang Tuo as the only one still trailing beside him. This scholar, though a man of letters, was significantly more capable than the average individual. He possessed commendable stamina and did not lag behind on the journey. Moreover, his mental fortitude was remarkably resilient. The shot he had taken while clinging to Wei Xingshan's back had effectively saved both their lives. However, at this moment, Yang Tuo was still nursing a leg injury and a sprained wrist. As he walked alongside Wei Xingshan, Yang Tuo practiced drawing his gun with his left hand, though it was evident that he lacked proficiency. As the weapon slipped from his grasp multiple times, after observing for a while, Wei Xingshan could no longer bear it and advised, Dr. Yang, your left hand is not your dominant one. Its dexterity and strength are insufficient, and you cannot develop those skills in a short span. It would be best to draw with your right hand while stabilizing your wrist with your left, even if your right wrist aches with each shot. In a moment of heightened tension, you are unlikely to notice. Besides, your handgun contains only 9 bullets. Once expended, that will be the end of it. Your condition should not worsen significantly. That makes sense, Yang Tuo concurred. Reholstering his firearm. This is peculiar. Wei Xingshan finally sensed something was amiss. Why were there no ant carcasses in sight? At this juncture, the 4 had only recently entered the fern-laden thicket, and logically, there should be remnants of ants slain by the mercenaries' firearms. It's only natural, Yang Tuo remarked. Those green ants were foraging for food. The bodies of their companions constitute sustenance. When they retreated, they naturally carried them back. Wei Xingshan nodded, then recalled something. Lin, how did you deal with those ants? With so many of them and their considerable size, how could we possibly contend with them? As he walked ahead, Lin Shuo replied, we jumped into the river and held our breath underwater, thus evading disaster. Resorted to such a cowardly tactic? Better a cowardly tactic than death, Lin Shuo replied earnestly. True enough, Wei Xingshan thought, slightly disappointed by Lin Shuo's explanation, though he kept this to himself and merely nodded in agreement. Even the most undignified approach is preferable to death, Lin Shuo replied with utmost seriousness. That is true, Wei Xingshan reflected on Lin Shuo's explanation, feeling a twinge of disappointment, though he kept it to himself and merely echoed. Indeed. However, as he looked up, he called out, "Wait a moment. What is it?" Lin Shuo did not turn back, continuing to walk ahead with "And you both jumped into the river and held your breath to escape?" Wei Xingshan halted in his tracks, his gaze fixed ahead, questioning. "Yes," and affirmed. Wei Xingshan pointed ahead, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "Then please explain to me what is the meaning of that towering mountain of green corpses before us?" Not far ahead, there loomed a 20-meter-high mound of ant carcasses. Traversing through this jungle, one only needed to look up to behold it. In truth, it was a circular hill with a hollow center. However, from Wei Xingshan's vantage point, it appeared to be a flat-topped mountain. The sight of the vibrant green giant ant bodies atop it made him feel nauseous even from a distance. "I assumed you were mistaken. How many ants had they slain to create such a high pile of bodies? Thousands? Tens of thousands?" Yang Tuo also looked up, adjusting his glasses and asking, "Mr. Lin, may I approach for a closer look?" He simply could not comprehend how Lin Shuo and had accomplished this feat in such a short time. Just how many ants had they dispatched to create such a towering mound? Thousands? Or perhaps tens of thousands? Yang Tuo, also looking up, adjusted his glasses and asked, "Mr. Lin, may I go over and take a look?" "Not advisable." Lin Shuo shook his head. "Dr. Yang, you should hurry and catch up. There are still many ants busy retrieving their fallen comrades." "Old Lin, with so many ants, did you really kill them one by one?" Wei Xingshan asked, catching up to Lin Shuo. "Pretty much," Lin Shuo replied, casting a glance at An. "But by the time those ants reached my gun's muzzle." "Lin, with so many ants, did you shoot them one by one?" "Pretty much," Lin Shuo glanced at An. "Though by the time they reached my gun's muzzle, they were already quite dead." "I asked that so?" Wei Xingshan's eyes widened again. "Do you possess some sort of mystical force akin to that found in novels, shooting them down with laser-like precision?" "Oh Wei," Lin Shuo sighed. "You must have received an education. Haven to you." "Indeed. I graduated from middle school." "Having completed your middle school education, you still believe in such nonsense?" Lin Shuo shot him a disapproving look. "You have benefited from 9 years of compulsory education. Do you understand how much effort the nation invested in your upbringing? Are you aware of materialism? Do you comprehend science?" "Lin, you are being excessive," Wei Xingshan retorted. "Isn't it merely admiration for you?" Lin Shuo, with a look of disdain, gently pushed Wei Xingshan's face away. "Keep your distance." "Miss An, what exactly is going on here?" Wei Xingshan turned to her. "Mr. Lin's word is law," and shrugged. "Lin, do explain properly. How did you manage that? What do you wish to learn? If you are willing to teach, I would gladly accept. Then call me mother," Lin Shuo pointed at An. "What?" Both Wei Xingshan and An jumped in surprise. "This is her family's secret technique. If you wish to learn, must you not recognize her as your mother?" Lin Shuo stated. "Well, perhaps not." Wei Xingshan scratched the back of his head. "I am 5 years her senior." "Then why inquire?" Lin Shuo questioned. "I shan't inquire any longer." Wei Xingshan, no fool, had come to understand that after all this circling around, it was An's family secret, and Lin Shuo could not divulge it. Lin Shuo understood well that this technique of painting seals was indeed a genuine secret art. It could deal with ants without issue. But when it came to humans, it must be executed with utmost surprise, and the fewer who knew, the better. Such hidden skills were typically reserved for close kin or those with whom one shared a life and death bond. The last thing they needed was for careless words to lead to complications. As the four traversed the fern-laden jungle, they finally crested the hill after a 30-minute trek. The scene before them brought them all to a halt. In such a scenario, the speaker might be careless, but the listener would take note. To avoid complications, it was best to keep it under wraps. The four continued their trek through the fern-laden jungle. After traversing for over half an hour, they finally crested the hill. The sight before them caused all four to halt in their tracks. Chapter 56. The Wonders Beneath the Earth. As they beheld the scene, exclaiming, "Yay!" Yang Tuo's finger froze on the shutter button, and he lowered his camera, feeling somewhat awkward. "Could you take a picture of me?" Wei Xingshan asked with a grin. The backdrop is simply magnificent. It won't matter. Generally, he clicked away, and few paid him any mind. However, today, Wei Xingshan took a bold step forward, positioning himself in front of the lens and flashing a peace sign. This towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, exclaimed with enthusiasm. Yang Tuo's finger hovered over the shutter, momentarily frozen. He lowered the camera, his expression slightly awkward. "Could you take a picture for me?" Wei Xingshan requested with a smile. "The backdrop here is simply magnificent." "That would be futile," Lin Shuo interjected. "Even if you capture it, others will claim it's photoshopped." "Indeed, who would believe it?" And added softly. At that moment, right before their eyes on the other side of the mountain, a vast lake emerged in the valley. The lake bore the shape of a crescent moon, narrow at both ends and wide in the middle, with rivers flowing into it from either side. One of these rivers was the same one they had seen earlier, flowing beneath the cave's depths, while the other originated from the opposite direction, delving deep into the underground mountain range, disappearing from view. The lake alone was not remarkable. However, at its center lay an island, home to a pool of lava, bubbling with molten rock. Strangely, this lava pool mirrored the shape of the lake, resembling a crescent moon. The forms of both the lava pool and the island were curiously identical. The deep violet waters of the lake, the azure-hued island at its center, and the bright crimson magma pool together form a stunning vista within this valley, resembling 3 crescent moons of varying sizes yet identical shapes. The smallest of these magma pools, as estimated by Yang Tuo using the focal length of his camera, spans approximately 500 square meters. This pool radiates a brilliant, fiery glow, its brightness almost blinding. The waters near the island, heated by the magma, release spirals of steam, and illuminated by the pool's light, envelop the entire valley in a shroud of crimson mist. Akin to a fantastical realm, the breathtaking beauty before them left Lin Shuo and his companions momentarily entranced, as if their feet were glued to the ground, unable to move. Wei Xingshan, seeking to capture the moment, requested Yang Tuo to take a few photographs, but soon his brow furrowed. Amidst this picturesque landscape, he sensed an undercurrent of danger. Though the lake, with its central island and magma pool, appeared enchanting from a distance, it simultaneously obstructed their path. This lake was unlike the river encountered earlier at the cave's entrance. The river was merely 2 meters deep, crystal clear and a pale blue, in stark contrast. The lake shimmered with a deep violet hue under the red light, hinting at unfathomable depths. On the mountains bordering the lake, a multitude of giant ants resided. What else might lurk within these waters? "Old Lin, how do we get across?" Wei Xingshan inquired softly, glancing at Lin Shuo. "We can go around," Lin Shuo replied. "Do you really intend to wade through?" "Not at all." Wei Xingshan shook his head vigorously. The four began their descent. "By the way," Wei Xingshan remarked, looking at Yang Tuo. "Dr. Yang, weren't you supposed to collect samples? Why haven't you made a move?" "I'm first assessing the terrain," Yang Tuo responded. "Upon seeing that group of giant ants, I realized that biological sampling here is a task that cannot be accomplished in a single trip." "Why does the sight of ants complicate the sampling process?" Wei Xingshan asked curiously. "Is there a specific reason?" "Every ecosystem has its own niche system," Yang Tuo elucidated. "To put it simply, Captain Wei, what role do you think those ants play in this environment?" "Sanitation workers, perhaps," Wei Xingshan suggested. "Exactly," Yang Tuo affirmed. "In this ecosystem, the ants' niche means they have abundant resource utilization. They consume nearly everything, correct?" "Indeed," Wei Xingshan nodded. "They don't even spare their deceased kin. To sustain a population of giant ants, there must be a food supply and natural predators. Without food, they cannot thrive. Without predators, their numbers would swell, leading to a food scarcity that would ultimately result in their demise. Therefore, biological sampling is not a task I can resolve in one go. My primary objective is to survey the terrain to design a future exploration route for my mentor, if I am fortunate enough to return alive. With so many ants, if their predators aren't afraid, they could even retaliate against the ants." "That's certainly the case." Wei Xingshan nodded at Lin Shuo's silhouette. "Thus, the mere presence of ants, especially in such overwhelming numbers, indicates that this ecosystem is rather alarming," Yang Tuo concluded. "For us humans, the species here are likely either extremely complex or exceptionally powerful, with the greatest likelihood being that they are both. Therefore, Biological sampling is not a task I can resolve in one go. My primary objective is to survey the terrain to design a future exploration route for my mentor. If I am fortunate enough to return alive, I will present the terrain data to him. If his health permits, he will lead a large expedition here. Captain Wei, you might have to manage a considerable number of personnel then, I think not. Wei Xingshan quickly shook his head. I've signed a contract for this endeavor with the International Biological Research Association. I won't be taking on such jobs in the future. Old Wei, Lin Shuo interjected. That's not quite right. Since you're in this line of work, how can you be picky about jobs? What work isn't worth doing? But one must have their life to spend. Wei Xingshan shot Lin Shuo a glance. Old Lin, don't speak so lightly, as if you've never been selective about jobs. When I sought you out with Miss and in Guangxi, the four enjoyed the scenic beauty. Their conversation lightened the atmosphere without their realizing it. However, Lin Shuo's ease was partially feigned. He remained acutely aware, continuously discerning the various scents in the air. I would truly want to accompany you. Old Wei, your benefactor is right beside you. Is it appropriate to say such things? Lin Shuo chuckled in exasperation. No worries, and chimed in. Now that we've managed to enlist Mr. A coolness descended with the autumn rains. After several showers, a horse ranch at the foot of the Yinshan Mountains in Beijing was carpeted with fallen leaves. The sound of hooves crunching on the yellow foliage echoed softly as a middle-aged, portly man dismounted and handed his riding crop to an approaching servant, leisurely making his way into the estate. Passing through the traditional courtyard, he paused in front of his study, glancing around to ensure he was alone before pushing open the wooden door and entering. He had nearly identified the aromas surrounding the crescent lake, and now, as they stood by the water's edge, the scents wafting from across the lake began to reach him. The myriad of odoriferous particles in his nostrils hinted that the other side of the lake belonged to an entirely different realm. A coolness descended with the autumn rains. After several showers, a horse ranch at the foot of the Yinshan Mountains in Beijing was carpeted with fallen leaves. The sound of hooves crunching on the yellow foliage echoed softly as a middle-aged, portly man dismounted and handed his riding crop to an approaching servant, leisurely making his way into the estate. Passing through the traditional courtyard, he paused in front of his study, glancing around to ensure he was alone before pushing open the wooden door and entering. Settling himself at his desk, he retrieved his phone and opened a multimedia message he had received 10 minutes prior. The image depicted a pale blue porcelain bowl, distinct from ordinary ones, its rim resembling the undulating shape of a lotus leaf formed into a bowl. The more he examined the bowl, the graver his expression became. Judging by its glaze and craftsmanship, it might very well be a piece of June porcelain. There is a saying in the antique trade, a fortune at home pales in comparison to a piece of June porcelain. June porcelain from the Northern Song dynasty is now worth a fortune. Considering the sender of the message, the middle-aged man suspected the bowl was likely authentic. Why, then, had the sender chosen to share this message with him? Just then, his phone vibrated with an incoming call. Glancing at the number, he pressed the answer key and held the phone to his ear. Old Chow, how's it going? A deep, magnetic voice resonated from the other end. It looks satisfactory, but I need to handle it in person to ascertain its authenticity, the middle-aged man replied. You're not in the antique trade. If I needed an appraisal, I wouldn't turn to you. The other party remarked, I've had this June porcelain evaluated long ago, and it's genuine, so what does sending me this photo imply? I merely wanted to ask if you liked it. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Aware that the caller was not one to be frivolous, he waited silently for the other to continue. If I recall correctly, you'll be celebrating your 50th birthday in 3 days. Consider this piece my gift to you. Be honest with me, the man named Chao Yuxing said, his tone growing serious. Where did you acquire this? What? Afraid of its questionable origins. Given your current status and salary, I assume you earn quite a bit. Yet, I doubt you possess the means to afford a piece of June porcelain like this, Chao Yuxing stated. And you don't usually dabble in antiques, so you couldn't have stumbled upon such a treasure. Do you remember the Dragon City we once researched together in our youth? You mean the Dragon City beneath the Heilongjiang River? Isn't that merely a legend? Chao Yuxing replied, perplexed. We scoured various historical records and found no concrete documentation. Indeed, but I've made new discoveries here in America, the other party said. This piece of June porcelain is from Dragon City. What? Chao Yuxing exclaimed, incredulous. I cannot discuss the specifics over the phone. You should come to America in person. Very well, I will make arrangements immediately, Chao Yuxing replied without hesitation, I'll be there as soon as possible. Chapter 57. The lotus emerging from the water. Lin Shuo and his companions walked alongside the crescent lake for over an hour, finally reaching the confluence of the lake and river. The waterway here formed a T-shape, with one side bordered by towering cliffs. The channel, approximately 20 meters wide, was the narrowest section they had encountered. The water was shallower than the lake yet deeper than the river, obscured from sight beneath the surface. This is it, Lin Shuo observed, glancing at the situation across the water. The temperature feels quite pleasant. Neither cold nor warm. Wei Xingshan crouched by the water's edge, testing it with his hand before asking, Shall we swim across? Yes, Lin Shuo nodded. All right. Wei Xingshan rose to his feet. I'll go first. Lao Lin, you cover for me. Well, Lin Shuo chuckled. Why aren't you cowardly this time? I have no choice, Wei Xingshan sighed. I've already taken the money, so this is the kind of perilous task I must undertake. Captain Wei, allow me to go first, and interjected, shedding her coat and handing it to Lin Shuo. Miss Anne, you cannot take this from me, Wei Xingshan began, but with a swift push of his feet. He attempted to dive into the water. To his surprise, he remained motionless, only to discover Lin Shuo's hand resting on his shoulder. Let her go, Lin Shuo said calmly. Lao Lin, Wei Xingshan questioned, perplexed. Why are you so unyielding towards her? This isn't about being unyielding, Lin Shuo rolled his eyes at Wei Xingshan. With her skill, even if there is something in the water, she can manage for a while. As for me, he gestured. With just half of you left, how can I rescue you? You. Wei Xingshan recalled the mountain of ant carcasses and conceded that Lin Shuo had a point, though he felt somewhat embarrassed. Drawing an arrow from behind, his keen eyes fixed intently on Anne's movements in the water. The graceful form of the beautiful woman gliding through the water was undeniably exquisite, yet her pace was slow. Are you saying you have neither dignity nor feelings? You could interpret it that way, Lin Shuo pointed to the opposite shore. Our adversaries are precisely that kind of thing, if you discuss face or feelings with them. It is tantamount to courting death, as they spoke, and had already donned a pair of black leather gloves, gathered her long hair with a hair tie, and slowly entered the water. Lin Shuo stood on the shore. Drawing an arrow from behind, his keen eyes fixed intently on Anne's movements in the water. The graceful form of the beautiful woman gliding through the water was undeniably exquisite, yet her pace was slow. Her head submerged as if she were surveying the underwater situation. Miss and is swimming quite slowly, Wei Xingshan observed, a hint of worry in his voice. She is intentionally swimming slowly, Lin Shuo replied. This time, she is using herself as bait. If there's anything in the water, she must ensure she can lure it out, thus keeping you and Dr. Yang safe. Indeed, Wei Xingshan nodded. Despite her slow swimming, the width of the water there was merely about 20 meters, and soon she had swum halfway across. At that moment, she raised a hand high, giving a thumbs up to indicate safety. Then, with a sudden plunge, captivated eye in that moment, she appeared as if a mermaid had risen from the depths, or perhaps as though she had conjured a rainbow upon the water's surface, breathtakingly beautiful. Both men were astonished. Her ascent was swift as an arrow, propelling her out of the water. Upon surfacing, she instantly curled into a ball, then swiftly unfurled. Her elegant figure transformed from a near vertical emergence to a perfect parallel with the water's surface. Like a swimmer at the Olympics executing a backstroke, and now faced upward, her back to the water, her body fully extended, creating a graceful arc reminiscent of a bridge. Wei Xingshan and Yang Tuo were left speechless. Captivated eye in that moment, she appeared as if a mermaid had risen from the depths, or perhaps as though she had conjured a rainbow upon the water's surface, breathtakingly beautiful. Both men were astonished. Never imagining that a woman could evoke such breathtaking beauty without relying on mere appearance, but rather through the sheer grace of movement. In that instant, they stood entranced, unable to think of anything else as they beheld and leaping above the water. Her entrance was so subtle that it seemed she was indeed showing off, and submerged again. Wei Xingshan finally reacted, hastily raising his rifle. However, Lin Shuo knocked it down. Look closely. Upon closer inspection, with a swift motion, Lin Shuo unleashed his arrow. With a thud, just as a shadow emerged from the water, the arrow pierced through it with remarkable force, sending the dark figure hurtling towards the opposite shore. As the arrow and shadow receded, and performed a quick kick in midair, executing a turn, and fell back into the water. Unlike her previous entry, this time there was barely a splash. Lin Shuo grimaced at the sight. Her entrance was so subtle that it seemed she was indeed showing off, and submerged again. Wei Xingshan finally reacted, hastily raising his rifle however. Lin Shuo knocked it down. Look closely. Upon closer inspection, Wei Xingshan spotted the half-claw pinned to the rocks 20 meters away by Lin Shuo's arrow. The lower half remained submerged, and with a splash, a large crab emerged. This crab was as large as a tabletop. With one claw firmly lodged in the shore, it appeared frantic, circling around its claw repeatedly. See it? Lin Shuo chuckled. That's dinner. If it's shot to pieces, how can we eat it? Wei Xingshan nodded eagerly. A crab of that size, I wonder what it tastes like. With the only threat in the area, the giant crab, neutralized, the rest was manageable. When Lin Shuo reached the opposite shore, the crab continued to circle its claw, half submerged, half on land, seemingly very busy, and stood guard beside the crab, her lovely face etched with worry. Oh, you think this type of crab could be poisonous? Wei Xingshan laughed heartily. Look at this silly thing. It's just a large hairy crab. How could it possibly be poisonous? Yang Tuo crouched down for a better look, then stood up and nodded. It's a female. Wow. Wei Xingshan was even more excited. Wei Xingshan exclaimed, You've got a point. The lake's central island has a lava pool. The surrounding waters had been heated to boiling by the lava, releasing ample steam, serving as a ready-made steamer. What now? Wei Xingshan asked. Do you know how to eat it? Lin Shuo countered. Huh? Hairy crabs need to be steamed alive, Lin Shuo stated seriously. Then conjure a steamer, Wei Xingshan replied, laughing in frustration. Binding the creature securely. After testing its weight, he found he could lift the over 200-pound crab, but knew carrying it for an hour would likely exhaust him. Thus, the task of carrying the crab fell to Lin Shuo. He was unbothered by this. In his words, it helped balance the weight on his shoulders, as they walked along the lakeshore towards the center. The four of them felt increasingly hot, reminiscent of a steam sauna. With temperatures nearing 40 degrees Celsius, Yang Tuo glanced at his wristwatch and reminded them, It's getting misty around us, visibility is decreasing. How about you, Lao Lin, run ahead? Wei Xingshan suggested. If we keep going like this, binding the creature securely. After testing its weight, he found he could lift the over 200-pound crab, but knew carrying it for an hour would likely exhaust him. Thus, the task of carrying the crab fell to Lin Shuo. He was unbothered by this. In his words, it helped balance the weight on his shoulders, as they walked along the lakeshore towards the center. The four of them felt increasingly hot, reminiscent of a steam sauna. With temperatures nearing 40 degrees Celsius, Yang Tuo glanced at his wristwatch and reminded them, It's getting misty around us, visibility is decreasing. How about you, Lao Lin, run ahead? Wei Xingshan suggested. If we keep going like this, the crab won't be cooked and will be done for. With visibility low, it was indeed dangerous. Lin Shuo nodded. You all retreat a bit. Find a place to set up camp nearby. I'll be back shortly. All right, Wei Xingshan agreed. Parting temporarily from Lin Shuo, Wei Xingshan led and Yang Tuo back for a short distance. It was now past 6 in the evening. While Wei Xingshan and him were faring well, You went and boiled it, didn't you? Wei Xingshan teased. If I hadn't soaked in the water first, would I dare go in? Lin Shuo shot back. Do you know what steam scalding is? I thought you weren't afraid of steam. Wei Xingshan grinned at that moment and stood up and winked at Lin Shuo, who immediately understood and nodded. He realized that for the sake of safety that night, with temperatures around 20 degrees, warmed by geothermal heat, making the stones pleasantly warm, no need for a fire, ensuring a comfortable night's sleep. He set down his backpack. Lin Shuo returned, drenched. You didn't steam the crab? You went and boiled it, didn't you? Wei Xingshan teased. If I hadn't soaked in the water first, would I dare go in? Lin Shuo shot back. Do you know what steam scalding is? I thought you weren't afraid of steam. Wei Xingshan grinned at that moment and stood up and winked at Lin Shuo, who immediately understood and nodded. He realized that for the sake of safety that night, when Lin Shuo returned, carrying the cooked crab as if lifting a heavy door panel, he flipped open the crab shell. The familiar aroma of the steamed hairy crab enveloped the four of them like a fragrant embrace. Bathed in this rich and nostalgic scent, they felt a sense of reassurance. This creature resembled an oversized hairy crab magnified several dozen times, both in appearance and aroma. Particularly, Lin Shuo, taking a deep inhale. Observing the rare solemnity on Anne's usually cheerful face, Wei Xingshan and Yang Tuo exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Chapter 58. The forest of giant insects. This crab was not only colossal in size, but also remarkably succulent. When Lin Shuo returned, carrying the cooked crab as if lifting a heavy door panel, he flipped open the crab shell. The familiar aroma of the steamed hairy crab enveloped the four of them like a fragrant embrace. Bathed in this rich and nostalgic scent, they felt a sense of reassurance. This creature resembled an oversized hairy crab magnified several dozen times, both in appearance and aroma. Particularly, Lin Shuo, taking a deep inhale, knew instantly that this delicacy was indeed edible. However, Wei Xingshan appeared to be on high alert, shouting, "Don't move! I'll try it first." The giant man then drew a dagger from his waist and bent down to scoop out a small piece of crab roe. "Old Lin, if anything happens to me, remember to take my soldiers back." Wei Xingshan turned to Lin Shuo, earnestly advising him. Seeing the seriousness in Wei Xingshan's expression, Lin Shuo felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Old Wei, you really are quite the dramatist. Better safe than sorry, as you always say." With that, Wei Xingshan muttered to himself, closed his eyes, and placed the piece of crab roe into his mouth. Within a second, his eyes widened in astonishment. "How is it?" Yang Tuo inquired. Wei Xingshan swallowed the crab roe with a gulp, licking his lips with a sense of regret. "What a pity! What do you mean?" And asked if only it were paired with some shredded ginger and aged vinegar, it would be absolutely divine. Upon finishing his sentence, Wei Xingshan sheathed his dagger and, using his hand, scooped out a fist-sized portion of crab roe. The freshly steamed crab roe had cooled on the surface, yet the inside was still piping hot. Wei Xingshan dug in rather deeply. He quickly tossed it between his hands to avoid burns, exclaiming, "Let me try again. Don't move." Unable to contain himself, Lin Shuo delivered a swift kick to Wei Xingshan's backside, sending the giant stumbling 3 meters away. "Let us eat," Lin Shuo commanded, bending down to snap off a crab leg. With an protective barrier in place, Lin Shuo felt at ease enough to steal a couple of hours of sleep. The following day, Wei Xingshan awoke to find his mouth covered in blisters. Lin Shuo devoured half of it himself, while the other 3 shared the rest, feasting until their bellies were round and full no matter how delectable the dish. Once overindulgence set in, it lost its allure. Eventually, they discovered that around 40 pounds of crab meat remained. Wei Xingshan lay on the riverbank, cradling his belly, convinced that he might never encounter crab again in his lifetime. That night, the wind was calm. The group had nearly wrapped up their rest by 3 in the morning, and removed the protective barrier, and they resumed their journey. The vastness of the underground cavern far exceeded their expectations. Alarmed, he thought he had been poisoned and hurried to seek medical advice from the biologist Yang Tuo. Yang Tuo, with an air of calmness, retrieved a small plastic bottle from his bag and handed it to Wei Xingshan. "You've consumed too much protein. A bit of vitamin and plenty of water will suffice." "Then why is he fine?" Wei Xingshan gestured toward Lin Shuo. "Everyone's constitution is different," Yang Tuo explained. "In this realm, where day and night blurred." The group had nearly wrapped up their rest by 3 in the morning, and removed the protective barrier, and they resumed their journey. The vastness of the underground cavern far exceeded their expectations. While rustling sounds emanated from the ground nearby, Wei Xingshan had activated his headlamp, wielding a Russian military rifle, scanning the surroundings with cautious vigilance. And, donning gloves since the previous evening, held a flashlight, while Lin Shuo gripped an arrow. Thus, this mountain had no peak. Their ascent wound around the mountainside. After traversing through a stunningly bizarre lake, they climbed further up the mountain, drawing closer to the cave's apex, a feeling of oppression gradually enveloping them, akin to the sensation of the sky collapsing. Simultaneously, as they distanced themselves from the magma pool, the light began to dim. Strangely, as the illumination waned, the fern forest came alive with activity. The air buzzed with the sound of insects flapping their wings, while rustling sounds emanated from the ground nearby. Wei Xingshan had activated his headlamp, wielding a Russian military rifle, scanning the surroundings with cautious vigilance. And, donning gloves since the previous evening, held a flashlight, while Lin Shuo gripped an arrow. Ready for action. Only Yang Tuo was unarmed, brandishing a camera, occasionally illuminating the scene with flashes and the click of the shutter. At this juncture, Lin Shuo's focus on smell diminished significantly. The scents here were exponentially more complex than those across the lake. The olfactory database he had accumulated paled in comparison to this new environment, where unfamiliar species abounded. Unlike the relatively stagnant aromas from the lake, the scents here were dynamic, fluctuating in proximity. Lin Shuo realized that concentrating solely on identifying these odors could lead to distraction, risking the safety of his companions. Therefore, he narrowed his awareness to 3 distinct scents: the small, 8-legged creature, the hook snake, and the python. He needed to ensure he could detect these 3 at the earliest opportunity. Disregarding all other odors in such a cacophonous environment, and also relinquished her attempt to listen to the mountains. The noise was overwhelming, filling her ears even as she stood still. Fortunately, nothing had yet attacked them. Previously, the forest by the lake had been eerily quiet, devoid of visible fauna, instilling a sense of inexplicable unease. In contrast, the lively surroundings now, while still tense, offered a semblance of familiarity in the jungle. The visible creatures were predominantly insects, some recognizable, such as centipedes, millipedes, leeches, and crickets, while others were unfamiliar, most being oddly shaped beetles. These insects, aside from their somewhat larger sizes, were not particularly alarming. After encountering the giant spider, the ant swarm, and the massive crab, the group had adjusted their expectations regarding the dimensions of local fauna. Moreover, this team was far from ordinary. After over 2 hours of walking, the 4 finally sensed they had crested the ridge and were beginning their descent. Once they crossed the ridge, darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. "Miss Anne, please turn off your flashlight," Wei Xingshan advised. "We don't know how far we have to go. Let us conserve battery for now and rely on my headlamp." Curious about what lay beyond, however, apart from the occasional sighting of a large insect, nothing noteworthy had been uncovered. By this point, Wei Xingshan had subconsciously dismissed any threat posed by these leaves. Nonetheless, upon seeing one now, he raised his gun and jabbed at the leaf. "Be careful," Lin Shuo suddenly shouted. Wei Xingshan's entire body jolted, and before he could react, Lin Shuo's hand had already settled on his left shoulder. Wei Xingshan felt an overwhelming force on his shoulder, causing him to pivot involuntarily. That movement saved his life. The blade of light zipped past his nose from above, slicing down with a swift whoosh. Curious about what lay beyond, however, apart from the occasional sighting of a large insect, nothing noteworthy had been uncovered. By this point, Wei Xingshan had subconsciously dismissed any threat posed by these leaves. Nonetheless, upon seeing one now, he raised his gun and jabbed at the leaf. "Be careful," Lin Shuo suddenly shouted. Wei Xingshan's entire body jolted, and before he could react, Lin Shuo's hand had already settled on his left shoulder. Wei Xingshan felt an overwhelming force on his shoulder, causing him to pivot involuntarily. That movement saved his life. The blade of light zipped past his nose from above, slicing down with a swift whoosh. With a barrel made of specialized steel, yet this giant mantis had effortlessly severed it in two. The sharpness of its forelimbs and the speed of its attack were utterly unfathomable, were it not for Lin Shuo's greater ferocity. Its head shattered. The large leaf he had seen moments ago was, in fact, the mantis's enormous scythe-like forelimbs, perfectly camouflaged. The mimicry of its forelimbs was astonishingly precise, resembling the large green leaves, while its entire body remained concealed behind them. Imperceptible to the naked eye, when he had jabbed at the leaf, the mantis had struck with such ferocity. Wei Xingshan was not wielding a toy. His weapon was a product of Russian military craftsmanship, with a barrel made of specialized steel, yet this giant mantis had effortlessly severed it in two. The sharpness of its forelimbs and the speed of its attack were utterly unfathomable, were it not for Lin Shuo's greater audacity. Wei Xingshan would have long since met his demise. "Are you all right?" Yang Tuo inquired from behind. "I'm fine," Wei Xingshan replied, still haunted by the experience, turning to Lin Shuo and saying, "Old Lin, I owe you 2 lives now." Lin Shuo remained silent, slowly crouching down to stroke the head of the large mantis with his fingers, subsequently bringing his hand to his nose to sniff. Upon doing so, Lin Shuo's expression darkened considerably. "Mr. Lin, what's wrong?" and asked. "These creatures are everywhere," Lin Shuo said while plucking a handful of moss from the ground, wiping his fingers as he stood up. "What?" Wei Xingshan's demeanor shifted abruptly. The thought of such creatures being ubiquitous was unsettling. At least 50 of them. Lin Shuo remarked, twitching his nostrils. Chapter 59. The needle that steadies the sea in this shadowy fern forest. The novelty of exploring the secret realm gradually faded, revealing the harsh reality of survival of the fittest before Lin Shuo and his companions. After an encounter with the newly named species, green leaf mantis, Old Wei, Lin Shuo suddenly said, "You practiced bayonet techniques in the army, didn't you?" "I did," Wei Xingshan replied. "I won the weapon combat championship during the military district competition." "Then take this," Lin Shuo said, offering him the Black Phoenix spear. The elite soldier, adept in numerous skills, found himself rendered powerless in this dire situation, which left him profoundly disheartened. He believed his sole purpose now was to shield Yang Tuo with his body. Should danger arise again, he could at least perish before Yang Tuo, thereby honoring his promise to He Zihong. Clutching a dagger tightly in his hand, he was acutely aware that such a weapon was woefully inadequate in this forest. Nevertheless, that dagger provided him with the courage to follow Lin Shuo and protect Yang Tuo. "Old Wei," Lin Shuo said as they walked ahead, "you practiced bayonet fighting in the army, didn't you?" If not for his extraordinary strength, he would struggle to wield it. Holding the spear bolstered Wei Xingshan's confidence, yet he worried for Lin Shuo. Having just encountered the green leaf mantis, he knew its blade was keen and its first strike lightning fast. Without a weapon, how could Lin Shuo defend himself against such a mantis? Lin Shuo adjusted the position of his large recurve bow, which he had previously carried with the string on his chest and the body on his back. Lin Shuo urged, "Just take it." "All right," Wei Xingshan said, no longer hesitating as he accepted the spear from Lin Shuo. The Black Phoenix spear was actually constructed from 2 arrows joined together, its shaft as thick as a human arm. Wei Xingshan observed as a tang knife materialized in Lin Shuo's hand with a slight quiver of his shoulder. "Is that?" and exclaimed, "Mr. Zhang Lianhai's knife?" "Indeed," Lin Shuo nodded. "This is the Zhang family's heirloom, which I am temporarily safeguarding." "Safeguarding?" and questioned. "Yes, once Zhang's nephew comes of age, I shall return it to him. By my calculations, that time is approaching." After answering Anne's inquiry, Lin Shuo continued, "Old Wei, listen closely." Wei Xingshan nodded eagerly. Which Wei Xingshan had just encountered, had a keen edge and struck with lightning speed. With Lin Shuo now unarmed, he wondered how Lin Shuo would defend himself if faced with another of those mantises. Lin Shuo adjusted the position of the massive, recurved bow he carried, previously with the string across his chest, now reversing it so the bow's body rested against his chest and the string lay against his back. With a swift motion, he tapped the bow's body, and a soft click echoed as a mechanism within was triggered. Wei Xingshan observed as a tang sword appeared in Lin Shuo's hand, seemingly out of nowhere. "This is," and exclaimed, recognizing it. "Mr. Zhang Lianhai's sword?" "Indeed," Lin Shuo confirmed with "Anod. It's a family heirloom of the Zhang clan, which I am merely safeguarding for the time being." "Safeguarding?" and inquired. "Yes, once Zhang's nephew comes of age, I shall return it." "The time is nearly upon us," Lin Shuo replied. After addressing an S question, he added, "Old Wei, listen carefully." Wei Xingshan nodded eagerly, "I'm listening." As Lin Shuo forged ahead, he continued, "In our hunting guild, there are 6 prominent families. The dynamics among these families are not born of competition or compromise, but rather a necessity that arose in ancient times when beasts and aberrations were far more formidable than they are today. No single family could confront every scenario alone, hence the 6 families must join forces to form hunting teams, each leveraging their own strengths while fulfilling distinct roles. Among them, the Lin and Zhang families maintain the closest cooperation. Bound as life and death allies, the owner of this sword, the Zhang clan, is tasked with close quarters protection. Should the hunting team be attacked by beasts or aberrations, this tang sword must ensure that all members survive. At the very least, the sword's owner must perish before the others. Meanwhile, our Lin family bears the responsibility of delivering the final blow to ensure the beast's demise. If a Lin family member has yet to strike before a beast kills a Zhang family member, it is deemed a dereliction of duty. Currently, I am responsible for protection, while you, Old Wei, are tasked with the killed. Do you understand? Old Lin, your sudden declaration has me worried about whether I can shoulder this responsibility. Wei Xingshan admitted anxiously. You must rise to the occasion, Lin Shuo replied calmly. All right, Wei Xingshan gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely, and noticed that from the moment Wei Xingshan accepted this weighty responsibility, his demeanor transformed. Previously, his steps had been erratic, reflecting his inner turmoil. He had been constantly glancing around, the sole light source of his headlamp flickering wildly, causing a sense of dizziness. Now, after receiving the spear and the duty to kill, Wei Xingshan exhaled in relief, asking, "Old Lin, how was that thrust?" "Decent aim, but you were a bit slow," Lin Shuo replied. "You gripped the spear too tightly. It restricted your wrist's movement, slowing your thrust. Loosen up a bit." "If I don't grip tightly, I fear it will slip from my hands. That spear weighs over 60 pounds, Wei Xingshan countered. "You need to strengthen your grip," Lin Shuo remarked, glancing at Wei Xingshan. Soon, Lin Shuo softly cautioned, "Old Wei, stay alert." As he uttered these words, Lin Shuo suddenly shook his shoulder, and the Tang's sword materialized above his head. Simultaneously, thrusting the spear instinctively above Lin Shuo's shoulder, he felt the impact immediately, thud, before them. A green leaf mantis had just swung its forelimb, only to have it severed by Lin Shuo's blade. In that same instant, Wei Xingshan pierced its head with his spear. As Lin Shuo sheathed his sword, he executed a horizontal slash, cleaving the mantis in two. Seeing the creature utterly defeated, Wei Xingshan exhaled in relief and asked, "Old Lin, how was that thrust?" "Your aim was commendable, but your speed was somewhat lacking," Lin Shuo replied. "You gripped the spear too tightly, which hindered your wrist's agility, slowing your thrust. Relax a bit. If I don't grip tightly, I fear it will slip from my hands. That spear weighs over 60 pounds, Wei Xingshan protested. "You need to strengthen your grip," Lin Shuo remarked, glancing back at Wei Xingshan. "What good is that bulky frame if it's just dead weight?" "Hey," Wei Xingshan nodded. "If we make it out alive, you'll have to teach me." As they walked and conversed, the previous tension within the group dissipated, replaced by a sense of ease. "Old Wei, here comes another." "All right, Old Wei, watch out. Look at the spear." "Old Wei, there's another one. Let us go." "Old Wei, loosen your wrist." "I'm loosening it." "Old Wei, you're off target." Sorry. "Old Lin, this isn't right. How could you, with your keen senses, fail to avoid these mantises? You must be doing it on purpose. We've slain 7 or 8 already, and you only just reacted? Come on, Old Lin, stop playing around. My arm can barely lift anymore." And followed behind the two men, unable to suppress a smile. Despite their perilous adventure in this treacherous forest, the two seemed to be enjoying themselves. Yet, amidst the playful banter, and noted that Lin Shuo's path remained straight and purposeful. He simply did not make a conscious effort to evade the green leaf mantises. After all, mantises are ambush predators, unlike ants that swarm in mass. Were all the mantises in this forest to converge simultaneously, and would have to devise yet another trap. Even now, she bore responsibility, while Lin Shuo and Wei Xingshan remained vigilant and was tasked with watching over their surroundings. Nevertheless, observing Lin Shuo wielding his sword ahead, families with unmarried daughters became increasingly anxious and eager. Matchmakers made countless trips, nearly wearing down the threshold of the envoy's home. After 2 or 3 days of commotion, the envoy relayed through the matchmakers his specific preferences. In previous years during the Dragon King Festival, the over 300 households in the village would come together, creating a vibrant spectacle indeed, the most lively scene in the outer Xing'an Mountains. Recently, prior to the Dragon King Festival, the Dragon King's envoy announced another significant event. He intends to settle in Liao family village. This is a momentous occasion. The arrival of the Dragon King's envoy in Liao family village is an enormous blessing. However, settling down is not merely about a few tiled houses. It involves women and children anchoring him, which is the true essence of settling down. The villagers, attuned to the unspoken nuances, recognized that the Dragon King's envoy planned to take a wife and start a family here. As the news spread, families with unmarried daughters became increasingly anxious and eager. Matchmakers made countless trips, nearly wearing down the threshold of the envoy's home. After 2 or 3 days of commotion, the envoy relayed through the matchmakers his specific preferences. Upon hearing this, the villagers unanimously gave him their thumbs up. This man has standards. He would not consider young, unmarried women. Instead, he preferred older widows, those who had recently lost their husbands within 3 years, as they still harbored the memory of their deceased spouses and were likely to seek new partners instead of marrying an old bachelor. For decades, the Dragon King's envoy had not taken advantage of the village. Received immediate approval. She was the one. What more was there to discuss? Preparations began swiftly. This year's Dragon King festival would coincide with the wedding of the Dragon King's envoy, a true double celebration. The villagers worked together, transforming the small wooden hut where the envoy originally stayed into 3 grand brick houses. Henceforth, this would be the home of him and Widow He. Naturally, Widow He could no longer be referred to by her former title. She was literate, which was a rarity in these parts. Yet now, nearly a decade after her husband's death, she was in her 30s, worn down by hardship. Her beauty faded 5 years ago. While gathering firewood, she had fallen and broken her leg, resulting in a permanent limp. The villagers felt it inappropriate to match her with the Dragon King's envoy, believing she was unworthy of him. Nevertheless, the village chief, with trepidation, approached the envoy and, to his surprise, received immediate approval. She was the one. What more was there to discuss? Preparations began swiftly. This year's Dragon King festival would coincide with the wedding of the Dragon King's envoy, a true double celebration. The villagers worked together, transforming the small wooden hut where the envoy originally stayed into 3 grand brick houses. Henceforth, this would be the home of him and Widow He. Naturally, Widow He could no longer be. She was now truly Lu family's daughter-in-law. On that morning, smoke was already rising from the chimney of Lu Shuanfu's home. In the kitchen, a limping woman was busy preparing breakfast. Since her remarriage, this woman seemed rejuvenated, as if she had consumed an elixir of life. Her entire demeanor radiated vitality. After the death of her previous husband, life had lost its luster, and the man she cherished was but a fleeting presence. Now that her wishes had been fulfilled, her physical and mental state had transformed dramatically. It felt as if she had shed a decade. Her braids were neatly styled, and her complexion had returned to a rosy glow. Compared to her unmarried days, the only noticeable difference was her limp. Otherwise, she was just as lovely. After the couple finished breakfast, as the woman began to clear the dishes, Lu Shuanfu grasped her wrist. Feeling his rough hand clasping her wrist made her heart race like a startled deer. She felt that every part of her body reacted at his slightest touch. Soon, she noticed something was amiss. Gesturing towards the bench across from him, speaking kindly, "Sit down." The woman responded softly, obediently taking a seat. The man before her was truly admirable. Although he was older, his strength surpassed that of many younger men. By candlelight at night, he could exhaust her with his vigor, as relentless as a beast. Yet, he treated her with utmost tenderness, perhaps a touch too polite. Now that they were married, this politeness felt a bit distant. However, the woman thought little of it, considering that he had spent so many years alone, perhaps still adjusting to the dynamics of married life. There was no rush. They would take their time. In that moment, feeling his rough hand clasping her wrist made her heart race like a startled deer. She felt that every part of her body reacted at his slightest touch. Soon, she noticed something was amiss. The way he held her wrist was familiar. It was the technique of the village doctor, who would check a pulse. "What's wrong?" she thought in a panic, touching her face. "Am I ill?" "No." Lu Shuanfu seemed to confirm something, releasing her hand with a smile. "You are quite well." With those words, he rose from his seat. "Where are you going?" the woman asked, her expression tightening. "Isn't the festival over?" "Indeed, it is finished," Lu Shuanfu replied with a grin. "But I must meet with the Dragon King and discuss matters on behalf of everyone." "Where does the Dragon King reside? Is it far?" she inquired curiously. "The Dragon King lives in Longqing," Lu Shuanfu explained. "Though it is not far, it is not easily accessible for most." The woman nodded slightly. "When will you return?" 3 to 5 days, Lu Shuanfu said as he moved toward the door, then seemingly recalling something, turned back to say, "Remember to take the bedding out to air them," she responded. Once Lu Shuanfu had left, she began to tidy up the table. Just as she finished, she felt a strange sensation and looked up to find Lu Shuanfu watching her through the window. "But so am I. She is a woman of misfortune. But rest assured, hidden within that bedding is an important map detailing the fortune I have accumulated over the years. This money, if she is clever enough." Lu Shuanfu met her gaze, and in that fleeting moment, she sensed that he had something to say. Yet, he ultimately said nothing, only smiled before leading the donkey away. Lu Shuanfu led the donkey out of Liao family village. His expression quickly turned somber. He hunched his back and coughed a few times. Climbing onto the donkey's back, he muttered, "Let's go." However, the donkey stubbornly refused to move, remaining planted in place. Lu Shuanfu paused for a moment. quickly realizing the situation, and let out a bitter laugh. They say no good deed goes unpunished. Who would have thought this donkey has a sense of empathy? I know you're fond of her. And finally, it began to walk forward, a bell hung from its neck, ringing out for the last time in the outer Kunlun Mountains. Chapter 61. The fallen city. This fern-laden forest seemed endless. As Wei Hangshan measured this dark expanse with his feet, he felt that such a foolish endeavor had likely been undertaken by no one but himself and his 3 companions. It was now nearly 6 in the evening. She is no ordinary woman. Only such a woman is worthy of bearing the Liu family's lineage. Come on, donkey, let us move. If we delay any longer, she will discover the truth while airing the bedding. And then, she may come after me, and I might find it impossible to leave. Dying here would be fine for me, but it would only bring her sorrow. As he spoke, Lu Xuanfu slapped the donkey's rear. And finally, it began to walk forward, a bell hung from its neck, ringing out for the last time in the outer Kunlun Mountains. Chapter 61. The fallen city. This fern-laden forest seemed endless. As Wei Hangshan measured this dark expanse with his feet, he felt that such a foolish endeavor had likely been undertaken by no one but himself and his 3 companions. It was now nearly 6 in the evening. Having set out at 3 o'clock that morning, 15 hours had passed, yet the surroundings remained unchanged. He had lost count of how many green leaf mantises he had slain. After 20, he had ceased to keep track. In addition to the mantises, he had also dispatched a tiger-striped giant centipede, a species just recently named by Yang Tuo. Its demise was due to its unsightly appearance and its proximity. He had also taken down a giant grasshopper, which, upon leaping, had miscalculated its landing and crashed onto the team, only to meet its end at Wei Hangshan's spear. For the past 10 hours, with his spear in hand, he felt an exhilarating sense of invincibility. Just focus on tearing your muscles now, and I will assist with the healing later. Old Lin, are you trying to turn me into a monster like you? Wei Hangshan muttered. Becoming like me is impossible. The truly formidable ones had long since fallen to Lin Shuo's blade. Due to the limited brightness of his headlamp, he could not discern what Lin Shuo had defeated or how many. After walking for over 10 hours, the path remained straight. The adrenaline from the slaughter had long dissipated. The 60-pound spear, initially feeling manageable, now felt like a burden. The lactic acid in his arm muscles had built up beyond the point of recovery, leaving his arms feeling foreign to him. The more challenging the moment, the more he needed to persevere. Lin Shuo, leading the way, remarked, "The accumulation of muscle strength in the human body is a cycle of tearing and healing. Just focus on tearing your muscles now, and I will assist with the healing later." Old Lin, are you trying to turn me into a monster like you? Wei Hangshan muttered. Becoming like me is impossible. Lin Shuo elaborated. Additionally, cold weapons are generally more lightweight. While the low failure rate is certainly true, the lightweight aspect seems trivial, Wei Hangshan remarked. With the same weight as your chase grandpa, I could bring an artillery piece. In this era, shouldn't you hunters be utilizing firearms? After all, the power of cold weapons is inherently limited. Take the hook snake for instance. Ordinary bullets may not suffice, but we do have more formidable options at our disposal. Indeed, cold weapons are constrained by human strength, and their power is ultimately finite, Lin Shuo replied. However, certain advantages of cold weapons are unattainable by firearms. For example, one advantage is their low failure rate. The simpler the mechanism, the less prone it is to malfunction. Modern firearms are relatively complex, which increases the likelihood of failure in our line of work. If the weapon in hand fails to respond, it could spell death. Lin Shuo elaborated. Additionally, cold weapons are generally more lightweight. While the low failure rate is certainly true, the lightweight aspect seems trivial, Wei Hangshan remarked. With the same weight as your chase grandpa, I could bring an artillery piece. Can artillery navigate this dense forest? Lin Shuo countered. Well, fair point, Wei Hangshan admitted. But there is one crucial point, Lin Shuo continued. Using cold weapons allows the user to enter a true combat state. Doesn't that mean we, as soldiers, are not in a combat state when we wield our guns? Wei Hangshan retorted. Your situation is one of slaughter or being slaughtered, Lin Shuo clarified. The power of the weapons you wield is far. Consequently, you become spoiled by the weapons in your hands. This is precisely why you, Old Wei, despite excelling in the military, remain so ineffectual when the moment of truth arrives. Lin Shuo's words left Wei Hangshan momentarily stunned. Adversity sharpens the spirit, Lin Shuo remarked. Go draw my chase, grandpa. I must possess the requisite strength. Thus, my power must be at least this substantial. You, Wei Xingshan, merely engage in a few deadlifts at the gym and consider yourself impressive. Yet your level of strength can only suffice to pull a trigger, and that is the stark reality. What you say is sensible. I must indeed train harder, Wei Xingshan acknowledged. Starting now would be too late. Lin Shuo shook his head. Training depends on both talent and timing. Your talent is mediocre at best, and at over 30, your physiological capabilities have peaked. No matter how hard you train, your potential is limited. However, even a little training is better than languishing in idleness. Then how did you train in the past, old Lin? Wei Xingshan inquired. The methods in my family are passed to sons, not daughters. Lin Shuo chuckled. If you wish to hear, you must first call me father. I refuse to do so, Wei Xingshan exclaimed, then seemingly recalled something. Hey, old Lin, first you want me to call Miss Anne mother, and now you want me to call you father. You certainly have a knack for bending the rules in your pursuits. This transmission served as both an invitation to travel to America and a pressing reminder. Now seated in the back of his luxury vehicle, Chao Yuxing gazed at the transmission document in his hand. His thoughts drifting back 30 years. Among the 6 prominent families of the Hunters Guild, he, Chao Yuxing, was the contemporary head of the Yanqing Chao clan. 30 years ago, he had been a striking young man just past 20, belonging to a collateral branch of the Chao family. Given his status at that time, becoming acquainted with those 3 individuals felt like a significant elevation. One was Lin Shuo, the direct descendant of the Zhang and Lin family. Another was Miao Guangqi, the mainline inheritor of the Shangxi Miao clan. The last was the sole living heir of the Huguang lineage for nearly a century, a woman named Yun Yuexin. This transmission served as both an invitation to travel to America and a pressing reminder. Now seated in the back of his luxury vehicle, Chao Yuxing gazed at the transmission document in his hand. His thoughts drifting back 30 years. Among the 6 prominent families of the Hunters Guild, he, Chao Yuxing, was the contemporary head of the Yanqing Chao clan. 30 years ago, he had been a striking young man just past 20, belonging to a collateral branch of the Chao family. Given his status at that time, becoming acquainted with those 3 individuals felt like a significant elevation. One was Lin Shuo, the direct descendant of the Zhang and Lin family. Another was Miao Guangqi, the mainline inheritor of the Shangxi Miao clan. The last was the sole living heir of the Huguang lineage for nearly a century, a woman named Yun Yuexin. These 3 men and 1 woman met in the prime of their youth. The men were brimming with vigor, while the woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Their friendship, however, soon reached an end, as Lin Shuo ultimately won the heart of the woman. Chao Yuxing and Miao Guangqi, heartbroken and sharing a mutual sorrow, decided to venture northeast to hunt a peculiar being known as the Mountain Llama King. During their pursuit, Chao Yuxing inadvertently stumbled upon the legend of Longqing. Although a member of the Hunters Guild, Chao Yuxing had been well educated from a young age and was well versed in history. He understood that such folk legends often have a basis in reality. The tales of Longqing circulated throughout northeast China, with varying descriptions but a common theme, which piqued Chao Yuxing's interest. The elusive Mountain Llama King soon evaded their grasp, and with time on their hands, they shifted their focus to researching Longqing. While scouring existing historical records and conducting on-site investigations, they spent over a year traversing the banks of the Heilongjiang River, yet yielded no results. Eventually, Miao Guangqi went to America to develop his career. Chao Yuxing smiled bitterly as he folded the transmission document and placed it in his briefcase. Chapter 62. The Black Water. Longqing. Upon seeing the black brick wall, Wei Xingshan felt a surge of joy. Yet none proved successful. He typically refrained from reminiscing about that time, and over the past 30 years, he had only recalled those events twice. Once was 6 years ago when Lin Shuo sent a telegram inviting him to Kunlun Mountain, which he declined. The other was 3 days ago, when Miao Guangqi sent a photo of a rare porcelain piece, affirming the existence of Longqing. The black and white photo of the city wall he held now served as a reminder that Miao Guangqi, in America, seemed to have uncovered the truth about Longqing. A woman who had been missing for 30 years remained unaccounted for, while a city lost for 8 centuries had now been found. Chao Yuxing smiled bitterly as he folded the transmission document and placed it in his briefcase. Chapter 62. The Black Water. Longqing. Upon seeing the black brick wall, Wei Xingshan felt a surge of joy. He realized that they were not the only fools to have ventured here. Moreover, where there is a wall, there must be a city. In such a cursed place, having a city as a sanctuary was nothing short of fortuitous. Wei Xingshan asked, his expression one of skepticism. I am a hunter, not a thief. Lin Shuo replied tersely, my family does not teach such skills to those outside our lineage. Well, now that you mention it, I feel much better. Wei Xingshan grinned broadly. Oh, you can't do it after all. I may not be able to scale walls, but I excel at fighting. Lin Shuo shot back with a sidelong glance. But if there is a city, their chances of survival greatly improve. Hey, old Lin, Wei Xingshan said, gazing up at the nearly 20-meter-high wall. Shall we climb over and take a look? Lin Shuo, maintaining his composure, stepped aside. Captain Wei, please go ahead. Wei Xingshan was taken aback. No, how could I possibly scale such a high wall? And what makes you think I could? Is there anything in this world you cannot accomplish? Others had arrived first and left behind such a large city. Given the height of this wall, it must have been a monumental undertaking, Yang Tuo remarked. Indeed, and added, such a grand project could not have been completed in a day. I feel much better. Wei Xingshan grinned broadly. Oh, you can't do it after all. I may not be able to scale walls, but I excel at fighting. Lin Shuo shot back with a sidelong glance. Well then, Wei Xingshan quickly shifted the topic. Let's find a door. Where there is a wall, there must be a door. Agreed. Yang Tuo nodded. Mr. Lin, time is of the essence. Let us proceed, Lin Shuo said dismissively, continuing to lead the way. As the four men looked up, they noticed a protruding eave at the corner of the wall. This is the structure of the city gate. Yang Tuo's expression was invigorated. Wei Xingshan followed closely behind Lin Shuo and remarked. Others had arrived first and left behind such a large city. Given the height of this wall, it must have been a monumental undertaking, Yang Tuo remarked. Indeed, and added, such a grand project could not have been completed in a day. Historically, such an extensive construction should have been documented. Yang Tuo pondered aloud. Why have I never heard of it before? Could it be a secret project? That is a possibility, Yang Tuo mused. Once we enter, we should be able to discern some clues. After wandering along the wall's base for over half an hour, the dormant city finally revealed a turn. This was an L-shaped corner, where another wall stood before them. As the four men looked up, they noticed a protruding eave at the corner of the wall. This is the structure of the city gate. Yang Tuo's expression was invigorated. Wei Xingshan, following behind Lin Shuo. Old Wei, tell me honestly, are you still a virgin? Old Lin, I am 33 this year, Wei Xingshan grimaced. Being a virgin is a tale from 17 years ago. You started indulging quite early, Lin Shuo shook his head and sighed. Then you are doomed. Wei Xingshan swallowed hard, eyes wide, and exclaimed, Old Lin, please don't frighten me. Let me tell you. Lin Shuo lowered his voice. A person possesses 3 yang lamps, one above the head and one on each shoulder. Old Lin, could this possibly be a ghost city? Wei Xingshan inquired softly. It's a possibility, Lin Shuo nodded. Really? Wei Xingshan exclaimed. Lin Shuo, with utmost seriousness, replied, I have visited the ghost city of Fengdu. It bears a striking resemblance to this place. Albeit smaller. That you've been to Fengdu's ghost city? Yes, but I shall tell you more about Fengdu later, Lin Shuo continued. The ghost city before us is even larger than Fengdu's. I suspect whatever lies within is even more formidable than what Fengdu harbors. Old Wei, tell me the truth, are you still a virgin? Old Lin, I am 33 this year, Wei Xingshan grimaced. Being a virgin is a tale from 17 years ago. You started indulging quite early, Lin Shuo sighed. Shaking his head, then you were finished. Wei Xingshan gulped nervously, exclaiming, Old Lin, please don't frighten me. Listen, Lin Shuo lowered his voice. Every person possesses 3 yang lamps, one atop the head and one on each shoulder. As long as the yang lamps remain lit, most spirits dare not approach. However, when faced with formidable spirits, 3 lamps may not suffice. A virgin is required. Since you are no longer a virgin, this journey is precarious. Old Lin, is what you say true? Wei Xingshan's face drained of color. False. Lin Shuo shook his head. I read it in a novel. But for someone with your intellect, it's sufficient to frighten you. Damn. Wei Xingshan exhaled in relief. Moreover, this city is not even called a ghost city. Lin Shuo lifted his gaze towards the top of the city gate. What is it called then? Isn't it written above? With Lin Shuo's reminder. Wei Xingshan quickly looked up. As he did, the headlamp on his forehead illuminated the plaque above the gate. On the stone plaque were 2 large characters. Longsheng, dingling, dingling. Lu Xuanfu, riding a donkey, finally arrived at the banks of the Heilong River. From Liaoji village to this point, he had encountered 4 groups of locals along the way. Liaoji village was the final stop for this year's Dragon King festival. According to past traditions, Lin Shuo and Fu would disclose the route for the next year's festival at this time, allowing the news to spread so that each village could prepare in advance. This year was no exception. Lin Shuo and Fu shared the route with the first 3 groups of villagers, enabling them to relay the information back home. Tell her that the next Dragon King festival will follow this route. Messenger Lord, the young man questioned, somewhat puzzled. Why should I show it to Widow He? She isn't in charge of Liao family village. After some thought, Lin Shuo and Fu asked the young man to stand beside him, took a branch, and drew the route for the Dragon King festival in the soil. Once finished, he asked the young man, "Did you remember it?" "Yes," the young man nodded. Lin Shuo and Fu wiped away the drawn route with his foot and handed the branch to the young man. "Draw it again for me to see." The old hunter's son had a good memory and quickly replicated the drawing. "Well done," Lin Shuo and Fu said, a hint of satisfaction on his face. "Now, go to Liaoji village and show this route to Widow He. Tell her that the next Dragon King festival will follow this route." "Sir, why must I show it to Widow He? She is not in charge of Liaoji village," the young man asked, perplexed. "Do not question. Just do as instructed," Lin Shuo and Fu replied as he rummaged through his belongings and produced a jade pendant, handing it to the young man. "Take this. It's an antique from the Northern Song dynasty. Worth a few coins. Oh no, I cannot accept your gift," the young man exclaimed, repeatedly shaking his head. "I am merely delivering this message for you." "Take it," Lin Shuo and Fu insisted, placing the jade pendant into the young man's palm. "Then, may I bow to you?" The young man knelt down, ready to prostrate. But Lin Shuo and Fu swiftly pulled him up. "If you truly wish to thank me, remember to look after the child in Widow He's womb." The young man paused, wanting to ask something but ultimately remained silent, nodding earnestly. A clever lad. Lin Shuo and Fu patted him on the shoulder. "Off you go." Watching the young man disappear along the mountain path, Lin Shuo and Fu coughed into his hand and addressed the donkey beside him. "You must not mock me. I promised not to let future generations suffer, yet I still find it hard to part with the legacy of these many generations. This is all I can do. What happens next is left to fate. Donkey, you should return now. Remember to ensure that Widow He sees those few books you have. Whether that little fellow wishes to learn in the future is entirely up to his own interests." After saying this, Lin Shuo and Fu released the reins and gave the donkey a gentle pat on its hindquarters. The donkey turned back several times before gradually disappearing down the mountain path. Lin Shuo and Fu then reached into his breast pocket, retrieved a porcelain vial, and swallowed the last remaining pill. Subsequently, the last descendant of the Liu family, a shepherd, leaped into the Heilong River. Chapter 63. Breaking the door outside the Longqing Gate, Wei Hangshan gazed upward for a while, shouldering his spear and striding boldly towards the city gate. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Wei Hangshan shouted. "Open up." Naturally, there was no response, and covered her forehead and glanced at the smiling Lin Shuo, softly commenting, "Mr. Lin, Captain Wei is usually quite astute. Look beneath us." Wei Hangshan pointed to the ground. "There's no river outside, no bridge over the river, no road behind the bridge. This gate appears as though it were a mere facade. This can only imply that this is not the main entrance." Yang Tuo remarked. "This gate might be for emergency use, typically kept closed." "Old Wei," Lin Shuo patted Wei Hangshan on the shoulder. "Look at you now, standing 9 feet tall, wielding a long spear, without a horse. So he needs to adjust his role. This self-adjustment is certainly a good thing. His willingness to do so is one reason I hold him in high regard. However, he clearly hasn't adapted to this position yet. I say, is anyone there? Open the gate." Naturally, there was no response. Anne, holding her forehead, glanced at the smiling Lin Shuo and softly remarked, "Mr. Lin, Captain Wei is usually quite astute, yet after spending so little time with you, he seems to have regressed to a childlike state. It's called team dynamics," Lin Shuo replied with a smile. "Everyone needs to find their place within a team. Wei Hangshan, being a soldier, values collective effort, making this aspect particularly pronounced. While he must be serious and composed when acting as a commander, he is no longer in that role among the 4 of us, so he needs to adjust his position. This self-adjustment is undoubtedly a positive sign. His willingness to adapt is one reason I hold him in higher regard. However, it is clear he is still getting accustomed to this new role and is somewhat overzealous in his actions. No worries, he will adapt in time." In the brief exchange, Wei Hangshan, having called out several times without a reply, leaned against the door gap, peering inside with the light from his headlamp. After looking for a while through the crack, He reported, "Old Lin, it seems there is merely a wall inside." "Less chatter," Lin Shuo replied. "I asked you to open the door, not peer through the gap." "All right then," Wei Hangshan complied, pushing against the city gate with one hand. But the dust on the city gate cascaded down like an avalanche, nearly burying Wei Xingshan alive. Damn! At that moment, Wei Xingshan could see nothing, spitting out a mouthful of dirt and using his hands to rub his eyes. "Open for me!" Wei Hangshan shouted, his muscles tensing suddenly. The two gates trembled slightly, and dust cascaded down. Wei Hangshan shook off the dust from his head, then began twisting his body, exerting continuous force. "Old Wei? Are you trying to open a toilet door?" Lin Shuo couldn't bear to watch any longer. "This isn't a sliding door. Why are you pushing it sideways? Hey, I'm a bit caught up in the moment." Wei Hangshan chuckled, stepping back a few paces, then, with a resounding thud, he slammed into the door. The tremendous impact reverberated throughout the vast enclosed space. The gate did not open, but the dust on the door fell like an avalanche, nearly burying Wei Hangshan alive. Ugh, Wei Hangshan, momentarily blinded, spat out a mouthful of dirt and rubbed his eyes. "Old Lin, did it open? Do you not have any sense of awareness?" Lin Shuo pinched his nose with one hand while fanning the dust away with the other, responding in a muffled tone, and Yang Tuo also retreated, as the thick cloud of dust cascaded to the ground like waves, continuing to surge outward. Goodness, this gate must have been closed for hundreds or even thousands of years. The amount of dust is staggering. Once Wei Hangshan regained his sight, he donned a mask from his tactical vest and looked up. Before them stood two towering stone gates, each soaring to a height of over 10 meters. "Well, this seems to be a dead end." Wei Xingshan acknowledged his own folly with a sheepish grin and waved his hand dismissively, conceding, "I've done my best. It's your turn now." With a sigh, Lin Shuo replied. He grasped the black phoenix spear resting against the door and inserted its tip into the narrow gap. Just as he was about to pry the door open, he found the spear inexplicably missing from his hands. "This is a treasured heirloom of my family. You intend to use it as a crowbar?" Lin Shuo shot him an incredulous glance, swiftly dismantling the spear and stowing it in the quiver strapped to his back. "It seems we have exhausted our options." Wei Xingshan, feeling somewhat guilty, forced a grin and waved dismissively. "I've done my best. It's your turn now." Lin Shuo sighed. "I initially meant to give you a chance to shine and bolster your confidence. But alas, you seem to lack drive. I believe I've shown considerable effort." Wei Xingshan retorted, brushing the dust from his face, wearing an expression that suggested pride in his near triumph over the monumental gates. Lin Shuo shook his head, reaching a single hand into the crevice of the door, gently pushing and pulling. With a creak, the door swung open. Wei Xingshan, covered in grime, stared at the slowly parting stone gate, utterly stupefied, and paused for a moment, then, attempting to stifle her laughter, ultimately succumbed and collapsed to the ground in giggles. Even the usually stoic Yang Tuo wore a smile. The contrast was stark. Just moments ago, Wei Xingshan had been straining with all his might, banging against the door with a force that rivaled thunder. Yet, Lin Shuo had merely tugged gently, and the door yielded. Wei Xingshan felt utterly defeated. The door can simply be pulled open? Of course, Lin Shuo responded with an exasperated glance. Doors that cannot be pried or pushed must be pulled open, right? Who designed this door? How inconsiderate! Wei Xingshan leaned against the now open stone gate and examined it closely. There wasn't even a handle. Who would know it needed to be pulled open? Shouldn't there be a sign outside that says pull, like on glass doors in a mall? Lin Shuo countered. Indeed, that would be more user-friendly, Wei Xingshan agreed. This is the city gate, Yang Tuo interjected, and city gates are controlled by the inhabitants, which is why most of them open inward, allowing for easier operation from within. Old Yang, keep quiet, Wei Xingshan snapped, his frustration boiling over. Why didn't you mention this sooner? We could have avoided this embarrassment. Had I said it earlier, it wouldn't have been as amusing. Yang Tuo adjusted his glasses. His expression deadpan. Wei Xingshan stammered, then stomped his foot and made to enter. Lin Shuo swiftly restrained the giant. What now? Use your headlamp to illuminate the area. We need to see clearly, he advised. Taking Lin Shuo's serious tone to heart, Wei Xingshan quickly assessed the situation inside the gate. Directly opposite was a wall, which he had previously glimpsed through the door's crack. He realized the entrance to the city extended to the sides. shining his headlamp left and right. A chill ran down his spine. Great, now I owe Lin Shuo another life. The walls of the side passages were riddled with numerous small round holes, having studied ancient military architecture during his time at military school. Wei Xingshan recognized this structure as a moat city, a defensive feature of the city gate. The small round holes in the walls were certainly not mere decorations. They constituted some sort of mechanism. Whether they housed crossbows or bullets depended on the era in which the city was constructed. One thing was certain. Had Lin Shuo not restrained him, he could have walked straight into a deadly trap. Sweating profusely, Wei Xingshan turned his gaze towards Lin Shuo, who looked back at him with bemusement. What are you staring at? Wei Xingshan gestured slightly. Old Lin, you go first. Is my life really so worthless? No, you're remarkably capable. I'm not well versed in mechanisms or traps, Wei Xingshan admitted. So what do we do? Retreat? Absolutely not. Lin Shuo shook his head. Ever since this door opened, I've detected the sense of the hook snake. The Black Water Dragon King and Xiao Ba, my prey and companions are inside. I must enter this city. Having made this declaration, Lin Shuo turned to Anne. Come listen closely. All right, and nodded, crouching beside the city gate, pressing her ear to the ground. Her expression shifted as she concentrated. There are people inside, quite a few, she reported, though it's a bit distant. I can't discern how many. Wonderful, Yang Tua exclaimed. Pumping his fist, he then addressed Lin Shuo. Mr. Lin, I entrust this to you. Lin Shuo nodded, his expression tinged with regret. If there were hunters from the Chao family here, this mechanism would be as good as non-existent. Near the banks of the Heilong River, to pick up additional passengers. Consequently, Chao Yuxing would have the opportunity to glimpse the Heilong River from above. At this moment, the plane descended through the clouds. Traveling from Beijing to New York, Chao Yuxing had deliberately chosen this particular flight after consulting the route information. The map presented a flat representation, while the Earth was, in reality, spherical. The flight path required consideration of numerous factors, rendering it far from a simple straight line between 2 points. The international flight selected by Chao Yuxing traversed the Arctic route, appearing on the map as a high arching curve that commenced in Beijing, a place he had explored extensively 30 years prior in northeast China, collecting various folklore, which he had meticulously documented in a thick notebook, alongside his conjectures based on historical records. Unfortunately, a tragic fire 15 years ago had reduced that notebook to ashes. Thus, Chao Yuxing would have the opportunity to gaze upon the Heilongjiang River from the At this moment. The plane had descended through the clouds, revealing the meandering river outside the window. Viewed from above, China's third-largest river appeared as tranquil as ever. In September, as autumn descended upon the land, the river's waters were dark, and the banks were a shade of yellow, presenting a scene of desolation. Although Chao Yuxing had anticipated this sight, the reality of seeing the river stirred emotions within him far more tumultuous than the placid waters below. Beneath the Heilongjiang lay the legendary Dragon City, a place he had extensively researched 30 years ago while traversing northeast China. He had gathered various pieces of folklore, meticulously recording them in a thick notebook, which also contained his historical analyses and conjectures. Regrettably, 15 years prior, the Chao family had suffered a misfortune. A fire had reduced his cherished notebook to ashes. Now, relying solely on memory, he recalled that the Black Water Dragon City was believed to have been established during the zenith of the Jin dynasty. Such monumental projects, while historically significant, were often beyond the means of the contemporary economy. Unlike the Great Wall and the Grand Canal, which serve practical functions as national infrastructure, such as the Grand Canal still operating today, the Heilong Dragon City represented the unacknowledged ambitions of 2 emperors, dividing into 3 branches: the Southern Dragon, the Central Dragon, and the Northern Dragon. The Greater Xing'an Range and Lesser Xing'an Range formed part of the Northern Dragon's lineage. During Emperor Wanyan Yong's reign, this anomaly piqued Chao Yuxing's suspicions. Despite nearly 30 years of separation and increasingly infrequent communication, Miao Guangxi remained a figure of profound impact in Chao Yuxing's memory. He had to concede that even amidst a surge of talent in the Hunter's Gate, including figures like Lin Leshan, Zhang Lianhai, Su Tongji, and Yun Yuexin, Miao Guangxi had always shown the brightest. Even after Lin Leshan, the leader of the Hunter's Gate, had defeated Miao Guangxi in a duel, the latter had become somewhat inscrutable to Chao Yuxing. Having spent a year together in northeast China, Chao Yuxing had sensed that Miao Guangxi was not someone to be deeply trusted, and thus their paths diverged. Now, This sworn brother from years past summoned him to America. What could his intentions possibly be? Chao Yuxing withdrew his gaze from the window, closing the shutter. Below ground, the mechanisms of the moat city in Heilong Dragon City barred Lin Shuo and his companions from entry. The latter two were functional national projects, with the Grand Canal still serving a purpose today. In contrast, the Black Water Dragon City merely represented the unfulfilled ambitions of two emperors, lacking historical significance or tangible value. The city must be at least 500 years old. Initially, Lin Shuo presumed that after all these years, the mechanisms embedded within the walls might have ceased functioning. However, upon tossing a stone inside, a barrage of crossbow bolts instantly filled the passageway of the city. The whistling sound of the arrows slicing through the air sent a chill down his spine. Moreover, the design of the mechanisms was remarkably ingenious. Zhang Lianhai, Su Tongji, and Yun Yuexin were emerging. Miao Guangqi stood out as the brightest star among them. Even after Lin Leshan, the leader of the hunting faction, defeated Miao Guangqi in a duel, Chao Yuxing found it difficult to comprehend the latter's complexities. After spending a year together in northeast China, Chao Yuxing sensed that Miao Guangqi was not someone with whom he could forge a deep connection, leading to their eventual separation. Now, he pondered the intentions of this sworn brother from years past, who had summoned him to America. With a heavy heart, Chao Yuxing withdrew his gaze from the window and closed the blinds. Meanwhile, the mechanisms within the Black Water Dragon City's moat city barred Lin Shuo and his companions from entering. Lin Shuo was uncertain about who had constructed this city, yet one thing was abundantly clear. The family behind it was exceptionally wealthy and had invested heavily here. Judging by the weathering of the city gate, this edifice had existed for at least 5 centuries. Initially, Lin Shuo surmised that after so many years, the mechanisms embedded within the walls might have become inoperative. However, upon tossing a stone inside, a barrage of crossbow bolts immediately filled the passageway of the city's inner gate. The whistling sound of the arrows slicing through the air sent a chill down his spine. Furthermore, the design of the mechanisms was remarkably ingenious. The bolts shot from the left would precisely enter the arrow slits on the right. Even after 5 centuries, these traps could still be triggered effectively and boasted exceptional sensitivity. Merely this trap alone was worth a fortune. Lin Shuo glanced at the silently contemplative Wei Xingshan. The doctor may have a brilliant mind, but he was unfamiliar with explosives. Just then, Wei Xingshan spoke while retrieving a bundle of detonators from his backpack. Lin Shuo froze momentarily, staring at the detonators in Wei Xingshan's hand. Designed with a recoverable framework, indicating that this trap is not a one-time use, Yang Tuo articulated thoughtfully before shaking his head. Unless we can fly over, there's no solution. Lin Shuo pondered for a moment and suggested, what if we simply destroy this mechanism instead of trying to decipher it? Then we would need to dismantle its recoverable system. Yang Tuo adjusted his glasses. The crossbow bolts cannot be limitless. As long as they cannot be recovered, they will eventually run out. Lin Shuo nodded, casting a glance at Wei Xingshan beside him. The doctor's intellect indeed surpasses that of a soldier. Lin Shuo felt a surge of frustration rising within him. Yet, he managed to restrain himself, knowing that if he acted rashly, Wei Xingshan would surely mess things up, and sighed in exasperation. Captain Wei, we've been feeling our way along the base of the wall, figuring out how to open the gate and dismantle the mechanisms. If you had brought out the explosives sooner, we could have already blown the wall open. Right? Wei Xingshan slapped his forehead and pointed at Lin Shuo. This is your fault, my fault? Lin Shuo was taken aback. Why is that? With a monster like you around, wouldn't you handle everything? I completely forgot I had explosives, Wei Xingshan asserted defiantly. This is your fault. Because you're just too strong. Lin Shuo was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to rebut. Yang Tu aside, urging, Captain Wei, let us not waste any more time. We should act swiftly. All right. Chapter 65. 3 secret passages with a resounding explosion. The entire underground space trembled. The bomb carried by Wei Xingshan had triggered what could only be described as a minor earthquake. This outcome clearly took Wei Xingshan by surprise, regardless of its size. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? He questioned. You have explosives and didn't he mention it sooner? Lin Shuo felt a surge of irritation rising within him. I thought I was going to be buried alive. There has been seismic activity here before, Yang Tuo, lying beside Wei Xingshan, analyzed. Your actions have effectively concluded that earlier quake. Dr. Yang, could the previous earthquake have also been caused by explosives? If you had revealed the explosives earlier, we could have blown open the city wall and entered by now. Right? Wei Xingshan exclaimed, slapping his forehead and pointing at Lin Shuo. This is your fault. However, regarding that previous quake, the Chinese authorities informed me that no aftershocks were observed. This indicates that the earthquake was the result of a sudden alteration in the subterranean structure. Following this release of energy, a new equilibrium was quickly established due to the absence of further external forces. Wei Xingshan's explosives have disrupted this balance, resulting in aftershocks. Will there be more quakes? Wei Xingshan asked, still apprehensive. Highly unlikely. A result that clearly took him by surprise. Despite its size, this was a confined space, making the tremors particularly alarming, instilling a sense of entrapment. Fortunately, after about 10 seconds, the shaking subsided. Wei Xingshan lay on the ground, exhaling deeply. That scared me to death. I thought I was going to be buried alive. There has been seismic activity here before, Yang Tuo remarked, still beside Wei Xingshan as he analyzed the situation. This blast has effectively terminated that previous tremor. Dr. Yang, could the earlier earthquake also have been triggered by explosives? And inquired. Possibly, Yang Tuo replied. Geological activity is considerably slower compared to human intervention. Earthquakes caused by geological activity release energy over a period of time. Once inside, the group gained a tangible sense of the city's size. As the flashlights swept along the base of the wall, they could only vaguely discern the outlines of the outer city walls. Stretching approximately 3 kilometers, Yang Tuo estimated, if the length and width are relatively similar, the scale of this city is comparable to that of Kaifeng during the Northern Song dynasty. Goodness, Wei Xingshan exclaimed. How massive must this be? Lin Shuo calculated in his mind and remarked, approximately 10 square kilometers, equating to 1,000 hectares, which is larger than 1,000 football fields. To construct such an expansive city underground. Would that not be an act of sheer folly? Wei Xingshan shook his head. Which foolish landlord's son could have done this? Landlords could not afford to build such a city, Lin Shuo stated. It would be more fitting for an emperor. Even for an emperor, it would require the zenith of a great dynasty, and interjected, a typical minor court would lack the resources for such a feat. That area is actually not that extensive, Lin Shuo continued. Historically, the only dynasties with territories that included Heilongjiang were a select few, Tang, Jin, Yuan, and Qing, and counted on her fingers, recounting the dynasties, and then shone her flashlight at the adjacent buildings. This city is comparable in scale to the capital of the Northern Song dynasty. Goodness! Wei Xingshan exclaimed. How enormous must this be? Lin Shuo calculated in his mind. Approximately 10 square kilometers, equivalent to 1,000 hectares, which is larger than 1,000 football fields. Constructing such a vast city underground. Wasn't he that a bit excessive? Wei Xingshan shook his head. Which foolish son of a landlord did this? Landlords could not afford to build such a city. Lin Shuo replied. Only an emperor could. Even an emperor would need to be during the peak of a powerful dynasty to accomplish this, and interjected. Ordinary small courts wouldn't have the resources for such an endeavor. She added. The scope is actually quite limited, Lin Shuo remarked. Historically, the territories including Heilongjiang belonged to only a few major dynasties, Tang, Jin, Yuan, and Qing, and counted off on her fingers, illuminating the nearby buildings with her flashlight. However, this did not imply that the python was closer, but rather that this was its lair. The peculiar creature had long inhabited this place, and with the lack of ventilation, its scent lingered everywhere. Wei Xingshan asked, These are all antiques. Indeed. Lin Shuo chuckled. That explosion you just set off probably cost at least 100 million. And why goodness. Wei Xingshan recoiled slightly. As they conversed, the group continued deeper into the city. Leading the way, Lin Shuo appeared relaxed, yet internally he remained on high alert. For Lin Shuo, the scent environment of this dragon city was a significant improvement over the fern forests, as there were fewer distractions. Consequently, he could clearly detect the scent of the hook snake. In addition to the hook snake's odor, the scent of the python was even more pronounced. However, this did not imply that the python was closer, but rather that this was its lair. This peculiar creature had long inhabited this area, and with no ventilation, its scent lingered everywhere in contrast to the massive hook snake and python. The scent of Xiaoba, the myna bird, was exceedingly faint. Were it not for Lin Shuo's intimate familiarity with Xiaoba's scent, he might have failed to notice it. aside from the aromas of these three peculiar creatures. Yang Tuo suggested or they could be ambushers, Wei Xingshan cautioned. Let us check it out. Lin Shuo waved his hand. Lu Xuanfu took a deep plunge into the Heilongjiang River, swimming directly towards the depths. Pleasant and seemingly invigorating, it appeared that considerable quantities of this grass were cultivated within the city. As they walked, a new scent emerged. Lin Shuo flared his nostrils, allowing the air to circulate more freely through his nasal passages as he carefully discerned this new aroma. What is the matter? And notice Lin Shuo's expression. Listen, Lin Shuo instructed. Okay. And immediately crouched down to listen to the ground. Someone is nearby. After 2 or 3 seconds, and remarked, about 500 meters to the northwest. However, the exit of this pathway has long been sealed by the Jin dynasty. The second route was devised by the Black Water Dragon King himself. Upon his arrival, he found the winter chill unbearable and, in pursuit of geothermal warmth, burrowed down towards the riverbed, inadvertently creating a passage. Yet, this route contains a substantial segment of an enclosed channel filled with river water, which one could not swim through in a single breath without risking suffocation. Originally an ancient underground riverbed. It is said that the bricks, tiles, and ironware used to establish the Black Water Dragon City by the Jin dynasty were transported through this route to the underground. Adjusting his posture to secure his footing, he grasped the ring with both hands, twisting it 90 degrees clockwise before exerting all his strength to pull. With a resounding click, a torrent of bubbles surged upwards as a circular iron door swung open. Behind this door were 4 arms' width of steel springs providing assistance. Otherwise, even with Lu Xuanfu's formidable strength inherited through lineage, he would have been unable to open it against such water pressure. Upon passing through the door, he entered an airtight chamber. Lu Xuanfu expelled a mouthful of bubbles, aware that his energy was waning rapidly, and each breath was significantly shorter than before, prompting him to expedite his actions. He first closed the door, but could not do so directly. With equal water pressure inside and outside the chamber, the springs exerted a force too great for human strength to counter, necessitating the release of the spring latches first. After loosening the latches and closing the airtight door, Lu Xuanfu then twisted open a small door located on the chamber floor. With a rush, the water within the chamber surged through the small door. This door was assisted by 4 steel springs, each as thick as a man's arm. Without them, even with Lu Xuanfu's inherited strength, he would have been unable to open it against such water pressure. Stepping through the door, he entered a sealed chamber, exhaling a half-breath of bubbles. Realizing his stamina was nearly exhausted, Lu Xuanfu hurried his actions. First, he closed the door, but could not do so directly. The water pressure inside and outside the chamber was equal. He muttered to himself, gripping the rope tightly as he slid down into the depths. Chapter 66. The severed vegetable knife. To the northwest, there were people present, and Wei Xingshan felt it unwise to approach directly. With a whoosh, the water from the chamber surged through the small opening. Below this doorway lay an underground river. As the water receded, the elder leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, feeling a slight pressure in his head. Situated near the moat, there was a staircase leading up to the ramparts. Upon reaching the 20-meter-high wall, Wei Xingshan retrieved a piece of equipment from his bag, a pair of infrared binoculars. This was the only one brought on the expedition, and given the current immaturity of the technology and its high power consumption, he had refrained from using it in the forest. Through the lens of the infrared binoculars, someone was present. Wei Xingshan felt it unwise to proceed directly. If there were guns drawn, the 4 of them would be akin to moths drawn to a flame. This stalwart soldier suggested they first ascend the city wall for a better view. Indicating the presence of an inner city, at the very heart of this inner city, there stood a cluster of buildings, significantly taller than the rest, towering almost to the stone ceiling, in stark contrast to these edifices. Only one had been brought on this expedition, and its technology was still in its infancy, particularly power-hungry, which is why Wei Xingshan had refrained from using it amidst the forest. Through the lens of the night vision scope, the veil of mystery surrounding the ancient underground city was partially lifted. Wei Xingshan discerned that this was a structure of concentric cities. Approximately a kilometer away, another wall encircled what must be the inner city. Hastening along the street, Wei Xingshan relished the comfort of solid ground after a prolonged absence. The streets were well planned, straight and spacious. The 500 meters were quickly traversed, leading them to a row of buildings that appeared to be residential. 500 meters to the northwest lay a row of low buildings, which from this vantage point revealed little. Yet, one thing Wei Xingshan was certain of, even if there were people there, they were likely indoors, with no guns aimed from rooftops. This revelation provided him some reassurance. He descended to brief Lin Shuo on the situation, believing they could venture closer to investigate. Walking briskly along the street, Wei Xingshan found it quite pleasant. It had been a while since he had traversed level ground. The street was well planned, straight and wide. The 500 meters passed swiftly, leading them to a row of buildings that appeared to be residential. However, Wei Xingshan doubted that anyone could reside here long-term. Though warm, the absence of sunlight would inevitably lead to illness. This place seemed to have served as temporary lodging for workers during the construction of the city. The structures were low, akin to shanties. Lin Shuo halted before a wooden door, prompting Wei Xingshan, following closely behind, to signal for a stop. He then patted Lin Shuo's shoulder, silently mouthing the words, "I will go." Lin Shuo made no objections, guarding and Yang Tuo as they stepped back a few paces. And Yang Tuo directed their flashlight straight at the wooden door. Wei Xingshan extinguished his headlamp, drew a dagger from the side of his thigh, and lightly tossed it, pinching the blade's tip between his thumb and forefinger. Leaning against the wall beside the door, he slowly extended his other hand to gently push it open. Creak! The door opened slowly. "Don't come any closer." A woman's panicked scream erupted from within. Wei Xingshan quickly peered inside, then recoiled. He saw a woman crouched against the wall. Exhaling in relief, he sheathed his dagger back onto his thigh. "Do not be afraid," Wei Xingshan spoke in a steady tone. "We are here to rescue you. Don't come any closer, otherwise I'll fight you." The woman inside seemed unconvinced. Just as Wei Xingshan was about to say more, "Old Yang, do you recognize this woman?" "No." Yang Tuo shook his head. "I have seen the photographs of all the missing persons and memorized their features. She is not among them, in fact. All the missing individuals were male." "She merely fainted," Lin Shuo replied nonchalantly. He placed the woman in the middle of the street, while and supported her from behind, helping her to sit up. Yang Tuo shone his light on her face. She appeared to be a woman in her 50s, her face lined with wrinkles, her hair streaked with gray. Wei Xingshan asked Yang Tuo, "Old Yang, do you recognize her?" "No." Yang Tuo shook his head. "I have seen all the missing persons' photographs and memorized their appearances. This woman is not among them. In fact, all the missing individuals were male. There were no women at all. Well, that is peculiar. Where did this woman come from?" Wei Xingshan inquired, perplexed. "Let's wake her up and find out," Lin Shuo suggested, and nodded, pinching the woman's philtrum. Soon, the woman stirred awake, her expression suddenly tense as she attempted to struggle, only to find herself completely immobilized. At that moment, and executed a Brazilian jiu-jitsu locking technique, wrapping her legs around the woman's waist and securing her joints from behind. "What do you want from us?" the woman exclaimed in desperation after struggling in vain. "As long as you're willing to speak, we can proceed accordingly." Under the relentless questioning from Wei Xingshan and Yang Tuo, the woman revealed her identity and background. Her name was He Shuzhen, a mountain dweller from the southern bank of Heilongjiang in the Greater Xing'an Range. Previously, she and her husband had operated a small restaurant catering to travelers along the provincial road in the Greater Xing'an Range. Living quite comfortably. A month prior, she accepted a job to cook for a group of workers for 2 months, with a payment of 20,000 yuan. The allure of money was irresistible. After discussing it with her husband, she took the job. However, upon arriving underground, He Shuzhen had second thoughts. As a businesswoman, she was not foolish. Recognizing the situation was off, she requested to leave. Unfortunately, once in their territory, her fate was no longer in her hands. However, the vastness of the place bewildered her, and she soon became lost within the ancient city. Unable to push open the doors of several city gates due to her lack of strength, she secretly prepared provisions and water, hoping to escape at the first opportunity. 10 days ago, shortly after the workers left for work, He Shuzhen heard a tremendous noise, followed by an earthquake. Noticing the supervisor was absent, she quickly grabbed her supplies and fled. Yet, this place was vast, and she soon became lost in the ancient city, unable to push open the gates she encountered due to her small stature. And that at least 10 days ago, they had still been alive, having been seen by this woman named He Shuzhen. "Can you tell us where you used to cook?" Yang Tuo continued to press, terrified of starving to death or being found and slaughtered. Upon hearing her account, Yang Tuo's expression brightened. It became clear that the more than 180 missing lumberjacks had been kidnapped and forced into labor here. Moreover, they had still been alive at least 10 days prior, and this woman, He Shuzhen, had seen them. Can you tell us where you were cooking before? Yang Tuo continued to press, I in the inner city. He Shuzhen replied, Oh. Yang Tuo and Lin Shuo exchanged glances, both nodding slightly. So, you are here to rescue me, sent by the Chinese government, right? Oh, I truly regret causing trouble for the government. I shouldn't have been greedy for that 20,000 yuan. He Shuzhen exclaimed urgently. Please, hurry and get me out, sister. Wei Xingshan chuckled. We are here to save people, but you are merely an unexpected bonus. Yang Tuo shot Wei Xingshan a glare, then turned to He Shuzhen with a kind demeanor. Do not worry. We are indeed here to rescue you. However, we must also save those workers, so we cannot leave just yet. How about this? It is relatively safe here. We have left you some provisions, so please wait for us. Once we locate the others, we will bring you along on our return journey. You must go and rescue those workers. He Shuzhen's tone carried a hint of concern. Yet there are more than 20 of those overseers, all armed, and you are merely 4. Is this not akin to courting death? You need not worry about that, since we have dared to come. We possess the capability to succeed, Wei Xingshan replied. Well, very well then, He Shuzhen nodded. I shall await your return. Wei Xingshan glanced at the woman, a twinge of compassion stirring within him. He unsheathed a dagger from his thigh and handed it to her. Sister, you must take care of yourself. Keep this knife for protection, and no need. I already have one. The woman reached behind her and produced a kitchen knife, stating, I have spent most of my life in the kitchen, and this type of knife feels most comfortable to me. Sister, you are quite clever. Remembering to grab a kitchen knife while fleeing, Wei Xingshan chuckled. As a woman, this is the only kind of knife I can wield. Should that group pursue me, having this is certainly better than being empty-handed, He Shuzhen remarked. Wei Xingshan shook his head, aware that a kitchen knife is only suitable for chopping, lacking the versatility required in combat, rendering it largely ineffective. Nevertheless, in the face of danger, whatever she holds would be of little use. The knife merely serves to bolster her courage. Whether it is a kitchen knife or a dagger, the effect is essentially the same. Thus, Wei Xingshan ceased to insist, bowing his head to secure the dagger to his thigh. Just as this imposing figure lowered his head, He Shuzhen's kitchen knife swung down towards Wei Xingshan's head with lightning speed.